Rinjia Town, the ancestral hall. The luminous moonlight and sparse lanterns cast a gentle glow, illuminating four figures seated around the dining table. With a bowl of rice in hand and sitting upright, Uncle Jiu observed his two unruly disciples, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing, as they squabbled over a piece of meat in the dish, baring their teeth at one another. A surge of anger welled up within him. Without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and struck their heads. Enough of this bickering. How can you two allow young Xian to eat in peace? You have inherited none of the elegance befitting practitioners of our path. Can't you leave some meat for him? Do not take offense. Young Xian Xiaoxing is merely a rough character. Do not mind him. Young Xian Wen Kai is simply this way. Realizing their misstep, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing reluctantly pushed the meat towards the extraordinary young man, whose eyes resembled clear springs. It's quite all right. I don't particularly care for meat, you two enjoy it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, his tone gentle, though the bitterness in his heart lingered. 3 days prior, he had traversed into this fantastical realm. On the first day, he encountered bandits. The second, a ghostly seduction, and now, in this small village, a plague of corpses had arisen. With no background to speak of, establishing himself in such a tumultuous world proved to be a daunting task. Thus, he had come to the ancestral hall, intending to join the Maoshan sect and learn some spells for self-defense and sustenance. Do not care for meat. To take on a disciple who does not care for meat. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing felt a surge of joy. They drew the meat back towards themselves and resumed their bickering. You two sigh. Witnessing Yi Xian's humility juxtaposed with the shamelessness of Wen Kai and Xiaoxing left Uncle Jiu momentarily speechless. However, it also engendered considerable fondness for Yi Xian, who had yet to enter the fold. Yi Xian, tomorrow I shall initiate your awakening and assess your aptitude for cultivation. If promising, I will take you as my disciple. If not, you may stay here at the hall and assist with chores. Setting down his bowl, Uncle Jiu's robe fluttered slightly. His words were calm. Although he genuinely appreciated the courteous Yi Xian, the path of cultivation places great emphasis on one's innate constitution and comprehension. Both were indispensable. While Wen Kai and Xiaoxing may be mischievous, their innate talent and understanding surpassed that of the average individual. This was not mere fastidiousness from the Taoist perspective. Rather, disciples of the Tao regard the extermination of demons and monsters as their solemn duty, engaging in a battle against malevolence that places them amidst perilous flames. To recruit disciples lacking in talent and constitution would be, to put it bluntly, an affront to life. After finishing their meal and offering a few parting words, Wen Kai and Xiaoxing began clearing the dishes, while Uncle Jiu prepared a guest room for Yi Xian. Alas, I wonder if I possess the aptitude for cultivation. Lying on the bed, Yi Xian felt a pang of anxiety. He had no inkling of whether he had the innate constitution for cultivation. Should he lack such talent, remaining at the ancestral hall might see him relegated to the role of a caretaker for Wen Kai and Xiaoxing. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed within his mind. Beep, the simulation system of the myriad realms is currently binding. Beep, binding successful. Soon after, a complex amalgamation of memories began to merge. Yi Xian gradually acquired an understanding of this simulator system. In essence, it allowed for narrative simulations within various worlds. The longer one survived within the narrative, the more achievements one would accumulate. There existed a probability of acquiring abilities obtained during the narrative. Yet, in most instances, one would meet an untimely demise. Before long, a virtual roulette appeared before Yi Xian's eyes, visible only to him, segmented into various worlds: martial arts, fantasy, primordial chaos, pirates, ninjas, and shinigami. Beep, the roulette is now spinning, extracting the world. With Yi Xian's mental control, the roulette began to whirl at an astonishing speed. It eventually came to a halt. Beep, congratulations, the host has drawn the Naruto world. Shall we commence the simulation? The Naruto world? Yi Xian's eyes brightened. The combat system in Naruto is quite formidable. There exists an abundance of ninjutsu. Among them are undoubtedly abilities that are exceedingly powerful. If he could acquire even a handful, he could firmly establish himself in this ethereal realm. Commence simulation. Without further ado, Yi Xian hastily initiated the simulation. Beep, loading world. Beep, generating visuals. At 0 years old, you were born into the Akimichi clan of Konoha. Due to your birth, a grand celebration ensued, with clan members presenting you with various types of milk powder and delicacies. At 1 year, your consciousness was not yet fully formed, granting you no autonomy in choosing your future. Due to your racial talents, you were constantly consuming milk, even while asleep, with a bottle clutched in your mouth. Within just a year, you became a plump little one weighing nearly 30 pounds. At 3 years, after 2 years, your weight soared to 50 pounds, far surpassing the other children in your clan, leading you to become the envy of adults who often spoke of other people's children. At 5 years, due to the praise from your kin, your vanity skyrocketed, prompting you to eat voraciously. In your quest to gain weight, you even forsook sleep, resulting in a staggering weight of 100 pounds, shattering the record for 5-year-olds in your clan. At 7 years, your parents imparted the clan's partial expansion technique to you. Thanks to your extraordinary talent and relentless practice day and night, within 2 months, you fully mastered the skill of expanding wherever you desire. At 9 years, the Akimichi clan held a weight competition. Overwhelmed by vanity, you sought to astonish everyone. Thus, a week before the competition, you began an intense regimen of only eating. However, before the competition could commence, your stomach's capacity exceeded its limit, and you perished. Simulation concluded. Commencing random prize draw. Congratulations, you have obtained partial expansion technique. Only eating and not expelling. Can one truly be this foolish? Gazing at the vanishing scene, Yixian found himself at a loss for words. While he could accept being killed by another, the reality of his own foolishness was indeed absurd. Soon, his attention was drawn to the partial amplification technique. Foolish though I may be, there is something of value here. Merge. Upon uttering these words, a surge of complex energy surged into Yi Xian's body. He felt his muscles and bone density rapidly increase at an astonishing rate. With a shift in thought, he channeled the amplification technique into his arm. Before his eyes, the muscles of his arm and the fist suddenly doubled in size. With a powerful punch, a sound akin to breaking through the air erupted. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with realization. This amplification technique was not merely about size, it had multiplied his strength several times over. Just this single reward had already transformed him. The days ahead are becoming increasingly promising. Yi Xian hastily dispelled the enhancement. Once again, the melodious voice echoed in his mind. Shall we continue the simulation? Chapter 2. Come here, let me share some heartfelt words with you. Continue the simulation. Ding. Loading screen. At 0 years old, you were born in Konoha. With both parents being exceptional ninjas, as their only child, you were showered with love and affection. At 3 years old, being first-time parents, your parents were utterly clueless about how to educate you, and you gradually veered towards a mischievous path. By the age of 4, your physical development surpassed that of your peers, and leveraging this advantage, you ruled the Konoha kindergarten, playing pranks on teachers during class and bullying classmates after school, becoming the childhood nightmare of Konoha's little prodigy. A few months later, Uchiha Sasuke arrived at the school, eager to initiate him into the harsh realities of school life. You intended to unleash a wave of bullying upon him. However, to your surprise, he was already adept at numerous ninjutsu techniques and ended up giving you a thorough beating. Harboring resentment, you stole your father's explosive tags and set a trap on Sasuke's way home, leaving him severely injured. Damn! Upon reaching this point, Yi Xian had completely lost hope in this simulation. Can this truly be labeled as a mischievous child? At such a tender age, daring to blow up Sasuke. This is nothing short of criminal behavior. He probably wouldn't survive 2 episodes. Unexpectedly, the higher-ups in Konoha did not hold you accountable. However, following this incident, your parents frequently undertook perilous missions. At 6 years old, your parents tragically perished during one such mission, and you did not even get to see them one last time. As an orphan, you mistakenly believed that Danzo from Konoha was responsible for your parents' demise. Thus, you devoted yourself to mastering various ninjutsu techniques, but due to your poor talent, you simply could not learn. After a year of effort, you only managed to master the transformation technique. In despair, you resolved to take a roundabout approach to seek revenge, aiming to ruin the reputation of Konoha's upper echelons with your beauty, transforming into various enchanting women each day. At 8 years old, having perfected your transformation technique, You awaited Danzo's departure on a mission. You concealed yourself along his route, transforming into a scantily clad woman, ready to seduce him. With your alluring curves and fair, long legs, you felt quite confident. However, Danzo altered his route, and you were unexpectedly spotted by a burly hunter who, seeing the absence of others, laughed with delight. Panicking, you turned to flee. Regaining your composure, you deactivated your transformation technique and hurriedly tried to explain yourself to the hunter. However, upon seeing your true form, he became even more excited, drooling in anticipation. To preserve your dignity, you leapt off a cliff. Simulation complete. Rewards being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired transformation technique, mastery of seduction. Yi Xian stood frozen, utterly bewildered. I must say, I never anticipated this plot twist. What began as the demise of a mischievous child swiftly morphed into a tale of revenge, only for me to nearly fall prey to a brute. This is simply outrageous. However, having acquired a transformative technique, it is indeed remarkable. In this era of decline, such an art has long been lost to the ages. Even the prodigious Jiu of Maoshan, a rare talent seen only once in a century, is incapable of performing such transformations. With this art at my disposal, it would be effortless to make a living in the spirit world. However, when faced with zombies and fierce ghosts, ensuring one's safety still necessitates some formidable means. Observing that only one simulation opportunity remains, Yi Xian resolved to continue. The simulation system offers 3 chances each time. Once concluded, a cooldown period ensues. As the host's strength increases, the number of simulation opportunities will expand, and the cooldown duration will diminish accordingly. Without further contemplation, Yi Xian focused his thoughts, continue the simulation, hoping for a more substantive narrative. Generating scene. You are born into the Senju clan. Shortly after your birth, your father passes away, and your mother follows suit. Yet, you do not wander aimlessly, for 2 brilliant elder brothers stand as your guardians, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. At the age of 3, as their younger brother, your extraordinary talent emerges. Even a fall from a 10-meter-high tree poses no harm to you, thanks to your vigorous vitality, allowing you to stand shoulder to shoulder with Senju Hashirama. By the age of 4, despite not having practiced any ninjutsu, you exhibit a remarkable affinity for the flora and fauna surrounding you. Lo and behold, at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the protection of 2 formidable elder brothers, coupled with a resilient constitution, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to meet his demise, even in reckless endeavors. This simulation is bound to yield tremendous rewards. With this thought, Yi Xian promptly rose, unable to contain his exhilaration. Possessing the sage body, various ninjutsu would become immensely powerful in his hands. Acquiring even a few techniques would allow him to stride confidently through the ninja world. At 5 years old, your brother Senju Tobarama begins imparting various foundational ninjutsu to you. Due to the nature of your sage body, the potency of these techniques doubles in your grasp. Merely observing Hashirama execute a few wood-release techniques, you effortlessly master the basic form of wood release. Within less than half a year, you independently comprehend the Senju transformation technique. Although it manifests as a small Buddha, this revelation prompts Senju Tobarama to recognize your status as a genius among geniuses, leading him to devise some exceptionally powerful ninjutsu tailored for you. At 6 years old, Senju Tobarama develops a new ninjutsu, the explosive tag multiplication technique. During your learning process, an error triggers an explosion, but in a moment of peril, Senju Tobarama shields you from the blast shockwave. Subsequently, the explosive tag multiplication technique is classified as forbidden by Senju Hashirama. By the age of 7, Senju Tobarama has crafted a new ninjutsu, the soul-binding technique. This technique demands an extraordinary level of control over the soul, and before you even begin your studies, it is deemed forbidden by Senju Hashirama. At the tender age of 8, the relentless Tobarama Senju devised an illusionary technique capable of extinguishing all light, which was promptly classified as forbidden by your elder brother before you even had the chance to learn it. In the ensuing days, you frequently overheard conversations between your 2 brothers. Tobarama would exclaim, "Brother, I have developed a technique for our younger sibling." To which Hashirama would respond, "Oh, is it a water-style technique?" Tobarama would reply, "No, it surpasses water-style by far." Hashirama would then insist, "In that case, let us prohibit it." Your initial excitement turned to despair as you realized the prodigious talent of Senju Hashirama was being squandered on your own brother. Could not Tobarama have waited for a more opportune moment, shrouded in the cover of night, To secretly impart his knowledge? Was it truly necessary to announce it so brazenly to your elder brother? Eventually, Tobarama ceased his research on new techniques, even falling into a state of withdrawal. Until one fateful night, when you heard your second brother's voice outside your window, whispering that he wished to clandestinely teach you a lesson. He urged you to hasten to the small grove behind the mountain. You marveled at your second brother's newfound enlightenment and quickly donned your clothes to meet him. Upon arriving at the grove, you found your somewhat disheartened second brother. Understanding that he had been under pressure from Hashirama recently, you initiated a heartfelt conversation. He expressed a desire to share some deeply personal thoughts with you, and you surmised he was about to vent about your elder brother, leaning in to offer comfort. However, to your shock, a surge of chakra pierced through your chest. Looking up, you found that it was not your second brother at all, but rather the enemy, Uchiha Madara. Not only did you perish, but your lifeless body was also taken away by Uchiha Madara. What a calamity! You had unwittingly delivered yourself to Uchiha Madara. With a furrowed brow, you found yourself immobilized by the absurdity of the situation. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. As you beheld the rewards, your previous sorrow dissipated instantly. Congratulations! You have obtained would release, transforming into a small Buddha. Congratulations! You have obtained sage body, currently merging. In a moment of profound clarity, you found yourself in a desolate expanse, with the relentless sun beating down and sandstorms raging around you. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, sweeping across the landscape with a devastating force. The world darkened as chaos ensued. Yet, you remained composed, forming hand seals with deliberate ease. In the next instant, countless thick branches erupted from the sand, coalescing into massive wooden dragons that charged forth to confront the storm of dust. In mere moments, the overwhelming tempest was subdued, the scene shattered, and upon returning to reality, you were astonished to discover that after merging with the sage body, you could sense the ethereal energy of nature surrounding you. Invisible to the naked eye, gradually, you came to understand that across various realms and sects, the exploration of the human potential, though seemingly diverse, ultimately converges upon a singular truth centered around the essence of humanity. In the world of Naruto, chakra and the spiritual energy of the ethereal realm may exhibit differences in their application and essence, yet they both converge upon the fundamental power that resides within the human body. This implies that the sage body of the Senju clan shares remarkably similar characteristics with various unique physical forms cultivated through esoteric practices. With this realization, Yushien's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he attempted to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy using his sage body. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to do so. The truth became evident. Despite possessing an exceptional constitution, without the support of specific techniques or doctrines, he was utterly incapable of channeling energy into his body. Patience was required until the morrow. He hoped that the principles of the Taoist arts would enable him to absorb some energy. As the stars shifted and the rooster crowed at dawn, Yi Xian, unable to contain his excitement, entered the ancestral hall and immediately spotted his master, Uncle Jiu, meditating in contemplation. After a respectful nod of greeting, he seated himself nearby, awaiting instructions. Uncle Jiu acknowledged him with a nod. The path of cultivation was fraught with challenges and monotony. To achieve greatness, one must surmount numerous obstacles, laziness being one of them. If one cannot even conquer this minor vice, then even the finest talents would be rendered futile. This principle applies not only to cultivation, but to all walks of life, where one must either advance or regress. Even he, who was lauded as a century-old prodigy of Maoshan, dared not indulge in sloth. Uncle Jiu regarded Yi Xian with a sense of satisfaction, feeling a profound fondness for the young man. He believed that even if this youth lacked innate talent for cultivation, his diligence and humility would undoubtedly lead him to surpass his two wayward disciples in the future. 2 wayward disciples? Are they still asleep? With this thought, Uncle Jiu executed a swift movement, seizing the peachwood sword beside him, and dashed out of the ancestral hall. Moments later, the cries of Wenkai and Qiuxing echoed from outside. Master, please don't hit me. I'm getting up now. Damn it. Wenkai, did you charge at me last night? Why are you bare inside? Ridiculous. I merely had a dream last night. Speak like a human, you two imbeciles. If the ancestral master hears this, I shall expel both of you from the sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian developed a certain misunderstanding of cultivators. Soon, at Uncle Jiu's insistence, Wenkai and Qiuxing, with drooping eyelids, staggered into the hall. Upon seeing Yi Xian, they began to explain but were immediately silenced by Uncle Jiu's sharp reprimand. You two fools. The ancestral master is present. It would be wise for you to keep your mouth shut. The ancestral masters of Maoshan had long since assumed positions in the netherworld, their tablets receiving offerings to nourish their spirits, thus cultivating spiritual awareness. Should such filthy words reach the ancestral master, how would Lin Jiu face the ancestors of Maoshan in the afterlife? Quickly, Uncle Jiu offered incense to the ancestral tablets. The matter of accepting disciples was not merely a personal affair, it was a matter of significance for the entire Maoshan lineage, and thus, he naturally invited the ancestors to witness the occasion. Throughout the ages, the practice of accepting disciples has remained consistent. Xian, I shall now assess your innate potential. The master declared. Spiritual energy will flow into your body, expanding your spiritual sea. Remember, do not resist. Otherwise, the backlash could prove perilous. He cautioned, his hands weaving intricate gestures of various incantations. As his fingers converged like a sword, the gathered spiritual energy manifested as ethereal blue flames, shimmering with a delicate luminescence, appearing profoundly mystical. Master, please take care. You must not sustain any injuries. Wenkai and Qiuxing expressed their concern hastily. As practitioners of the Tao, they were acutely aware that cultivation often involves defying the heavens and altering fate. If the practitioner mishandled the energies while opening another's spiritual sea, they could also suffer from the repercussions of a backlash. However, their flattery had missed the mark. To the seasoned ninth uncle, who had dedicated decades to cultivation, their remarks were utterly distasteful. After all, he was a century-old genius of Maoshan. How could he be so scorned by these two misguided disciples? With a sudden rustle of his robe, a unique pride surfaced on his face. Having cultivated for decades, my profound understanding of the Tao ensures I shall not face backlash. Yet, you too, with only a few years of practice, are unaware of this fundamental principle. Indeed. You are absolutely correct. Wenkai and Qiuxing, sensing their master's displeasure, responded with a hint of irritation. Ninth uncle fell silent, his fingers resting on the space between Yixian's eyebrows. With a swift motion, the spiritual energy, akin to a dancing sprite, swiftly penetrated his body. As moments of breath slipped away, the energy seemed to vanish into the depths, failing to stir even the faintest breath from Yixian. Ninth uncle, astonished, exclaimed, "Why is there not even the slightest response?" Even Wenkai, during his first attempt to open his spiritual sea, caused a disturbance in the surrounding energies for dozens of meters. Could it be that you are a hermetic being to cultivation? Yixian was taken aback, pondering if his initial assumptions were erroneous. For perhaps his celestial physique differed entirely from that of a Taoist. Noticing the disappointment on Yixian's face, Ninth uncle felt a twinge of guilt for his bluntness and quickly reassured him, "It is possible that I have made a mistake. Allow me to try once more." With that, he brought his fingers together once again, the concentrated spiritual power now more potent than before, yet it still sank like a stone into the ocean. Just as ninth uncle contemplated giving up, he felt a sudden jolt, as if struck by lightning. A gale swept into the ancestral hall from all directions. The ancestral tablet began to vibrate with fervor. Wenkai and Qiuxing, bewildered, instinctively drew closer together. Yet, an urgent voice instantly roused them from their stupor. "Wenkai, Qiuxing, come quickly and save your master." Wenkai? Qiuxing? Chapter 4. It's over. Even the ancestor cannot cope. Returning to their senses, the two stared in astonishment, their expressions reflecting a mix of disbelief and shock at the unfolding scene. As the two fingers gently descended upon the brow of Master Jiu, his eyes brimmed with terror, his trembling body seemed ensnared by an enigmatic force. Despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to break free from the binding. A faint surge of spiritual energy began to coalesce, rapidly flowing from Master Jiu's spiritual sea into Yixian's body. The spiritual essence, rushing in from all directions, crashed into the hall like a fearsome wave. The robes billowed, and the wind howled. In an instant, the swirling dust filled the entire shrine. At this moment, feeling the spiritual energy within him about to be drained by Yixian, Master Jiu's heart filled with unease. Having cultivated for decades, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of being deprived of his spiritual power. Although it would not lead to death, it would take months to recover. With this thought in mind, he urgently shouted at Wenkai and Qiuxing, "If you two do not pull me away, you will lose your master." "Such good fortune?" Wenkai murmured, bewildered. Master Jiu. Qiuxing. Though often frivolous, Wenkai and Qiuxing could still rise to the occasion in critical moments. They exchanged glances, and, braving the tidal wave of spiritual energy, charged forward like two rampaging bulls. Yet, upon contact, an irresistible and profound suction force instantly engulfed their bodies. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, as if struck by lightning, were immediately jolted, and with a loud clap, they pressed against Master Jiu. Their feeble spiritual energies dissipated at an alarming speed. Having never experienced such a phenomenon, the two were instantly thrown into a panic. Master, I feel as though I am being drained dry. What should I do? Just absorb Qiu Sheng. My spiritual foundation is shallow. Please don't absorb me. Even Master Jiu, who had cultivated for decades, was at a loss. During his time at Maoshan, he had initiated at least 70 to 80 disciples, yet he had never encountered such a situation. What terrified him even more was that, with his nascent mastery of the Earth Master stage, he was utterly unable to resist this force. It was important to note that, within the entirety of Maoshan today, apart from the elder priests, those at the Earth Master level were exceedingly few. If this continued, both he and Wen Kai would be drained dry. In the midst of this collective panic among the three, a rich golden light emanated from the shrine's spiritual energy, resembling a colossal hand that enveloped Master Jiu and his disciples, attempting to pull them apart. Master Jiu instantly breathed a sigh of relief, his vision brightening. It was a trace of spiritual resonance from the ancestral tablet. One must remember that the ancestral masters of Maoshan were formidable beings in the realm of cultivation. Their powers could easily crush any demon in this current age of decline, as the golden light intertwined with the spiritual energy in an instant. Dozens of ancestral tablets began to tremble, followed by a thunderous ascent into the sky. In an instant, the three of them were engulfed by a surge of spiritual energy, akin to the snap of a mousetrap. Uncle Jiu, Qiu Sheng, Wen Kai. The trio was utterly dumbfounded. It was over. Even the ancestral master could not withstand this, and they, as disciples, were surely doomed. At that moment, Yi Xian had just grasped the art of controlling his immortal body. Observing the gradually weakening Uncle Jiu and the others, he quickly dispersed the force of attraction. Bang! With a dull thud, the three were abruptly thrust backward. Before they could comprehend the situation, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Boom! Lightning flashed across the heavens. Outside the ancestral hall, the flow of time seemed to accelerate by hundreds of times under the wrath of thunder. Darkness alternated with light. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged from miles away, converging upon the ancestral tomb. They coalesced into a blessing. Waves of luminescence cascaded into Yi Xian's body. It seemed he had been possessed by some demonic force. Or perhaps he was practicing that nefarious technique. You mean the star absorption technique, right? Yes, that's the one. The two survivors, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, exclaimed in astonishment, for their limited experience could conceive of no other explanation. What a ridiculous notion. It appears I misjudged him. Little Xian is not devoid of talent, but possesses an extraordinarily gifted physique for cultivation. Uncle Jiu chastised. His brows furrowed, yet a smile danced upon his lips, the muscles in his cheeks twitching with uncontainable excitement. In that moment of blessing, he understood everything. The bizarre phenomenon was entirely due to the awakening of Yi Xian's unique constitution, igniting his thirst for spiritual energy. It is worth noting that the elder brother of Maoshan, Shi Jian, also possessed a unique physique. According to their master, the spiritual energy he gathered upon awakening was merely 100 meters, and there was certainly an element of boasting involved. Yet, little Xian's blessing extended for thousands of meters. In the realm of cultivation, there had been none comparable for centuries. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Uncle Jiu, fearing this was but a dream, promptly delivered 2 sharp taps on Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng's foreheads. Hearing the commotion, he excitedly murmured, "My Lin Jiu has hope. The future of Maoshan is bright." "Master, what exactly is happening?" the bewildered Wen Kai inquired, observing the streams of spiritual energy flowing into Yi Xian's body. After a long drought, the rains have finally come. Indeed, previously, Yi Xian's immortal body was akin to an arid wasteland, and with just a few drops of nourishment, it began to automatically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. After a long drought, the sweet dew? The dim-witted Wen Kai still struggled to grasp the concept, prompting Qiu Sheng to remind him. It's akin to how we describe Widow Wang in town. Oh, Wen Kai's face lit up with realization. Yet, 2 sharp strikes from Uncle Jiu fell once again. At that moment, nourished by the essence of the Tao, Yi Xian, seated on the ground, became enveloped in a faint golden radiance, exuding a murky aura. This This is a transcendence across realms. In the span of a tea break, he has ascended to the realm of a human master. Feeling the Taoist resonance emanating from Yixian, Uncle Jiu's head buzzed. Even he, renowned as a century-old genius of Maoshan, had never experienced such a transcendence. It took him half a month to progress from the early stage of a sorcerer to the mid-stage, which had once astonished the entire Maoshan. Goodness, what kind of physique does Xiaoxian possess to achieve such a transformation to a human master on his first enlightenment? Oh, it turns out he is a human master. We thought he had become a being of light. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng let out a sigh of relief. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, both were taken aback, staring intently at the seated Yixian, their eyes brimming with envy. They did not comprehend the nuances of Taoist resonance and blessings, but as fellow cultivators, they knew that after 7 or 8 years of cultivation, Wen Kai had only reached the mid-stage of a sorcerer, while Qiu Sheng was merely at the pinnacle of the sorcerer stage. To leap directly into the realm of a human master in a single step. Is this a jest? Master, have you just been struck silly? How could anyone ascend to the realm of a human master in one bound? I remember a certain genius Taoist boasting that if someone could surpass his speed in reaching the human master stage, he would seclude himself for 50 years. So, which statement holds true? When Kai and Qiu Sheng looked on with sincerity, while Uncle Jiu's face flushed with embarrassment, just then, the Taoist resonance dissipated. And Yixian slowly rose. Chapter 5, almost struck down by one of his own. Xiaoxian, do you feel any discomfort? If there is anything amiss, you must speak up at once. Uncle Jiu hurriedly approached with concern. It was not mere sentimentality. Drawing energy into the body is inherently a defiance of fate. Even he, upon his first attempt, had been bedridden for 2 to 3 days to recover. No, Yixian felt an abundance of strength coursing through him. Uncle Jiu, Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng. The trio was once again left in a state of bewilderment. Logically speaking, with thousands of meters of spiritual energy flooding into the body, even the most robust physique would succumb to fatigue, and lying in bed for 2 to 3 days would be commonplace. Take Wen Kai, for example. During his first attempt to draw energy, he only absorbed a mere dozen meters and promptly fainted. After all, cultivators are inherently defying the heavens, rewriting their destinies. You absorbed 1,000 meters of spiritual energy and felt nothing at all. As Uncle Jiu regained his composure, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Judging by the few moments just passed, Yixian's talent for cultivation was not only rare in this era of dwindling magic, but even when viewed across a millennium of the cultivation world, he was a truly extraordinary find. In no time at all, he would achieve greatness. The realm of cultivation is about to welcome a new celestial master. With his presence, Maoshan will undoubtedly ascend to become the foremost sect in the entire realm of cultivation. I, Lin Jiu, shall revive Maoshan. Xiaoxian, come forth and participate in the master-disciple ceremony. It is quite simple. Merely bow 3 times before the ancestral tablet. If you find that excessive, a single bow or even a respectful nod will suffice. As practitioners of Taoism, we are not bound by rigid protocols. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Jiushi became, eagerly pulling Yixian toward the ancestral tablet. Such a prodigious disciple, descending from the heavens, must not be allowed to slip away. Yet, as they approached the offering table, he discovered the area, which had once stood adorned with dozens of tablets, now in utter disarray. Most importantly, not a single ancestral tablet remained. Master, Xiaoxian has inadvertently shattered all the ancestral tablets. They are all gone. This is akin to desecrating our forebears. Would you not agree? Observing Jiushi's indulgent demeanor towards Yixian, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng could not feign indifference. After all, they were human and possessed emotions. Furthermore, the reverence for ancestors is deeply ingrained in cultivators. Even a slight tremor to the ancestral tablets could warrant punishment. And yet Yixian had obliterated dozens of them upon his arrival. Even with Jiushi's indulgence, a few words of reprimand would not be out of place. Gone is gone. The deceased are not as vital as the living. Moreover, Xiaoxian did not do it intentionally. I shall simply recreate some tablets in the coming days. The ancestors would not hold it against him. Jiushi's words were laced with anger, his brow furrowed, and he harbored a fleeting thought of expelling the 2 wayward disciples from his sect. How could he allow the precious disciple bestowed upon him by the heavens to be ruined by those 2? Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, feeling wronged, stepped back in silence. Indeed, Widow Wang was correct. Once love dissipates, even the slightest remark or breath becomes superfluous. After delivering his admonishment, Jiu tone softened as he turned to Yi Xian, Xiao Xian. It is not too late to join the sect in a few days. Do you have any requests before your initiation? Please voice them. Otherwise, I shall not feel at ease. I have no requests, Yi Xian replied, bemused. Jiu's enthusiasm was rather overwhelming. You must express a request. Speak freely. I shall exert every effort to fulfill it, and if I cannot, I shall enlist someone else to assist. Wenkai? Qiuxing. This is excessive. It is truly excessive. When they had become disciples, they had presented several large coins to the venerable Taoist before them and even organized a celebratory banquet. Yet, despite this, Jiu had imposed a rigorous month-long probationary period of fetching water and chopping firewood before they could officially enter the sect. And now, before Yi Xian, he desired to reverse the roles of initiation. The two individuals, brimming with unspoken indignation, stood by like two irate bulls, fists clenched tightly. In truth, their sentiments were more akin to envy. Yet, another two sharp taps landed upon their heads. Stop dawdling. Here, take this sum of money. Recently, Xiao Xian needs to nourish his body, so go procure some restorative meat. Upon hearing the prospect of indulging in meat, their prior frustrations evaporated instantly, and their gazes towards Yi Xian brimmed with profound gratitude. Without Xiao Xian's generosity, they would have surely missed out on this meal. The joy of a laborer is indeed simple and unadorned. As the sun set and the moon ascended, Yi Xian experienced a period akin to confinement after childbirth. Uncle Jiu forbade him from any strenuous labor. Even upon waking, a meal awaited him. In Uncle Jiu's words, to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, one must be properly nurtured. Just peruse the secrets of Maoshan techniques each day. Initially, after awakening his system, Yi Xian entertained thoughts of venturing out independently. But such notions had entirely dissipated. Why face danger when one could simply relax? That would be sheer folly. Ding. Simulation cooling complete. Shall we proceed with the simulation? Indeed, responded a more rounded Yi Xian eagerly. Loading the narrative at the age of 0, you were born into the esteemed Hyuga clan, alongside Hinata Hyuga. However, from the moment of your birth, your destinies diverged dramatically. She was of the noble main house, while you were destined to safeguard the branch family with your life. At 3 years old, you remained blissfully unaware of your differing statuses, playing joyfully with Hinata each day, chuckling and promising yourself that you would one day marry this delightful girl. Thus, from that tender age, you constantly vowed to protect Hinata. By 5, your innocence persisted. Unaware of the significance of the curse mark upon your forehead, one day while playing outside, Hinata accidentally fell into a muddy pit. Fearing she might catch a cold, you hastily stripped her down and draped your own clothes over her. Seeing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, you inexplicably leaned in for a kiss. However, just as your lips met hers, a resounding slap, imbued with 40 years of mastery, struck your face. The tremendous force sent you flying, and just before losing consciousness, you glimpsed the figure of Hinata's father. Upon awakening, your face resembled that of a swollen pig's head, and you swiftly sought solace in your father's embrace. Yet, to your dismay, he remained unmoved, erupting in anger and delivering another slap, this one infused with 30 years of strength. This time, instead of flying away, you collided solidly with the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness once more. Yi Xian felt utterly despondent. Good heavens, what a wretched fate. 2 slaps would surely leave a profound psychological scar on a 5-year-old. Surely, he wouldn't meet his end like this. As the simulation continued, Yi Xian exhaled in relief. Of course, how could someone of esteemed identity perish so easily? Chapter 6. Protecting the Great and the Small. You have lost both your mother and father. After regaining consciousness from a 3-day coma, you fell into seclusion, yet your father showed no compassion. Instead, he awaited your recovery to drag you before the clan, compelling you to apologize. Though the clan members did not chastise you excessively, you felt your dignity had been trampled upon. Subsequently, you learned that those born into the branch family were destined to be slaves of the main family. And in that moment, a sense of bleakness enveloped your future. Not wishing to remain a slave, you silently resolved to alter the course of history. At the age of 7, driven by the seed of vengeance, you fervently practiced the soft fist's 8 trigrams, mastering the 64 palms. By the age of 8, due to your exceptional talent, you accomplished learning the first palm within a year. Exceptional talent. Surely this is folly. Although Yi Xian understood that the 8 trigram 64 palms were rare and profound, learning 1 palm per year would mean it would take until the age of 64 to master the entire technique. Meanwhile, children from the Hyuga clan often mastered the entire set by their teenage years, or even as young as 7 or 8, learning just one palm in a year. What a jest! Due to your status as a branch family member, each day you not only escorted Hinata to school but also served as her sparring target. After 2 years, you had mastered the first 36 palms, yet Hinata always remained one step ahead. You realized that if this continued, your fate would never change. You would forever be a slave to the main family. Since you could not defeat her, you resolved to find another way to destroy the heir of the main house. Hinata, indeed, destroy her. Only in this way could the seed of vengeance in your heart be extinguished. With a determined heart, on one fateful journey home, you can find Hinata in a small dark room. Observing her flushed cheeks and bashful demeanor ignited a fervor within you, causing a tumult in your stomach. Yet at that moment, overwhelmed with excitement, a fit of choking seized you, and the sensation of asphyxiation caused your body to tremble. Your limbs grew rigid, and as you collapsed to the ground, convulsions racked your form. Hinata urged you to hold on, but by the time she summoned help, you had already become a cold corpse. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 8 trigrams 64 palms, first 36 palms. In an instant, a figure radiating golden light appeared within Yi Xian's mind. Each move and technique he executed possessed the might to move mountains and fill seas, until the 8 trigrams emerged beneath his feet, forming an invisible wall of energy. Everything in proximity was instantaneously obliterated by the force of the airwaves. Returning to reality, despite feeling his martial prowess had reached an unparalleled zenith, equipping him to confront formidable dangers, he felt no joy whatsoever. As a cultured connoisseur of the arts, one might argue that the juxtaposition of Bagua Zhang and Hinata pales in comparison to the fervent passions ignited by the former. Alas, mortality is an inescapable fate. One must savor life as offerings. Continue the simulation, Yi Xian uttered weakly, generating visuals in the 0 year of your existence. You are filled with curiosity for the new world ahead. However, on the day of your birth, your mother faces complications. The doctor poses a grave question to your father. Preserve the mother or the child. Both the hand and the back of the hand are flesh. Your father, the sole heir of his lineage, bears the weight of the clan's hopes upon your fragile shoulders. Yet, he once swore eternal vows to your mother. To choose love would mean betraying the clan. But love is priceless. Your father opts to protect the mother, and thus you perish. Yet indecision leads to ruin. After a moment of hesitation, your mother is lost as well. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Nothing at all. Yi Xian exclaimed. The absurdity of such a demise is one thing, but to receive no reward at all seems rather cruel. Damn it, let us proceed with the simulation. Generating visuals in the 0 year, you are born into the Uchiha clan, as if the heavens have begun to favor you. This time, your mother faces no complications. And your father is exceedingly kind, indulging you in every regard, raising you as his precious treasure. At 1 year old, it seems the heavens wish to nourish you. Your father lives, your mother lives, yet inexplicably, you awaken the Sharingan. Though it is but a single tomo, such a phenomenon has never been witnessed within the Uchiha clan. They believe you have broken the clan's curse. At 3 years old, your father remains alive, your mother too, but your pet rabbit succumbs to death. Overwhelmed by grief, your single tomo Sharingan evolves into a double tomo. This once again astonishes the entire clan. Even your elder brother, Uchiha Madara, who is embroiled in battle, hears this news and rushes to your side. Your brother, Uchiha Madara, is visibly exhilarated by the emergence of such a prodigy. After all, the Uchiha clan has been engaged in a prolonged conflict with the Senju clan for years, desperately in need of a talented individual to arise and alter the course of history. At 4 years old, in a bid to swiftly dominate the ninja world, your brother leads you to the battlefield, preparing to mold you into the most formidable weapon of the Uchiha clan. Yi Xian pondered. Is it truly necessary to thrust a 4-year-old into the chaos of battle? Surely, this is an act of premature ambition. Such musings aside, the subsequent simulation ignited a spark of hope within Yi Xian. This time, the prospects appeared promising. At 6 years old, under Uchiha Madara's tutelage, you master an impressive array of ninjutsu, too numerous to count on both hands. At this moment, you have even begun to practice combat with beasts, employing ruthless techniques that lead to swift fatalities. At 7 years old, you single-handedly slay 2 brown bears. Simultaneously, whispers arise within the enemy ranks of the Senju clan regarding a prodigy who is rapidly ascending in strength, boldly claiming that within a decade, they shall surpass Senju Hashirama. Your brother grows anxious, subjecting you to grueling training. In a desperate bid to facilitate the evolution of your Sharingan, he callously took the life of your dearest friend. It appears that fate has rescinded your fortune, and this time your Sharingan did not undergo the anticipated transformation. Your brother, under the impression that the genius of the Senju clan was applying undue pressure upon you, adopted the guise of Senju Tobarama to undertake an assassination mission. That night, your brother returned, leading you away from the camp. He proclaimed, "Brother, from this moment forth, you shall be the foremost genius in the ninja world, unmatched by anyone." Overwhelmed with joy, you were abruptly pierced by a chilling pain within your chest. Upon raising your gaze, you discovered it was indeed Senju Tobarama who had transformed. You had met your demise. Simulation concluded. Yushin was taken aback, having not anticipated that this was merely a chain of schemes, each more intricate than the last. In terms of ruthlessness, Senju Tobarama undeniably surpassed his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, renowned for his benevolence. Yet, Yushin did not feel disheartened. Although this simulation ended abruptly, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Merely extracting one piece of information would yield substantial rewards. Rewards are being extracted. Here it comes. Despite the absurdity of his demise, the insights gained were plentiful. Yushin could hardly contain his excitement as he rubbed his hands together. Chapter 7. Double Tomo Sharingan. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Double Tomo Sharingan. The curse has been lifted, and in the future, through simulations, it can continuously evolve until the Rinnegan is unlocked. Fusion is in progress. As the melodious voice faded, Yushin's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, adorned with 2 swirling black patterns akin to fish, which finally settled. His vision experienced an unparalleled enhancement, enabling him to perceive the flow of spiritual energy coursing through his veins. What thrilled Yushin the most was the revelation that the Sharingan could replicate not only ninjutsu but various forms of Taoist arts as well. More importantly, the Sharingan bestowed by the system was devoid of any curse, alleviating any concerns of blindness. Learning? What nonsense! From now on, a single glance would suffice. At that moment, a voice called from outside. Xiao Xian, your master has summoned you for something important. I said please, not shout. Do not speak so rudely. A cultivator must emphasize refinement. And you too, stop dawdling and hurry outside to sweep the courtyard. If you continue to procrastinate, there will be consequences. Wenkai? Qiusheng. The two, exchanging glances filled with exasperation, thought to themselves, emphasize refinement. I believe this arrogant old sage is targeting us. This apprenticeship has become unbearably stifling. I can no longer endure it. Qiusheng. Indeed, this is too much. Shall we leave immediately? Let him weep over the loss of 2 unparalleled talents in cultivation. Elbow. The 2 individuals let out a cold snort and exited the ancestral hall without a backward glance. Yet, upon subconsciously catching sight of the peachwood sword in Uncle Jiu's hand, they froze momentarily, quickly grabbing a broom to begin sweeping the courtyard. Soon enough, Yushin, along with the broom-wielding Wenkai and Qiusheng, returned to the ancestral hall once more. This hall was not merely a place for venerating the ancestors. Aside from their external duties, Wenkai and Qiusheng frequently practiced their cultivation alongside Uncle Jiu here. In the words of practitioners, where incense gathers, spiritual energy becomes increasingly dense, further blessed by the aura of the ancestors, making the efficiency of their training not only swift, but also remarkably safe. A true sanctuary. As the trio gazed at the offering table adorned with yellow paper, vermilion ink, and brushes, Wenkai's expression soured, and he began to lament to Yushin. Alas! Once again, we are to learn talisman drawing today. Prepare yourself for a scolding, little Shin. We started learning talismans 2 years ago. Yet we still haven't team mastered even the basics. Every time our master teaches us, we face a round of reprimands. It will likely take several more years to grasp this skill. Brace yourself for the impending chastisement. This is merely a trial for you. Is it truly that arduous? Unaware of the intricacies of talisman drawing, Yushin remained oblivious to its challenges. Upon hearing this, Wenkai assumed Yushin looked down upon their struggles and immediately began to recount the hardships they had endured over the years in their pursuit of mastering talisman crafting and the inherent difficulties involved. It is undoubtedly challenging. Our master is a rare genius of the Maoshan school, one who appears only once in a century. Even he has not fully mastered the art of talismans despite decades of study. He often has to revisit the complete compendium of Maoshan talismans for review. How could it not be difficult? If we were to learn this effortlessly, what would that make our century-old genius? Uncle Jiu, with his back turned as he prepared the materials, paused momentarily, sensing something amiss in their words, though he dismissed it as minor. He continued along the lines of Wen Kai's remarks. Indeed, what Wen Kai says holds truth. The art of talismans is enigmatic and profound, with each talisman harboring its unique mysteries. Merely possessing the form without the intent renders the talisman devoid of any magical power. The path of cultivation is far more arduous than one might imagine. If you wish to tread this path, be prepared to endure hardship. Should you have regrets at this juncture, I will not impose any difficulties upon you. Uncle Jiu spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his heart was filled with trepidation, anxious that Yi Xian might reconsider. However, there was little he could do. The latter's talent was indeed exceptional, yet without unwavering determination. Even the greatest of gifts would be squandered. Some truths must be conveyed beforehand. Just as he concluded his thoughts, Uncle Jiu felt a twinge of regret. If he frightened Yi Xian away, he would bear the burden of guilt for all of Maoshan, and indeed, for the entire realm of cultivation. Hastily, he remarked, "Do not take my words to heart, Xiao Xian. I speak for Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. With your innate talent, the path of cultivation will be a mere trifle." Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng exchanged bewildered glances, having followed their master for many years. They were well aware that even the slightest action from him could reveal their dinner from the previous night. Such a statement was undoubtedly intended to provoke them. Yi Xian nodded slightly, responding with a calm demeanor, "Rest assured, master. Since I have chosen the path of cultivation, I will steadfastly pursue it. With the blessings of both the immortal body and the Sharingan, how could cultivation possibly be arduous? Acquiring more knowledge of the Tao is certainly preferable to having none at all." "Well said," exclaimed his master. "Xiao Xian, take heart. I vow that during my lifetime, I shall nurture you to become the next generation's celestial master. Together, we shall honor our ancestors on the beach." Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, a relieved Jiu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Grasping Yi Xian's arm with one hand and pointing at the ancestral tablet with the other, his brows arched in delight. Without delay, he began to impart the art of talisman crafting. With a vermilion brush in hand, he laid out the yellow paper and commenced his strokes, the ink flowing like a dragon and snake, forming the talisman. A faint aura of spiritual energy and Tao rhythm coalesced upon it. As Yi Xian gazed upon the dispel evil talisman, he furrowed his brow. At the moment Jiu made his mark, the Sharingan had flawlessly replicated each stroke and intricate technique. To his surprise, he even grasped the subtleties of the dispel evil talisman. Soon, a torrent of complex memories surged into his mind. His master had somewhat exaggerated. Cultivation was not as challenging as they imagined. In his own youth, Jiu had mastered the dispel evil talisman in merely 7 days. With Yi Xian's talent, it would certainly not take long. "Xiao Xian, do not hesitate. Begin by copying my talisman." Not daring to test Yi Xian further, Jiu quickly set out ink, brush, and paper, urging him on. Yi Xian, no longer hesitating, was eager to see if the talismans he replicated with his Sharingan could wield even half the power of Jiu's. He deftly lifted the vermilion brush, lightly touching the yellow paper. With fluid precision, his strokes flowed seamlessly, exuding an impressive force that even surpassed Jiu's. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng exchanged perplexed looks. Though they had spent years attempting to understand the intricacies of talismans, they could not replicate the smoothness of Yi Xian's execution. Was it possible that this lad hailed from a wealthy family, having been exposed to ink and paper from a young age? After all, in this world, only those of affluence could receive a proper education. Yet, the more they observed, the more curious it became. Yi Xian did not resemble a novice in his first encounter with talismans. His drawings of the talismans, compared to a certain so-called genius from Maoshan, it is indeed far more aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 8. In comparison to Xiao Xian, we are scarcely better than worthless. As a master of the earth, Uncle Jiu is acutely aware of the profound intricacies of talismanic symbols. Although the breaking evil talisman is merely a fundamental symbol, it demands an exceptionally high level of skill in its execution. Even if Yi Xian possesses a foundation in brushwork, it is utterly impossible for him to grasp it after just one glance. After all, the strokes of talismanic art, while seemingly akin to the art of calligraphy, are fundamentally opposed in their subtleties. Indeed, an overly advanced calligraphic foundation may inadvertently influence one's talismanic technique. The success of the talisman aside, even in terms of its appearance, not even a seasoned practitioner like him, who has dedicated years to cultivation, could find a single flaw. The artwork is undeniably exquisite and strikingly beautiful. Yet to truly comprehend the deeper significance of talismanic symbols requires countless hours of diligent practice. In his youth, his master also painstakingly rendered it hundreds of times before grasping the essence of the breaking evil talisman. Xiaoxian, your talent is commendable, but pride must not take root. Replicating it a few hundred more times will surely yield results. Uncle Jiu spoke with a calm demeanor, yet his heart brimmed with joy. After all, he could not shamelessly declare, Xiaoxian, you truly are a genius. Firstly, as a teacher, one must maintain a sense of dignity. Secondly, he feared that should Xiaoxian receive excessive praise, he might become arrogant and complacent, a grave pitfall for a cultivator. At that moment, the astonished exclamation of Wen Kaiqiusheng sent a shiver down Uncle Jiu's spine. Master! Master! Xiaoxian's talisman is igniting. No, it is glowing. Uncle Jiu turned to behold the scene, his brow furrowed and teeth chattering, disbelief etched across his features. There stood Yi Xian, having set down his brush. Beside his desk where the talismans were enveloped in a rich aura of spiritual energy, occasionally radiating a golden light far more dazzling than Uncle Jiu's previous efforts. In comparison, the latter's talisman paled into insignificance. How could this be possible? Uncle Jiu hastened forward, picking up the breaking evil talisman that Yi Xian had drawn. Logically, the golden light should have dissipated, indicating its completion. Yet, as a fellow genius, he could scarcely believe that someone could surpass decades of cultivation with a single attempt. Chanting incantations, he prepared to test whether the breaking evil talisman was merely a facade. Heaven has its deities, and the earth has its spirits, wise and just, impartial and fair, vanquishing evil and alleviating peril, like the wrath of the divine, reducing foes to ashes. As the last words left his lips, the talisman flew from his fingers, hovering in midair. Under the impetus of the incantation, the talisman began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, coalescing into a spherical mass of spiritual power. Most astonishingly, the sphere compressed relentlessly, evoking a sense that it was on the verge of shattering. Run! Run quickly! If we do not flee, our lives will be forfeit. Wen Kaiqiusheng exclaimed simultaneously. Although the breaking evil talisman is a fundamental symbol, its destructive potential is formidable. They had witnessed their master's evil-destroying talisman obliterate a ghoul into mere fragments. Moreover, the sphere of condensed spiritual energy was no larger than an egg. Yet, Yi Xian's talisman gathered an energy mass larger than a human head. Wasn't he that inviting disaster? Two incompetent disciples. It was merely an evil-destroying talisman, with a master present. What was there to fear? Observing the somewhat absurd evil-destroying talisman, Uncle Jiu exuded confidence. This talisman specifically targeted malevolent entities and posed minimal harm to humans. Furthermore, as a formidable practitioner at the initial stage of mastery, would he truly fear a mere talisman? Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, chastised into silence, unconsciously began retreating towards the shrine's exit, though they reluctantly clutched Yi Xian's arm. Just as the three were about to step out of the shrine, the talisman suddenly radiated a flash of golden light, and the sphere of spiritual energy appeared to respond to a summons, erupting explosively. Boom! Golden rays burst forth. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged from the shrine's center, akin to a monstrous tide. The sound of rustling robes filled the air, dust and debris swirling about. Wen Kai and Xiaosheng instinctively shielded their eyes with their arms, yet their trembling cheeks betrayed the terror within their hearts. Having followed Uncle Jiu for many years, they had faced countless battles, yet this was the first time they witnessed such formidable power emanating from a talisman. Not even a heavily armored corpse could withstand its might. Yi Xian was equally astonished. Logically, the Sharingan merely replicated perfectly. How could the talisman's power be amplified so dramatically? Could it be the result of the celestial body? His speculation was not unfounded. The strength of a celestial body stems not only from its extraordinary vitality, but also from the fact that those who possess it can wield ninjutsu with an intensity far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. The tumultuous wind ceased, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Is Master unharmed? Yi Xian's gaze turned towards the shrine. Unaware that the evil-destroying talisman specifically targets malevolent beings and inflicts little harm on humans, he worried that he might have inadvertently harmed his master during his first attempt at learning. Should word of this spread, he would bear an eternal infamy. Rest assured, Xiaoxian, Master is tough and resilient. I assure you, Master is one of the foremost experts in the Taoist realm. The talisman cannot harm him. When Kai and Xiaosheng held immense faith in their master. After all, in all the years spent with Uncle Jiu, they had never witnessed him falter before any malevolent entity, let alone a mere talisman. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Upon reflection, it made sense. Uncle Jiu's talent and prowess were indeed unparalleled in Maoshan, and a talisman he casually drew could not possibly harm him. Just then, a faint call from within the shrine reached their ears. Sensing the weak tone, Wen Kai and Xiaosheng immediately felt something was amiss and hurried inside to check. As they stepped into the shrine, the two individuals were momentarily bewildered. They beheld the chaos within the room, their master's robe in tatters. As though struck by lightning, even more alarming was the fact that the ancestral tablet, meticulously carved from peachwood just yesterday, had also shattered. Could this be the work of Yi Xian's talisman? Surely not. For a novice in talisman crafting, to inflict harm upon his master and to cause the ancestral spirit to crack was unfathomable. Wen Kai and Xiaosheng's eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief. They had previously witnessed Uncle Jiu igniting his own evil-breaking talisman in a fiery explosion, yet it had not harmed him in the slightest. The absurdity of it all was beyond comprehension. Yi Xian had only been at the mortuary for a few days, and his rate of advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Reflecting upon their own progress, apart from some rudimentary martial arts, they had learned nothing of substance. Compared to Yi Xian, the two elder brothers felt utterly ineffectual. Dazed, the two exchanged glances. Xiaosheng remarked, "It seems that the path of cultivation is not suited for us. Perhaps we should learn from the young men of the neighboring village, who can create delightful confections while we merely produce foul-smelling refuse. Let us pursue a life of performance instead." When Kai concurred, "I believe that is a splendid idea." Yi Xian hurried into the room, expressing concern for Uncle Jiu. However, the latter abruptly shook his powerful frame and, feigning nonchalance, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. How could I possibly be harmed, little Xian? I merely let my guard down. You need not blame yourself. Even the ancestral spirits find amusement in this." Yi Xian, Wen Kai, Xiaosheng. Could one be so brazenly disingenuous? Was this how one repaid the ancestral spirits? Uncle Jiu feigned composure, yet deep within, his resolve was on the verge of crumbling. It was one thing for Yi Xian to possess an extraordinary physique, but to learn talisman crafting with such ease and to produce talismans of immense power was truly alarming. Had it not been for the protective barrier of spiritual energy, this prodigy of Maoshan might have met his end at that very moment. Chapter 9. The Surge of Monstrous Beasts. A simulation once more. "Master, are you truly unharmed?" Yi Xian inquired with renewed concern. Throughout this period, Uncle Jiu had shown him unparalleled care and attention to detail that could not be overstated. While it may not constitute a debt of gratitude, it certainly fostered a bond. Furthermore, Yi Xian was inherently a person who repaid kindness and avenged grievances. "Master, how could there be anything wrong with me? If you doubt it, I shall demonstrate a set of bagua palm techniques right here," Uncle Jiu insisted. "There is no need for that," Yi Xian hastily interjected, seeking to prevent his stubborn master from exerting himself. For those who cultivate, refining the body and nurturing the heart is the essence of the Tao. The stronger the practitioner, the more resilient their resolve. Should that resolve shatter, their cultivation would stagnate. Even though Uncle Jiu wore a smile, his inner fortitude was perilously close to collapse. Encountering an exceptional disciple like Yi Xian, even with Lin Jiudao's profound cultivation and unwavering resolve, would cause any of his peers to faint in astonishment. It is indeed a testament to the merits accumulated by our revered ancestor in past lives that the Maoshan sect could accept such a disciple. Not daring to linger any longer, Uncle Jiu turned to exit the ancestral hall, but was soon obstructed by Wen Kai and Xiaosheng. "Master, did you not promise to demonstrate a set of bagua palm techniques?" they exclaimed in unison. "Yes, indeed. I am also eager to witness your bagua palm." With Xiaoxian exhibiting such prowess, we, as his senior brothers, must strive diligently as well. "Please, Master, do demonstrate," Wen Kai earnestly implored. Accustomed to their previous ineptitude, they now felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. However, to Uncle Jiu, their words seemed akin to sabotaging his own efforts. Given his current state, performing a set of bagua palm techniques might allow Yi Xian to grasp it instantaneously. If that were to happen, it would mark the day of reckoning for Lin Jiu of Maoshan. What sins must our ancestor have committed in his past life to encounter such prodigious disciples? Casting a glance at the two, Uncle Jiu then turned gently to Yi Xian, saying, Xiao Xian, be sure to rest early tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to Rinjia town to assist old Master Rin with a grave relocation. Having spoken, Uncle Jiu swiftly departed, fearing the two disciples would impede his escape. Once he was gone, Wen Kai and Xiusheng immediately shifted their focus to Yi Xian, having witnessed the power of his talismans. Their attitudes toward him had undergone a complete transformation. Xiao Xian, no. Xiangu, would you be so kind as to draw me a few exorcism talismans? I wish to use them to vanquish evil spirits and showcase the prowess of our sect. $2, will you draw one for me? Xiusheng chimed in. Xiangu, I want one too. I can treat you to dinner. Their pleas were earnest. Despite their 7 or 8 years of cultivation, they still struggled to produce even a single exorcism talisman. If only they had Xiao Xian's talismans. While they might not guarantee the extermination of demons, their ability to summon a tempest would undoubtedly impress others. Moreover, they were to visit Rinjia town tomorrow. The Rin family was affluent, their wealth vast. Yet they had no heirs. Most importantly, their daughter, Rin Tingting, was exquisitely beautiful, her every movement as graceful as a startled swan. As if she had stepped out of a painting, her beauty struck at the very core of their hearts. The widow at the village entrance once said that the only path for a man to achieve success was to win the affection of a wealthy woman. They had awaited this opportunity for a long time. It would not be an exaggeration to say they had lost sleep over it. Very well. Yi Xian replied with a nod of agreement. The night deepened quietly, and as Uncle Jiu heard the snores of Wen Kai and Xiusheng, he could no longer contain himself. He immediately knelt before the image of the ancestor he worshipped in his room, seeking to fortify his resolve. Ancestor, you must still be awake, I presume. Even I, a disciple of Maoshan, find it difficult to sleep due to such monstrous talent. How could you possibly find rest? With Xiao Xian's innate abilities, it is certain that within a decade, Maoshan will ascend to become the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation. Although this indeed tests Xiao Jiu's resolve, I am determined to persevere. Even in death, we shall smile in the depths of the netherworld. Expressing this feels so much better. Grandmaster forbids staying up late. Good night. With such a disciple, I cannot believe you can sleep soundly. Rest assured, I will devote myself fully to nurturing Xiao Xian in the days to come. Time to sleep. Time to sleep. I nearly forgot you adhere to the nocturnal hours of the underworld, so drink less wine. Grandmaster, you may not have expected this. I am so excited that sleep eludes me. No sooner had I spoken than a cold breeze surged into the room, and a portrait that had hung on the wall for years suddenly fell with the wind. Uncle Jiu. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had not closed his eyes, gazing at the virtual screen with eager anticipation. Initiating world extraction. Extracted the demon beast world, where various fiends roam freely. Creatures resembling ordinary cattle but covered in spines. Known as Chionchi. Beasts akin to red leopards, sporting 5 tails and a single horn. Entities that resemble dogs, with 4 clawless feet and eyes that cannot see. Known as chaos. Divine beasts and ferocious creatures abound, with a myriad of complex bloodlines. Even the weaker ones can transform into terrifying entities capable of shifting mountains and seas through consumption. Would you like to proceed with simulation? Simulation. Yi Xian brimmed with anticipation. What concepts lie within divine beasts and ferocious creatures? They traverse the heavens and the earth, unstoppable, though this realm is perilous. A renowned philosopher once sang, why do the most alluring things pose the greatest danger? Not to mention obtaining their essence. Even a trace of their bloodline would be immensely rewarding. Generating visuals. You have been born. Upon gaining consciousness, you find yourself in a confined space, surrounded by slime that controls your movement. After some time, you finally realize you are within an egg, discovering that you possess 2 wings, a sharp beak, and powerful claws. You surmise you must have the bloodline of a phoenix. Even if not, you are certainly a fierce beast soaring through the skies. A bird of flight. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. It is well known that creatures soaring in the sky do not occupy the apex of the food chain, yet they stand above the mid-tier. Moreover, Being able to fly means fewer natural predators. But witnessing the subsequent simulation, Yi Xian was utterly dumbfounded. Half a month later, you hatch, and upon opening your eyes, you find yourself in a nest of grass, where your mother stands before you, towering at 30 centimeters, her unkempt fur shedding continuously. In her excitement, she cannot help but relieve herself, a pile of droppings landing squarely on your head. You shook your head, casting off the feathers from your crown, thereby attracting the attention of all the chickens, for atop your head resided 2 unique tufts of gray plumage, a sight utterly unparalleled. As you ambled forth, your gait was equally distinctive, characterized by a slight shoulder shimmy accompanied by the cacophony of clucking. Your mother bestowed upon you the name Chick Too Beautiful. What an absurdity indeed. Yi Xian. Chapter 10. With disciples of such caliber, we could both rest in laughter beneath the 9 springs. Although merely a simulation, Yi Xian felt an undeniable slight to his spirit. He dismissed further contemplation and redirected his gaze to the simulation. Your physique enhanced at an extraordinary pace. One fateful day, after consuming the tender green caterpillar offered by your mother, you instantaneously transformed into a mature rooster. To your astonishment, you discovered that all beings in this world were infused with potent spiritual energy, akin to starting with a colossal fish, with evolution relying solely on consumption. Henceforth, you yearned to venture into the outside world, hoping that by casually devouring something, you might achieve further evolution. Yet your mother, well aware of the treacherous nature of the outside realm, vigilantly guarded your side. Until one day, when your parents departed in their vehicle, you stealthily slipped away. Upon emerging into the world, however, you were greeted by an endless expanse of desolation, nothing but sand as far as the eye could see, devoid of even a single blade of grass. Just as despair began to consume you, a sudden brightness caught your attention. A sandstorm was approaching. You perished. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 chicken feather decoration. Gazing at the feather in your hand, Yi Xian felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In this realm of demonic beasts, even a single evolution could lead to monumental transformation. Chick Too Beautiful could acquire remarkable rewards. This death felt unbearably stifling. Revive, Yi Xian murmured inwardly. Indeed, due to the host's rising prowess, the simulator had activated, offering a function to exchange simulation attempts for revival. After all, Chick Too Beautiful had already reached maturity. Should a new simulation commence, it was entirely possible that in infancy, you would meet your end prematurely. Reviving, you survived the sandstorm and began to seek a new path. Yet after several days of wandering, you found not a morsel to sustain yourself. Hunger surged to your mind. Your legs began to tremble, and progressing through the yellow sands became increasingly arduous. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared before you. You noticed not far ahead a foul-smelling semi-solid mass, and for a moment, you found yourself in a quandary. Yi Xian, not to mention Chick Too Beautiful. Even a mere observer would hesitate to decide. To abstain would surely mean death. To partake, however, might lead to a lifetime of ridicule if others were to witness. After a moment's deliberation, considering the surrounding desolation and the likelihood of no witnesses, you cast aside your doubts and rushed forward. You indulged in a feast, and upon completion, you were astonished to discover a wondrous energy coursing through your body, nourishing your meridians from head to toe. However, the overwhelming potency of this energy caused you to succumb to slumber. After an indeterminate number of days, you finally awakened, gazing in disbelief at your physique, which had doubled in size. Most astonishing of all, your feathers radiated a lustrous, glass-like sheen. It turned out that fortune had favored you. The semi-solid mass you consumed contained remnants of a certain mythical beast, its undigested tissues possessing the ability to enhance the strength of your form. Days later, you emerged from the desolate wasteland into a verdant oasis, yet the inhabitants of this lush realm were, for the most part, exceedingly mundane. Their presence offered no benefit to your evolution. Determined to pursue further strokes of luck, you traversed mountains and rivers, sampling countless solid substances, yet yielded no rewards. Just as you were about to concede defeat, a fire phoenix suddenly graced the heavens, spiraling gracefully through the air. Fortune had arrived. You were resolved not to squander this opportunity, pursuing the fire phoenix in hopes of receiving its blessings. The heavens do not disappoint the diligent. And after following its flight for several miles, a dark object descended from the sky, igniting your eyes with excitement. The auspicious remnants of the phoenix had arrived. You were acutely aware that the divine creatures typically consumed formidable beings, and acquiring even a fragment of their remains would significantly enhance your own prowess. Fearful that this opportunity might be snatched away by other beasts, you fixated on the ever-growing object, unwilling to retreat even a step. However, the fire phoenix's size far surpassed your expectations. The solid mass dwarfed your form by several magnitudes. Boom. You met your demise beneath its weight. Extracting rewards. Congratulations. Host, physical enhancement. In an instant, your form jolted, and your skin shimmered with a bronze glow. As the faint luminescence faded, the hardness of your muscles resembled tempered iron. You felt an unprecedented resilience. Even against a fierce blade, your body could withstand multiple strikes. It is worth noting that we now reside in an age of declining magical practices, where such body-refining techniques have long been lost. To alter one's physique, one must endure relentless training day after day. Even then, the limitations of the human body remain. Even your esteemed uncle, who has devoted decades to cultivation and has never neglected the enhancement of his physical form, would, given another century, still fall short of your current capabilities. Yet, despite the bountiful gains, a sense of unease lingered within you. Just as the phoenix's fortuitous remnants were within your grasp, you fell victim to fate once more. This demise felt particularly frustrating. Revive. One more attempt. Generating image. You burst forth, tirelessly searching for the treasures that could facilitate your evolution. After a brief moment, you finally discover it, a bone radiating a faint glow. Just as joy fills your heart, an inexplicable sense of danger surges from behind. You turn around to find yourself frozen in shock. Indeed, there is a beast, equally in pursuit of its own fortune. A monstrous creature, towering at 10 meters. Shrouded in crimson fur, charges towards you at an astonishing speed. Boom. You are crushed to smithereens. Simulation complete. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a rib bone of the crimson flame tiger. This can be utilized for alchemical concoctions or refined into weapons and spiritual artifacts, all possessing power beyond your wildest imagination. It has been placed within the system. Yi Xian, however, does not rush to refine it. After all, he currently lacks knowledge of alchemy and artifact forging. Even if he did, attempting to refine it with his present abilities would merely squander the precious resource. With the simulation encounters exhausted, he decides to cease pondering and falls into a deep slumber. For tomorrow, he must attend to matters in Rinjia town. As the moon sets and the sun rises, the chorus of frogs ceases and cicadas fall silent. In his drowsy state, Yi Xian hears the calls of Wen Kai and Qiuxing. Brother Xian, wake up and get ready. Rinjia town is dozens of miles away. We need to set off early. Hurry up, we can't afford to miss our schedule. The two call from the bedside. After merely a couple of shouts, Jiu hurriedly approaches, interrupting them. Cultivators must rest well. You two go ahead and prepare. Let Xiao Xian rest a bit longer. Wen Kai? Qiuxing. Goodness, master, you're becoming increasingly unreasonable. That bit of selfishness is no longer even concealed. They merely wish to sleep in a little. Yet for Xiao Xian, it's all about prioritizing rest. Talk about double standards. Upon witnessing Jiu pick up the peachwood sword, the two dare not ponder further and hastily rush to prepare. Humph. Can you two compare to Xiao Xian? Jiu snorts. It is not favoritism. Rather, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy within Xiao Xian's room last night. He must be secretly cultivating. Ancestor, do you see this? With such a disciple, both of us shall surely smile as we depart this world. Chapter 11. Little Junior Brother. Surpassing the predecessors? Relocating graves is a significant family affair in this era. The feng shui and layout imperceptibly influence the fortunes and destinies of future generations. Hence, the procedures are considerably more complex. Consequently, Wen Kai and Qiuxing spent the better part of a day preparing the necessary items. Once everything was in order, Yi Xian finally rubbed his bleary eyes and stumbled outside. Xiao Xian, what has happened to your physique? Despite Yi Xian's outward appearance remaining largely unchanged. However, after decades of cultivation, Uncle Jiu's discerning I was undeniably exceptional. Upon first laying eyes on the former, he instantly recognized a profound transformation in his constitution that had occurred overnight. Last night, I merely glanced at the remnants behind the Maoshan's secretary and practiced for a brief moment. Yi Xian replied nonchalantly. What? How is this possible? Uncle Jiu's body trembled, his expression one of astonishment and disbelief. That fragment. It was precisely the body refinement technique lost by Maoshan for centuries. Throughout these hundreds of years, The ancestors of Mao Shan had endeavored to comprehend and restore it, yet none had succeeded, not even himself. Since descending the mountain, he too had aspired to unravel its mysteries. But he had not grasped even a modicum of its teachings. You, who have only recently embarked on this path, have spent merely a single night and not only comprehended it but also refined it in your slumber? Even if one possessed extraordinary talent, such a jest would be unfathomable. Wen Kai, come here, my disciple. Even with his own eyes witnessing this, Uncle Jiu could scarcely believe it to be true, feeling as though he must be dreaming. When Wen Kai approached, Uncle Jiu wasted no time in delivering a sharp reprimand. Upon hearing the familiar cry of distress, his recently solidified heart of doubt trembled violently. Quick, assist me into the room. This matter must be conveyed to our esteemed ancestor, Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng. Their understanding of the Tao was shallow, and thus they could not perceive Yi Xian's transformation, assuming their master had lost his senses. Yet they dared not speak further and complied with his request. Once the heart of Tao was secured, Uncle Jiu led his 3 disciples hastily to the relocation site. As they walked, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng wore worried expressions, whispering, "This is bad. This is bad. We will certainly delay the appointed time. And Lord Run will surely be furious. It would be wise to speak less on this occasion." Yi Xian, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Who is this Lord Ren? Is he truly that formidable?" Given his current identity as an outsider, it was only logical to pretend not to understand certain matters. That old man is indeed formidable. Not only is he immensely wealthy, but he is also the patriarch of the Ren clan and the town's mayor. Every affair in the town is dictated by him. Even the town's security team follows his orders without question. He is essentially the local sovereign. When Kai and Qiuxing explained, each word resonating with truth. In this era, where transportation was inconvenient, many towns lay far apart, and those wielding power could indeed control the lives and deaths of many. Moreover, in the southern regions, the concept of kinship was deeply ingrained. The patriarch's words were akin to commands. Calling him a local emperor would not be an exaggeration. Then we must hasten our pace. Yi Xian interjected, echoing their sentiment. Yet, who could have anticipated? This statement ignited Uncle Jiu's competitive spirit. As a master, he had to uphold his dignity and could not allow his disciples to look down upon him, especially after taking Yi Xian as his pupil. His desire to excel grew even stronger. Little Xian has time. If he misses this occasion, there will be others. There is no need for excessive concern. Even Lord Ren would grant me a modicum of respect. Uncle Jiu's expression remained calm. Yet a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth as he cast a knowing glance at his 2 wayward disciples. Wen Kai and Qiusheng remembered well his repeated admonitions. Cultivating the Tao is not merely about fighting and killing, but rather about understanding human relationships and worldly affairs. They immediately grasped his intent. Oh dear, I almost forgot. In this region, our master is indeed a figure of great esteem. Who would dare show disrespect to him? Not to mention Lord Ren. Even the county magistrate would need to show him some deference. Truly, he is a master. Yu Xian echoed this sentiment. He understood that when Kai and Qiuxing were merely boasting, the Taoist sect had indeed fallen into decline, and the status of Taoists had gradually diminished. Although Uncle Jiu possessed remarkable skills, not everyone would accord him respect. Little Xian, work hard. In the future, you too shall earn the support of the masses. Just like your master. Though Uncle Jiu appeared tranquil, his heart swelled with uncontainable joy. To receive praise from a talent like Little Xian was far more gratifying than 1,000 compliments from Wen Kai and Qiusheng. Without further ado, they hastened onward. Soon, they arrived in the mountains of Rinjia town. This place, surrounded by clear waters and lush greenery, featured majestic peaks, a landscape of unparalleled beauty. They traversed a shaded path leading to an open area, where they encountered several robust men wielding shovels and picks, tirelessly digging beside a cement grave. Nearby stood an elderly man and a young woman, Ren Fa, whose forehead was lined with wrinkles, and his daughter, Ren Tingting. Although she was dressed modestly, her graceful figure was unmistakable, bending like a willow, and her subtle demeanor exuded an ineffable purity. With every gesture, she radiated an ethereal elegance. Even though when Kai had previously encountered her over coffee, he was once again rendered speechless. Both men snapped back to reality and gallantly rushed forward to greet her. Before arriving, they had donned their finest attire, adorning themselves like 2 peacocks courting. Uncle Jiu approached Ren Fa to explain the reason for their tardiness. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce for years, Ren Fa was far from the fool others imagined. His success in business was a testament to his exceptional acumen. Upon hearing Uncle Jiu's explanation and that there was still ample time, he bore no further grievances and instead focused his gaze on the handsome Yu Xian. As for Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, he had already developed a distaste for them during their previous coffee encounter. Uncle Jiu, who is this child? Oh, this is little Xian, my newly accepted disciple. Master Jiu proudly remarked. Yi Xian is not only fresh and handsome, but also remarkably composed, unlike those two troublesome disciples, Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, who can hardly move when they see Rin Tingting. Oh, a closed-door disciple. This child possesses an air of ethereal grace. Master Jiu is truly fortunate. Rin Fa's eyes brightened. Although he lacked knowledge of the Tao, he understood certain principles that transcend various fields. For instance, the concept of a closed-door disciple signifies that only a mentor who believes that their newly accepted disciple possesses exceptional talent and the potential to surpass their predecessors would designate them as such. At this moment, Rin Tingting, who had been persistently pursued by Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, also turned her gaze towards Yi Xian. Having studied in the provincial capital, she was accustomed to men like Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, who indulged in flattery. Thus, she found herself intrigued by Yi Xian, who appeared disinterested in her. With small, graceful steps, she approached him and greeted, "Hello, Xiao Xian. You can call me Tingting." Yi Xian nodded slightly and returned the handshake. This interaction left Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng utterly dumbfounded. Goodness, this was their second encounter with Rin Tingting. After their previous lengthy entreaties, they had yet to even touch a strand of her hair. And now, their junior disciple had the audacity to hold her hand directly. Moreover, Rin Tingting looked as delighted as a blooming lotus. Chapter 12. The coffin cannot be moved? There must be a mystery. After a brief exchange, they returned to the matter at hand. Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng had prepared the altar for the coffin-moving ceremony, as it is customary to pay respects to the deceased. Not only must one offer incense 7 days in advance, but various offerings must also be presented before the coffin is moved to express reverence. Upon seeing the coffin, the young participants in the groundbreaking ceremony shouted and promptly tied ropes around it, setting up wooden frames in preparation for its lifting. As the crowd gathered, Master Jiu instructed, "Everyone, today marks the day Rin Gongwei's remains see the light of day. Those aged 36, 22, 35, and 48, particularly those born in the year of the rooster and the year of the ox, should step aside." As soon as he finished speaking, those of the specified ages hurriedly retreated. No one wished to invoke bad luck associated with the deceased. "All right, let's bring up the coffin." With the retreat concluded, Master Jiu gave another command. Several strong men rolled up their sleeves and lined up, ready to pull the coffin with the ropes. These young men possessed considerable strength, capable of uprooting even thick willow trees when utilizing the leverage of the wooden frame. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite exerting all their strength, the wooden frame creaked under the pressure, but Rin Weiyong's coffin remained firmly entrenched in the earth, seemingly held fast by an invisible force. Master Jiu's expression darkened as Rin Fa furrowed his brows in confusion. "Do not be alarmed. What is born of earth, and the two are interdependent. Over the decades, many coffins become entwined with the roots of grass and trees. This is a normal occurrence. Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, you two go and lend a hand," instructed Uncle Jiu in a calm tone. Yet, he was filled with perplexity. The entanglement of roots and stems was no mere fabrication, but the ability to bind so securely was indeed unprecedented. "All right, master," replied Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, rolling up their sleeves. Having practiced their martial arts for several years, their strength far surpassed that of ordinary men. They strode forth with bravado, eager to showcase their prowess before Rin Tingting. Strangely, despite the addition of Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, the coffin remained immovable. With a resounding bang, the tremendous force snapped the entire rope. Wen Kai, Xiao Sheng, and the other youths tumbled down in a comical heap, covered in dirt and dust. At that moment, Uncle Jiu, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow and paused, his feet barely grazing the ground like a dragonfly skimming the water. He leaped into the air, deftly throwing the corpse binding rope he had just retrieved from his bag, reattaching it to one end of the coffin. As he landed, the rope once again hung from the wooden frame. With Uncle Jiu's intervention, everyone sensed the situation was peculiar and retreated to the sidelines. Wen Kai quickly took on the role of a protector, standing in front of Rin Tingting. "Do not fear. With me, Taoist Wen Kai, your grandfather cannot cause any trouble." Xiao Sheng, unwilling to be outdone, added, Yes, just a little mutt. He must reckon with me. Taoist Qiu Sheng. The two successfully shielded Ren Tingting, who leaned closer to the calm and silent Yi Xian. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. What on earth is happening? The more proactive they became, the closer Tingting nestled against Xian. Was it a reverse separation? Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu also began to exert his strength, subtly infusing the rope with spiritual energy as the wooden frame creaked under the strain. The earth began to shift, and the coffin gradually rose inch by inch. Observing this, the crowd erupted in admiration. Yet, Uncle Jiu's brow remained tightly knit. He had just used his spiritual power to dispel the malevolent force pulling the coffin down. However, typically, a coffin weighs only 200 or 300 pounds. But the Ren family, being affluent, had chosen a superior coffin, crafted from dense wood and adorned with gold and silver treasures, coupled with the burial items. It surely weighed 600 to 700 pounds. Even after decades of cultivation, it was inconceivable for him to forcibly lift a coffin nearing 1,000 pounds. In that moment, Uncle Jiu found himself in a stalemate with the coffin, unable to budge it even slightly. Just as he was about to call for assistance, he heard Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng boast recklessly in an attempt to impress Ren Tingting. Can Uncle Jiu really handle this? Murmured Ren Tingting, her cherry lips parting softly. Fear not. My master is a rare genius of the Maoshan lineage, and if he cannot lift even a coffin, how could he dare call himself our master? Indeed, not just one coffin, even 10, my master could lift with ease. Does master require assistance? Surely not. I have already asserted that it is unnecessary. Uncle Jiu, were it not for the presence of onlookers, he would have certainly unleashed a tempest upon the heads of his two wayward disciples, if their inability to cultivate were not lamentable enough. How is it possible that after so many years under his tutelage, they have lost the very essence of being human? What misdeed did our esteemed ancestor commit in a past life to deserve these two simpletons in the Maoshan lineage? Yu Xian sensed the peculiar atmosphere. As he understood it, Uncle Jiu possessed profound knowledge of talismans and Taoist techniques, yet his physical prowess was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary individual. He quickly stepped forward, gripping the rope tightly. Master, let us exert our strength together. Uncle Jiu's gaze softened momentarily, but then turned fiercely towards his two disciples, seemingly indifferent to their plight. His questioning eyes seemed to scold. If you two possessed even a fraction of Yi Xian's character, I might have had something to commend you for before our ancestor. Upon your return, I shall certainly have your heads. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. Just then, Uncle Jiu suddenly relaxed his grip. Coming back to his senses, he beheld Yi Xian firmly planted in a horse stance, effortlessly pulling on the rope, while the coffin ascended inch by inch from the earth. With a resounding thud, the coffin landed, sinking several inches into the yellow earth, stirring a light cloud of dust. The weight of it was unmistakable. In an instant, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Yi Xian. All possessed of a single head and 2 legs, this young man, though more handsome, youthful, and refined than them, bore no other discernible differences. So why? How could he, relying solely on his own strength, lift such a heavy coffin? In their confusion, the crowd's expression shifted, transferring their respect for Uncle Jiu entirely to Yi Xian. Uncle Jiu was equally astounded. The muscles on his face twitched incessantly. The force exerted was akin to that of 3 or 4 middle-aged men combined. How could Yi Xian's slender frame possess such strength? Had he, overnight, not only mastered the art of body refinement, but elevated it to a minor realm of achievement? Such extraordinary talent. Surely the heavens had descended in the dead of night to bestow upon Yi Xian a divine meal. As Uncle Jiu appeared increasingly dazed, Yi Xian interjected, Master, it is time to drive the nails and open the coffin, lest we miss the auspicious moment. In truth, he had employed a technique of amplification, leveraging the crowd's presence to remain unnoticed. Oh, time is indeed fleeting. Regaining his composure, Uncle Jiu hastened to direct the others to commence the subsequent procedures. Should they miss this moment again, they would be compelled to re-enter Ren Wei Yong and postpone the relocation to a later date. As the crowd gathered around, the atmosphere grew charged with anticipation. Ren Fa approached with a smile, deliberately putting Taoist Jiu under pressure. With your profound knowledge, I am certain you recognize this tomb. I wonder if your disciples can? Chapter 13. It is a disgrace for those of our cultivation lineage. Ren Fa's sudden challenge was not entirely without merit. Today, Jiu and his disciples had missed their appointed time, and over the years, Jiu's reputation among the people had soared. As the head of a town, Ren Fa naturally could not tolerate this. Jiu smiled faintly. Recently, during a coffee gathering, he sensed Rin Fa's intent to undermine him. Before arriving, he had already provided Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng with intensive training. Such a tomb was typical, and my disciples would certainly recognize it. Which of you two will enlighten Lord Rin? Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng instantly felt a chill run down their spines. The day before Xiao Xian's arrival, their master had repeatedly emphasized the layout and placement of this tomb. Yet, they had only discussed how to win over Rin Tingting. They hadn't absorbed a single word. Their faces abruptly froze, exchanging encouraging glances. Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng, you can take the lead. You're more resilient than I am. Qiu Sheng, do not be modest. My brother Wen Kai, this is an opportunity to shine before others, and it should undoubtedly be yours. If you succeed, Rin Tingting will surely be enamored with you. Wen Kai, are you certain? Qiu Sheng, absolutely. Without further hesitation, Wen Kai rushed forward. Master, I know. I will speak. Jiu nodded in approval, his smile widening. Observing Wen Kai's prolonged silence, he calmly reassured, there is no need to rush, Wen Kai. Take your time. It was entirely normal. This was Wen Kai's first time speaking publicly, and a degree of nervousness was to be expected. Master, if I say something wrong, please do not blame me. Speak freely and boldly. I will not hold it against you. In Jiu's view, having reiterated the instructions numerous times, even if Wen Kai was somewhat slow-witted, he should still be able to convey the essence adequately. This tomb is long and narrow, akin to a coffin, and perfectly rectangular. Moreover, it must be interred with a French-style funeral. It would be best to plant a vast array of roses above, for the sake of a beloved maiden. Wen Kai rambled on, even casting flirtatious glances at Rin Tingting. Haha, what an exquisite explanation. Truly, I admire a disciple trained by Taoist Jiu. Wen Kai would never fail to impress. The townsfolk, following Rin Fa, erupted in laughter. Even those who had never practiced cultivation could discern that this was utter nonsense. You. Jiu gazed at Wen Kai in disbelief. His eyes blazed with fury, questioning, how could you utter such words? How could you say such things? It is a disgrace for our cultivation lineage. He, Mao Shan Lin Jiu, has devoted half his life to the pursuit of Taoism, earning the respect and affection of his fellow villagers and employers. Yet, on this occasion, he found himself utterly humiliated. Sensing the awkwardness of Jiu Shu's predicament, Qiu Sheng swiftly pulled Wen Kai aside, bracing for a reprimand. At that moment, a calm voice pierced through the laughter of the crowd. My senior brother is merely joking with everyone. He mentioned it to me just yesterday. This type of tomb is a rare dragonfly touches water burial site. Surrounded by mountains and flowing water, embodying 3 auspicious elements, with 2 of them being exceptional. It represents a superior feng shui arrangement. The term law burial arises because the burial chamber measures 3 zhang 4, with only 4 feet usable, and spans 1 zhang 3, limiting usable space to 3 feet. Therefore, the coffin cannot be laid flat. It must be interred upright. As these words fell, Jiu Shu's eyes lit up with immense satisfaction as he gazed upon his soul disciple. Meanwhile, Wen Kai quickly shifted his thoughts, realizing, who would have thought that only my junior brother could perceive that I was joking with everyone? I am no longer pretending. I reveal my hand. These were precisely the words I had imparted to my junior disciple. Yet, not a single soul in the audience believed Wen Kai's absurd claims. Their astonishment directed at Yi Xian. Their gazes then shifted to Rin Fa. Having regained some ground, Rin Fa was not one to concede defeat easily. He smiled and praised. What Xiao Xian says is absolutely correct. It mirrors exactly what the feng shui master proclaimed 20 years ago. That master stated that if one is buried upright, their descendants will surely thrive. Yet, why in the past 2 decades has my Rin family seen no heirs, and instead faced bizarre occurrences and declining business? Yi Xian's gaze turned toward Jiu Shu, realizing that had it not been for the need to diffuse the situation, he would have preferred not to feign this pretense. It was undoubtedly Wen Kai's lack of finesse that had led to this. Xiao Xian, please continue, Jiu Shu, completely oblivious to his disciple's intentions, eagerly urged. Yi Xian, feeling helpless, replied, in my view, it seems that old Master Rin has offended this feng shui master. This is clearly a blatant act of retribution. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment, while Rin Fa's arrogance evaporated in an instant, replaced by a hint of trepidation. He hastily inquired, what do you mean by that? Xiao Xian Taoist? Yi Xian elucidated, this dragonfly touches water tomb should have snowflakes atop, utilizing the underground water vapor to dispel negative energy. However, old Master Rin's tomb has been sealed with concrete, obstructing the flow of moisture. Without water, this site cannot be deemed a dragonfly touches water. As the implications sank in, the crowd surveyed the surrounding concrete structures with newfound clarity. Ren-Fei was also taken aback. This burial site was initially prepared by the feng shui master for himself, yet his father had exploited power and coercion to acquire it. A lifetime of potential had been usurped by others. Anyone in his position would feel discontent. Realizing this, Ren-Fei dared not harbor any further intent to undermine Jiu and his disciples. A single feng shui master could bring misfortune to the Ren family for 2 decades. Should he provoke Jiu and his disciples again, it could spell the end for the Ren lineage. With a sigh, Ren-Fei lamented, alas. The events of that year stemmed from my father's initial misstep, but the actions of that feng shui master were exceedingly malicious. He accepted the payment yet could have easily sought out a more auspicious site. Instead, he condemned my family to 20 years of relentless suffering. Upon hearing Ren-Fei's lamentations, Uncle Jiu felt a surge of displeasure and retorted, he is still somewhat benevolent, having cautioned you about exhuming the coffin and relocating the grave after 20 years. He may have harmed you for a lifetime, but not for generations. Take solace in that. There are those among the practitioners of Taoism who place immense importance on their posthumous resting place. They spend their lives seeking graves for others, only to have their own plots claimed by others. This is akin to murder at its core. Employing minor tricks within the grave does not constitute a grave sin, especially since he provided a warning about the exhumation after 20 years. Ren-Fei nodded repeatedly, no longer daring to voice any further objections. At that moment, Yixian interjected. Master, I find this feng shui master to be exceedingly malevolent. I can comprehend the harm inflicted upon the Ren family over 2 decades. However, in my view, the reminder to exhume the coffin and relocate the grave is a sinister ploy aimed at ensuring the complete demise of the Ren lineage. After more than 20 years, the old Master Ren has almost certainly become a zombie, and zombies are drawn to the blood of their kin once they break free. Their foremost intent is to wreak havoc upon their closest blood relations. The feng shui master's suggestion to open the coffin after 20 years is undoubtedly a design for the annihilation of the Ren family. As these words fell from his lips, all present turned to Yixian with expressions of profound astonishment. In the 14th chapter, I ponder if in my previous life I had indeed aided the living. Xian, as practitioners of Taoism, we must never make light of matters. In the current landscape of the Taoist community, Master Lin Jiu of Maoshan has reached an unparalleled level of expertise in feng shui mysticism. During the coffin exhumation, he suspected that the feng shui master had tampered with the site, but he did not discern any intent to harm the Ren family. Moreover, should Xian utter such reckless words in Ren-Fei's hearing, it would undoubtedly be perceived as a curse upon him. Given his temperament, he would not let it go lightly. Xian, while one may jest about food, one must not speak carelessly. Ren-Fei approached, his tone laced with confusion and inquiry. Master Ren, my little disciple Uncle Jiu began to defend, but suddenly, something struck him, prompting him to observe the surrounding feng shui directions intently, his fingers deftly moving. Suddenly, he trembled, gazing at Yixian in utter horror, contemplating, what deeds did I commit in my past life to deserve such a disciple as Xian? Immediately, Uncle Jiu stepped in front of Ren-Fei, urging, you are the one who is being reckless. Be quiet. Allow my disciple to continue. Yixian slightly nodded, slowly gesturing towards the coffin. This location, surrounded by mountains, constitutes a feng shui configuration that gathers yin energy while blocking yang. The coffin's entombment in concrete has impeded the escape of yin energy through vapor, causing it to accumulate increasingly. This has formed an ideal environment for nurturing corpses. I fear that after 20 years, the old Master Ren has indeed transformed into a zombie. The crowd, filled with skepticism, felt a chill run down their spines after the confirmation from Master Jiu. Instinctively, they stepped back several paces, hesitant to approach the coffin. After all, tales of zombies attacking had circulated in folklore for years, with reports of entire villages, hundreds of souls, being drained to mere husks overnight. Their assistance in relocating graves was merely for a handful of coins. No one wished to gamble with their lives. Even the brave Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, who had battled zombies alongside Master Jiu, instinctively hid behind their mentor, casting wary glances. Master Jiu's brows furrowed, and his hands clenched unconsciously. Were it not for the crowd present, he would have given Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng a thorough reprimand. After all, young Xian had barely begun his apprenticeship, yet had deduced the nature of the corpse transformation without a hint of fear. How could these two senior disciples tremble at the thought of zombies? It was a disgrace to the Maoshan lineage, a shame upon the entire realm of cultivation. What sins had their ancestors committed, or what wrongs had he himself perpetrated in a previous life, to encounter such foolishness? Just then, Ren Fa interjected. My father passed away in utmost tranquility. Moreover, it has only been 20 years. How could he possibly have turned into a zombie? I have heard that a person transforms only if their last breath is caught in their throat, or if they absorb negative energy from the earth for a century. It was that malevolent force 2 decades ago that meddled. If you do not believe me, simply open the coffin and see for yourself. Master Jiu patiently explained. Open the coffin. Ren Fa gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with trepidation. There was no choice. If his father truly was a zombie, and he proceeded with a hasty burial, it would bring calamity upon the Ren family. As the head of the household, he had to consider the future of his entire clan. With a command, several sturdy men armed with digging tools began to nervously strike the coffin. With a resounding thud, as the sound reverberated, a fierce wind suddenly surged through the dense forest, sweeping leaves into a tempest that obscured the sky. The treetops, torn by the raging gusts, emitted a wailing sound reminiscent of tormented spirits. Suddenly, a flock of crows erupted from the thicket, swirling amidst the golden leaves, cawing incessantly. An eerie and foreboding atmosphere enveloped the area, causing the sturdy men prying open the coffin to feel a chill creep up their spines. Cold sweat slowly beading on their brows. Fear not, continue, Master Jiu urged, striding forward confidently in his yellow robe. Hearing his words, the sturdy men found newfound courage, exchanging determined glances before exerting their strength. With a final thud, the coffin crashed to the ground. Before anyone could react, a dense cloud of black corpse energy surged forth from the coffin, mingled with the putrid stench of decaying flesh. Reminiscent of a foul spring from the depths of the earth, it enveloped the coffin in a frost-like aura, causing frost patterns to bloom across its surface. A chill suddenly swept through the hearts of all present, causing their breaths to momentarily halt. As the black mist dissipated, revealing an eerie silence from within the coffin, trepidation filled the air. Hesitantly, they stepped closer, their gazes fixed upon the scene inside. Upon discerning the figure of Ren Weiyong within the coffin, astonishment erupted among the crowd. Their scalps prickling with fear, leaving them frozen in place, their eyes wide with terror. There lay a body, impeccably preserved and seemingly lifelike, clad in official garb and cradling an abacus. Its exposed skin, a ghastly shade of grayish-purple, showcased elongated limbs, particularly fingers that glimmered faintly with a metallic sheen, each nail akin to a silver spike, stretching a full hand's length. Regaining their composure, the onlookers cast reverent glances at Yi Xian, their eyes brimming with respect. Had it not been for this young Taoist's intervention, Ren Fa, in his confusion, might have unwittingly brought his father back to Ren family town. Had the zombie awakened, the calamity would not have befallen merely the Ren residents, but the entire town would have suffered. In stark contrast to the others' fears, Ren Fa, gazing upon the vividly lifelike visage of his deceased father, was flooded with memories of their once harmonious father-son relationship. Instinctively, he knelt, grasping Ren Tingting's hand, and cried out, "Father, please awaken and see. Your granddaughter has grown into adulthood. I have not brought you shame. Father, open your eyes and look." His words elicited a collective gasp from the crowd. What if your father truly awakens? We would all be doomed. With the crowd's urging, Ren Fa managed to compose himself, wiping away his tears, and urgently turned to Uncle Jiu, inquiring, "Uncle Jiu, do you have any means to swiftly handle my father?" The crowd was taken aback. What an extraordinary display of composure from Master Ren. Even Uncle Jiu, accustomed to such scenarios, was surprised that Ren Fa was not seeking to linger, but was instead demonstrating profound filial piety. Without further contemplation, Uncle Jiu replied, "The elder has undergone a transformation. This zombie does not belong to the cycle of 6 realms, being neither alive nor dead. The best course of action now is to employ the fire of Taoist magic to incinerate it, thus preventing future calamities." What? You intend to burn my father? That is absolutely unacceptable. During his life, he was deeply afraid of fire, having suffered injuries from it. Uncle Jiu, you are highly skilled. Surely there must be another way. I have money. I will pay any amount. In a rush, Ren Fa knelt again, pulling out a stack of silver notes, eager to offer them to Uncle Jiu. Although practitioners of the Tao often regarded exorcising demons as their duty, they were still human, and sustenance was essential. Uncle Jiu, recognizing the sincerity of Rin Fa's filial devotion, quickly assisted him to his feet and counseled, "Let us temporarily house the elder at my mortuary. Once I locate a suitable burial site, I shall use Taoist magic to seal and suppress him." "Very well," Rin Fa exclaimed, rising immediately. Turning to the others, he commanded, "Quickly, cover my father's coffin and deliver it to the funeral home at once." The crowd responded with confusion. Chapter 15. The ominous signs experienced by my master are beyond your imagination. 1 Kai Chioxing. Go to the various graves on the mountain and offer incense. Remember, not a single one should be overlooked. Seal the coffin. After watching the crowd escorting the coffin depart, Uncle Jiu outlined the subsequent arrangements regarding the relocation of the grave. Incense must be offered at other burial sites atop the mountain. To put it plainly, the spirits residing on this mountain form a small community. One cannot simply sneakily dig up a neighbor's grave without a word. Furthermore, it is likely that someone of Ren Laote's wealth and influence has several mistresses in this very mountain. A greeting is necessary. 1 Kai Chioxing clutched 2 bundles of incense and vanished into the wilderness. Little Taoist Xian, I have been plagued by nightmares lately, frequently dreaming of an elderly man with graying hair who wishes to kill me. Do you possess any methods to dispel this? Ren Tingting's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, rendering her exceptionally captivating. What she said was true. The reason she confided in Yi Xian was simply that he had consistently ignored her. This ignited Ren Tingting's curiosity. "This talisman is for you," Yi Xian said calmly, handing her the talisman he had previously drawn, the evil-breaking talisman, which is highly effective in exorcising malevolent spirits. Ren Tingting accepted it with delight, immediately pulling out several silver coins from her handkerchief as payment. Yi Xian did not refuse. He, Huang, was not one to turn away from money. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Ren Fa was taken aback, recalling that he too had often dreamt of a white-haired elder wishing to take his life. He quickly approached Uncle Jiu, eager to request a talisman. To him, this Taoist, much like a merchant, grew wiser with age, accumulating experiences that deepened his spiritual essence. Although Yi Xian had spoken some astonishing words today, Ren Fa did not believe that a mere novice in the Tao could create a talisman as powerful as those of Uncle Jiu, renowned far and wide. As he watched Uncle Jiu and the others depart, Ren Fa could not resist lecturing his daughter. "Tingting, you are sometimes too naive. Although that little Xian is exceptionally handsome, he has only just begun his journey into the Tao. His understanding is quite shallow, and the talismans he draws are of little use. In the future, seek out those older Taoists who may not be as handsome." "Dad, why must they be ugly?" Ren Tingting asked, puzzled. Of course, some Taoists are unattractive. Devoid of earthly desires, they can devote themselves entirely to their practice. As the stars shifted and the moon shone, the coffin of Ren Laote was placed in the funeral home. After a day of suppressed emotions, Uncle Jiu could no longer contain himself. Seizing the opportunity before when Kai Chioxing arrived, Yi Xian went to rest. Uncle Jiu knelt before the portrait of the ancestral master, hastily reinforcing his resolve. "Has the ancestral master dined yet? I must share a few matters with you. You must safeguard your conviction." Last night, Xiao Xian, in a single night, comprehended the remnants of the Maoshan body refinement technique. Remarkably, after a mere slumber, he directly advanced to the minor completion stage. "I am too ashamed to call myself his master. How terrifying it would be for you to claim the title of his ancestral teacher. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, leaving us both in the dust. Well then, ancestral master, do rest early." "No, wait. There is yet another matter. I have not yet taught Xiao Xian the art of feng shui. I have merely shown him some texts, and it seems he has learned it as well." As soon as the words left his mouth, the candle flame flickered violently. The long-hung portrait, exceedingly dry, was brushed by the flame, igniting in an instant. Just as Uncle Jiu hurriedly attempted to extinguish the fire, familiar exclamations echoed from outside the ancestral hall. "Master, a grave situation has arisen. Master, there is likely a dire omen looming." 1 Kai and Chioxing rushed into the ancestral hall, clutching the incense they had burned earlier at the gravesite. Their eyes filled with dread. The mud covering their bodies indicated they had scrambled their way here. Uncle Jiu quickly summoned everyone to the ancestral hall. Yi Xian remained nearby, awaiting instructions. After all, he was now part of the ancestral hall. Despite his exceptional talents, he could not act with arrogance. "Master, you must examine this dire omen. Such a large portent, We have never even seen its like before. Perhaps you have not encountered it either. Wen Kai urged, gripping the incense. 2 short sticks and 1 long. However, he was met with Uncle Jiu's rebuke. I have personally experienced a dire omen. You too cannot even fathom it. Why the panic? A practitioner of the Tao must maintain composure in the face of danger. Look at Xiao Xian, and then look at the two of you. Where is the demeanor of an older brother? Henceforth, let Xiao Xian take on the role of your elder brother. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were left bewildered, not daring to speak or express their anger, merely lowering their heads. Master, the incense from the entire mountain has burned to this ghastly state, totaling 47 sticks. Qiu Sheng pointed at the incense in his hand, speaking hurriedly. What? All of them? Why did you two wayward disciples not mention this sooner? Uncle Jiu's expression darkened. His brow furrowed tightly. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. Good heavens, did you even provide an opportunity? Master, this incense is inextricably linked to Old Lady Run. The Rin family likely faces a calamity of bloodshed. Yi Xian interjected. Uncle Jiu nodded with approval. Indeed, this omen is quite substantial. Previously, he had thought it was merely 1 or 2 sticks, not realizing they had all burned in such a manner. It is most ominous when there are 3 long and 2 short. The incense most abhors 2 short and 1 long, with a total of 47 sticks. This signifies a grave portent. Without further contemplation, Uncle Jiu hurriedly approached the coffin of old Master Ren. With a firm stance, he performed the 8 trigrams formation, summoning the power of his hands. With a forceful push, the coffin lid slid open with a sound. Within lay old Master Ren, his body grotesquely swollen, resembling a bloated dough, enveloped in a thick aura of death. His fangs protruded ominously from the corners of his mouth. Master, did you secretly feed old Master Ren something extraordinary? He has gained so much weight. Wen Kai inquired, bewildered. This is a precursor to a corpse transformation. It is absorbing yang energy, Uncle Jiu replied with a resigned glance. Upon hearing this, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng's expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly urged, Master, what should we do next? Perhaps we should return old Master Ren to the Ren family. We do not wish to be embroiled in this murky affair. He's become as corpulent as a pig. If he revives, we would stand no chance against him. Indeed, none of us have wives. They both, having practiced Taoism for many years, were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of zombies. It is well known that the longer a zombie's teeth and nails grow, the more formidable its power becomes. Despite following Uncle Jiu for many years, this was their first encounter with a creature like old Master Ren, whose nails were longer than his hands. One could only imagine the horror if he were to awaken. Uncle Jiu was already prepared to sacrifice himself for the greater good of Mao Shan, but his disciples were not yet ready for such a fate. Observing the 2 trembling disciples, Uncle Jiu could no longer contain himself and delivered 2 swift knocks to their heads, admonishing them, Why are you still dawdling? Do you wish to be struck again? Quickly, prepare the paper, ink, brush, and sword. At that moment, Yi Xian placed the items he had just prepared before everyone, unwilling to give old Master Ren any opportunity. Master, everything is ready. I have already prepared the ink for the coffin. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. Uncle Jiu. Chapter 16. The rat plague approaches, a curious incident. Little junior brother, when did you learn to prepare this? Uncle Jiu asked, astonished. After following Master for so many years, I have yet to master ink preparation. How did you manage it? Wen Kai's expression was one of utter disbelief. The preparation of this coffin ink is quite intricate. Missing even a single step could drastically diminish its effectiveness or render it utterly futile. Xian has learned too? Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng felt a deep sense of frustration. This was more distressing than facing death itself. I read about it in a book, Yi Xian replied, offering no further explanation. Uncle Jiu dipped his finger into the ink, kneading it slightly, and his eyes lit up, not a hint of deviation. Saying this, he glared angrily at Wen Kai and without hesitation delivered another swift knock to his head. Why did you do that? Wen Kai exclaimed, looking utterly vexed. What was that for? After years of following my master, you haven't even learned how to adjust the ink? How could such words escape your lips? The more Uncle Jiu thought about it, the more infuriated he became. In an instant, he found himself utterly displeased with Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. His hand instinctively moved towards the peachwood sword on the table. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, sensing the gravity of the situation, reflexively jumped behind Yi Xian, trembling in fear. Master, please calm down. The pressing matter at hand is the old Mr. Ren. We cannot afford any mishaps, Yi Xian interjected. Feeling a modicum of sympathy for the two, Uncle Jiu cast a fleeting glance at them and reluctantly relented. Just as he set the peachwood sword down, he heard Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng muttering behind him. Xian is right. The zombie before us is of utmost importance. Our master lacks even this basic awareness. Indeed, after decades of cultivation, he still cannot discern priorities. He is not as capable as Xian. Uncle Jiu. Yi Xian? What sympathy? These two are merely reaping what they sowed. At that moment, the sound of which striking flesh and two distinct cries echoed from the ancestral hall. Just then, a figure rushed in from outside the mortuary. It was a servant from the Ren household. According to him, Ren Fa had been so terrified of the zombie's revival that he couldn't even bring himself to eat. He had come to gather intelligence and to request the presence of a Taoist priest to guard the Ren estate, ensuring the safety of the sole heir, Ren Tingting. Of course, there would be additional remuneration for this service. The mere thought of spending a night sharing a meal with Ren Tingting sent Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng into a frenzy of excitement, even to the point of planning what to name their future children. Before Uncle Jiu could respond, the two eagerly volunteered. We'll guard the mortuary and use ink to seal the coffin. Master, you can go seek a suitable grave for old Mr. Ren at night. Let Xiao Xian handle the Ren household. Uncle Jiu's words instantly doused the fervor of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng with cold water. This arrangement was not a matter of favoritism. Compared to Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, Xiao Xian was more composed and meticulous. Although he had only recently begun his journey into Taoism, his skill in talisman drawing far surpassed that of the other two. Master, at least give us a reason for our exclusion. Because you are both too ugly. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng? The two dared not protest further. Holding the ink, they obediently began sealing the coffin while Yu Xian tidied up before following the servant to Ren town. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiu prepared his compass and other tools for exploring the grave, ready to depart. Just then, the sound of Yin-yang bells and synchronized footsteps resonated outside the mortuary. Clang! The Yin spirits march, while the Yang people retreat. You wandering corpses, heed my command. Travel 100 miles in a day, rest your steps here. For the Yin is dense and the Yang is thin. Enter the house. With that decree, the atmosphere shifted. A dozen or so zombies, clad in official garb and bearing a hue of ashen blue upon their faces, marched in an orderly fashion into the mortuary beside them, hands pressed upon shoulders. Shortly thereafter, a Taoist priest, donned in a simple robe and sporting Western spectacles, strolled into the ancestral hall, stretching and yawning. The arrival of this individual elicited no surprise among the onlookers, for he was none other than the junior disciple of Master Jiu, and also the esteemed elder of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, known as Si Mu Daozhang. He was engaged in the business of transporting corpses and often passed through this area, taking temporary residence for a night. Oh, what has become of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng? Have they forgotten to inquire about gifts this time? Simu leaned closer to Master Jiu and whispered. Upon entering the house, he sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, no matter how late it was, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng would rush out to greet him as soon as he arrived. However, it was clear that their intentions were not rooted in respect for their master, but rather in eager anticipation of the gifts he would bring. Sigh, elder uncle. There's no need to ask. It seems our children will soon bear the surname Yi, leaving us little time to ponder gifts, Wen Kai lamented. His expression tinged with bitterness as he flicked a line upon the coffin, lost in thought. Junior brother, I must trouble you to visit the Ren residence tonight. Please remember to safeguard my disciple, Xiao Xian. The more Master Jiu pondered, the more uneasy he became, sensing that something was amiss and fearing for Yi Xian's safety. He hastily relayed all that had transpired that day to Simu. Xiao Xian? Very well, I shall make my way there. Although Simu was unfamiliar with Yi Xian, the urgency in Master Jiu's tone led him to deduce that something was amiss. Without further inquiry, they both hastened out. As the moon traversed the sky, time drifted slowly by. Qiu Sheng, you think it's safe to strike the coffin base? Surely nothing untoward will occur? Wen Kai cautioned. Do not jest. We have already lost the affection of our master. If we cause more trouble, we may soon find ourselves expelled from the sect. Let us focus on our work. Wen Kai, uncharacteristically earnest, completed striking the coffin, and the two settled at the entrance of the ancestral hall, envisioning a delightful late-night snack with Ren Tingting. Smiles of sweetness adorning their faces. However, at that moment, the surrounding chorus of frogs abruptly ceased, with a chilling gust of wind. The rustling of grass and foliage filled the air. Years of Taoist cultivation had rendered Wen Kai somewhat foolish at times, yet they had acquired considerable knowledge, possessing an uncanny talent for sensing danger. Otherwise, with their meager skills, they would have long since met their demise. Instantly, the two recognized the shift in atmosphere. Whispering in alarm, their demonic energy. With that, they sprang to their feet, readying themselves for defense, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a few mice darted out from the underbrush, startling Wen Kai, who sighed in relief at the false alarm. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when their pupils contracted, hair standing on end, and their legs began to tremble involuntarily as they beheld. Amidst the thicket, a surge of dark water erupted, advancing with remarkable swiftness, closing in on Wen Kai and Qiuxing in the blink of an eye. Both were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "How can there be so many rats?" Without a moment's hesitation, they retreated into the ancestral hall, hastily arming themselves and resolutely standing guard at the entrance. The ensuing chaos was overwhelming. After a flurry of strikes, they found themselves utterly bewildered. The rats, their eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, appeared impervious to harm, rising again even when crushed to a pulp, scuttling across the ground like mere paper. Changed to a more potent talisman, Wen Kai sensed something was amiss. He swiftly seized the peachwood sword from the table and began to attack with his whisk. Although a few dark rats were dispatched, leaving behind a pool of lifeless remains, their efforts seemed futile against the relentless tide of vermin. In a moment of clarity, Wen Kai pondered aloud, is there a talisman capable of widespread effect? If this continues, the coffin of old Master Ren will surely be compromised. By the way, does the ancestral hall contain any of the patriarch's ashes? Surely, they could quell these rodents. Qiuxin was taken aback by the suggestion. Chapter 17, Away. It is time for you to take action. You truly are a genius, Qiuxin exclaimed, offering Wen Kai a heartfelt compliment. As they attempted to break free from the swarm, they sought to discover any remnants of the patriarch's ashes. Yet, those rats, their eyes ablaze with malevolent light, seemed to receive some unseen command. They froze momentarily before charging towards old Master Ren's coffin, completely disregarding Wen Kai and Qiuxin. With a cacophony of gnawing, the rats besieged the coffin, splintering wood in their wake. Any timber was rendered inconsequential beneath their relentless teeth. Moreover, these rats were extraordinarily peculiar. In the blink of an eye, they gnawed a gaping hole into the coffin, one large enough to accommodate a human waist, while the intricate ink patterns were systematically destroyed. Subsequently, thousands of rats poured into the coffin. The lid began to rattle and thump ominously, and soon a putrid, black miasma seeped forth from the coffin. Wen Kai and Qiuxin felt their heads spin. While they were not fearful of these bizarre rats, the uncertainty of what transpired within the coffin rendered them hesitant to approach old Master Ren. If he were to awaken, a mere flick of his hand could sever their heads with ease. Nonetheless, as practitioners of the mystical arts, they were not inclined to flee immediately. Qiuxin urged Wen Kai, "Go and see what is happening." Wen Kai shook his head, instinctively retreating half a step. Observing Wen Sai's refusal to approach, Qiuxin steeled himself and cautiously edged closer, his bones trembling with trepidation, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. As he drew near, he tightly shut his eyes and immediately turned to say, "Wen Kai, there's nothing wrong, come take a look." But as soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous sound erupted. The coffin, buried underground for decades, was struck with great force, instantly disintegrating into foul-smelling wood shavings that filled the air. Turning around, they beheld a figure clad in official robes, enveloped in a thick aura of decay, old Master Ren, whose eyes were wide open, fixated upon them. What was truly terrifying was the glimmer of two crimson lights, akin to ribbons, floating gently above his lifeless orbs. With a roar, his body trembled. The entire coffin shattered into splinters. The zombie raised its arms and suddenly lunged forward, bearing long fangs as it charged at the two. Wen Kai and Qiuxin felt a jolt of fear. Having practiced their craft for many years, they possessed unique means of self-defense. Their eyes met, and in the next moment, they instinctively drew apart, fleeing in opposite directions. Naturally, running in the same direction would spell doom for them both. Bang, bang, bang. With each heavy footfall of the zombie, the courtyard echoed with their frantic shouts. "My dear brother, lead the zombie away, don't let it pursue me. Old Master Ren, you are my dear grandfather, quickly go after Qiuxin, his blood is sweet. Don't chase me. Wen Sai's flesh is delicious. Qiuxin, save me. It seeks to stab me in the back." At that moment, moonlight illuminated old Master Ren's form. The zombie, belonging to the realm of evil, absorbed the moonlight's essence, causing its already potent aura of decay to intensify. Surprisingly, the zombie refrained from attacking Wen Kai and Qiuxin any further, instead leaping swiftly toward the direction of Rinjia town, ultimately vanishing into the night. Quickly informed the master. A disheveled Qiushin hastily scrambled to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. Having followed Jutsu for many years, he had encountered numerous zombies, if not hundreds, certainly dozens. Yet old Master Rin was unlike any other. His skin glimmered with a metallic sheen under the moonlit glow. In this era, transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. The journey between the village and the town often spanned several dozen li. Therefore, Yeshuan took the better part of a day to reach his destination. The Ren residence was adorned with bright lanterns and fluttering white silks. The servants within donned white garments. As the hour grew late, the busy servants wore calm expressions, remaining silent. This phenomenon was not peculiar. It was said that moving a coffin could draw the souls of the deceased into the residence, and if one were to inadvertently speak and engage with a ghost, they would suffer misfortune for a lifetime. Hence, everyone dared not utter a word. However, Yixian sensed that something was amiss. Those who cultivate the Tao become acutely sensitive to malevolent energies once they draw qi into their bodies. Logically, the remains of the late Master Ren, resting in the ancestral hall, should have his spirit closely following the coffin. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yixian felt an overwhelming presence of dark energy emanating from the Ren residence, far more oppressive than that of the deceased. Without further contemplation, he cautiously entered the grand hall of the estate. Upon crossing the threshold, he beheld three figures, Ren Fei, Ren Tingting, and the security team leader, Wei. Clad in his uniform, he was a distant relative of the Ren family, referred to as Ren Tingting's older cousin. Before he could exchange pleasantries, a graceful figure approached him. Little Daoist Xian, what a surprise to see you here. It's quite late, and I truly appreciate your efforts. With that, Ren Tingting began to serve tea to Yixian, ushering him to sit. This display left Wei, who was seated nearby, feeling envious. For years, he had harbored affection for his cousin, but had never been served tea by her own hand. Inevitably, he voiced his discontent. I thought we had summoned Uncle Jiu, but instead, we have a mere child. What is there to fear? As he spoke, Wei brandished a handgun, raising it high to assert his significance. So what if you have a gun? What is so impressive about that? Ren Fei reprimanded him. He understood well that while firearms instilled fear in criminals, they were utterly ineffective against supernatural entities. It was evident that he slept with a gun under his pillow every night. How could he still suffer nightmares? Afterward, he engaged in pleasantries with Yixian. Little Xian, I cannot shake this sense of unease. That is why I called upon you. You are too kind. However, I must express that the atmosphere in the estate feels ominously thick with dark energy, Yixian replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ren Fei and his daughter trembled, their expressions filled with palpable fear. Yet Wei chuckled dismissively. You young Taoist, trying to deceive us with your age. The outside world is vibrant. There is no dark energy whatsoever. Even if there were, I could scare off any malevolent spirits with just a couple of shots. In the presence of Ren Tingting, Wei sought to demonstrate his bravado. Moreover, he had always emerged unscathed after firing a few rounds into the air whenever faced with the supernatural. Thus, he felt no fear. However, just as his words hung in the air, a sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard, howling like a banshee. It whipped up white ceremonial paper, sending it fluttering about with an eerie wail, accompanied by the sounds of clattering objects and the terrified screams of the servants within the estate. What is that? Is it a person? No, no. It's a ghost. A monster. Run. Save me. Help. Ren Tingting. Ren Fei. Wei. The three individuals, oblivious to the events unfolding outside, wore expressions of grave concern. Even within the confines of the room, an instinctual urge to seek refuge surged within them. Yixian calmly addressed, Captain Wei, it is time for you to take action. Wei, bewildered, responded with a series of question marks. Chapter 18. Such terror. Are you certain you have only cultivated for a few days? You, as a Taoist, should venture outside and assess the situation. Chilling winds surged through the window, causing Wei's hand, which clutched the gun, to tremble uncontrollably. The gun is more formidable than us Taoists. Isn't that right, Miss Ren? Yixian's brow furrowed slightly, intentionally directing the conversation toward Ren Tingting. He was no saint, and individuals like Wei ought to face some challenges. Otherwise, they would continue to prance about like clowns, irritating others intermittently. Cousin, you have a gun. Quickly, go outside and see what is happening. Ren Tingting urged from behind Yixian. It is often said that a true man must not falter in the presence of his beloved. A man must be prepared to fight. Wei, brimming with determination, tightened his grip on the handgun. Do not worry, cousin. With me here, not even the king of hell can harm you. With a resounding thud, he kicked open the wooden door. The servants bustling about in the courtyard had long since fled, leaving no trace behind. Amidst the scattered white silk, a few disheveled figures approached the house, their movements erratic and claw-like. Clad in tattered linen garments, their bodies twisted and their hair unkempt. They resembled demons clawing their way out from a grave. The mere sight sent shivers down one's spine. What is there to fear? I truly thought they were ghosts. It turns out they are merely a few deranged beggars. Away chuckled lightly, involuntarily puffing out his chest as he strode confidently into the courtyard. In these times of famine, it was common to encounter those fleeing from starvation, their attire in tatters, and their faces marred with grime. However, those figures did indeed resemble the destitute. One glance into their ghostly eyes would reveal that they were certainly not among the living. Could Away be severely myopic? He had indeed forgotten his glasses today. Ren Tingting and Ren Fa gazed in astonishment as he swaggered forward. Yi Xian nodded slightly, cautioning, they are not living beings. They are ghouls. Ghouls lack self-awareness. Their bodies decay, they feed on blood, move slowly, yet possess immense strength. However, what perplexes me is the origin of these ghouls. Why do they not pursue the servants of the Ren household, but instead fixate greedily on Ren Tingting and Ren Fa? Could it be that someone is controlling them from behind the scenes? What ghouls? They are clearly just pitiable homeless souls. In a bid to showcase his manly prowess, Ai, demonstrating his commitment, extracted several silver dollars from his pocket and stuffed them into the front pocket of the nearest zombie. He then turned to Ren Tingting, seeking validation. Only someone like me, who truly empathizes with the people's plight, understands their suffering, unlike you, a mere Taoist, who merely stands by and offers empty words. Yi Xian, Ren Tingting, Ren Fa? The three were momentarily bewildered. Could it be that someone with severe myopia, without their glasses, genuinely could not distinguish between man and beast? Or was Ai simply naively foolish? As the three pondered this, the zombies, unable to resist the allure of human warmth, extended their long fangs and slender arms, swiftly locking around Ai's neck. You accept my money yet still threaten me? The icy sensation enveloping his throat ignited Ai's fury, and he swiftly drew the handgun he had just tucked into his waistband. Turning around, he finally discerned the visage before him, a face ashen and devoid of life, with putrid fluids seeping from the corners of its eyes like tears, and its gaze radiating the ravenous, bloodthirsty light of a beast starved for days. This was no living being. Ai trembled, instinctively pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed, sparks flying, and the terrifying shockwave forced the zombie to release its grip on Ai, who staggered backward. However, to his horror, the bullets seemed to vanish into the decaying flesh, leaving behind only a few thumb-sized holes, not diminishing the creature's ability to move in the slightest. Instead, the deafening gunshots incited the horde of zombies, their eyes flashing with a fierce light as they retaliated. Ai, though myopic, was not foolish. In the next instant, he scrambled toward the house, shouting, "Little Taoist, save me. Quickly, save me." Not wishing to meet his end, Ren Fa hastily slammed the door shut, exclaiming, "Little Xian Taoist, think of something quickly, or my beloved nephew will perish at their hands." Yi Xian. The door closed faster than anyone else could react. Beloved nephew. At that moment, Ai, now outside, anxiously pounded on the wooden door. "Open up. It's me, Ai. It's me. Do not shout. Once we devise a plan, we shall certainly open the door for you." Ren Fa bellowed. In his eyes, the only two things of utmost importance were his family's wealth and his only daughter. Everyone else could be cast aside. Moreover, for someone as affluent as he, losing a nephew was a trivial matter. "Open the door," Yi Xian said calmly. Before Ren Fa could comprehend, Yi Xian burst through the door. As a practitioner of the Tao, it was his duty to vanquish evil spirits. He would not allow a few zombies to wreak havoc upon the world. Furthermore, Ai had already faced sufficient punishment. Though Yi Xian was not a saint, one cannot simply stand by and witness a living being being devoured by a ghoul right before one's eyes. Furthermore, the rewards obtained from the system are considerable. Yet their true power remains untested. Such a splendid opportunity must not be squandered. As the wooden door creaked open, a youth clad in white robes stepped forth. To the recently cornered Away, he appeared nothing short of a savior, a celestial being descending from the heavens. Taoist Yi Xian, from this moment on, I shall be your devoted nephew. Yi Xian paid him no mind, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching ghouls. He bent his knees, and the ground beneath him shattered with a resounding crack. Assuming the stance of the 8 trigrams, ethereal energy coalesced upon his fists, resembling an insurmountable immortal. Although he recognized that these ghouls were not particularly formidable, the novelty of the encounter rendered him cautious. A careless misstep could result in a bite and subsequent exposure to the ghoul's toxin. Disregarding further contemplation, Yi Xian unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, dense and nearly tangible, akin to swirling blue flames enveloping him. With the might of the heavenly return 8 trigrams palm, he struck the foremost ghoul with a thunderous blow. The palm met decaying flesh with a resounding crack. The surge of spiritual power conjured a tempest, forcefully sweeping away the ghoul before it could mount any defense. The overwhelming force and concentrated energy pierced through its entire being in an instant. With a resounding crash, the ghoul's flesh was reduced to a pulpy mass, scattering through the air. Is this ghoul truly so feeble? Yi Xian's interest waned instantly. Yet, his words struck Ren Tingting, in a way like a bolt from the blue. Feeble? Could a ghoul impervious to bullets truly be weak? Just the sheer strength of it was such that 2 or 3 robust men could scarcely restrain it. How could this be termed weakness? Suddenly, the trio was jolted into realization. They had almost been misled by Yi Xian. Clearly, his single strike was far more terrifying than any monetary value. How could this be possible? How could a mere Taoist possess such power, especially one who had only practiced for a few days? Chapter 19. Could this old Taoist truly be jesting? The astonished expressions on their faces revealed their disbelief. They had encountered many Taoists before, typically frail and weak, with legs merely stronger than those of ordinary people, relying solely on talismans and rituals to intimidate spirits. To be honest, witnessing a single palm capable of obliterating a ghoul into dust was a sight they could scarcely fathom. Was it possible that within the Taoist sects, there existed factions specializing in physical exorcisms through martial prowess? As one ghoul was reduced to mere rubble, the others did not retreat. Instead, they grew even more fervent. After all, they lack sentience. Even if the disparity in strength is immense, they remain oblivious to the concept of fear. Just as Yi Xian was poised to continue, a figure with eyes rushed in hastily from outside. It was Simu, entrusted by Jiu Shu to protect Yi Xian. Upon seeing the walking corpses in the courtyard and the white-clad youth standing in front of the group, Simu quickly grasped the situation and recognized the young man as his new nephew. He hastened his steps and leapt into the air, positioning himself before Yi Xian. Though Simu's cultivation was not particularly high, the Maoshan school has always emphasized martial skills, allowing him to utilize his agility to leap over several walking corpses. Fear not, young man, for I am your uncle. Allow me to handle this. Pay close attention as I teach you a set of Maoshan fist techniques on our first meeting. Simu adjusted his glasses with a hint of arrogance. In his view, disciples like Wen Kai, Xiaoxing, and Jialu, who had practiced for many years, dared not face the walking corpses alone. Yi Xian's calm demeanor amidst the throng of corpses had already caught his eye. A disciple with such composure was indeed rare. He felt it necessary to showcase his prowess in front of him. Who knows, perhaps this child, having just become a disciple, had yet to forge a strong bond with his elder brother, and if he proved to be talented, he might be able to recruit him. Just imagine. Having him accompany me in corpse chasing would be splendid. Be careful, uncle. Yi Xian recognized Simu and, with a respectful nod, stepped aside. With someone to take action, he could avoid further trouble. Don't worry, Tingting. This is Jiu Shu's junior brother. We are saved. Indeed, we can finally breathe easy. Ren and Awei sighed in relief. Their previously anxious hearts now calmed, and their pale faces regained some color. To them, if Yi Xian, having practiced for only a few days, was already this formidable, then his uncle's intervention would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. With a mere snap of his fingers, the feeble walking corpses would be laughable. Die all of you. However, Ren Tingting did not respond to the two, quickly turning her gaze back to Yi Xian, concerned. Taoist Xiaoxian, are you unhurt? Yi Xian shook his head, prompting Tingting to finally relax. Jealous Awei quickly interjected. Tingting, look at your cousin's neck. He was just scratched by a walking corpse. It hurts so much. If you don't show some concern for me, you might lose a cousin. With an expressionless face, Tingting replied, oh. Awei, confused, asked, and then? Tingting simply replied, Awei exclaimed, I am your cousin. I've been giving you gifts every birthday, red envelopes for every festival, and caring for you all the time. Is Taoist Yi Xian really that much more handsome than I am? The group had no time to entertain Awei's woes. their gazes fixed intently on the battlefield. They beheld the Taoist, known as Simu, leaped forward with great agility, drawing the remaining 5 corpses into the center of the courtyard. His fists were clenched tightly against his chest, and his gaze flitted back and forth, keenly observing the movements of the undead. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful strike, landing 2 resounding blows upon the chest of the nearest corpse. Bang! Bang! These punches were delivered with all his might, infused with his internal energy, yielding an extraordinary force. Among his peers in the realm of cultivation, few could deliver such potent strikes. However, these blows merely left 2 shallow impressions on the corpse's chest, causing it to stagger back only a few steps without injuring its source of undead energy. With a slight smirk, Simu felt a surge of satisfaction. These punches had conveyed the momentum and strength he desired. He promptly boasted, "Xian, aren't these strikes remarkable? In all of Moshan, there are surely no more than 10 individuals capable of ensuring safety here." Wei, Ren Fei, and Ren Tingting stood momentarily stunned, unable to respond. They thought, what is there to boast about? After witnessing Xian's effortless strike that obliterated a corpse, Simu's punches seemed rather trivial in comparison. "Simu, please refrain from posturing. Quickly unleash your true power. If even one of these corpses escapes, the people of Rinjia town will suffer," Ren Fei urged, snapping back to reality. Upon hearing this, and observing his young disciple-esque calm demeanor, Simu felt somewhat bewildered. The undead, though appearing clumsy and disoriented, were still formidable beings, impervious as granite and insatiably bloodthirsty. The fact that he could leave 2 impressions on such a creature was already astonishing. Did they truly not comprehend this? Dismissing his doubts, and with a hint of pride, Simu resolved to showcase his true capability, preparing to employ his not yet mastered skill, the palm thunder, to impress his disciple. With a light chuckle, he announced, "Xian, watch closely. My ultimate technique is about to be unleashed." As his words lingered in the air, energy gathered in his right palm, taking on a form reminiscent of lightning, accompanied by faint sounds of thunder. "I knew it. Simu must have been jesting earlier." Ren Fei managed to smile, having had some prior encounters with Simu and understanding his temperament. With someone extolling his virtues before Xian, Simu felt elated, momentarily dismissing all else as he concentrated on channeling the electric force. Suddenly, he thrust his hand forward, piercing through the undead before him. Zizz! The electric surge met the decaying flesh, emitting a sound of sizzling and a pungent aroma of charred meat. Yet, his hand, imbued with the power of lightning, did not halt. In an instant, it penetrated the corpse's abdomen. The abdomen is the location of the dantian, where, after death, the heart ceases to beat. Thus, most zombies concentrate their corpse energy in this area, treating it as the source of their vitality, the wellspring of their power. A surge of lightning energy envelopes the corpse, causing it to tremble incessantly without any inclination to fall. The 4 observers are taken aback. Logically, if the source of corpse energy is disrupted, even the strongest of zombies should perish. Why then does this undead creature remain alive? Could it be that the dantian is not its true source of corpse energy? This thought sends a chill through them, prompting one to urgently advise you, Xian, quickly summon your master. These zombies are not mere walking corpses, but are instead crafted from dark sorcery. The source of their corpse energy permeates their limbs, organs, and flesh. To obliterate them entirely, we must establish a formation of flames. While the observer possesses the means to eliminate them, he has unfortunately left all his magical tools at the ancestral hall. Barehanded, he can only temporarily restrain the zombies. The 3 companions stand dumbfounded, unable to comprehend whether the observer is jesting or speaking with utmost seriousness. Are you certain they are so formidable? Just moments ago, we witnessed a walking corpse being effortlessly dispatched with a single slap. Ren Fei tentatively inquires, as even with his extensive experience in the mercantile world, he fails to grasp the observer's true intentions. A single slap? What nonsense is this? Entering an era of diminished magic, the scarcity of spiritual energy, compounded by the loss of martial arts techniques among the major sects, has led practitioners to rely solely on martial paths for strength and vitality. Even those masters of martial arts, who train day and night, can only exert decades of power to leave mere indentations on the corpse, as the flesh of the undead cannot be compared to that of a living human. Martial training cannot transcend the limits of the human body. Consequently, the majority of practitioners rely on talismans, magical tools, and formations to vanquish demons and monsters. Only individuals like the Master of Maoshan, Shi Jian, endowed with a unique constitution, can engage zombies in direct combat, obliterating them with the force of lightning-infused strikes. Did you say a single palm could reduce a zombie to dust? What absurdity is this? The observer, battling the undead, furrows his brow. If someone could truly shatter a zombie with one slap, I, Simu, could swallow them all whole. At that moment, Rin Fa and the others find themselves at a loss, unable to discern the truth behind the observer's claims. Is it possible that Yixin has truly made a move just now? Simu, without elaborating further, turned his gaze towards Yixin and urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly summon your master. Do not worry about your uncle. These few meager corpses cannot harm me." Before Yixin could respond, Rin Fa hastily interjected, "Simu, you should step aside and allow Xiaoxian to take action." It was he who, with a single palm strike, reduced the corpse to mere fragments. With these words, he clutched Yixin tightly. Of course, if Xiaoxian goes to deliver the message, who knows when he will return? What if, in the meantime, Simu exhausts his energy? These corpses would surely devour everyone in the Rin household. Indeed, you four-eyed fellow. Step aside and let our Xiaoxian take charge. Away chimed in eagerly. Upon hearing Simu urge Yixin to leave, Rin Fa's heart, which had been steady, began to race uncontrollably. You speak of Xiaoxian? What nonsense is this? Simu, being a practitioner of the Tao, naturally understood the arduousness of this path. Even those of exceptional talent require years of refinement to truly thrive. The Yixin is indeed gifted, a once-in-a-millennium talent. He has only just begun his journey in the Tao, having barely a few days of experience. At most, he could only rival someone who has practiced for several years, perhaps even falling short of them. Who is joking here? You may be lacking, but surely you must acknowledge that your disciple is superior. Rin Fa's irritation was evident. His words laced with urgency as matters of life and death were at stake. Meanwhile, Simu, entangled with the zombies, exhibited his own fiery temper and retreated, gesturing. Come now, whoever can shatter a corpse with a single slap, I shall reward them with a gold bar. Suddenly, Yixin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was aware that Simu had accumulated a chest full of gold over the years, having witnessed such a scene in his previous life. It was more thrilling than encountering zombies. Master, are you certain? You won't renege on this promise, will you? Renege? We, practitioners of the Tao, are as good as our word, not only for shattering, but if you can strike with the same force as I do, I shall grant you a gold bar. Simu proclaimed proudly. However, as a senior, he was already prepared to safeguard Yixin, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. Just as Yixin was about to take action, Rin Fa chimed in from behind, Xiaoxian, if you slay one of these zombies, I shall reward you with a gold bar, and I assure you, I will not go back on my word. Please, resolve this swiftly. Yixin? What a surprise. If one refrains from seeking the limelight, fortune will indeed favor them. In this tumultuous era, where the situation is unstable and the populace suffers, possessing a gold bar could ensure a lifetime of comfort, or at least provide security amidst chaos. 10 gold bars. Such wealth is unattainable for many throughout their entire lives. Siyu and Renfa are indeed men of wealth. However, it is only logical to deduce that Wei, as the captain of the security team, has undoubtedly amassed a share of ill-gotten gains. Contemplating this, Yixin slightly nodded, turning his gaze towards the dazed man. Captain Wei, I fear I cannot handle these 5 zombies alone. Join me and provide cover with your firearm for a moment. Wei immediately trembled, recalling the previous events. The mere thought of wielding a gun made him quiver. He wouldn't dare approach even half a step closer. Hastily, he pleaded, Shaoshin Daoist, please do not jest with me. Leave these zombies to you. For each one you slay, I shall reward you with 100 coins. With that, Yixin felt invigorated. He bent his legs and charged into the horde of corpses, his stance firm as he executed a slow, deliberate Tai Chi motion, effortlessly gliding through. His spiritual energy emanated from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and body. Renfa, Wei, and the others, lacking knowledge of the Tao, merely gazed at Yixin with eager anticipation. Meanwhile, Siyu wore a look of astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. Bagua Palm, as a disciple of Mao Shan, he was profoundly familiar with this technique. Back in his training days, he had practiced this art alongside Uncle Jiu, yet after 3 arduous years, he had failed to master it. Ultimately, he had switched to other techniques. Observing the shallow spiritual energy coalescing at Xiaoxian's feet into the Bagua diagram, he was astounded that this young man had actually cultivated the Bagua palm to such a remarkable level. How could this be possible? Uncle Jiu, a true practitioner of the Mao Shan lineage, had dedicated 30 years to reach such proficiency. Xiao Xian had only been his disciple for a few days. It defied logic. In disbelief, Siyu adjusted his glasses and couldn't resist delivering a punch to Wei's forehead. Upon hearing the pained yelp, he was assured of his suspicions. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "I must devise a plan to subtly lead Xiao Xian to my dojo. My senior brothers already have Wen Kai and Qiuxing as fine disciples. It would not be unreasonable for me to have one as well." Renfa, however, cast Siyu a look of utter confusion, as if to say, "What nonsense are you thinking? Wen Kai and Qiuxing were utterly foolish. How could they possibly compare to Xiao Xian? Even if a knife were held to his throat, Uncle Jiu would never agree to such a notion." At that moment, everyone turned their gaze towards Yi Xian, who suddenly trembled, sweeping his hand horizontally. Spiritual energy intertwined, crashing into the nearby zombie. With a thunderous roar, it exploded like a clay figure struck by a massive boulder. The surge of spiritual energy whipped up a tempest, scattering flesh and blood across the sky. With the heavenly return bagua and amplification technique, combined with Yi Xian's body that far surpassed the ordinary, such terrifying power could only be unleashed with a single strike. In the realm of cultivation, aside from a few reclusive old masters, there was essentially no one capable of achieving such a feat. Thus it was said, this strike is far from ordinary. 2 gold bars, in addition to $100 in hand. Yi Xian was particularly elated. However, the others were not the same. Ren Fa and the others, upon witnessing such a shocking spectacle once again, could not help but tremble, their eyes filled with terror. Yet, they were somewhat mentally prepared. At least they could accept it. But when they truly beheld the scene of a single palm shattering a walking corpse, it was an entirely different story. Chapter 21, The Replication of the Thunderous Palm. Thunderous wrath. The unfolding scene left them utterly astonished, their minds buzzing in a state of chaos. This young man had mastered the 8 trigrams palm. And yet could he really shatter a walking corpse with a single strike? What a jest. After decades of cultivation, he had previously witnessed a walking corpse being obliterated. But the assailant was a centenarian zombie king, a creature capable of commanding the undead, its body as rigid as celestial iron. To shatter a walking corpse with mere flesh would require one to possess not only immense strength, but also an equally unyielding body, akin to that of the zombie king. Only then could one withstand the terrifying backlash of such force. Was Yi Xian still human? How could his body be so inflexible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In a state of bewilderment, the four-eyed individual muttered to himself. As the saying goes, the more one understands, the more one recognizes the terrifying aspects of it. He was momentarily unable to accept this, which was entirely reasonable. Yi Xian, however, was unconcerned with whether the four-eyed individual could accept it. At this moment, several decaying corpses, exuding an aura of putrefaction and leaking foul fluids, appeared to him as if they radiated a golden glow. Truly captivating. Without further thought, he unleashed 2 more sweeping strikes. Still infused with the might of thunder, as his spiritual energy erupted forth. The walking corpses possessed no spiritual awareness. In battle, apart from flailing their limbs, they could only charge forward recklessly. Faced with the oncoming strikes, they knew not fear, opening their gaping maws to advance headlong. Boom, boom. In an instant, putrid flesh erupted. Corpses' heads soared into the sky like balls. Moments later, they came crashing down, akin to a hammer smashing a watermelon. With a resounding thud, they exploded. The stench of bloody pulp permeating the air, rich and foul, inducing nausea in all who inhaled it. Yet, the figure clad in white remained as pristine as fresh snow, moving gracefully like a dragon, advancing and retreating. With each thunderous explosion, the hearts of Ren Fa and the others trembled repeatedly, leaving them frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. The horrifying imagery presented a stark contrast to the young man in white. In that moment, they also believed that Yi Xian was no ordinary person. He might indeed be a celestial being from the heavens. As the 3 were struck with astonishment, they simultaneously noticed that the state of Simu was exceedingly abnormal, his eyes hollow and his body trembling. With each strike Yi Xian delivered, Simu's reactions grew increasingly intense. Away, quickly cover Simu Daoist's eyes. He must not witness any more. Ren Fa suddenly recalled that Simu's condition mirrored that of his father in his final moments. He urged urgently. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind Simu's vehement reactions, he instantly deduced that it was undoubtedly linked to Xiao Xian. In truth, Simu's extreme response was hardly surprising. To Ren Fa and the others, Yi Xian battling a zombie merely indicated the formidable nature of the latter. However, for Simu, who comprehended the inherent difficulties. The sensation was akin to a toddler, freshly learning to walk, throwing a punch at a massive grizzly bear. Who could possibly withstand such an encounter? Awei promptly complied, but Simu, being obstinate, shrugged him off, insisting that his Tao heart was merely on the verge of shattering, posing no real threat to his life. Despite his overwhelming fear, he stubbornly proclaimed, "It is merely a strike to extinguish a zombie I have cultivated for many years and can endure this. I refuse to believe that a child who has merely practiced for several days possesses the means to completely shatter my Tao heart. If he can cause my Tao heart to collapse, I shall give him all my gold." Rin Fa and Awei instinctively nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, if Shaoxian Taoist can truly expand our horizons, I would willingly part with not just 5 pieces of gold, but 10. In the midst of battle." Upon hearing their words, Yuxian's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Extra rewards? This was a task he was eager to undertake. Observing the last remaining zombie before him, he halted his strikes and took a step back. A torrent of complex memories surged within his mind. He could feel the abundant spiritual energy surging from within, converging in his right palm. In the next moment, the spiritual energy rapidly condensed into a tangible form, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder. With a swift motion, the energy transformed into a pale blue lightning, coiling around his palm and fingertips. It was the palm lightning he had replicated from the Sharingan. Although Simu's cultivation was not yet perfected, his gestures and principles were devoid of any errors. Under the enhancement of Yi Xian's celestial physique and immense spiritual energy, the efficacy and intensity surpassed that of the former by leaps and bounds. The pale blue lightning was blindingly bright, causing the flickering candlelight in the courtyard to dim instantly. Rin Fa and the others wore expressions of sheer astonishment. For reasons unknown, an urge to kneel before Yi Xian surged within their hearts. It was only natural. As to ordinary people, those who could wield lightning were undoubtedly divine beings. And what of the formidable Simu? With an intense gaze fixed upon the lightning, towering a full foot high in Yi Xian's hand, he was rendered completely numb, his eyes vacant. The palm thunder was a secret technique imparted by his master. Although Uncle Jiu was also aware of its principles and hand gestures, he had yet to master it. How could little Xian have learned it? Even if his senior brother had shared the secrets of palm thunder with him, it was inconceivable that he could reach such a level in merely a few decades. It is worth noting that in the vast expanse of Maoshan, he was considered a minor prodigy. Nevertheless, it took him a full decade to cultivate palm thunder to a mere inch high. How could one joke about attaining almost a foot after only a few days of cultivation? Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, Simu's mind was racing with these thoughts as he unhesitatingly directed the lightning towards the last remaining zombie. Lightning was the bane of all malevolent beings. Even a mindless corpse, devoid of consciousness, instinctively recoiled in fear, attempting to flee. Yet, after taking only 2 steps, a moment later, a pale blue bolt of lightning pierced through the zombie's chest. Since it was Yu Xian's first time condensing lightning, he was unaware of its terrifying nature and inadvertently infused it with an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. The clash of these 2 opposing forces resulted in a catastrophic explosion. Boom. Accompanied by the final vanishing of the zombie, Ren Fa, Awei, and Rin Tingting gazed in utter astonishment at the figure clad in white, their hearts racing with a whirlwind of emotions: shock, fear, disbelief. Meanwhile, Simu was already so stunned by the scene that his mind went blank, collapsing to the ground. His eyes wide open, filled with terror. An illusion. It had to be an illusion. Just as Yi Xian was at a loss, Uncle Jiu, dressed in a tattered yellow robe, rushed into the Run residence, his eyes brimming with urgency. However, his Taoist robe was in tatters, and the peachwood sword in his hand was broken in half. It was evident that he had just endured a fierce battle. "Master, what has happened to you?" Yu Xian inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. "I am fine. What was that lightning just now? And what has happened to your uncle?" Noticing Simu lying incapacitated on the ground, Uncle Jiu asked anxiously. Chapter 22. I shall escort you both to meet the ancestor. As he hurried to Simu's side, he observed that his vital signs were stable, yet his complexion was extremely pale, occasionally accompanied by slight convulsions. This symptom seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place it. Shifting his gaze, Uncle Jiu also took note of the surrounding carnage and the lingering aura of the deceased. It was evident. The four-eyed one, like myself, encountered a harrowing battle. Could it be that my junior disciple was injured in the recent skirmish? Before Yi Xian could respond, Rin Fa hurriedly approached, offering an explanation. No. It was merely 6 headless corpses, all dealt with single-handedly by Xiao Xian, while the four-eyed Taoist merely observed without lifting a finger. Uncle Jiu, please do not speak carelessly. As the saying goes, the wealthier a person is, the more miserly they tend to be. Ren Fa was no exception. The four-eyed one lay in the courtyard of the ruined residence, seemingly apprehensive of becoming a burden. Xiao Xian handled it all by himself? How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, Uncle Jiu expressed his astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. While Xiao Xian had indeed reached the initial stage of a human master, he possessed no combat experience. How could he possibly defeat 6 headless corpses without the aid of magical implements? Uncle Jiu was genuinely perplexed. Rin Tingting softly echoed his sentiments, her gaze filled with unwavering faith in Yi Xian. Just moments prior, the four-eyed Taoist had struggled in combat with the headless corpses, failing to vanquish even a single one. Yet, when Xiao Xian intervened, in mere moments, with a single strike, a headless corpse was obliterated. Just look at the remnants strewn across the ground. It was as if Xiao Xian was akin to a celestial being. Awe and pride radiated from away, as if he himself had vanquished the zombies rather than Yi Xian. How could this possibly be true? Uncle Jiu exclaimed, his body trembling involuntarily, his eyes wide with shock. Though he uttered disbelief, he could not ignore the fact that Yi Xian's spiritual energy far surpassed that of his peers, and he had also mastered the Maoshan body refinement technique. Moreover, he knew Awei's character to be flamboyant and arrogant. It was inconceivable for him to boast about another unless it were indeed true. Contemplating this, Uncle Jiu's heart quaked with uncertainty, and he found himself staring blankly at his hands. A single strike to obliterate a headless corpse was something even a master with decades of cultivation could not achieve. Xiao Xian had only been cultivating for a few days. Could it be that he had already surpassed his master? This could not be. Absolutely impossible. The more Uncle Jiu pondered, the more horrified he became, and the fragile stability of his Tao heart teetered on the brink of collapse. Brother, come here. Come here. At that moment, the four-eyed one, lying on the ground, clutched at Uncle Jiu's Tao robe, trembling as he spoke, as if he had a final message to convey. Regaining his senses, Uncle Jiu, desperately suppressing the tumult within his heart, crouched down and leaned in. Junior brother, what is it? Having cultivated together since childhood, their bond was akin to that of brothers. As he drew closer and listened to the four-eyed one's words, Uncle Jiu stiffened, his expression changing dramatically, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably, staring incredulously at Yi Xian. He began to mutter to himself, not only has he mastered the heart palm thunder, but he has also surpassed the four eyes. How is this even possible? The thunder attribute techniques are notoriously difficult to cultivate. To harness the heart palm thunder, one must condense thunder attribute spiritual energy. When did Xiao Xian achieve this? When did he even practice the heart palm thunder? Could it be that he merely glanced at it and instantly understood? Boom. Uncle Jiu's Tao heart shattered in an instant, akin to that of the four eyes. His entire being trembled incessantly, as if his soul had been wrenched from him, rendering him utterly powerless. He sat rigidly beside the four eyes, muttering, "Junior brother, move a bit closer. Brother is on the verge of collapse." Having said that, he lay horizontally beside the four eyes. The words exchanged today were akin to a thunderclap, striking at the hearts of both individuals. Yi Xian? Ren Fa? Awei? Ren Tingting? Uncle Jiu, please don't lie here. Ren Fa urged. It's fine. I'll just lie here for a moment, Uncle Jiu replied. Ren Fa, utterly bewildered, could not fathom what these two old Taoists were up to. Moments later, the four eyes and Uncle Jiu finally regained their composure and hurriedly led Yi Xian towards the ancestral hall. Ren Fa initially intended to keep Yi Xian behind, but there was no opportunity for that. Watching the three retreating figures, he suddenly felt a jolt of alarm and rushed after them. Uncle Jiu, what about my father? Is he still alive? You must not let my father perish. But the speed of Uncle Jiu and the four eyes far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and soon they vanished from sight. As the stars shifted, upon reaching the ancestral hall, the trio discovered a section of the courtyard wall had collapsed, revealing a chaotic scene within, bearing the marks of a struggle. Meanwhile, Wen Kai and Xiusheng sat amidst the courtyard, entirely oblivious to the three standing outside, engaged in a heated debate. Wen Kai, I'll keep watch over the ancestral hall. You go notify the master. I want to go. That zombie might be lurking outside. The moment I step out, I'll be devoured. The four eyes? Yi Xian? Uncle Jiu? In an instant. The trio was left astounded by Wen Kai and Xiusheng. goodness. While others cultivate and grow bolder with their knowledge, these two are a complete contradiction. In fact, on the way here, Uncle Jiu had recounted his previous encounter. After locating the grave, he grew concerned about anomalies at the Ren household and hastily made his way here. Little did he expect, along the way, to encounter the resurrected and formidable Lord Run, who had emerged from his coffin. In their fierce confrontation, Uncle Jiu, having come unarmed, relied solely on a few talismans, managing to sever Lord Ren's arms. Yet, it seemed as if someone was orchestrating events from the shadows, and upon witnessing the unfavorable turn, Lord Ren retreated. Seizing the opportunity under the cover of night, the two were in the midst of a playful exchange of refusals when Wenkai suddenly proposed. How about we return to our room to sleep? When the master returns, we can say we were fast asleep and knew nothing. Qiuxing readily agreed. Excellent idea. Let us hasten back to the room. It would be disastrous if the master caught us. The expressions of Simu, Jiushu, and Yeshuan were a mix of bewilderment, their confusion palpable as they processed the absurdity of the duo's conversation. As Wenkai and Qiuxing prepared to retreat to their quarters, Jiushu could no longer contain his indignation. It was one thing to overlook their negligence in guarding the coffin, given their lack of capability against the armored corpse, but their flippant attitude was intolerable. Regaining his composure, Jiushu stealthily retrieved a wooden stick from the entrance. With a determined effort, he brandished the stick and charged forward at an astonishing speed. "Brother, wait for me." Simu, incensed, followed closely behind. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the anguished cries of Wenkai and Qiuxing. "Master, I was wrong. I truly was." They lamented. "Uncle Master, please restrain our master." "Restrain him? You should be pleading with your master to control me." "Ah, please, stop hitting. Stop." While little Xian bravely battles several undead creatures, you too, as his senior brothers, conspire to deceive your master. It is either the two of you confront the ancestral master today, or I shall. Chapter 23. A Fantastical Realm? Does fate conspire against me? Forgive my bluntness, esteemed master, but you must have committed no grave transgressions in your previous life. For what have I done to deserve the likes of Wakai and Qiuxing as my misguided disciples? Yet, I find solace in the fact that my past good deeds have led me to encounter the prodigious disciple, little Xian. As the night deepened, Jiushu and Simu knelt before the portrait of their ancestral master, striving to fortify their crumbling resolve. After a while, they finally exhaled in unison, their previously pallid faces regaining a semblance of color. However, as they rose and glanced upward, they were instantly struck with astonishment. The portrait of their master had vanished. Jiushu, Simu. After a brief moment of shock, they cast aside their thoughts and hurried to bed. Currently, although the old master had sustained severe injuries and had retreated from populated areas, zombies, nourished by blood, could recuperate. As disciples of Maoshan, they could not remain idle. They resolved to recuperate through the night and seek out the zombies on the morrow. "Brother, you now have 3 disciples. Could you spare one for me? Little Xian seems quite promising. Name your terms, and I shall fulfill them without hesitation." Simu whispered eagerly, lying beside Jiushu. However, Uncle Jiu had long anticipated that his junior disciple would entertain such thoughts. Calmly, he declared, "Fear not, senior brother. I shall reluctantly part with my protege, Wenkai Qiuxing, whom I have nurtured for many years, and entrust him to you. You must ensure their well-being." The 4 eyes exchanged silence. "Fine. Do you think I just let out a fart?" With Wenkai Qiuxing and Jiala mingling together, I, as their master, would undoubtedly not survive until the next year. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was in high spirits, completely devoid of sleepiness, for it was time for the simulation once again. In his previous life, he could hardly be parted from his phone, but in this world, he struggled to find joy. However, with the opportunity to gain benefits and the addictiveness of the simulator, it was indeed captivating. Simulation. Simulation. Yi Xian excitedly rubbed his hands together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Commencing world extraction. Congratulations, you have drawn the fantasy world. Would you like to initiate the simulation? A fantasy world? My goodness, how splendid. As a dashing reader, Yi Xian was quite familiar with the fantasy world. With sex aplenty, powerful beings abounding, and fairies galore, a stroke of luck could bestow upon him a rare treasure, transforming him into a dragon amidst the storm. Simulation. Without hesitation, Yi Xian's imagination began to soar, envisioning himself as the protagonist of the fantasy world, with princesses, divine healers, and serpent maidens willingly braving fire and water for him. Yet, The reality proved to be quite the contrary. At 0 years old, after lingering in your mother's womb for over 9 months, you awakened spiritual consciousness, often hearing through her belly as she praised your father as the mightiest man in the world. Your mother also declared that she would ensure you become as formidable as your father. You were filled with hope for the future. With such a powerful father, your life was destined to be comfortable. A month later, you were born. Gazing upon your modestly dressed mother in the dilapidated house barely accommodating 3 or 4 people, you were utterly bewildered. Wasn't my father supposed to be the mightiest man in the world? Why do we reside in such a wretched place? Sorrow overwhelmed you, and you couldn't help but wail. But suddenly, a realization struck you. Your parents must have grown weary of worldly strife, retreating as unparalleled masters. You began to smile, and your mother joyfully smiled back. A month later, your father returned. Your mother immediately embraced him warmly, yet your father chuckled ruefully, recounting, "This time at sea, I nearly became shark bait, but fortunately, I caught a whole boatload of fish." Your mother quickly consoled him, saying, "As long as you're safe. I've always said you are the mightiest fisherman in the world. There's never any danger. Our son will follow in your footsteps and become the greatest fisherman too." Yi Xian? Fisherman? Fisherman? Goodness gracious. These words were never mentioned before my birth. Had I known, I would have chosen differently. Yi Xian did not disdain this profession. Rather, one must ponder who in this fantastical realm would willingly choose to become the strongest fisherman. He hoped fervently to muster some resolve and avoid such a path. With a sigh, his gaze returned to the simulator. Upon learning that your parents intend to cultivate you as a fisherman, you felt despair. Yet you resolved to defy their wishes. However, your innate talent is extraordinary. When your peers were merely learning to crawl, you exhibited remarkable aptitude and could already run on the ground. When they began to run, you had mastered swimming and could catch several fish in the shallow waters each day. By the age of 8, your strength surpassed that of your father. Your parents were elated, often boasting to others about their son's imperial potential. Yet you understood that the emperor they referred to was none other than the strongest fisherman. At 9, under the cover of night, you stealthily left your home, intent on joining a powerful sect to forge your own path to enlightenment. Alas, without recommendations or funds, you could only serve as a menial outer disciple in the alchemy sect, where many alchemical processes were of no use to you. With time on your hands, you discovered a remarkable talent for alchemy, memorizing the entire compendium of alchemical techniques within a year. Realizing you could no longer live in such a meager manner, you resolved to concoct a supreme elixir that would attract heavenly tribulations and astonish the entire sect, elevating yourself above others. Seizing an opportunity one fateful night, you stealthily infiltrated the alchemy hall, gazing at the immense alchemical furnace before you and the prepared herbs in hand. Filled with anticipation, you hurriedly commenced the alchemical process. But who could have anticipated the sudden calamity? The earth trembled violently. The furnace toppled, crushing you to death. Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a tome of alchemical techniques. Yi Xian could only lament in exasperation. What a prodigious talent. Yet born into such unfortunate circumstances, was this not a decree of fate against him? Nevertheless, he was fortunate to have obtained an alchemical tome. It is known that some basic elixirs in the fantastical realm would be considered pinnacle level in the spiritual realm of today. A single quality elixir could potentially elevate him to the rank of celestial master, provided he could find the requisite spiritual herbs. But that was a matter for another time. Continue the simulation. Yi Xian murmured. He dared not choose resurrection again. After all, this young man had perished due to a calamity. Who knew if another earthquake would occur upon revival? He could meet his end once more. Simulation continuing. Generating visuals. You were born into a small family in the Duki continent, the Shao clan. As the son of the clan leader, your talent for cultivation was exceptional, earning you the title of Little Genius at just 1 year of age. Will it not be another tale of mediocrity? I yearn for an invincible saga. Chapter 24. The Protagonist's Template. This seems to be a tale of great misfortune. Born into the world, your mother tragically succumbed to illness, and bereft of maternal love. You exhibited extraordinary fortitude. While other children babbled in their mother's arms, you began to fend for yourself, learning to eat and sleep independently. As the heir to your family's lineage, you displayed no signs of petulance or mischief. Instead, you embodied impeccable manners, earning the affection of all within your clan. At the tender age of 4, your prodigious talent allowed you to ascend to the Qi refinement stage in just a month, shattering the historical records of your family and even that of the entire town. The practitioners of the town were soon acquainted with your illustrious name, and your journey as a genius was merely commencing. Within a year, you had become a formidable warrior, possessing the terrifying prowess of a third-tier combatant. This astonishing rate of cultivation not only eclipsed the talents of your entire clan, but also rendered you unparalleled among your peers throughout the town. Moreover, you did not squander your gifts. Rising before the dawn and retiring after dusk became your daily regimen. During the yearly aura assessments, you invariably captured the attention of all present. As time progressed, your cultivation speed accelerated, placing you far ahead of your contemporaries, until the arrival of a child named Sunner. Her innate talent and cultivation speed were but a shade below yours. It was amid such brilliance that a camaraderie blossomed, leading you both to train together day and night. And thus, the days passed, until the moment you turned 11, when you successfully coalesced your combat energy into a cyclone, becoming the youngest combatant in a century within your family. At this juncture, your name had captured the attention of major sects, who extended olive branches to your family, eager for you to join their ranks. Yet, your father declined their offers. However, from that year onward, regardless of your efforts in cultivation, your progress stagnated. Your father reassured you that all practitioners inevitably encounter bottlenecks, yet 6 months later, your cultivation began to regress. In just a year, you plummeted to the status of a fearsome 6th-tier combatant. The entire clan was in uproar. Elders and your father sought methods and remedies far and wide to save you. But 2 years passed, and despite consuming various potions, you showed no signs of recovery, instead descending to the 3rd tier of combat energy. From that point onward, you endured the vicissitudes of fortune, until the woman to whom you were betrothed by fate arrived to annul the engagement, and everything changed. Gazing at the unfolding scenario on the simulator, Yi Xian felt no despair. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. The tale of a 3rd-tier combatant, a fallen genius, coupled with the annulment of an engagement, resonated deeply with him. From that moment, he was destined to embark on a path of extraordinary exploits, not merely aspiring to become a terrifying combat emperor, but even a combat king. The rewards extracted were manifold. It is sufficient to empower oneself, rendering one fearless in this ethereal realm. After all, this world is rife with formidable zombies and malevolent spirits. However, the ensuing simulation left Yi Xian utterly bewildered. To be jilted by a woman feels akin to delivering a slap across the faces of one's entire family. You tear up the marriage contract and establish a 3-year pact, coldly asserting to the woman, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. From this moment forth, you devote yourself fervently to cultivation. Yet, a year later, your prowess remains stagnant at the 3rd stage of fighting energy. You find yourself engulfed in darkness, contemplating an escape from your family to venture into the outside world, seeking fortune. But after 6 months, you still make no progress. Consequently, you succumb to depression and ultimately choose to leap from a cliff. In death, a soul escapes from the ring upon your fingertip. Simulation concluded. Due to your diminished strength, you cannot claim any rewards. Yi Xian? What the heck? An unexpected death is one thing. Being killed by an elder is another. But at least one can accept that. What is this depression nonsense? Suicide? What is that? Is it not merely a regression in strength? A loss of respect from the entire family, and being jilted by a woman? Could you not endure a little longer for Sunner? This potion master is truly. Absorbing someone's fighting energy should have its limits. Must one die before you make your appearance? Please choose, host. Continue the resurrection simulation? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yi Xian fell into deep contemplation. After all, a protagonist template has finally emerged, and a golden finger has materialized. To restart would indeed squander a precious opportunity. After resurrection, if only he could devour a foreign flame, he would undoubtedly profit immensely. Most importantly, he had yet to witness the encounter with Queen Medusa beneath the lava. What normal person could possibly give up? Resurrect. Host has exchanged one simulation opportunity for resurrection. Loading screen. As your consciousness gradually revives, you are astonished to discover that you have fallen from a 100-meter-high cliff, yet not only are you alive, but you are also completely unscathed. In utter shock, you slowly rise to inspect your surroundings, seeking to uncover the reason for this miraculous survival, until you behold a shadow clad in black robes, exuding an aura of eerie malevolence, hovering above your head. You are rendered utterly astonished. What the heck? This black shadow. Something feels amiss? Yi Xian is somewhat dazed, sensing that something is not right. Yet having chosen resurrection, there is no turning back. He must press on, bracing himself to see what unfolds. Much like you, the black shadow gazes at you in profound astonishment. It too cannot fathom how a mere child of the third stage of fighting energy could leap from a 100-meter-high cliff and emerge unscathed. However, after your conversation, it became evident that the lingering shadow before you is the remnant of an unparalleled powerhouse from a century ago. For reasons unknown, he has been sealed within your ring. Over the past few years, he has gradually awakened by absorbing your fighting spirit. He is aware that the 3-year agreement is approaching its end, and thus intends to attach himself to you to redeem his past disgrace. Yet, you refuse to listen, vehemently declaring, "Without you, I would still be the genius I once was. All misfortunes would have been avoided. 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have endured during these years?" He desires to possess you, to consume your energy, to aid in his corporeal resurrection. I assure you, such notions are absurd. I shall ensure your eternal disappearance from this world. With a resolute determination to perish together, you dash headlong into the rocks, ending your life. Simulation concluded. Rewards being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a ring. Only possesses spatial storage capabilities. Yi Xian? What a ridiculous protagonist template. Absurdly devouring foreign flames. How dare one underestimate the impoverished youth? This is utterly useless. A true prodigal. This child is indeed a lost cause. The path to glory lies ahead, yet he chooses to end his life? With tears, Yi Xian reluctantly places the spatial ring upon his finger. Does this trinket hold any value? It possesses no combat strength and cannot provide refuge in times of peril. Yet, is it entirely devoid of utility? It does offer convenience for storing items. Moreover, Yi Xian is quite certain that in this mystical realm, he is one of a kind. The simulation has entered a cool-down phase, so Yi Xian has no choice but to retire for the night. The rising sun, akin to a sharp blade, slices through the dawn. Outside, the voice of Uncle Jiu calls out, "Xiao Xian, rise and shine. Today is the 15th of May. We must eliminate the zombies before midnight, or we shall face dire consequences. Hurry and prepare." Chapter 25. Heroes share the same vision. I shall defect from my sect. The 15th of May? Upon hearing this date, Yi Xian quickly rises, recalling what he had read. The oracle states, "Thick clouds obscure the sun's brilliance. I advise you not to venture far. This is the month and day of toxins, when all malevolent entities shall gain tremendous power. Moreover, on this day, should a zombie consume the blood of its kin, the benefits derived will far exceed those of any other day. The sinister forces controlling the Old Man Ren will undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Currently, the Old Man Ren has transformed into an ironclad corpse. If he were to consume the blood of his relatives, his strength would instantly elevate by 2 ranks, possibly even surpassing the ironclad level entirely. Why must he summon us so early? I was beaten last night and scarcely slept a wink. Master, could you not show a bit of mercy? Indeed, there are matters that never warrant a call for Xiao Xian. You only ever beckon us." Responding to the summons were Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. With a dazed gait, they muttered their complaints, still half asleep. But no sooner had they finished their grumbling than 2 sharp knocks landed on their heads. Upon realizing the presence of their master, their senior uncle, and Yi Xian, who were all set with their preparations, seated at the stone table in the courtyard, they dared not utter another word. They hastily began to tidy up. Yi Xian, somewhat speechless, pondered whether Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were inherently reckless. Did they require a couple of knocks daily to feel alive? Soon, the group split into 2 paths. Jiu Shu and Si Mu followed the direction where the old master had vanished the previous night, on a mission to track down the zombie, hoping to resolve the matter before nightfall. Meanwhile, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng accompanied Yi Xian to the Ren residence to set up some simple formations. After all, zombies are particularly drawn to the blood of their kin, and should Jiu Shu and Si Mu fail to locate it, it would undoubtedly seek ways to infiltrate the Ren residence under the cover of darkness. In the Ren residence, following the events of the previous night, Ren Fa had spent a fortune hiring a group of strong men, armed with sharp weapons, to patrol the area outside the mansion. Additionally, there were members of the security team dispatched by Wei, standing guard at the entrance with steel rifles. The moment they spotted Yi Xian, they rushed inside to summon Wei. "Taoist, you have finally arrived. Quickly, open the gates." Wei greeted them with great enthusiasm. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were somewhat bewildered, In their memories, Away had always been exceedingly arrogant, rarely acknowledging their presence. Why was he behaving so differently today? Nevertheless, since Away was extending his courtesy, they felt obliged to reciprocate. They quickly responded, "Captain Away, you are too kind, welcoming us in person." As they took a step forward to shake hands, Away merely cast a glance at them and promptly took the box from Yi Xian's hands, complimenting him. "Daoist Yi Xian, why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have arranged for a carriage to pick you up." Before Yi Xian could respond, the persistent Wen Kai interjected, "No worries, the journey is not far. We walked here." However, Away seemed to ignore him entirely, ushering Yi Xian inside without delay. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. The two were instantly perplexed, exchanging glances of bewilderment. Wen Kai, could it be that our souls have left our bodies? Is it possible that apart from our master and other cultivators, no one can perceive our existence? Qiu Sheng, let us be realistic. We are less visible than air. Upon entering the Run residence, Yi Xian remained vigilant, instructing everyone to scatter glutinous rice around the courtyard. Glutinous rice, being a product of the 5 grains, represents extreme yang and possesses the efficacy to suppress malevolent spirits, regardless of the zombie's level. Glutinous rice can quell the corpse energy within its body. After completing these tasks, as the night quietly descended, Yi Xian summoned all the guards stationed outside the Ren residence back into the hall. The old Master Ren was no ordinary zombie. Even Uncle Jiu, possessing the formidable strength of a geomancer, could not subdue him without the aid of magical artifacts. These young men, though robust and armed with sharp weapons, found that even bullets inflicted no harm on the armored corpse. Allowing them to guard the periphery would merely serve to provide the zombie with a sanguine feast. Furthermore, those bitten by the armored corpse would undergo a transformation into the undead within mere moments, complicating matters significantly later on. The assembled crowd in the hall began to panic. Ren Fa, perplexed, inquired, "Yi Xian, what is happening? Your father has transformed into a terrifying zombie, and even my master may struggle to defeat him. It is highly likely that he will breach our defenses tonight to feast upon your blood." Wen Kai immediately clarified, eager to assert his relevance. However, Ren Fa disregarded him entirely and turned back to Yi Xian, asking urgently, "What about my father?" Yi Xian nodded, confirming the grim news. Accurate information was now at hand. A wave of distress swept through the hall as the people realized the gravity of the situation. The walking corpse from the previous night had already instilled fear in their hearts. If a zombie that even Uncle Jiu could not vanquish roamed free, who among them could withstand it? Terror etched across their faces, especially on Ren Tingting, whose pale and timid demeanor deeply moved Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. How can a hero allow a maiden to weep? They thought. "Fear not, for my 2 masters are here to protect us, and we, their disciples, will ensure that even if the zombie infiltrates the estate, we shall subdue it within moments." Their righteous assurances echoed through the hall, exuding an air of authority. Yet, much like before, the crowd paid little heed to them. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, notorious for their mischief, were well known for their ineptitude. Indeed, their infamous reputation overshadowed even Uncle Jiu's renown. "Yi Xian, should my father truly enter, please show no mercy. Burn him to ashes if you must. I cannot allow him to feast upon my blood. Even if he seeks to drain me, I implore you to protect Tingting." Ren Fa pleaded earnestly. The crowd found his words peculiar, but could not pinpoint the source of their discomfort. They instinctively drew closer to Yi Xian, viewing him as their lifeline. After all, the tales of the young man in white who battled several zombies the previous night had spread like wildfire. As the throng coalesced, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng found themselves completely isolated, as no one dared approach them. At that moment, Ren Fa also presented the promised reward from the previous night. For he was a merchant at heart. Naturally, one understands the principle of acting upon the allure of wealth. They had not even received the remuneration from the previous night. He could not guarantee that Yi Xian would wholeheartedly protect the father and daughter. Upon witnessing this, Away hastily presented the prepared silver dollars. Yi Xian did not decline and accepted them without hesitation. This scene left Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng utterly speechless. So much gold, so many silver dollars. To be frank, after many years of following their master to vanquish demons, they had never encountered such a fortune. One must realize that ordinary citizens toil for an entire year only to earn 10 silver dollars, and they scarcely manage to save even that. Even their master, after a lifetime of hard work, had likely accumulated far less than what Xiao Xian earned in a single night. All being practitioners, how could there be such a disparity? The two exchanged glances, their minds racing with new ideas. When Kai remarked, "Over the years, I have saved only 10 silver dollars, all entrusted to our master," Xiao Sheng declared, "I have made my decision. From now on, I shall follow the junior apprentice. Even the smallest trinkets he discards could lead to immense wealth for me." When Kai echoed, "Great minds think alike. I shall renounce my master and take Xiao Shidi as my mentor." Just then, a roar akin to that of a wild beast echoed from outside the Run residence, deafening in its intensity. The previously panicked crowd froze in terror, scarcely daring to breathe. Yuxian nodded slightly. It was the arrival of old Master Rin. He had anticipated this outcome. Under normal circumstances, with the skills of Uncle Jiu and Simu, they would undoubtedly locate the zombie before nightfall. However, old Master Rin was merely a puppet. The dark forces behind him wielded formidable methods. Chapter 26. What malicious entity? Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Fear not, for outside lies a glutinous rice formation offering protection. The zombie, devoid of intellect, is utterly clueless on how to enter. If it were able to breach our defenses, I, when Kai, would sacrifice myself and allow it to feast upon me first. What we must do now is wait for my master and uncle to arrive. Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng were certainly not without merit, immediately seeking to reassure the crowd. Should the people succumb to panic and attempt to flee, all prior preparations would be rendered futile. As the crowd settled, the roars outside gradually faded. As if the zombie had departed, Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you, the zombie can never enter." Yet, scarcely had the words left their mouths when they were suddenly struck by a chilling realization, their eyes wide with horror as they gazed at the ceiling. From above came the sound of debris shattering, the beams threatening to splinter. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps drew ever closer, reminiscent of two armies poised for battle. Echoing with a heavy and mournful beat, the hearts of all were suspended, beating erratically, blood pressure soaring. As the specter of death loomed, the once proud men brandishing weapons felt their bravado evaporate in an instant, revealing expressions of sheer terror akin to that of 3-year-old children. Instinctively, they gravitated towards Yi Xian. For in the face of overwhelming fear, regardless of one's size or strength, all transform into children yearning for their mothers. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Everyone held their breath. The silence, so profound one could hear the whisper of the wind outside. At that moment, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, a thunderous crash resounded as the ceiling above the hall suddenly collapsed. Debris and wooden beams fell in unison, sending plumes of dust into the air. Moonlight filtered through the gaping holes above, illuminating the scene. There, among the swirling dust, glowed a pair of ghostly crimson eyes, flickering ominously and sending chills down spines. With a deafening roar, the sound of the undead erupted, swirling the dust and spreading it like a tempest. The figure, entangled in dark, malevolent energy and radiating a black golden sheen, finally materialized before the crowd. A monster. Truly a fiend. Run, run for your lives. As they beheld the gaunt visage of the elder Rin, his elongated fangs glistening beneath his official robes, a collective scream erupted among the onlookers. Some, stricken with fear, trembled uncontrollably, their bodies convulsing, while a few fainted outright. Others, bolder in spirit, began to scout for an escape route. But the wooden doors of the hall had already been sealed shut with rivets under the command of Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng, rendering them utterly impassable for the time being. "What are you waiting for? Shoot it in the head." Away urged his subordinates, his voice laced with urgency. There were at least 10 guns in the vicinity. Even if they could not kill the zombie, they could at least buy some time. With a strong desire to survive, Rin Fa seized a long gun from the hands of a dazed security officer, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Such behavior is not uncommon, often when danger strikes. The survival instinct of the wealthy is far more pronounced than that of the impoverished. After all, nothing is more agonizing than dying with unspent wealth. As Rin Fa fired the first shot, the other security personnel snapped back to reality, raising their guns to aim at the vital points of the zombie. Their fingers working with the speed honed over decades of single life. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire erupted, as raucous as firecrackers on New Year's Eve. In an instant, flames erupted and gun smoke filled the air. While today's firearms may not compare to those of the 21st century at close range, the lethality remains virtually unchanged. Moreover, the intensity of the situation is overwhelming. Even if faced with a statue forged from iron, it would undoubtedly become riddled with holes. After being met with hundreds of shots, the wall behind the zombie has been blasted into a large crater. What is truly astonishing is that the zombie stands firm, with bullets igniting across its body, merely damaging its clothing and hair. Not even its skin has been grazed. Remarkably, even the softest part of the human body, the eyes, after enduring multiple shots, merely transformed from single eyelids to double eyelids. On the face of such resilience left the onlookers in despair, their gazes void of any glimmer of survival instinct. This creature seems even more formidable than when it first emerged from the coffin. Qiusheng gasped in horror. Yi Xian nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Logically, since Old Master Ren had his arms shattered by the talismans wielded by Jiu Shu last night, the only conceivable explanation for his restored appearance is the dark forces behind him. They must have utilized the night to reshape his body with some form of blood essence, not only restoring his severed limbs, but also significantly enhancing the zombie's power. Each realm of a Taoist is meticulously divided into stages, and the same applies to zombies. For instance, the armored corpse ranks are further classified into corpse generals and corpse kings, with skin as dark as night. This zombie has evidently transcended the realm of the armored corpse general, directly elevating itself to that of a corpse king. Though the armored corpse king stands at the pinnacle of human mastery, the zombie's physique is extraordinarily rigid, akin to fallen iron, and its strength is boundless. Each strike possesses the force of 1,000 pounds. Furthermore, in this era of diminished magical practices, the arts that alter the human body have been lost, leading to a significant decline in the physical limits of Taoists across various sects. Thus, even Taoists in the early stages of earth mastery find it exceedingly challenging to eliminate a zombie of a lower rank. In most cases, they must rely on formations or the assistance of others. Without further contemplation, Yi Xian resolved to take action. If this continued, none of them would escape. However, just as he was about to move, he found his arms firmly grasped by Wei and Rintingting. "Let go. What is there to fear for a grown man?" Yi Xian exclaimed, shaking off Wei's grip. His gaze then shifted to Rintingting, only to discover that she was drenched in tears, her sorrowful eyes having soaked his shoulder. "Let go quickly. We cannot disregard the zombie," he murmured. Yet, consumed by fear, Rintingting dared not release her hold. She clutched Yi Xian's arm tightly, looking towards Wen Kai Qiusheng with earnestness. "Xian, do not go out. Wen Kai Qiusheng has been cultivating for many more years than you. He is still your senior brother, and their strength is surely formidable. They will certainly find a way to fend off the zombie." Before Yi Xian could respond, originally, upon witnessing the trembling of the zombie, Wen Kai Qiusheng felt invigorated by the affirmation from his beloved. His hands ceased to quiver, his legs regained their strength, and he could not help but puff out his chest with pride. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated that Miss Ren would hold such importance to their duo. He immediately proclaimed with great fervor, "Miss Ren, rest assured, such a zombie is merely a trifling matter before my brother and me. Everyone step back. Allow us to demonstrate our combined technique," the heavenly feather zombie shout, "to vanquish this malevolent creature." Indeed, their words were not mere bravado. They had previously used this technique to repel numerous evil entities. Without further hesitation, the duo unleashed their imposing aura, which gradually dissipated alongside their subtle spiritual energy. Their bodies tensed as they bellowed. What kind of malevolent fiend dares to act recklessly before the two saints of Maoshan? Retreat! 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 Chapter 27. Unfilial Child. Today I shall reduce you to ashes. Zombie. Renefe? Yi Xian? The Ren household. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. They had previously underestimated Wen Kai Qiusheng over the years, yet it now appeared that they had overly esteemed these two inept individuals. The so-called combined strike of the duo was no different from releasing a foul odor. No, the zombie possessed an acute sense of smell. Perhaps even a foul odor could affect it. In truth, their technique bore no substantial reasoning. Maoshan, being a prominent sect, had disciples guarding various locations, and their illustrious ancestors and powerful figures served in the underworld. Moreover, Maoshan practitioners shared a distinctive trait. They were fiercely protective of their own. Should harm befall one of their disciples, the elder practitioners would unite to scatter your ashes. Thus, many evil entities, upon hearing of Maoshan's involvement, preferred to avoid trouble and would turn away. Look, the zombie dares not move. Even if 10 zombies were to appear today, we could subdue them effortlessly. Wen Kai Qiusheng turned to boast to Rintingting. However, He and his companion had never anticipated that even the ironclad Corpse King, despite its limited consciousness, would not harbor any fear. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a heavy footfall resonated, and a figure shrouded in thick corpse energy descended behind them. The zombie fixated its gaze upon the two kin in the crowd, disregarding Wen Jiu entirely, and swung its arms like iron rods. With two resounding thuds, Wen Jiu and his companion were sent flying backward like deflated balloons, crashing into a wooden pillar. Bang! The pillar shattered. Despite the years that have passed, Wen Kai and Xiu Sheng have not mastered any formidable spells. However, through relentless training under the relentless assaults of Uncle Jiu against malevolent forces, their resilience has been honed to perfection. Even as the sturdy wooden pillar nearly splintered under the weight of their struggles, they emerged from the fray, battered yet unbroken, and rushed toward the crowd, crying out for assistance. As they surged forward, the zombie's legs flexed, propelling it into the air with alarming speed. Its arms outstretched toward Ren Tingting, who stood beside Yi Xian. Yi Xian furrowed his brow, acutely aware that Ren's current prowess had ascended to that of the ironclad Corpse King. Should this creature manage to siphon even a drop of blood from its kin, its power would surge, potentially allowing it to evolve into a copper-armored corpse. In such a case, even Uncle Jiu, who had only recently stepped into the Earthmaster realm, might find it insurmountable. Resolute and without hesitation, Yi Xian broke free from Ren Tingting's grasp. Murmuring an incantation, heavenly generals above, earthly deities below, wise and just, impartial and fair, vanquish evil and alleviate peril like the wrath of divine beings, turned to dust and ashes. As his words faded, he produced the last of his demon-breaking talismans and hurled it toward the airborne zombie. The talisman soared through the air, radiating a brilliant golden light as it harnessed spiritual energy, resembling a blazing flame that pierced the veil of night. The onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes, while the ironclad corpse, enveloped in a suffocating aura, felt its malevolent energy wane in the face of the golden brilliance, compelling it to instinctively retreat. Yet, under Yi Xian's deft control, the talisman fluttered gracefully like a winged butterfly, plunging into the zombie's chest. Upon contact, the dispersed golden light and concentrated spiritual energy coalesced into a terrifying force that erupted with a thunderous roar. The zombie, on the verge of crashing into the crowd, was violently hurled back, landing with a resounding thud that created a substantial crater in the ground, leaving it in a state of disarray. The dark, ominous aura surrounding it dissipated somewhat, drawing the attention of the crowd who now beheld the sight with trepidation. The formidable zombie lay in the pit it had created, and the realization struck them. Not only could this creature bite, but its sheer force was enough to reduce ordinary individuals to mere pulp. As the zombie rose again, the spectators gasped in astonishment. The seemingly indestructible creature now bore a gaping hole the size of a fist in its chest, from which a dense, rancid aura continued to seep. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the zombie's gaze fixated on Ren Fa, who stood at a distance from Yi Xian. Though its intellect was limited, it understood that should it manage to consume a drop of blood from a kin tonight, it would be unstoppable. Without further contemplation, the zombie flexed its legs and launched itself forward like a cannonball. Surrounded tightly by the crowd, Yi Xian found it difficult to escape and hurriedly cautioned, "Master Ren, beware of your father." Ren Fa trembled but did not flee. The reason was simple. Having witnessed the formidable power of Yi Xian's talismans, he recalled the numerous talismans drawn by his master, Jiu Shu, that he held close. Who was Jiu Shu? He was indeed Yi Xian's mentor, a seasoned practitioner whose talismans were undoubtedly far more potent than those of his disciple. With this thought in mind, Ren Fa retrieved a stack of talismans from his robe, grinning as he declared, "Fear not, I possess a collection of Jiu Shu's talismans. Today, I, Ren Fa, shall uphold justice against kin. Father, come forth. Your unfilial son intends to reduce you to ashes." Without hesitation, he hurled the talismans into the fray. Swish, swish, swish. The talismans sensed the overwhelming aura of the corpse and instantly adhered to it. In the blink of an eye, dozens of talismans enveloped most of the zombie's form. Upon contact with the corpse, the spiritual energy clashed with the necrotic aura, resulting in a sudden explosion. Flames erupted. The conflagration of the talismans entwined around the zombie's body, crackling like intertwined lightning. However, the next moment, Ren Fa's laughter faded. The zombie shuddered violently, the dense, almost tangible aura of death swirling like a tempest, sweeping away dozens of talismans in an instant. Only shallow scars remained on the corpse. Renefe? The crowd? In an instant, everyone was bewildered. Jiu was a venerable practitioner with decades of cultivation, renowned as a rare genius of Maoshan in a century. Yet the cumulative damage inflicted by his dozens of talismans was inferior to a single one from Yixian. Who truly was the master? Who was the disciple? The disparity was astonishing. Meanwhile, the elder Ren was infuriated by his son's audacity, unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens. His crimson gaze flared fiercely, anger and resentment reaching a fever pitch. With arms raised in jaws agape, he lunged at Renefe. Father, I am your flesh and blood. Open your eyes and see. We must not harm each other, lest we become a laughingstock. Renefe fled in desperation, all the while drawing a firearm from his coat and firing relentlessly at his father, aiming for vital spots. The crowd in the hall also scrambled around Yixian, preventing him from making a timely intervention. Just then, the barred door was shattered by an overwhelming force from the outside. Boom! Wood splintered and dust billowed. Two figures clad in Taoist robes leapt into the air, intervening just as the zombie was about to seize Renefe. Bang! Bang! Two peachwood swords pierced forth in an instant, repelling the zombies. They were none other than the hastily arrived Jiu and Simu. However, their robes were tattered, and faint traces of blood stained the corners of their mouths, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. Simu stood at the pinnacle of human mastery, while Jiu was at the initial stage of earthly mastery. The fact that they were at a disadvantage spoke volumes about the terrifying strength of their adversary. Chapter 28. When Kai Qiuxing is undoubtedly doomed. As Ren Laote gazed at the two old Taoists standing before him, he was momentarily taken aback. The crimson light in his eyes flickered violently, and two intense waves of corpse energy surged forth from his arms. Iron Armor Corpse King. Jiu and Simu exclaimed in unison, having devoted many years to their cultivation. They were well aware that the ability to manipulate corpse energy for attack was a characteristic unique to corpses of the general rank and above. Moreover, a corpse king could amplify its physical form multiple times through the fusion of malevolent energy. The two dared not dwell on their thoughts and simultaneously murmured the golden light enhancement technique, enveloping their swords in a faint golden glow, rendering the two wooden swords as resplendent as if gilded. In the next moment, their wrists turned with a synchronized motion. Having practiced the same sword technique together since childhood in Maoshan, their actions were nearly identical. The two swords aimed directly at the oncoming corpse energy, thrusting forth with precision. Swish, swish. The golden light enhancement technique, formed by the convergence of vitality and spiritual energy, belonged to the realm of extreme yang, specifically designed to counter malevolent forces. In the instant that the golden and black energies collided, the corpse energy began to dissipate. The two golden swords broke through the energy, directly targeting Ren Laote's chest. Boom, boom. As the swords met the corpse, they exploded in an instant. The powerful force staggered the zombies, causing Jiu and Simu to be pushed back repeatedly until Yixian stepped in, using his hand to steady the two. Master, what is happening? Yixian inquired, his confusion evident. Though he had a sense of the situation, he remained somewhat uncertain. Soon, Jiu and Simu recounted their infiltration into the mass grave to seek out the zombies in meticulous detail. Following the direction the zombies had fled the previous night, they employed the Maoshan Qi observation technique and quickly pinpointed the zombies' hiding place. However, to their astonishment, by the time they arrived, the zombies had vanished. Instead, they encountered a white-haired practitioner of evil, along with dozens of his reanimated corpses, waiting for them. During the ensuing battle, they discovered that this individual was indeed the feng shui master from 20 years ago. After his burial site was forcibly taken, he began practicing dark arts with the intent to transform all members of the Ren family into zombies under his control. Jiu and Simu urged him to cease his actions, but the practitioner had already succumbed to madness, refusing to heed any words of reason. Thus, they could only engage in a singular battle. Together, the two of them vanquished all the walking corpses. Yet, who would have anticipated that the power of the dark path was exceedingly terrifying, far surpassing the two of them? Due to his concerns that old Master Ren would bloodily cleanse the Ren residents, Jiu had no choice but to use a formation to confine him. It was in this urgency that they hastily made their way here. Master, let us join forces, Yixian said, nodding slightly. The geomancer was still alive, and they needed to eliminate old Master Ren swiftly. Otherwise, once he broke free from the seal, matters would become increasingly troublesome. Rest assured, little Xian. Although this vile creature possesses formidable strength, your master has his methods. Indeed. Little Xian, you may watch from the sidelines. While my cultivation may not rival that of your master, my swordsmanship is unmatched. Jiu spoke, gazing at his companion with a fierce determination. It was self-evident that both of them were renowned figures in the entire realm of cultivation. If they were to allow a disciple who had only just begun his path to combat alongside them, word would spread, and they would become a source of shame for our fellow cultivators. Observing the two inept disciples who were hiding away, he scoffed, upon our return, I shall hold a ceremony to expel them from the sect. Seeing Wakai and Shoshin cowering in the corner, fearful that the zombies would consume them, Jiu and Simyamu were incensed, their facial muscles twitching with agitation. Who was responsible for this calamity, allowing Mao Shan to encounter such incompetence? Wakai? Shoshin. The two immediately sensed that a grave situation was unfolding. If they did not perform well now, they would truly be expelled from the sect. They hurriedly began to disperse the crowd. Everyone, quickly follow us. This hall is about to collapse. If we do not exit soon, we shall be buried alive alongside our master. Jiu? Simyama? Simyama patted his senior brother's shoulder. Brother, once we return, we shall properly deal with this matter before expelling them from the sect. Yes. First, we must resolve the issue with old Master Rin. Jiu nodded in agreement. The two previous strikes had not inflicted harm upon the zombies' vital points. After all, it was the iron-armored corpse king. If it were that easy to defeat, how would it differ from the common walking corpses? No longer hesitating, they raised their wooden swords imbued with golden light and charged forth. Daoist Xiaoxian, let us venture out together, Rin Tingting urged, tugging at Yi Xian's sleeve. For some inexplicable reason, the safety of this man weighed heavily on her heart. Do not worry. I have my means of self-preservation, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod. He then pointed toward Rin Fa, who was struggling to maintain his footing without assistance. You should hurry and support your father. Father! Rin Tingting gasped, rushing toward Rin Fa without a moment's delay. In this dire moment, despite having previously lavished praise upon Rin Fa for his position, not a soul paid him any heed as life and death hung in the balance. Meanwhile, the battle continued, with Simyamu and Jiu joining forces. In a relentless assault from both sides, they launched their attacks against the zombie, the golden sword clashing against its corpse, igniting sparks that illuminated the dark surroundings. The sharp sound of metal striking metal echoed, resounding like a clarion call. Although the zombie was forced back repeatedly, its rigid form rendered any attempts to breach its defenses utterly futile. Soon, the two, Master Jiu and Simu, cornered the creature against the wall, exchanging a knowing glance. They murmured incantations, a faint aura of spiritual energy materializing beneath their feet as they sought to coalesce a formation to subdue it. However, sensing the shift in the battle, the Elder Ren unleashed a terrifying roar that sent shockwaves through the dilapidated roof, causing debris to rain down. In an instant, he altered his offensive strategy, swinging his arms, akin to iron pillars, towards the wooden supports of the ceiling. The force of his strike, imbued with the strength of thousands of pounds, shattered the timber with ease. As the support crumbled, the house creaked ominously. Thud, thud, thud. The roof began to cave in. Run, exclaimed Wenkai and Qiuxing, the two of whom had a knack for misfortune. If I survive this, I shall rend their tongues asunder. Master Jiu and Simu grumbled, attempting to flee, only to find that the iron-like claws had latched onto their shoulders. They quickly employed the golden light enhancement technique to shield themselves, preventing the zombies' malevolent energy from infiltrating their bodies. This was precisely why, despite their injuries, practitioners could withstand the corruption of the undead. They had various methods to seal their meridians and thwart the insidious energy from invading their hearts. Xiaoxian, flee without concern for me, commanded Master Jiu, urgency in his voice. All my gold is beneath the floorboards in my room. Remember to survive and inherit it. Realizing that escape was not imminent, both he and Simu hastily imparted their last words. While they possessed many techniques to combat evil, in the face of the collapsing structure, their physical forms were simply inadequate. Do not worry, Master. I shall find a way, replied Yixian, his demeanor calm as he remained steadfast. With his palms pressed together, he focused intently. To his astonishment, green sprouts began to emerge from the floorboards beneath him, pushing upward with vigor. 1, 2, 3, and more. The sprouts surged forth, rapidly expanding in all directions. Within mere breaths, these sprouts transformed into robust trees, each as thick as a bowl, and they showed no signs of halting. Yixian whispered, "Would release." As his words fell, a dense thicket of trees erupted from the ground, their sprawling branches intertwining to form a vast network that instantaneously supported the crumbling roof above. Concurrently, a massive log, as thick as a person, arose, abruptly appearing behind the venerable Jiu and the enigmatic Simumu. A colossal tree surged forth, colliding diagonally with the formidable Ren Laoi. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The immense trunk struck the zombie squarely in the chest, sending it hurtling backward, crashing through the wall behind it. Yet the giant tree, as if imbued with life, pursued relentlessly, splitting into 6 branches that entwined around the creature's form like chains. Despite the zombie possessing strength capable of shattering the heavens, it found itself utterly unable to exert force, rendered incapable of breaking free from its entrapment for the time being. Had it not been for the imminent collapse of the building, Yixian would have refrained from intervening, for the technique of wood release was exceedingly difficult to explain. How could he claim that he had been communicating with flora and trees since birth, sketching grand visions for them, leading to their unwavering submission? Wouldn't that render him a veritable tree demon? What manner of sorcery is this? How could one instantaneously summon such a plethora of flora? Is this the handiwork of the esteemed Taoist Xiaoxian? Undoubtedly, given that both Jiu and Simumu had been ensnared by the zombie. Who else could it be but Taoist Xiaoxian? Could it be that Taoist Xiaoxian is a divine being? The onlookers outside were collectively astonished, their eyes filled with reverence for Yixian. These ordinary individuals had never witnessed such extraordinary prowess. Moreover, many among them had toiled in agriculture, fully aware of the challenges involved in nurturing a mere sprout into a towering tree. To see it rise instantaneously was nothing short of divine intervention. Not to mention, the fact that those trees could be manipulated at will by Taoist Yixian. He is my junior disciple. He is indeed my junior disciple. This technique. I too possess a modicum of understanding. In the future, I must seek further knowledge from my junior disciple. How utterly unembarrassed. Inside the room, even though the zombie had been repelled, Jiu and Simumu, freed from their bindings, stood transfixed, breathless for an extended moment. Their eyes were wide with disbelief. This technique of Xiaoshuan's, although they had never witnessed it firsthand, they had certainly heard of it. It was a manifestation of the unity of heaven and man within the realm of Qi and Duanjia. Heaven possesses its own Tao, the earth has its own Tao, and humanity has its own Tao. The celestial Tao gives rise to all things, the terrestrial Tao nurtures all things, while the human Tao accomplishes all things. When heaven and earth unite with oneself, all things become one with oneself. Upon achieving enlightenment in this path, one gains the means to control all things for one's own purposes. What Xiaoxian demonstrated was indeed one such method, melding wood into oneself, using wood as limbs, employing wood as a weapon. Yet, such a technique of heavenly unity had gradually faded away millennia ago, as spiritual energy began to dissipate. Due to its extreme consumption of spiritual power, should one's internal spiritual energy be insufficient, it would surely result in backlash. In the annals of Maoshan history, only the esteemed ancestors of the North Maoshan sect, Tao Hongjing, and the South sect's founder, Gohong, possess such remarkable abilities. Since then, no one has achieved similar mastery. How could Xiaoxian have done it? Could it be that the two venerable ancestors heard their murmurs and clandestinely appeared at night to secretly bestow upon Xiaoxian their knowledge? Xiaoxian, is this profound art of Qi Min Dunjia, a harmonious union of heaven and man in the control of wood, a gift from the ancestors? Uncle Jiu exclaimed in astonishment. Simu also gazed on with eager anticipation. Yixian immediately nodded. Indeed, it was taught by the venerable ancestor. I swear on the happiness of the ancestor's next life. To his surprise, he thought he would be mistaken for a wood spirit by Uncle Jiu and Simu. Instead, they concocted the most reasonable explanation for him. Could it truly be taught by the venerable ancestor? Yet, how could he reach such a level of cultivation in just a few days? Upon hearing his response, Uncle Jiu and Simu were increasingly astounded. It is well known that techniques such as the harmonious union of heaven and man are ancient, high-level secrets, and even in the spiritually enriched era a millennium ago, those great cultivators spent their entire lives without achieving enlightenment. Xiaoxian had only just begun his journey a few days ago, and not only achieved enlightenment but also cultivated to such a realm, even if the venerable ancestor provided special guidance. The speed of his progress would leave the historical masters of Maoshan, who toiled for centuries, utterly astounded. This is simply too extraordinary. The venerable ancestor is indeed biased. Back in the day, my master was also a once-in-a-century prodigy of Maoshan, yet I received naught. Perhaps we are simply unworthy. It would be disingenuous for Uncle Jiu and Simu to claim they were not envious, while they spoke otherwise. They were acutely aware that even if the venerable ancestor were to teach them, they would not dare to practice such a power-draining technique. It would undoubtedly turn them into desiccated husks. Master, we must resolve the zombie issue promptly. Yuxian reminded. Yes, we must deal with it swiftly. Should that malevolent force arrive, it would spell great trouble. Uncle Jiu agreed. Simu also perked up instantly. They had encountered that malevolent force before, which had been cultivating for nearly 70 years and had already reached the mid-stage of Earth Master cultivation. One can imagine the exponential increase in power with each minor advancement in cultivation. If it were to ally with old Master Ren, none among them would stand a chance. Just as the trio prepared to venture outside, they heard the urgent call of Wen Kai and Qiusheng. Master, Master, come quickly and see. There's a white-haired old man who appears gravely injured, spewing blood. You must come to his aid, or he will soon be lost to the afterlife. Most cultivators are well-versed in medical arts, and naturally, Uncle Jiu and Simu are no exception. However, upon hearing this, the two were taken aback. The moment his complexion changed dramatically, an elderly man with white hair, severely injured. Is this not the work of that malevolent sect? The two rushed out of the room. They saw Wen Kai bringing a chair for the wicked sect, while Qiusheng was beside him, soothing his chest to help him breathe. Uncle Jiu, Simu, both were instantly filled with rage. These two disciples had never behaved in such a manner towards them before. Wen Kai, Qiusheng, quickly withdraw. Uncle Jiu shouted. How could he allow these foolish disciples, who were his own, to fall prey to such malice? Master, what do you mean by that? As practitioners of the Tao, we must save lives and heal the wounded. Though this elder is nearing his end, we cannot turn a blind eye to his plight. Indeed, under ordinary circumstances, Wen Kai and Qiusheng would have ignored it, but with everyone present, especially their beloved Ting Ting watching, they felt compelled to display the demeanor befitting modern sages. Disciples. Uncle Jiu was so infuriated he trembled as if struck by apoplexy, his eyes turning white. Ha ha ha, truly, these two are paragons of our path. I shall claim their lives. The white-haired elder suddenly burst into laughter. His hands, resembling eagle talons, swiftly gripped Wen Kai and Qiusheng by the throats. The two were lifted like chicks, their legs flailing helplessly. The crowd gasped in shock and hurriedly retreated. How can you call this elder a grandmaster when you lift him like an adult? I save your life, and you choke me? How preposterous! Is there no sense of martial ethics? You can extort me, but please do not choke me. Feeling an ominous turn of events, Wen Kai and Qiusheng struggled and cursed. Chapter 30. To kill Wen Kai and Qiusheng? Then do so quickly. Show no mercy. Although the malevolent sect appeared haggard and frail, resembling a man in his 70s or 80s, due to his practice of dark arts, his body was unnaturally rigid. Despite Wen Kai and Qiusheng exerting all their strength, they could not break free. You have cursed the Ren family for 20 years, bringing ruin to their business and extinguishing their lineage. This enmity should be settled. Why do you cling so stubbornly to your grievances, insisting on a destructive end? If you abandon your grudges, I am willing to help you find a suitable resting place, and I will take care of the subsequent arrangements. The lives of the two foolish disciples rested in the elder's hands. Reluctantly, Uncle Jiu had to resort to verbal persuasion, refraining from taking rash action. But the malevolent sect had already succumbed to madness, and naturally would not heed Uncle Jiu's words. He laughed uproariously. Ha, let go of grudges? How utterly laughable. If you wish for me to release your two disciples, first remove the seal from the zombie's body. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into chaos, desperately wanting to flee, only to find that the door had already been sealed by the dark energy of the malevolent sect. They had no means of escape. In that instant, the courtyard appeared as if draped in frost and snow, enveloped in profound silence, with everyone awaiting the decision of Jiu and Simu. Yet, the two found it exceedingly difficult to reach a conclusion. Although Wen Tai and Qiusheng exhibited a certain foolishness, their inherent goodness prevented their master from standing idly by in the face of peril. However, should they release the zombie and allow it to ally with the forces of evil, the lives of everyone in the courtyard would be in jeopardy. Observing the hesitation of the two, Yuxian slightly nodded, placing his palms together, intending to untie the wooden beam restraining the zombie. but he was intercepted by Simu. The latter, with a smile, remarked, "What disciples? Everyone knows they would only bring disgrace to Mao Shan. My senior brother has long ceased to desire these two disciples. You should act swiftly and grant them a merciful end." Jiu concurred, saying, "Wentai and Xiuxing have reached the end of their road." "Wentai what? Xiuxing what?" Upon hearing these words, Wentai and Xiuxing instantly lost their will to survive, gazing incredulously at their master, who had been with them for many years, as well as their beloved Shishu. Their eyes brimmed with disappointment, leading them to silently bid farewell to one another. Xiuxing sighed, "It seems this truly is the end. I have been fortunate to know you, my good brother, in this life. I hope in the next, we shall have no further connection." Wentai reassured, "Fear not. With so many Maoshan ancestors beneath the underworld, perhaps our lives will be more carefree than here in the nether realm." Xiuxing countered, "Ancestors? If we descend, we might just be stewed." Laughter erupted between them. "As long as no one cares for us, you cannot threaten anyone." Wentai and Xiuxing sighed, and upon hearing this, the forces of evil were momentarily taken aback. Mao Shan was a prestigious sect that would never abandon any disciple. What misfortune had these two encountered to earn such disdain from their fellow master and Shishu? With dozens of onlookers in the courtyard, none stepped forward to plead on their behalf. At that moment, two green vines burst forth from the ground, snaking up the legs of the forces of evil, swiftly ensnaring his body. Jiu and Simu seized the opportunity, stepping forward with swords drawn, dual blades soaring like rainbows, instantly aimed at the chest of the forces of evil. The unforeseen turn of events left the forces of evil flustered, hastily throwing Wentai and Xiuxing towards the incoming blades. With a swift motion, Simu sheathed his sword, using both hands to catch the tossed Wentai and Xiuxing, while Jushu leaped into the air, his sword suffused with golden light, piercing deep into the chest of the forces of evil. As the blade plunged into flesh, a hissing sound echoed, and dark crimson blood flowed forth, cascading along the sword blade. Jushu, having cultivated for many years and possessing vast knowledge, was acutely aware that such evil practitioners could manipulate their physical forms and meridians through sinister techniques, rendering their blood imbued with potent malevolence. He dared not make contact and swiftly retreated. "Master, I knew you had a plan. How was our performance just now? I must say, the mastermind behind this scheme could only be you, Master." The reborn Wakai and Xiuxing immediately began to boast, observing the tears glistening in their eyes and their trembling hands. Simu helplessly remarked, "All right, enough of this. Step aside and do not annoy me. If you wish to express your gratitude, go thank Xiaoxian. Otherwise, your lives may truly be forfeit today." "Junior brother?" The two turned their gaze towards Yixian, their eyes brimming with profound gratitude. When Kai expressed, "Junior brother, allow me to thank you, for it is because of you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Jusu's sharp reprimand. "Quickly move aside, and stop pestering us." Wenkai, Xiuxing. The two immediately retreated a few steps. From the attitudes of the group moments earlier, they had deduced that had it not been for Xiaoshuan's clever planning, Jusu and Simu, with their selfless dispositions, might have genuinely wished for their demise. Wenkai declared, "From now on, I shall venerate Junior brother as if he were my ancestor." Xiuxing added, "Junior brother is akin to my rebirth parents. Everyone, be cautious. This malevolent path is deeply insidious, and coupled with dark sorcery, it is not easily vanquished." Without his peachwood sword, Jusu pinched the talisman between his fingers, his brow furrowing in concentration. As his words fell, the emaciated figure of the evil entity began to swell, akin to dough rising. Accompanied by a murky laughter, its long, white hair billowed in the wind, appearing exceedingly terrifying under the frost-like moonlight, resembling a demon that had just emerged from the depths of hell. Even with years of cultivation and countless encounters with malevolent beings, Jusu and Simu found themselves unable to discern what secret arts this evil was employing. After all, the realm of sorcery encompasses a myriad of bizarre phenomena, and encountering the unknown is entirely normal. After observing for a moment, Simu sensed something amiss. Brandishing his sharp sword, he prepared to probe further, but just then, a thunderous explosion erupted. The swollen form, unable to withstand the pressure, burst apart, dismembering its corpse and scattering flesh into the air, exuding a potent stench of blood. Simu? Jusu? Everyone? All were left in utter bewilderment. They had anticipated that this malevolent entity would unleash a horrific dark technique in a frenzied retaliation, but never could they have anticipated that it would explode on the spot. Could it be that it found its way back to reason? Or had its conscience awakened? To choose such a gruesome end to comprehend its existence. Gazing at the raining flesh, Simu and Jusa hesitated, their eyes filled with disbelief. Even after years of exorcising demons, they encountered their first instance of a malevolent spirit opting for self-destruction. Upon hearing their speculations, the once tense crowd suddenly exhaled in relief. Ren-Fa gazed at the zombie bound by the massive tree nearby, urging, Jiu, since this evil entity is deceased, we must swiftly devise a plan to eliminate my father. This time, whatever you say goes. I wouldn't object even if you suggested setting him ablaze or submerging him in a cauldron of boiling oil. After this ordeal, Ren-Fa finally comprehended the horror of the zombie. How could he dare to keep his father lingering for even a second longer? At that moment, Yuxian, who had been intently observing the scattered flesh, cautioned, everyone, be wary. This malevolent force is not yet vanquished. It is invoking a secret technique. Chapter 31, Celestial Arts. Transformation into a Buddha atop the summit. A secret technique? Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed crowd cast horrified glances skyward. They beheld the drifting flesh enveloped in a thick aura of resentment, visibly coalescing at an alarming rate. Jiu hastily cast 2 talismans. Boom. The talismans encountered the sinister energy, producing 2 thunderous explosions, yet inflicted no damage upon the reassembling flesh. As Jiu prepared to conjure several more talismans for another assault, Ren-Fa interjected, "Oh Jiu, your talismans, even in dozens, failed to restrain the zombie, while Xiaoxian managed to repel it with just 1. You might as well utilize Xiaoxian's talismans." Jiu, under the scrutiny of so many eyes, felt his face flush crimson, yet his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Yixian, imploring, "Do you have any more?" With lives hanging in the balance, he could not deny that Xiaoxian's initial talisman had already surpassed his own efforts. Yixian shook his head. He had prepared many talismans. Who could have anticipated today as events would spiral into such chaos? He had merely intended to assist Simu and Jiu. Rentingting, equally exasperated, chimed in, "I placed all the talismans Xiaoxian gave me beneath my pillow." In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the amalgamated flesh in the air surged rapidly towards the immobilized Ren Laoyi. This was dire. The malevolent force intended to sacrifice itself, seeking to exponentially enlarge the zombie's corporeal form. Upon witnessing this, Jiu finally grasped the fiend's intentions. As previously mentioned, the Corpse King could not only condense corpse energy for attack, but also accelerate its physical growth by consuming the flesh and blood of demons and devils. Although the zombie's rank remained at the iron-armored Corpse King, should its body expand several times, its combat prowess would increase exponentially. It was akin to a 100-pound child grappling with a 200-pound counterpart. Despite their similar age, their fighting abilities were worlds apart. As Jiu gasped in realization, he and Simu dashed forth with urgency. Yet, their speed proved insufficient. As soon as they approached the venerable old Master Ren, the gruesome flesh had already entered the mouth of the corpse. "Disciple, hurry and extract it," Master Jiu urged. Simu was taken aback. Upon catching a whiff of the foul stench emanating from the corpse's mouth, a nauseating blend of decay and halitosis, he found himself in a predicament. Good heavens! As cultivators, we are diligent in maintaining cleanliness and hygiene. If I dare to utter a word, not only would my reputation be tarnished, but I would also be the subject of ridicule for eternity. Without further deliberation, he swiftly drew the peachwood sword and plunged it down the zombie's throat, aiming for the esophagus. Yet, the zombie felt no pain. How could it possibly experience the same nausea as Simu? With a resounding crash, the steel-like fangs severed the peachwood sword. The corrupted flesh of the malevolent entity was already imbued with an overwhelming aura of een and resentment. With the nourishment of these 2 energies, old Master Ren's power surged, his body trembling with intensity. A thick wave of corpse energy erupted like a tempest, shattering the massive wooden restraints that bound him, spreading like a whirlwind. Jiu and Simu, their frail forms, struggled to withstand the onslaught, being relentlessly pushed backward. An even more horrifying scene unfolded. Amidst the swirling wood shavings, old Master Ren's body visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, he towered over the 2 men. His crimson eyes glowed like lanterns, hovering in the air. His limbs had grown several times more robust than before, resembling a ferocious beast from primordial times, fierce and menacing. Witnessing this, some of the more timid individuals in the courtyard were paralyzed with fear, frozen in place as if turned to wood. their expressions blank and terror-stricken. They were utterly at a loss. The old master Ren they had known as a zombie had transformed into a monstrous beast. My heavens! If it devours me, I would rather have perished at the hands of the malevolent forces. Quickly, flee. Do not dawdle. Come with us to safety. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng could no longer contain the fear swelling within them, leading the crowd in a frantic dash toward refuge. This time, Jiu Shu and Si Mu did not blame the two men. To be honest, even they, seasoned practitioners, felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. Yet, as disciples of Mao Shan, they understood that in the face of such peril, retreat was not an option. Even if they were to perish here, they must hold the fiendish creature at bay for just a moment longer, buying precious time for everyone to escape. With resolute minds, they employed the golden light enhancement technique, empowering their peach with swords. The rustling of their robes echoed like a tempest. In unison, they leaped into the air, aiming directly at old Master Ren. Should they pierce his dantian, the malevolent energy would dissipate, allowing old Master Ren to revert to his true form. With a piercing sound, the two wooden swords struck as if against adamantine, shattering instantly. After consuming the flesh and blood of the wicked path, the combat prowess of old Master Ren significantly heightened. No longer sluggish, he swiftly swept his arms, striking at the two adversaries. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by two muffled thuds, a searing pain surged through his brain. In agony, Uncle Jiu and Si Mu finally recognized the vast chasm between themselves and the demon before them. As they landed, their brows furrowed, their robes fluttering as they exclaimed in unison, "Xian, quickly follow us to escape." Xian, perplexed, remained unaware that Uncle Jiu and Si Mu intended to endure until dawn. With the rising sun, the malevolent aura would surely dissipate, allowing them to handle old Master Ren with ease. Yet, Xian mistakenly believed that Uncle Jiu and Si Mu were genuinely incapable of overcoming their foe. Although not a saint, as a practitioner of Taoism, he could not stand idly by while such a fiend wreaked havoc upon the world. Resolutely, he clasped his hands together once more. As dark patterns emerged upon his forehead and beneath his eyes, "Who is greater?" he declared. "Let us see." With a chant, he invoked the celestial art, transform atop into the Buddha. As his words faded, the earth began to tremble. Boom! A terrifying wooden statue rose from the ground. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, until it reached a towering height of 10 meters, coming to a halt. As Uncle Jiu and Si Mu gazed upward at Xian, who stood atop the wooden statue, they were utterly astounded. Good heavens! What had their revered ancestor imparted to Xian? Was this truly a manifestation of Taoist magic? Wait, why did this statue seem so familiar? It resembled their ancestor. Stunned, the two stood frozen, their eyes filled with profound astonishment. Xian had transformed the original Buddha statue into one of their ancestor, driven by necessity. Though Buddhism and Taoism appeared to coexist harmoniously, there remained an underlying competitive tension, necessitating a careful navigation of sensitivities. Nevertheless, the difference between a Buddhist statue and that of their ancestor was negligible. Without further contemplation, Xian murmured an incantation: "Heaven and earth, the mysterious sect, the root of myriad energies, vast cultivation over eons, affirm my divine powers, within and beyond the three realms. Only the Tao is supreme. My body radiates golden light, enveloping my form." A surge of immense spiritual energy emanated from within him, instantly enveloping the colossal statue. As the incantation took effect, the rich spiritual power began to shimmer with a faint golden glow. In an instant, the golden light intensified, blindingly radiant like a newly risen sun. The 10-meter-tall statue of their ancestor was instantly coated in a layer of gilded brilliance. Chapter 32. Kill my father and give me an explanation. The golden light empowerment technique. How could this be possible? Could it be that this was yet another secret technique imparted to Xian by their ancestor? How could such an art yield such extraordinary results? Gazing up at the resplendent golden sculpture, Uncle Jiu and Si Mu furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with astonishment. The golden light enhancement technique is a fundamental Taoist practice. Every cultivator, upon mastering the art of drawing qi into the body, must learn this technique to bestow it upon their magical instruments, enabling them to contend with malevolent entities. However, the potential of this technique is exceedingly high. After years of cultivation, Wen Kai Qiuxing could only gather spiritual energy, unable even to condense golden light. Despite being seasoned practitioners who had reached a consummate level, they could only empower a single wooden sword. Yet, Xiao Xian had managed to envelop a 10-meter-tall ancestral statue. Could it be that he had already attained the state of transformation? Everyone, do not flee. It seems my family Shaoxian has summoned our ancestral master from Maoshan. Quickly, kneel and pay your respects. As they gazed at the grand golden statue, when Kai Qiusheng, whose understanding of Tao was rather shallow, felt an inexplicable sense of authority and hurriedly knelt, bowing his head to the ground. For he had often spoken ill of the ancestral master and felt a pang of guilt. The dissipating golden radiance alleviated the crowd's fear, and they hurriedly followed when Kai Qiusheng in kneeling. Yet, the most bewildered among them was, of course, the venerable Ren Laodai, who, after merging with flesh and blood, had enhanced his spiritual awareness. Gazing at the towering foe before him, his fighting spirit evaporated. He no longer yearned for kinship. All he desired was to flee. Yixian, however, had no intention of allowing him to escape. Standing atop the shoulder of the statue, his mind was awash with incantations. The golden radiance flickered fiercely. A golden sword materialized abruptly in the statue's hand. With a swift motion, the sword descended. It seemed to pierce through the void, the vision around the sword blurring instantaneously. The sound of its passage echoed thunderously. The sword struck the corpse with a resounding boom. The zombie's iron-like arms were severed in an instant, and the tremendous force drove half of its body deep into the ground. With a low groan, the zombie's rigid head shook violently. The blood-red glint in its eyes fading rapidly, overwhelmed by a profound terror. Ah, is it possible for a zombie to feel fear? How astonishing. The two elder practitioners observing from the side gasped instinctively. Zombies, being undying and unyielding, were not bound by the cycle of life and death, and were thus expected to be fearless. After years of cultivation, this was the first time they witnessed a zombie actually plead for mercy. Most importantly, the aura emanating from Shaoxian still bore the essence of a human master. How could he unleash such terrifying power? This was utterly unfathomable. Boom. Bang. The explosions resumed. Even as the zombie pleaded for its life, Yixian had no intention of sparing it. With his mind swirling through incantations, the golden giant's sword showed no mercy. One strike severed an arm, and with another, it cleaved the corpse in two. The essence of the three swords shattered amidst a surge of dense corpse energy and resentment that soared skyward, only to be dispersed in an instant by a radiant golden light. Yixian exhaled deeply, his hands pressed together in prayer. The statue slowly sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. Observing the immaculate figure of the youth clad in white approaching, both Jiu Shu and Si Mu, whose hearts had already crumbled, cast their eyes upon their tattered robes, lowering their heads in humility, unable to meet his gaze directly. What a predicament! The two of them, once mentors, found themselves overshadowed by a disciple who had barely practiced for half a month. How could they ever face the prospect of imparting teachings to Shaoxian again? The mere thought of it would be a ludicrous jest if it were to spread. Hastily, they sought to withdraw from the limelight. Shaoxian, Master has some matters to attend to and must take my leave. You stay behind to handle the aftermath. Indeed, indeed, my esteemed uncle's customers must be starving after days without sustenance. With that, the two elder Taoists made their way towards the exit of the estate, leaving behind a flurry of protests from Ren Fa and Wen Kai Qiusheng, who implored, Master, Uncle, do not rush away. Wait for the feast. Yes, yes. Lord Ren has promised a grand banquet to express gratitude to Shaoxian. Jiu Shu and Si Mu could only smile bitterly as they hastily departed. What else could they do? They needed to flee before becoming the subject of ridicule. The monstrous entity that had bested them as a brotherhood was effortlessly subdued by their disciple. When Kai Qiusheng, lacking in shame, was a different matter. They still clung to their dignity. Unable to retain them, Ren Fa approached Yixian with a smile, proclaiming, Shaoxian, you are truly a divine being descended to earth. Such prowess is unparalleled in this world. Indeed, the spectacle we witnessed today was more enthralling than the tales my grandmother shared. He continued, had it not been for you, our Ren family would have surely faced calamity. You are our protector. I propose we construct a Taoist temple for you. Certainly, tomorrow, we shall rally the entire Ren family town to lend a hand. The crowd echoed Ren Fa's praises. They were not foolish, with malevolent spirits rampant. Many neighboring towns had already suffered their attacks. If a temple were to be built for Shaoxian, it would ensure his presence in Ren family town, safeguarding their well-being. Before Yixian could utter a word, Wen Kai Qiusheng had already thrust himself before him, eager to take credit. Without the two of us, my master might not have taken Shaoxian as his disciple. If he hadn't, this crisis would have been insurmountable. Do not forget to allocate us a place in the temple when you build it. As his words hung in the air, the atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Were it not for Xiao Xian's countenance, they might have wished to expel these troublemakers from Rin family town. Lord Rin, I have left a headstone for your father. Consider it a memento, a resting place for him in eternal peace, Yi Xian remarked, pointing at the lifeless head upon the ground, his expression ashen. Gazing upon the severed head upon the ground, Rin Fa was instantly filled with a chilling dread, promptly delivering a kick that sent it flying away. Zhang San, hasten to incinerate that head. Let the ashes be scattered wherever you deem fit. Zombies are ominous beings. Burying it may influence the fortune of my household. After making the necessary arrangements, Ren Fa's expression suddenly darkened. Intentionally raising his voice, he declared, Taoist Xiao Xian has eradicated the demons threatening my Ren family, and for this, I am indeed grateful. Yet, kindness is one matter, and vengeance is another. The grudge of you slaying my father cannot go unavenged. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng? Yi Xian? The crowd? All present stared at Ren Fa in astonishment. They truly did not anticipate that this old scoundrel could be so vindictive. Just moments ago, he had vehemently called for his father's demise. And now he was blaming others. Ren Fa, you wretched old villain, how malicious you are. My young disciple Xiao Xian assisted you in killing your father. And yet you seek to turn against him. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng instantly positioned themselves in front of Yi Xian. As elder brothers, while they may not possess the skills to vanquish demons, they could not stand idly by while their junior disciple faced unfairness. Others were also preparing to voice their indignation. However, Ren Fa remained unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he said, Taoist Xiao Xian, having slain my father, you must take responsibility for the Ren family. I have already devised a plan for you. That is to marry my daughter, Ting Ting. Though Ren Fa's family was prosperous, he lamented his lack of an heir, and Ting Ting, being innocent and carefree, was incapable of managing such a vast estate. Thus, in recent years, he had been in search of a suitable son-in-law. Yi Xian, with his striking features, composed demeanor, and extraordinary abilities, perfectly matched his criteria. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, compelled to admire Ren Fa's cunning. While they pondered how to retain Taoist Yi Xian in the Ren family town, he had already contemplated keeping him within his household. This was indeed a masterstroke. Standing to the side, Ting Ting's cheeks flushed, her small hands fidgeting in uncertainty. In this era, marriages were often arranged by parental decree, and the notion of free love was exceedingly rare. Yet, she harbored a fondness for Yi Xian, and naturally, she would not refuse. Who wouldn't desire to rest in the embrace of a man who exudes such security? However, before Yi Xian could respond, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng interjected once more. You wicked old scoundrel, how malicious your heart is. How could you wish to marry off Ting Ting at such a tender age? Besides, my junior disciple is solely focused on his cultivation and has no interest in romantic entanglements. If anyone must bear such a burden, let it be me, Wen Kai. I am robust and capable. I shall endure. No, I only wish to be with Xiao Xian, Ting Ting hastily protested. Her frustration boiled over at the sight of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. The two could only accept this reality. Though she verbally expressed reluctance, deep down she understood that Ren Tingting, with her wealth and beauty, was undoubtedly a petite heiress, and only her little junior disciple could truly handle her. How ruthless of you, Tingting. The one who spoke up this time was a Y, who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Ren Tingting for many years. This does not concern you. Step aside. Ren Fa kicked him away with a swift motion. He then turned his gentle gaze toward the man in white. Xiao Xian, what do you think? Regardless, I will not bear the consequences. You must provide me with an explanation for killing my father. Yi Xian? Chapter 33, The Underworld Realm. Unlocking Ye Xiaoqian. We shall discuss this matter later. I am weary tonight. I shall take my leave. Yi Xian nodded slightly, responding with an air of tranquility before turning to depart. What a joke. He was still so young. Having not yet enjoyed life to the fullest, how could he possibly fall into the grave of matrimony? Moreover, as practitioners of the Tao, there exists a principle. One must remain untouched amidst a sea of flowers. How could a single bloom hinder the opportunities offered by the multitude? As the stars shifted and dawn's light gradually seeped in, upon entering the ancestral hall, Yi Xian and his companions heard the murmurs emanating from Uncle Jiu's room. Oh, ancestor, you are indeed stingy. You have secretly taught Xiao Xian so many spells, yet you have not imparted a single technique to us. How can you sleep soundly at night? Even teaching us one spell would suffice. If this continues, how can the two of us claim to be Xiao Xian's masters? Ancestor, please say something. Upon hearing these words, Wen Kai and Xiuxing's eyes brightened with curiosity as they turned to Yi Xian. Xiao Xian, did the ancestor truly teach you those extraordinary Taoist arts? Yi Xian could only respond in affirmation. Indeed. Who else could possess such abilities besides the ancestor? Wen Kai? Xiuxing. The two were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with grievances. They murmured, "We are all disciples of Mao Shan. How can the ancestor be so miserly? It would be one thing not to teach our masters, but to forget about us entirely." With that, the two charged into their master's room. And before Uncle Jiu and Si Mu could react, they had already knelt before the portrait, pleading earnestly. "Ancestor, please open your eyes and see. My talents are not lacking. Tonight, could you perhaps visit my dreams? I shall prepare exquisite teas and beautiful maidens, only wishing for you to impart even a single technique." Yi Xian shook his head in resignation. Without further hesitation, he hurried back to his room. Despite feeling physically and mentally fatigued, he was invigorated. After all, the cool-down period had concluded. Moreover, this time, Yi Xian was fully prepared. He was determined to seize the moment and utilize the resurrection method, ensuring he would not make the same mistake as before, immediately crashing to his demise upon revival, extracting from the world. Congratulations to the host for drawing the world of bear infestation. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Yi Xian? This is utterly absurd. What can one do upon traversing to this world? Should I join the bears in safeguarding the forest or collaborate with those hairless creatures in felling trees? Am I being mocked? Is this a joke? Do they truly believe the host can be so easily deceived? Simulation, my foot. I demand a redraw. Watching the wheel spin once more, Yi Xian's heart bleeds. There are no free lunches in this world. This is a chance he had exchanged for with a simulation opportunity. Please, grant me a splendid world. A vibrant realm would suffice. I have endured this traversal for far too long. Can I at least relish in some enjoyment? Extracting from the world. Congratulations to the host for drawing the underworld. The underworld, a realm of specters, ruled by the 10 Yama kings, where the intricate powers of the 5 ghost emperors intertwine, and the lives of the spirits are worth but a trifle. Moreover, it is home to the terrifying 18 layers of hell. Within, demonic beasts roam freely, and bones litter the ground. Please take care, host. Again this? Gazing at his dwindling simulation opportunities, Yi Xian dared not act recklessly. He could only opt for simulation, generating visuals. You have become a minor ghostly envoy in the underworld. When day turns to night, you accompany the 2 esteemed figures, the black and white impermanents, to the mortal realm to collect souls. However, due to your exceedingly low strength, when encountering stronger spirits, you find yourself utterly incapable of subduing them. Thus, the black and white impermanents have taken it upon themselves to train you. Oh, Yi Xian's eyes brightened. He had anticipated that the beginning would plunge him into the depths of the 18 layers of hell, subjected to relentless torment. He thought he would scarcely survive 2 conversations before meeting his end. Unexpectedly, not only was he a ghostly envoy, but he would also be learning magical arts under the tutelage of the black and white impermanents. It is worth noting that Jiu had already secured a position in the underworld, akin to a bank manager, merely overseeing the issuance of currency as a ghostly envoy. He could not even be compared to the black and white impermanents. Not wanting to dwell further, Yi Xian's gaze returned to the simulator. Although you are merely a minor ghostly envoy, your talents are exceptional, and it does not take long for you to master the soul-locking technique. Once the spell is cast, those vengeful spirits and specters become immobilized at your command. One fateful night, while accompanying the black and white impermanents to the mass grave to subdue a red-clad vengeful spirit, you find this spirit not only perilous but also capable of devouring other souls to enhance its own power. However, upon arriving at the mass grave, the 3 of you discover that the situation is far more challenging than anticipated, as this spirit has summoned 100 other spirits to confront you. Even though the black and white impermanents possess formidable powers, they are still outnumbered. And moreover, the vengeful spirit in red incessantly devours the essence of resentment and malevolence. Upon witnessing this unsettling scene, the black and white impermanents instructed you to seal the spirit's mouth. However, you misheard. You thought they meant for you to kiss the lips of the spirit in red. Under the pressure from your superiors, your mind became clouded with impulsiveness, and you charged forward without hesitation. To your surprise, the spirit bore an uncanny resemblance to Nie Xiaoqian. Oh my, she is exceedingly beautiful. You felt as though you had struck gold. With a resounding clap, you both became entangled. You fervently vied for the spirit's energy, and soon, Nie Xiaoqian was captivated by your charm and willingly agreed to accompany you to the underworld for transformation. Incredible. Is this truly possible? Yi Xian's mind buzzed with disbelief at this absurd turn of events. He had not anticipated such a development. By subduing the spirit in red, you established your reputation in the underworld. Moreover, after serving her sentence, Nie Xiaoqian chose to remain in the underworld for you. Not only that, but the King of Hell personally appointed you, freeing you from the role of a subordinate to black and white impermanence. You were directly elevated beyond expectations. You had indeed achieved a trifecta of fame, fortune, and happiness. Pride welled up within you. After a while, you received a task to subdue yet another spirit, one that appeared quite ordinary and lacked any combat prowess. Yet, her beauty was indeed striking, almost enchanting. Terrified of facing severe punishment in the underworld, she sought to exchange her body for your favor, hoping you would advocate for her in the underworld. You thought to yourself, I am now a favored individual by the King of Hell. You readily agreed. But who would have thought that while this was unfolding, you would encounter Zhong Kuei, who was currently on a business trip. Zhong Kuei was known for his fair judgment and was exceptionally stern. He could not abide a ghostly envoy engaging in such conduct. With a swift stroke of his sword, you met your demise. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Soul Lock Technique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the character card, Nie Xiaoqian. Upon unlocking, she will materialize and accompany the host through lifetimes. Not bad at all. Yi Xian could not help but exclaim in awe. The Soul Lock Technique could be utilized against those spirits. And as for Nie Xiaoqian, well, she needed no further introduction. Those who understand, understand. Revive her, Yu Xian declared without hesitation, though he had acted foolishly for a moment. This was indeed the peak of his career. He could not afford to restart. Generating visual representation. Chapter 34. Xian, how could we possibly live without you? You have been revived. However, this matter has already been reported to the higher-ups in the underworld by Zhong Kuei. In the realm of the underworld, the King of Hell does not hold absolute power. Above him are the 5 ghost emperors, and beyond them, there are many formidable figures. Moreover, the laws of the underworld are exceedingly stringent, with clear rewards and punishments. Moreover, numerous eyes are fixated on the King of Hell, eager to orchestrate his downfall. Thus, he dares not show you any leniency. Alas, this is hardly better than starting anew. Yi Xian found himself utterly speechless. Yet, at this juncture, there was no choice but to persist. After deliberation, the King of Hell decreed that you shall be cast into the 18th layer of Hell to suffer. Initially, it was presumed that this news would deeply disappoint Nie Xiaoqian. But you have overlooked the fact that polygamy was exceedingly common in ancient times. Nie Xiaoqian harbored no blame towards you. Rather, she chose to accompany you into the depths of the 18th layer of Hell, willing to endure hardships alongside you. You resolved firmly. You must survive the trials of the 18th layer of Hell. Yet, in the end, the King of Hell granted you a measure of clemency, assigning you to reside in the first level of Hell, where, after serving a millennium, you would be eligible for release. The first 1,000 years, you and Nie Xiaoqian endured unimaginable suffering in this place. The strength of the monsters and spirits imprisoned here far exceeded your wildest imaginings, leaving you both to brave the elements, with no firm footing to stand upon. The second 1,000 years, dissatisfied with your plight, you fell into a deep despondency, yearning for death. Thus, while Nie Xiaoqian slept, you stealthily set out to challenge the 2 most formidable beings of this level, the former Yin and Yang messengers. What a wretchedly fallen soul! Is it not more favorable to endure? What of Nie Xiaoqian? Even if there are no benefits, grant me, Huang, a glimpse of the narrative I so desire. What use is that iron rod? Yi Xian felt a wave of disillusionment wash over him. This time, he was somewhat disappointed with the simulation. Yet, before the great battle commenced, the Yin and Yang messengers inquired why you sought death. Upon hearing your tale, both expressed profound sympathy and sought to rally you in a rebellion against Hell. The Yin and Yang messengers entrusted you with a formidable task. That is to swiftly gather companions. Once you assemble 5,000 subordinates, they would agree to join your cause. Without a moment's hesitation, you acquiesced. But the reality proved harsh. The terror of the underworld was etched into the very marrow of every spirit and ghost. No one consented to your plea. Ultimately, your gaze turned towards Nie Xiaoqian. The third 1,000 years. You found yourself with 300 children. This left you somewhat weakened, and Nie Xiaoqian's health deteriorated day by day. Yet, Filled with hope for the future, neither of you entertained thoughts of surrender. The 4,000 years. You had 1,000 children. Moreover, your offspring were extraordinarily gifted, swiftly advancing within hell, and soon you established a small kingdom. By the heavens, this young man, remarkable indeed, having witnessed the entire saga unfold, Yi Xian could not help but be astounded. This was unmistakably the rhythm of the Four Empress. At this rate of development, breaching hell would be a matter of mere days. The rewards would surely be bountiful. Yi Xian found himself filled with anticipation. The 5,000 years. You were drained of all vitality. You perished. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of fertility. Utilizing this attribute will ensure that your children inherit all your talents. Sleep. Without a backward glance, Yi Xian lay down directly. Time flowed like the stars shifting in the sky, and days passed by one after another. The tale of Yi Xian battling zombies had spread throughout the entire town. In recent days, it became commonplace for people to arrive at the ancestral hall, laden with gifts, eager to catch a glimpse of Yi Xian's true visage. They all desired to forge a connection with this earthly deity, leading to an overwhelming accumulation of various poultry and meat filling the storage room of the ancestral hall. The ever-excited Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng felt as though it were a festival every day. They even relocated the plaque of their ancestral master to make room for the myriad offerings. Xian Ge, old Master Ren has arrived. Upon seeing 2 horse-drawn carriages overflowing with gifts, Wen Kai exclaimed excitedly. The reason they addressed Yi Xian as Ge was due to the fact that in recent days, Jiu Shu and Simu had been seeking an opportunity to teach them a lesson. If not for Yi Xian's intervention, the two would likely have been utterly defeated, prompting them to decide henceforth to follow Yi Xian. Having been preoccupied with familial matters, Ren Fa chuckled as he descended from the carriage, bearing a small chest. Upon opening it, it revealed a dazzling trove of gold. The sight left everyone present utterly astounded. Jiu Shu and Simu hung their heads in deep shame. Over the years, they had resolved countless troubles for numerous employers, yet their collective rewards paled in comparison to Yi Xian's single offering. It was common knowledge that such a quantity of gold held immense weight in the current era, even in the provincial capital. It would be considered the wealth of a notable magnate. The two masters, upon witnessing such a fortune, could hardly contain their excitement. In contrast, Yi Xian remained as calm and composed as ever, showing no sign of surprise. Thank you, old Master Ren. I'm feeling a bit under the weather, so I shall take my leave and rest early. Yi Xian offered a polite remark, fully aware of Ren Fa's ulterior motives. However, what left him most exasperated in recent days was that he had finally deciphered the mechanism of the simulation system. The cooldown period would accelerate in times of peril or distress. Due to the overly tranquil days he had been enjoying, the simulation had only refreshed once, and his demise had been particularly frustrating. Could it be that I cannot subdue Yi Xian? Truly, he is the son-in-law I, Ren Fa, have chosen. Ren Fa mused inwardly. His extravagant generosity was entirely aimed at hastening Yi Xian's marriage to Ting Ting. Had it been anyone else, they would not have been so fortunate. No one could extract even a single dollar from the gaps in his teeth. Ren Fa's expression changed, and his gaze fell upon Uncle Jiu. Uncle Jiu, these items are the dowry I have prepared for Ting Ting. I have come today to discuss with you when we can finalize the marriage between Xiao Xian and Ting Ting. Dowry. Marriage. Uncle Jiu suddenly realized. No wonder that old rogue Ren Fa was so generous. No wonder Xiao Xian walked away without a backward glance. It seems my Xiao Xian is wholeheartedly devoted to his path. If it were Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, they would have long since changed their surname to Ren. The more he pondered, the angrier Uncle Jiu became. Without hesitation, he struck his 2 disobedient disciples on the head. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng. Good heavens! Not even a sound escapes them while they stand idly by like wooden figures, and yet they must endure punishment. Their sole purpose in existence is to serve as punching bags for these 2 old Taoists. What my Xiao Xian disagrees with, I shall naturally not agree to either. Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng, see our guest out. Uncle Jiu bellowed. I care not. You must accept this dowry, whether you like it or not. My Ting Ting is already betrothed. Ren Fa's temper flared instantly. His daughter, graceful and well-educated, was the dream of countless men. He truly did not expect to feel so constrained as her father-in-law. After speaking, before Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng could react, Ren Fa forcibly left a cart of dowry behind and dashed out. The crowd was momentarily speechless. However, as men, they could not help but feel a genuine envy toward Yi Xian, and thus decided to leave the items behind, allowing Yi Xian to make his own choice. As night gradually descended, Xiaoxian, hurry up and pack your things. If you delay any longer, I fear your master might have a change of heart, Simu urged excitedly, then began preparing his customers. Having spent considerable time in the mortuary, if they stayed any longer, the customers might begin to smell. All set, Yixian hoisted his belongings, ready to embark on a journey with Simu, hoping to encounter some malevolent spirits to expedite the cool down of his simulation. Of course, on this trip, he also intended to bring back all the gold Simu had previously promised. Simu, holding the corpse-restraining lantern, led a group of customers, bouncing out of the mortuary. Just as Yixian settled onto the arms of the customers, he spotted Wen Kai and Qiuxing rushing over with 2 large bags, hastily hanging food onto the customers while tearfully advising, Xiaoxian, you must be happy. You must find happiness. During this time, your world will be without us, but that's all right. You must ensure your happiness. Yixian, this scene feels somewhat familiar. Master Uncle, let us leave. Xiaoxian, how will we live without you? Xiaoxian, take us both with you. Xiaoxian, without you, how are we to survive? Gazing at the retreating figures, Wen Kai and Qiuxing found themselves collapsing to the ground. Tears unshed, yet hearts heavy with despair. For a time, it had been the 2 of them who brought shame upon Uncle Jiu, who failed to manage the zombies, and who hid during the battle at the Rin residence. They were the ones who spoke recklessly, courting danger. Were it not for Xiaoxian suppressing Uncle Jiu's fury, they would have long ceased to exist. Now that they had departed, how could that formidable elder priest possibly spare them? Wen Kai, Qiuxing, come here. I wish to speak with you. Wen Kai, Qiuxing. Chapter 35, Xiaoxian, please listen to your master uncle's explanation. Amidst the towering mountains, under the luminous moonlight, Yixian reclined upon the shoulders of his customers, while Simu held aloft the corpse-restraining lantern, vociferously proclaiming, "In spirits on the road, young spirits should retreat." The uncle and nephew traversed the road, journeying both by day and by night. Several days had passed without encountering any malevolent beings. However, during this time, Yixian had begun to grasp the nuances of the profession of corpse guiding. In any era, many individuals, upon nearing death, express a yearning to return to their roots. Where there is demand, there will be those who fulfill it, thus giving rise to the unique vocation of the corpse guide. Yet, guiding corpses is not a task for everyone. Only those of great strength can control the corpses. Like Simu, who utilizes his mastery of the arcane to compel the bodies to move autonomously. For those of lesser strength, it is no exaggeration to say they merely carry the corpses. They lack the ability to control the deceased and must instead hollow out their organs, filling them with straw, then using bamboo poles to hoist and transport them forward. This practice inflicts significant harm upon the dead. Thus, those of means often engage the services of powerful practitioners like Simu. Xiaoxian, do you not think it possible that you have a particular interest in my corpse guiding techniques? If you are intrigued, do not hesitate to express it. Your master uncle shall impart his knowledge forthwith. Simu looked upon Yixian with eager anticipation. In recent days, he had extolled the virtues of the corpse guiding profession to great lengths. After all, most disciples of Mao Shan inherit a secret technique from their master, with the intent to pass it on. Simu bore the responsibility of propagating the art of corpse guiding. Unfortunately, his own disciple, Jiao Lu, shared the same disposition as Wen Kai and Qiuxing, preoccupied with frivolities rather than the path of cultivation. Thus, he could only place his hopes of advancing the art of corpse guiding upon Xiaoxian. Not a chance. I am utterly uninterested. Yixian resolutely declined. Although the work of guiding corpses might be less arduous and more lucrative than that of Uncle Jiu's demon-slaying endeavors, it undeniably lacked excitement. Xiaoxian, do not reject so hastily. Perhaps you might consider listening to your master uncle speak of the benefits of this profession. The corpse manipulation technique was being recounted by the 4-eyed figure, yet Yixian's thoughts were far removed from such trivialities. His awareness was heightened by the presence of a celestial body, rendering him acutely sensitive to the subtle shifts in his surroundings, including the presence of malevolent energies. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Yixian's eyes. He observed a white specter emerging from the depths of the forest, gliding with an ethereal grace, deliberately concealing its aura. In a fleeting moment, it appeared behind several patrons, and with a flourish of its flowing sleeves, the last customer broke free from the confines of the spell. Vanishing into the woods, Yixian initially assumed that the 4-eyed figure would notice, and chose not to intervene. Little did he know, the latter was engrossed in boasting about the art of corpse manipulation, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Master, Your corpse has been taken, Yi Xian exclaimed. Impossible, little Xian. I assure you, in the vast realm of cultivation, while others may lose their corpses, mine certainly will not. Have you heard of my reputation in the spirit realm? Even if I leave my corpse before malevolent beings, they would not dare to touch it. The four-eyed figure continued his self-aggrandizing tales, failing to notice the gravity of the situation until he followed Yi Xian's gaze and his expression soured. There, against the backdrop of the forest, the white silhouette darted away, clutching a corpse draped in official robes. Curse malevolence, how dare you steal from me? I shall render you a fool. With that, the four-eyed figure placed the corpse-restraining lantern upon the ground, drew forth his peachwood sword, and leaped over the heads of several patrons, propelled by his fury. Inwardly seething, he muttered, after all my effort to impress, how could you allow me to be so thoroughly humiliated? In no time, he vanished into the wilderness. Meanwhile, Yi Xian munched on the sunflower seeds prepared by Kai Chiu Shang, a sense of deja vu washing over him. Was this not reminiscent of the earlier encounter with the royal zombie? A captivating spectacle lay ahead. To ensure the quality of his clandestine observation and avert any future prattling from the four-eyed figure about his mastery of corpse manipulation, Yi Xian retrieved the Xianguang mirror bestowed upon him by Uncle Jiu before his departure. This artifact, a treasure of Taoism, could unveil the true forms of malevolent entities and possess the remarkable ability to record fleeting moments. A true marvel of Taoist ingenuity. With no time to ponder further, Yi Xian crouched low, moving like a shadowy assassin through the night, his steps light as he hastened towards the four-eyed figure's direction. According to the unfolding narrative, a playful encounter between the four-eyed figure and the female specter was imminent. Moments later, Yi Xian arrived at the scene of the confrontation. The tableau before him matched his expectations. The four-eyed figure and the female specter were not engaged in combat, but rather in a display of social interplay. The white-clad female specter reclined on the ground, revealing her delicate shoulder, one hand caressing her lips while the other beckoned to the four-eyed figure not far away. The scene was undeniably provocative, enough to tempt even the most composed observer. Yet, the four-eyed man, a practitioner of the mystical arts, stood resolute against the allure of the enchanting demoness. He seated himself cross-legged, one hand delicately forming a gesture while the other remained poised like a blade. In his heart, he silently recited the tranquil incantation. Observing that the old Taoist was not ensnared, the demoness waved her hands incessantly, conjuring an ethereal energy that transformed into invisible chains, tugging at the four-eyed man's form, compelling him to shift. Do not do this. I am a cultivator, since ancient times. The paths of demons and Taoists have been at odds. There can be no good outcome for us together. Heed my counsel. I shall provide you with a corpse if you allow me to depart. The four-eyed man vehemently waved his hands in refusal. Yet, in truth, he had not fallen prey to her charms. He simply wished to observe the demoness and her various abilities, seeking a modicum of amusement in his otherwise mundane existence. However, as the distance between them diminished, he discovered that the demoness was not as terrifying as he had imagined. Her skin was as smooth as jade, her brows like willow leaves, and her delicate feet sparked a cascade of thoughts. Despite knowing she was a demon, the four-eyed man, having been single for many years, found it difficult to withstand her allure. He soon resolved to engage with the demoness in playful banter. After ensuring that no one was around, the four-eyed man ceased his refusals, a smile gracing his face as he spoke softly, "Since you insist I remain, whatever unfolds next shall have no bearing on me." No sooner had he uttered these words than he transformed from a passive participant into an active one. Suddenly, he noticed a white figure standing not far off, one hand covering its mouth, struggling to contain laughter, while the other held a mystical camera, recording the encounter. Four-eyed man? Pfft, Master Uncle. I hope I am not disturbing you. Seeing the four-eyed man's face flush with color, Yi Xian could not suppress his laughter and quickly stowed away the camera. For it is said that scandalous tales are only partially captured, leaving the rest to the imagination. Xian, what brings you here? Exclaimed the four-eyed man in astonishment. Would you believe I came to use the restroom? Yi Xian chuckled softly before turning to leave. Xian, listen to your master uncle's explanation. He merely wished to observe this demoness and discern what sets her apart from others. Please do not jump to conclusions. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that his beloved disciple had already vanished from sight. The four-eyed man, now seething with rage, turned his ire towards the demoness, exclaiming, "You have tarnished my reputation. I shall see you torn asunder." Chapter 36. You vile demon, you truly deserve to perish. Reveal your true form. Looking so beguiling, you are indeed deserving of death. The furious four-eyed man bellowed. unleashing the full extent of his mystical powers. A faint aura of spiritual energy surged from within him, causing the trees to sway and emit a haunting whistle. Then, with a swift motion, he aligned his fingers as if wielding a sword, causing a glimmer of cold light to erupt. Buzzing and humming, the sword in his grasp seemed to come alive, vibrating incessantly under the pressure of his spiritual might. The woman in the white robe revealed her true form, her delicate visage transformed into a fox-like face with prominent fangs, and her supple limbs were replaced by elongated fur and sharp claws. Beneath her white garment, 3 fluffy tails swayed gracefully. A 3-tailed fox. You are truly doomed. Without hesitation, the warrior lunged forward with his sword. It was difficult to fathom how many lives this fox spirit had claimed to reach the realm of 3 tails. As a practitioner of the path, encountering such malevolence, one cannot afford to show mercy. Yet this fox spirit, having cultivated for centuries, possessed extraordinary sorcery. With a flick of her wrists, 2 white sleeves swept outward. The warrior's sword struck, severing only one of her sleeves. In a swift motion, the fox spirit advanced rather than retreating. By consuming the blood essence of a single individual, she could refine herself into a 4-tailed fox. If she were to drink the blood essence of this old practitioner, she might very well ascend to the 5-tailed realm. At that moment, she would condense the essence of the fox clan within her, leading to a qualitative leap in her power, even if it meant risking her life. She was unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. You vile creature, how dare you retaliate? You truly deserve to perish. The warrior, filled with rage, yearned to conclude this battle swiftly. He bent his legs, propelling himself into the air like a cannonball, aiming to leap over the fox spirit's white robe and strike at her true form. Howling like a dog, the outcome remains uncertain. The fox spirit retorted, a glint of crimson flashing in her eyes. As her tail swayed, an intoxicating scent spread through the air, suffocating yet alluring to creatures that feasted upon flesh and blood. Oh, the enchantress is indeed an enchantress, capable of beguiling other malevolent beings to assist her. I shall see which demon dares to wreak havoc under my watch. The warrior sheathed his sword, surveying his surroundings. This place was in close proximity to his own sanctuary, where he frequently teamed up with that foul monk to hunt down malevolence. Yet, he had not anticipated that such a fox spirit would draw near, allowing him to slay her and eliminate the trouble altogether. Alas, during such a critical moment, why was that rascal Xiaoxian not present? The warrior, recalling how Yi Xian had recorded his predicament with the Xianguang mirror, felt an urgent need to erase the wicked scene from Xiaoshuan's mind. Uncle Master, I am here. Startled, the warrior turned to see Yi Xian standing nearby. It's good that you're here, he exclaimed. He intended to question the young man, but hesitated, reflecting on how, despite decades of cultivation, he had failed to perceive someone who had only been practicing for a month. Wouldn't that make him appear foolish? However, this revelation surprised him. Given Xiaoshuan's level of cultivation, he should have sensed him. Yet why hadn't he? Could it be that this young man has surpassed me in cultivation? Xiaoxian, regardless of how many malevolent creatures come forth, you need only to observe your master uncle's performance from the sidelines. Remember that. Simu insisted earnestly. In a battle against the iron-like, formidable zombies, the Taoists did not gain any advantage, yet these minor demons were different. They were fleshy beings. A sword thrust within them would surely spill their essence. This time, I must ensure that Xiaoxian witnesses the prowess of Simu. All right, Master Uncle, Yi Xian replied with a slight nod, softly acquiescing. Yet, his thoughts were preoccupied with the cooldown time of the simulator. Just as he anticipated, whenever a malevolent entity appeared, the cooldown would hasten. Indeed, an opportunity for simulation had already presented itself. Moments later, the forest resonated with a rustling sound, the noise of fur brushing against foliage. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, several malevolent creatures burst forth from the mountains. They were of low strength, not yet fully formed, comprising elongated yellow weasels and a pangolin covered in scales. The strongest among them, standing at the forefront, was a wild boar spirit weighing nearly 500 pounds. Their eyes glowed with a red hue. Entranced by the seductive aura of a fox spirit, it seemed as if they had lost their self-awareness, becoming exceedingly frenzied, baring their fangs and claws as they charged towards Simu. Come forth. What a splendid arrival. Simu no longer hesitated. He drew a stack of talismans from his robe and casually cast them, each talisman separating, connected by an almost imperceptible thread. In an instant, the creatures were encircled. Then, he brandished his sword and struck. The weakest yellow weasel, lacking any magical abilities, could not withstand this blow. The sword, enveloped in spiritual energy, pierced through its chest. It exploded with a resounding boom. The malevolent energy dissipated, and that once vibrant body wilted away. Xiao Xian, how's that for a strike? Piercing like a soaring dragon. Am I not impressive? Simu boasted. Nonsense. If I do not perform well for Xiao Xian. He may genuinely believe that the so-called prodigies of Mao Shan are nothing but inept. Ah, impressive indeed. Yu Xian responded dismissively. Though his gaze was fixed on the simulator visible only to him, he pondered whether to utilize his sole opportunity for simulation. After all, it had been many days since his last simulation, and he felt a restless itch within him. If he chose to simulate and found himself without the chance to resurrect, he would indeed suffer a tremendous loss. Noticing his apprentice's somewhat perfunctory attitude, Simu immediately employed the profound techniques he had cultivated over many years. Concentrating his spiritual energy, he wound it around the sword. The energy transformed into a faint electric power, enveloping the blade. The soft crackle of thunder startled all the beasts, causing them to freeze in place. Malevolent creatures, born from nature, were undoubtedly most fearful of the forces of nature. Thunder, the most formidable weapon of nature, instills an innate fear within its very essence. The approaching pangolin, under immense pressure, witnesses reason triumph over terror as the crimson glimmer in its eyes dissipates in an instant. It yearns to flee, yet the four-eyed entity offers no respite. The clash of sword against scales emits a deafening shriek. A mere peachwood sword would never penetrate such armor. However, imbued with the power of lightning, the armor becomes inconsequential. With a swish, the blade erupts with thunderous resonance, and the pangolin is reduced to ashes. Xiao Xian, you must commend your master uncle for this union of thunder and blade. The four-eyed being eagerly proclaims once more. Ah, truly impressive. Yu Xian responds with feigned enthusiasm. Yet to the four-eyed creature, this is a sign that his little disciple has already acknowledged his prowess in his heart, bringing forth a joyful countenance. The remaining fiends, come forth to meet your demise. Undeterred by the battle-hardened beasts before him, the four-eyed entity brandishes his sword and charges forth. While Yi Xian chooses not to glance back, opting instead to take a risk, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. Chapter 37, Begging. Have I obtained the thunder fruit? Extracting from the world. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the pirate world. The pirate world, this time, it is indeed a substantial gain. Yi Xian, a devoted fan of the sea, harbors a profound yearning for those vast waters, a fervor that has inspired countless youths. Would you like to proceed with the simulation? Simulate. Yi Xian responds with palpable anticipation. Even if no rewards are garnered this time, vanquishing the abominable Peach Boy would render this opportunity worthwhile. Generating visuals. You are born on an island at the entrance to the Grand Line, where the frigid climate prevails. The harsh cold, coupled with frequent pirate raids, renders life exceedingly difficult. The villagers survive solely through fishing. Your family is not well off, as your father is the only breadwinner, making daily meals a challenge. Ah, the hardship is splendid. Yi Xian finds himself elated. There is a saying, from a young age, my mother taught me that the children of the poor must mature early. Moreover, based on previous simulations, children born into poverty often experience accelerated growth. Naturally, the rewards garnered are also more plentiful, due to your family's struggles. You begin working at the tender age of 5. One day, you wish to assist your mother in chopping wood for cooking, but the axe is exceedingly sharp, and in the biting cold, the human body becomes fragile. With a slip of your hand, you lose a finger. Your family lacks the means for medical treatment, and you are left to accept your fate. Resilience in the face of adversity. There shall surely be great accomplishments ahead. Keep pushing forward. Yi Xian encourages himself, still harboring expectations for this simulation. As anticipated, the subsequent events did not disappoint Yi Xian. Although you lack one hand, you have not succumbed to despair. Instead, you have resolutely determined to strengthen your physique and aid your family in overcoming adversity. At the age of 6, after a year of diligent training, you have developed a physique far superior to that of your peers. Even without one hand, in a scuffle, 2 or 3 children your age would not stand a chance against you. By the time you reached 7, your physical development was astonishing. You have grown to the same height as your father. Goodness, could it be that there is a trace of giant lineage in this family? Yet, that seems implausible, as the disparity between giants and ordinary folk is indeed vast. It is difficult to fathom. Yu Xian's expression involuntarily morphed into that of a subway elder fixated on his phone. However, he chose not to ponder further. After all, The height discrepancies in the world of pirates are truly bewildering. At 8, you resolve to shoulder some responsibility for your family, contemplating joining your father at sea to fish. In just one day, you both returned with a bountiful catch. Your father aimed to mold you into the strongest fisherman among all pirates. Yi Xian. This narrative feels oddly familiar, but you understood deeply that to alter the fate of your family, you must venture out into the world. So, when a ship bearing the Navy's flag passed by your island, you chose to board and become a sailor. Little did you know, they were not genuine Navy personnel, but a band of pirates disguised to navigate the Grand Line. You harbored a profound hatred for pirates and sought to disembark with force. Yet, having entered their lair, one must adhere to their rules. Even with your robust physique, you were no match for the pirates, ultimately losing a leg before you managed to escape. Yi Xian, while others face accidents, this fellow has turned himself into a disabled person at the tender age of 8. Quite remarkable. Once you healed from your injuries, you began a life of begging. Daily, you wandered the streets, lamenting, "I have lost my wallet and cannot contact my family. Any kind-hearted soul who could spare me 50 berries to call my loved ones would be greatly rewarded in the future." After a year, your begging style transformed drastically. You would wail pitifully, exposing your mutilated limb and stump, crying, "Handsome gentlemen, beautiful ladies, please spare some food." Another year passed, and you became an expert beggar, coordinating with fellow beggars. On one day, you would lie beneath a blanket, while your companion knelt beside you, not raising his head. On alternate days, you would kneel while he lay down, beside a large sign reading, "Father is gravely ill, seeking funds for medicine." If this begging persists, you would soon become a legendary figure, a person in the realm of pirates, subsisting solely on alms. Death would be preferable. Yi Xian was genuinely at a loss. Had he known this simulation would be so harrowing, even if he were to squander this opportunity, he would certainly not subject himself to such a mindless plot. After several years, you, relying on your beggary, not only amassed a fortune of several million berries but also acquired your own seaside villa. Just as you were about to return home in wealth, someone tossed a peculiar fruit into your begging bowl, instructing you, "I am being pursued. Safeguard this item for me, and upon my return, I shall reward you with 1,000,000 berries." Having beggared for so long, you were well acquainted with the world and recognized that it was a devil fruit. Without a moment's hesitation, you took a bite. Is it truly possible? Is this even conceivable? I knew it. A child from a poor family is naturally blessed with fortune. Yi Xian felt a surge of joy. He understood clearly that regardless of the type of devil fruit, when developed to its utmost potential, its power was unparalleled. There are no weak fruits, only unambitious individuals. With this boy's begging skills, paired with his audacity, how could he not ascend to the pinnacle of life? Moments later, you discover that you can actually harness the power of lightning. You are immensely pleased, entirely forgetting the words of the man in black. When that man finally finds you, you remain remarkably composed. You seek the devil fruit? Let us see if you possess the strength to claim it. Thus, a fierce battle ensues. Though aware that the man's strength is formidable, a single blow would spell your demise. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Thunder Fruit ability, development level 10%. How could one lack common sense? How could someone possessing a devil fruit's power be compared to a mere child like you? Yi Xian was at a loss for words, let alone over a decade. Even if given himself an additional year, the Thunder Fruit's abilities would not have reached even 10% development. At that moment, a familiar agonized scream jolted Yi Xian back to reality. "Ah, it hurts so much. You wretched creature, once I escape, I shall roast you into a meal." Before him, Simu was ensnared by the white robes of a fox spirit, unable to move. Meanwhile, the wild boar spirit faced Simu, its hind hooves rubbing together as if preparing for a turbocharge. "Master Uncle, are you sure you don't want me to intervene?" Seeing Simu in peril, Yi Xian could not remain indifferent. "Ha ha ha, Master Uncle is merely toying with them. There is no need for concern." Simu insisted on being brave. "Oh, but Master Uncle, do take care. It seems that wild boar spirit is poised to strike at your vital points." Yi Xian offered a warning. Simu. Chapter 38. If all else fails, Master Uncle shall kneel before you. Wow. These two fiends truly deserve punishment. They dare to threaten my lineage. Little Xian, quickly save your Master Uncle. Simu exclaimed in alarm. He had indeed underestimated these two, who had already developed consciousness and could coordinate with each other. Most importantly, He had previously expended a significant amount of spiritual energy to showcase his prowess to Xiao Xian, rendering him unable to summon the ultimate technique of the Thunder Sword fusion. Had he known, he would have employed this move to confront these two formidable fiends. For Eyes felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Observing that Yi Xian remained rooted in place, showing no intention of coming to his aid, he became increasingly flustered. Xiao Xian, I'm not joking. Hurry and help your master fend off the attack. Encountering me is your fortune. A master as exceptional as I am, once lost, is truly gone forever. At that moment, Yi Xian stood motionless, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. The wild boar spirit, after a brief moment of contemplation, charged unhesitatingly towards the ensnared Four Eyes. Its two robust tusks poised to strike with great force. Coupled with its weight of around 500 pounds, the terrifying might of this attack was capable of shattering boulders. With Four Eyes' cultivation level, if he failed to escape, he would undoubtedly be left in a bloody, mangled state. It's over, Four Eyes murmured, seemingly prepared to face his demise as he calmly shut his eyes. Just then, he felt the temperature around him surge dramatically, even with his eyes tightly closed. He sensed the dark night transforming instantaneously into daylight. Upon opening his eyes, he witnessed a bolt of lightning erupting from Yi Xian's hand, coalescing into a beam of light. With a swift whoosh, it surged forth, scorching the earth to a yellowed hue, turning fallen leaves and decayed wood to ash in an instant. The thunderous roar of the lightning was deafening. In the blink of an eye, the lightning had already surged towards the wild boar spirit, piercing through its body. Amidst the explosive crackle of electricity, all that remained visible were its trembling bones, which soon turned to ash and dissipated. The acrid scent of charred flesh pervaded the air, and the terrifying heat melted the white robe of the fox spirit, allowing Four Eyes to break free. Although his mental state remained unchanged, his face was darkened and his hair was in disarray. As the electricity dissipated and the light faded, Yi Xian remained where he stood, as calm as still waters. Yet, his heart was filled with astonishment. Given the current level of his abilities, this 100,000-volt Thunder Dragon could only be used once after a prolonged duration. However, its intensity was undeniably terrifying, a stark contrast to Four Eyes' so-called Palm Thunder. Even if an ironclad corpse stood before him now, Yi Xian was confident he could slay it with a single blow. At this moment, Four Eyes, having been rescued, gazed at Yi Xian in shock. As someone who practiced thunder techniques, he understood just how arduous it was to harness lightning. It was precisely for this reason that, after decades of arduous training, his Palm Thunder had only reached a minor success. Yet, Xiao Xian's strike seemed poised to elevate Palm Thunder to a realm that had eluded practitioners for centuries. How could this be possible? The heart of the four-eyed cultivator trembled with fervor, his gaze filled with envy. In the realm of cultivation, he held a respectable reputation. Yet in comparison to Xiao Xian, he felt utterly insignificant. What fortune had his senior brother accumulated in his past life to encounter such a disciple? If only I could have met him, I would surely bow in reverence and invite Xiao Xian to join my sect. Alas, Master Uncle, do not linger. Once you have dealt with that vixen, let us hasten our journey. I'm weary. Yi Xian pointed at the vixen, who had already been rendered unconscious by the thunder. With an urging tone, he continued, this demoness is rife with resentment, her aura steeped in blood. Even Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng could discern that she has relentlessly harmed countless lives. Therefore, Yi Xian had no intention of sparing her. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Four-eyed instinctively clasped his hands and bowed. Sensing something amiss, he quickly amended, rest assured, I shall leave it to Master Uncle. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword. Whoosh! The blade cleaved through the air with precision, severing the head from the body. As for the vixen's remains, Four-eyed utilized a fire talisman, incinerating them entirely. After all, the corpses of such malevolent beings served as substantial nourishment for other demonic creatures. Soon, the two disciples retrieved the lost customers and resumed their journey homeward. After a brief while, Four-eyed, who had been preoccupied with mending his heart, suddenly recalled that Yi Xian held a significant leverage over him. He hastily began to explain, Ahem, Xiao Xian, you witnessed it yourself. That was a truly malevolent fox spirit. I approached so closely solely for the purpose of examination. I swear by the name of our revered ancestor. Oh, so that is the case. Yi Xian replied thoughtfully. I have never encountered such a method of examination in any texts. I must return and study it thoroughly with the Xian Guang mirror. He spoke with earnestness. Yet his smile caused a tremor of unease within Four-Eyed, who quickly cautioned, "This technique is my secret art. You may observe it alone. But be cautious not to let anyone else see it. I am rather dull-witted. Should I fail to comprehend, I shall seek guidance from my master. I hope you will not take offense." Yi Xian nodded slightly, his brow furrowed. "Very well." Four-Eyed internally sighed, realizing that it was evident to anyone that Xiao Xian was intentionally putting him in a difficult position, given his senior brother's temperament. Upon witnessing such a disgraceful depiction of those who cultivate, would he not tear him to shreds? Moreover, Xiao Xian had not behaved this way at the ancestral hall. It had only been a few days, and he had transformed into a bandit-like figure. Contemplating this, Four-Eyed quickly donned a smile, saying, "Xiao Xian, let us discuss matters amicably. What conditions must I meet to erase the images captured by the Xianguang mirror? Master Uncle, please do not misinterpret my intentions. I genuinely wish to learn your secret art." Yi Xian intentionally created difficulties. The journey had been exceedingly dull, and playing around with his unrestrained master uncle, Si Mu, was quite amusing. However, this remark completely broke Si Mu's composure. Given his current strength, if he were to confront Yi Xian head-on, he might not necessarily prevail. Enduring a beating was inconsequential, but he could not afford to lose face. Yet, if that video were to be seen by others, how could Si Mu continue to present himself as a practitioner of the Tao? Considering Jiu nature of incessantly recounting matters to the ancestral master, the latter would undoubtedly find out. Imagining himself in the afterlife, entering the underworld, he would surely be subjected to a severe beating from both the ancestral master and his own teacher. Si Mu pleaded, "Little Xian, we are indeed close kin. If it comes to that, let us find a secluded place. I shall kneel before you, and you must delete that video." All right. Stop pestering me about learning the corpse reviving technique. I assure you, I will not show that video to anyone." Yi Xian remarked with a wry smile. Such words could only be uttered by someone of Si Mu's character. Moreover, Yi Xian had never intended to trouble Si Mu. He planned to first secure all of his master uncle's gold. After all, given Si Mu's disposition, he might feign ignorance at that moment. Close kin. One must always keep a backup plan. Ah, you should have said so earlier. You nearly scared your uncle to death. What is there to learn about the corpse reviving technique? I'm not boasting. It is the most useless of the Maoshan techniques, Si Mu declared, thumping his chest in assurance. As the stars shifted and the sun gently descended from the west, the two of them dared not pause for even a moment. Though these customers were not true zombies. Once a person dies, their yang energy transforms into yin energy. Naturally, they could not be exposed to sunlight for extended periods. Ah, we are almost there. Little Xian, do you think there is a possibility for you to learn the corpse reviving technique, even superficially? Si Mu inquired with anticipation. He genuinely wished for this art to continue its legacy. Coughing lightly, Yi Xian offered no further commentary. With a wave of his hand, the Xianguang mirror materialized from his spatial ring. Upon seeing the mirror, Si Mu immediately fell silent, his eyes brimming with astonishment, and he could not help but ask, "Little Xian, what kind of technique is this? The Xianguang mirror can appear out of thin air. This is a spatial technique taught to me by the ancestral master." Yi Xian fabricated a story, yet it was not entirely baseless. Thousands of years ago, the Tao was flourishing and spatial techniques did exist. However, now, in this age of decline, such techniques had been lost for centuries. Ah, a spatial technique. The ancestral master actually entrusted you with this art. Si Mu was utterly astonished. Upon hearing about the spatial technique, he grasped everything. Yet, his astonishment was not merely verbal. He found it hard to fathom just how comprehensive Yi Xian's talents might be. To think that one could even master spatial techniques. The principles of the Tao are divided into the 8 trigrams, while the art is categorized into the 5 elements. Yet, spatial techniques do not belong to any of these 5 elements. Throughout millennia, few have been able to cultivate such skills. Even the 2 venerable masters of Maoshan, though they comprehend the principles of these techniques, find themselves unable to practice them due to inadequate talent. But lo, Xiao Xian has managed to learn it. This revelation is akin to knocking the venerable masters flat on the ground. "Uncle Master, let us hasten our journey," Yi Xian urged, still in a state of shock. Simon moved forward like a somnambulist, accompanied by several customers, making awkward hops. The recently restored Tao heart shattered once more. Chapter 39, a nap? Only to be mercilessly beaten? As time passed, the 2 disciples soon emerged from the forest, arriving at a flat expanse surrounded by mountains, with a stream coursing through the valley. What do you think of this place for our Taoist temple, Uncle Master? Simon pointed toward a nearby courtyard, pride gleaming in his eyes, exuding confidence in his choice of location. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. This place is encircled by mountains, with no signs of human habitation within a 10-mile radius, resulting in a rich concentration of spiritual energy. The stream that traverses the plain dissipates the accumulation of negative energies. It is undoubtedly a land of fortune, far superior to my master's mortuary. Yi Xian exclaimed in admiration. A Taoist temple serves as a sanctuary for cultivation. Abundant spiritual energy greatly aids in one's practice, which is why major sects often choose locations far removed from worldly disturbances. This piece of fortunate land of Simon surpasses even those of the grand sects. Truly, he is the finest disciple of Mushan. A flicker of joy passed through Simon's eyes. In comparison to those foolish disciples, Xiaoxian is an entirely different caliber. Those inept fools do not even warrant comparison. He recalled the first time he brought Jiala here, he had posed a similar question. However, his esteemed disciple had remarked, this place, far from the dust of the world, with its clear waters, is perfect for fishing and nurturing fish. As for Wentai and Qiuxing, they were not even on par with Jiala. Before Simon could inquire further, the two began to grumble. Uncle Master, your place is far too remote. It would take an entire day just to reach the nearest tavern. Truly, this is a place where even dogs would not tread. Indeed, being so far from town means we hardly have a chance to see beautiful women. Simon's irritation bubbled over, his brows knitting tightly together. Soon after, they stepped into the temple. After settling the customers, Simon casually tossed aside the Taoist robe scorched by lightning and called out loudly, Jiala, Jiala, your master has returned. Come out and welcome me. But as soon as the words left his lips, aside from the chirping of cicadas in the courtyard, there was an utter absence of any other sound. Ahem, that rascal Jiala is undoubtedly far superior to Wenkai and Qiuxing. He must have gone hunting. Xiaoxian, come in and freshen up, await a grand feast. That lad's culinary skills are quite impressive. With an awkward smile exchanged between them, they proceeded towards the main hall of the dojo. However, upon attempting to push the door open, they discovered it was locked from the inside. Peering through the window, they beheld a youth, bare-chested, reclining in a rocking chair, his face obscured by a fan, soundly asleep. Drool was cascading down his chin. What a wayward disciple. Formu's brows knitted tightly, his facial muscles twitching in agitation. He had just boasted about Xiaoshuan's prowess. This wayward apprentice. He slapped himself in disbelief. What master could tolerate such insolence? In a fit of rage, Formu grabbed 2 bamboo strips. While they would not inflict serious injury, the sting of a strike would be undeniably painful. Moreover, he had soaked them in the nearby water vat, a true salt in the wound. Just the sight of it sent a chill down Xiaoshuan's spine. Xiaoxian, take one. Join me in administering justice. Enough, enough. Xiaoxian vehemently declined. Seeing this refusal, Formu reached through the window, dislodged the wooden wedge, and stormed inside. You scoundrel. I entrusted you with the dojo and expected you to train diligently. Instead, you dared to indulge in slumber. With a swift crack, the bamboo strip descended. Jiala, startled from his deep slumber, instinctively kicked out, landing a blow right where it hurt Formu most. How dare you? Come here and face your fate. In pain, Formu unleashed his full force. Ah, master, please stop. It hurts. You wayward disciple. You have brought shame upon me, and you still know pain? Come here and accept your punishment. If you evade me once more, I shall take your life today. Listening to the commotion within, Xiaoxian felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiala. After all, he was merely taking a nap. What grave offense could that be? Formu was indeed being excessively harsh. He hurried in to intervene. Uncle Master, please cease this. No sooner had he spoken than Jiala leapt behind Xiaoxian, as if clinging to a lifeline. Observing Formu, hunched and flushed with anger, tears spilling from his eyes, Xiaoxian realized that these two, the master and disciple, were truly kindred spirits, both inclined to push each other to extremes. Are you all right, Uncle Master? Xiaoxian inquired with concern. The proud Formu, upon hearing this, straightened his back, feigning nonchalance. I'm fine, merely twisted my back. Xiaoxian, come sit. He then pulled out a chair, gesturing for Xiaoxian to take a seat. This scene was quite the spectacle. Jialu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the young lad in white before him, filled with astonishment. His master's temperament was something he knew all too well. Fearless and brimming with arrogance, he would confront the heavens and earth alike. How could he possibly show such reverence towards a mere boy? No, There was an unmistakable awe reflected in his gaze. Just as Jiao was about to inquire, a sharp crack rang out as a bamboo stick struck him once more. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and prepare our meals. Simu barked. After days of relentless travel, their stomachs were nearly empty. Were it not for Jia Li's exceptional culinary skills, he would have simply sent him packing to his elder brother. Oh, Master, the illustrious Master Ishio has just returned from his travels today. Shouldn't we refrain from preparing meat dishes? Let us all dine together, Jia questioned. Perplexed, Master Ishio was a monk from the neighboring temple, a long-time rival of his master. Though they often feigned animosity, they truly cared for one another. Monastics abstained from meat, thus he frequently prepared pure vegetarian dishes for communal feasts. Humph! An old bald donkey still dares to hinder my master from eating meat. If you wish to prepare vegetarian dishes, then accompany that old monk this evening for prayers. Simu's expression darkened with rising fury. Jia Lu, sensing the tension, did not linger and hurriedly made his exit. Who is Master Ishio? Yi Xian feigned ignorance, knowing full well he must act as if he were entirely uninformed. That old bald monk was merely an exiled monk, yet he still hoped to impede our enjoyment of meat. I haven't even settled the score for the mountain spirits and wild beasts we encountered. Simu's voice boomed, as if to ensure that Master Ishio could hear his grievances. The two of them had an unspoken agreement. One would guard their sanctuary while the other ventured out. Naturally, Simu placed the blame for their recent attack squarely on Master Ishio's shoulders. Yi Xian nodded, choosing not to respond. At that moment, a gentle yet provocatively teasing voice emerged from outside. Jiao, since your master has instructed you to join me in vegetarian practices, why not move in with me tonight? Let us isolate him together. Chapter 40. The Pinnacle of Parental Expectations. Hearing these words, Simu's anger flared intensely. Although the Buddhist and Taoist sects appeared harmonious on the surface, beneath that veneer lay fierce competition. Neither could tolerate the other. After all, the relationship between the two religions was simply one of rivalry. If one of the disciples were to abandon their master and seek refuge in the Buddhist path, the master would surely become the subject of ridicule among all practitioners. Master, you needn't elaborate. You are well aware of my master's temperament. Outside the door, Jiao quietly interjects, warning that if the conversation continues, it will be he who suffers the consequences. I have never feared his stubborn nature. What? Has he grown in skill during our time apart? Regardless, he remains a defeated opponent of mine. Ikkyu mutters once more. To be honest, it has felt somewhat unfamiliar not to have anyone to spar with during this period. Old fool, what are you barking about? Farais retorts. My apprentice is here today. I have no desire to quarrel with you. Go on to the Western Paradise and meet your Buddha. Had this been in the past, he would have undoubtedly rushed out to engage in a battle that would determine their fates. As soon as the words fell, Ikkyu, clad in plain robes and adorned with a broad smile, casually pushed open the door and strolled in. Following him was his newly accepted lay disciple, Qingqing. Though she wore simple clothing and bore no makeup, her clear, sparkling eyes and unassuming beauty were of the same caliber, albeit different in style, from Rintingting. Upon their entrance, For Eyes, still in a huff, turned away and ignored them. Yet, the humble Ikkyu gazed at Yi Xian with a smile, feeling a surge of admiration. He perceived that this young man possessed eyes filled with starlight, enigmatic and profound, radiating a rare vitality. Pray tell, young friend, whose disciple are you? Ikkyu inquired gently. I am Yi Xian, a disciple of Ime, one of his closed-door students, and I have had the honor of meeting Master Ikkyu, Yi Xian replied, bowing respectfully, embodying a spirit of humility. His guiding principle in life was simple. If others respect him a foot, he would return the favor tenfold. Conversely, the opposite would apply. Oh, the closed-door disciple of Ime? Ikkyu exclaimed in surprise. The master known as Ime is renowned in the present realm of cultivation, being the only one to hold a yin position while possessing a yang body, thus garnering significant recognition in the world of the ethereal. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. Moreover, there exists an unspoken rule in the cultivation community. Any teacher who encounters a disciple of superior talent, one who surpasses their own accomplishments, shall designate them as a closed-door disciple. Hence, Ikkyu, intrigued, reached towards Yi Xian's wrist. In Buddhism, there is a concept of wisdom roots among the 22 roots. One of the 5 is the ability to perceive truth, known as wisdom. This wisdom possesses the capacity to illuminate all, fostering virtuous deeds and leading to the attainment of enlightenment, hence referred to as the root of wisdom. As Ikkyu assessed Yi Xian's wisdom root, he also scrutinized his countenance. In mere moments, the smile on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment in his eyes. This young man. The innate disposition is remarkably robust and unparalleled, with an unblemished purity of senses and the five aggregates rendered void. The spiritual energy within is exceedingly dense. Although his cultivation level remains undetectable, it is evident that he has surpassed even the venerable Si Mu by a considerable margin. This is somewhat preposterous. Despite often finding Si Mu's demeanor irksome, he acknowledges the latter's exceptional talent, placing him among the elite of the cultivation realm. Comparatively, the prodigious talent of the young man before him is indeed astonishing. Contemplating this, a smile re-emerged on Yi Xiu's face. Little Xian, I wonder if you might be interested in joining the Buddhist order? The realm of Buddhism is indeed. Before he could finish his sentence, Si Mu interjected with a fierce expression and a glimmer of latent menace in his eyes. Old fool, if you utter such words again, do not blame me for turning hostile. If Yi Xian were to be lured away by the Buddhist sect, Si Mu would find it impossible to atone for such a transgression, even if he faced Jiu himself. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded with a smile. Just jesting, just jesting. How could our Buddha ever engage in undermining others? Observing Si Mu's lingering ire, Yi Xiu realized he had inadvertently crossed a line and promptly declared, Ching Ching, let us take our leave. With that, he turned to depart. Watching the two leave, Si Mu finally felt a sense of relief. Yi Xian harbored no interest in the olive branch extended by the Buddhist sect. He bore no animosity towards them. Yet he certainly possessed no fondness either. As the adage goes, the three pure ones need only a mortal form, while the Buddha demands gold for passage in chaotic times. The Bodhisattva pays no heed to the world, and the old Lord wields a sword to save all beings. In prosperous times, Buddhist temples welcome their guests, while the Taoists retreat into the mountains. Furthermore, in the 21st century, the local Taoist sects had waned significantly, while certain disciples of the Buddhist sect had transformed into tycoons of publicly traded companies, replete with luxury cars, opulent mansions, and perhaps even beautiful companions. Soon, dusk fell. After Yi Xian finished the meal prepared by Jiala, he turned to his room to rest. After all, he had been living an inverted schedule lately, akin to that of foreigners. Once in bed, however, Yi Xian found himself completely alert, his mind suddenly alight. The cool-down periods from his two simulations had concluded, and although he had previously secured one opportunity in the mountains, he had chosen to reserve a revival chance for emergencies, in case he encountered another disheartening scenario. World selection initiated. Currently extracting. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the demon world. In this realm, chaos reigns across the three realms, with demons rampaging through the human world, leaving countless corpses strewn about and rivers flowing with blood. The Buddhist and Taoist sects stand resolutely, each safeguarding the last two sanctuaries of humanity. Before long, Yi Xian grasped the intricate structure of this world. It could be regarded as an era rich in spiritual energy, with the magical arts of both the Buddhist and Taoist sects being exceedingly formidable, and among them, the most distinguished figures emerged prominently. To soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, one may be deemed a semi-immortal. They united to forge a colossal magical array, effectively barring the majority of malevolent entities from breaching its bounds. Shall we initiate a simulation? The greater the peril, the more abundant the opportunity. This notion was certainly understood by Yi Xian, yet the prospect of squandering a chance to exchange worlds left him somewhat reluctant, prompting him to hastily urge, commence the simulation. Generating visuals. You are born into a tranquil village. Your father is alive, your mother is alive, and your family does not rely on fishing for sustenance. Life passes by peacefully day by day, except for the fact that your father has incurred gambling debts, leaving your family's fortune in tatters, and your mother, having strayed no fewer than 81 times, was met with your father's wrath, resulting in 2 broken legs. Aside from these circumstances, life could be considered quite serene. Yi Xian, can this life truly be called serene? Even the mightiest of children would undoubtedly crumble under such circumstances, either succumbing to depression or retreating into isolation. What a farce. These parents are indeed at the pinnacle of absurdity. Chapter 41. The fate that brought you here. Turns out to be this Yuan. For reasons unknown, in such an environment, your mental state remains wholly unperturbed, finding joy in each day with genuine delight. At the age of 15, you have already attained a profound awareness of the world's perilous nature, cognizant of the rampant demons, the occasional beast, and the lurking spirits. Hence, you understand the fragility of human existence. You begin to cherish each day with utmost reverence. On Mondays, you play with Xiaomei, Tuesdays with Lily, Wednesdays with Xiaohong, Thursdays with Xiaoman, Fridays with Xiaojing, and on weekends, you spend your time solely with Xiaoqing. Moreover, you never squander excessive time on any single woman. Once weariness sets in, you promptly move on to the next. As the saying goes, a breakup is just a breakup, and the new always surpasses the old. Your charm with women is unparalleled. To summarize succinctly, you flirt and succeed effortlessly. You have never faltered. Such days are lived to the fullest by you. How delightful. At merely 15, possessing such extraordinary talents. Indeed, a remarkable individual. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Despite not succumbing to depression, he has become a quintessential rogue. Such men possess a significant advantage, an extraordinary level of selfishness. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, it must be acknowledged that selfishness can sometimes be a commendable trait. The idyllic days have ensnared you, filling your heart with boundless joy. But just as you believe life is to continue in this manner, an unexpected calamity unfolds. On this day, you turn 16. As usual, you return home in high spirits. But upon arrival, you discover your parents drenched in blood, a figure ensconced in the stench of death bounding after them. Upon closer inspection, you realize that this is not merely a zombie, but your very own grandfather. You cease to ponder further and turn to flee, but as you reach the threshold, a chilling gust of wind halted your escape. Suddenly, a figure suspended in midair darted into the courtyard with astonishing speed. To your astonishment, it was a vengeful spirit. Surprisingly, the spirit did not harm you. Instead, it engaged in a fierce battle with your grandfather. Regaining your composure, you were horrified to realize that the vengeful spirit was, in fact, your own grandmother. She exerted all her strength to protect you. However, she was no match for your grandfather, and in a bid to safeguard you, your parents joined the fray as well. Ultimately, you managed to escape from that harrowing scene. Yet, your parents had been bitten by zombies and transformed into bloodthirsty creatures. You had also heard that zombies are particularly drawn to the blood of their kin, prompting you to seek out the sacred grounds of Buddhism, hoping to beseech them to accept you as a disciple. Yi Xian, what a peculiar train of thought. Your father, grandfather, and mother are all zombies. Your grandmother is a vengeful spirit, and your lineage is fraught with malevolent entities. Yet you wish to enter the Buddhist fold? Would they even accept you? However, it seems there is no alternative. If your parents are in pursuit, you are left with but one path. With relentless determination, you traversed mountains and rivers for half a month, finally arriving at the Buddhist realm. Yet, after knocking on the door for 2 days and nights, there was no response. Your parents were already in hot pursuit, and exhausted from your exertions, you could no longer run for an extended period. Ultimately, you were drained to the point of becoming a desiccated corpse. Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a natural charisma with women. This talent has seamlessly fused into your being, emanating an alluring aura that captivates women. Merely desiring their company will compel them to eagerly embrace you. In that moment, Yi Xian found himself uncertain whether this simulation had yielded fortune or misfortune. After all, it seemed he had always possessed this charm with women. Furthermore, he was engulfed in hesitation, torn between embarking on another world simulation or opting for resurrection. Now that he had reached the Buddhist realm, amid a world rife with demons and monsters, it was certain that the Buddhist order would impart teachings to all disciples to combat these malevolent forces. Moreover, the system had previously indicated that the Buddhist and Taoist practices in this world were vastly superior to those in his current existence. Should he master even one skill, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. Resurrection. As the saying goes, sometimes one must take risks, for a bicycle might transform into a motorcycle. Perhaps the ensuing narrative would dazzle the senses. After lying outside the Buddhist temple for 3 days, you finally regained consciousness. At that moment, a kind-faced old monk observed you for a while and explained that the reason for not opening the door these past few days was to test your sincerity in wishing to join the Buddhist order. After observing your faint state for several days, your weakening breath led them to believe that you genuinely wished to join the monastic community and unite with them against the malevolent forces. Enter the temple. The old monk, guiding you in circles within the courtyard, seemed to harbor unspoken concerns. You boldly inquired about the reason for this. The old monk replied that he was assessing your affinity with the Buddha. Hastily, you asked, after all this wandering, do I indeed have a connection with the Buddha? The old monk, with his fingers continuously rubbing together, calmly stated, "Whether you have a connection with the Buddha depends on your own merits." A profound realization dawned upon you, and your senses became extraordinarily perceptive. You promptly retrieved your last possession from your robe. The old monk smiled gently, accepted your offering, and conducted the ordination ceremony. You became a disciple of the Buddha, dedicating your days to martial training and the diligent study of scriptures. Days passed, one after another. Yet, a sense of urgency enveloped you, for after entering the monastic life, you learned that any disciple who practiced in the temple for 5 years must venture to the boundary of formations to confront the demons. However, your innate understanding was remarkably limited, rendering the scriptures incomprehensible. The old monk advised you, saying, "Your connection to the scriptures ultimately depends on your own merits." You experienced another moment of enlightenment and presented your family heirloom jade pendant. Subsequently, the old monk retrieved a translated text of the 5 Directions Buddha heart mantra from behind him. After 6 months of diligent study, you thoroughly grasped its profound intricacies. Upon reciting the mantra, a radiant light emanated from you, instilling fear in the malevolent beings. Yixian mused, "So this is the true essence of fate. Why, oh why, did you not present the translated scriptures sooner, wasting so much time? Yet, it is fortunate to have mastered a technique that can safeguard my life, preventing a tragic end." Finally, after 5 years had elapsed, you journeyed to the boundary, but not before taking a moment to see your beloveds, Xiao Hong, Xiao Mei, Li Li, and Xiao Qian. Upon reaching the boundary, the malevolent beings outside surpassed your wildest imagination. Some towered 100 meters tall, their every movement causing the mountains to tremble, while others soared through the skies, spewing flames from their mouths. Nevertheless, among humanity, there were formidable monks and Taoists. When tasks were being assigned, you encountered another old monk who said, "I feel a connection with you. I wonder if you share it with me?" Good heavens, not again. Yixian found himself utterly bewildered. Chapter 42. Master, how is your heart faring? In this day and age, where demons run rampant, should we not unite to face our adversities? Yet, it seems each one is more treacherous than the last. Upon returning from your studies, prepared for selfless dedication, you were unexpectedly asked to pay a fee. Indeed, this world of martial arts is not merely about combat, but rather the complexities of human relationships. Yixian's gaze fell once more upon the simulator. Upon hearing the words of the old monk regarding fate, it became evident that the time had come for you to relinquish your resources. Consequently, you were compelled to offer all that you had received from Xiaoli, Xiao Mei, and Xiao Qing. However, after accepting the money, the old monk shook his head in resignation and said, "Benefactor, the bond between us is not yet complete. May you seek your own fortune in the days to come." Taken aback by this statement, you found yourself bewildered. The following day, you were assigned by the old monk to the most perilous position, that of a scout tasked with infiltrating the heart of the demon territory to gauge their strength. With no choice but to muster your courage, you ventured forth. Stealthily evading countless demons, after a day's journey, you arrived at the base of a towering mountain under the cover of night, where 2 caves beckoned you for a brief respite. Yet, upon entering, the mountain began to stir, prompting you to rush outside in alarm. To your horror, you beheld a creature that bore a striking resemblance to Godzilla. Your fate was sealed. The simulation concluded, and rewards were being dispensed. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the heart mantra of the 5 Directions, Arhat Realm. In your heart, you felt a sense of assurance. Receiving a reward was indeed commendable, and this heart mantra of the 5 Directions was extraordinary. With a mere thought, it could dispel evil and ward off demons. The so-called Arhat realm allowed one to coalesce the light of Buddha and bestow it upon the body. Ultimately, all methods converge into one. Its efficacy resembled that of the Taoist golden light empowerment, yet there were distinctions. As day and night quietly slipped by, the clamor from outside roused you from slumber early the next morning. You old coot, arriving uninvited. Don't tell me you've come begging at such an early hour. 4 Eyes remarked with annoyance. Who said I came to beg? I share a bond with Xiao Xian, and my brother Ime has shown me kindness. I have come to bestow a gift. A Xiao replied amiably, gesturing towards his disciple Qingqing, who was holding an ancient scripture. Years prior, while wandering, he had been ensnared by malevolent spirits. At that time, his Buddhist aura was lacking, and he narrowly escaped falling into the clutches of those demons, fortuitously encountering Jiu during his flight. Together, they vanquished the evil. Otherwise, a Xiao would have long since departed for the Western paradise to meet the Buddha. bringing a gift to Jiu cherished disciple as a gesture of gratitude. Gifting my Xian? Master, why didn't you say so sooner? Please, take a seat. For Ai's expression transformed with the swiftness of an actor as he hurriedly presented a Xiu with a chair. Though this old coot was a wandering monk, he possessed a wealth of ancient scriptures, and over the years, many esteemed Buddhist monks had sought his counsel. This clearly attested to the invaluable nature of the original texts in his possession. For Ai was no fool. A disciple has come to present a grand gift to his master's nephew. Why should the master himself refuse? Although it is said that Taoism and Buddhism are different paths, they nonetheless share a common journey. Each tradition possesses its own treasures and merits. If Xian could amalgamate the strengths of various schools, he could undoubtedly ascend to a higher realm. Master, our bond is so profound. I have shared countless meals with you, certainly not fewer than 1,000, perhaps even hundreds. So why have you not bestowed a gift upon me? Jiao Lu, sitting nearby, felt a twinge of discontent. It was one thing for his master to revere his junior like a revered ancestor, but it was altogether puzzling that the usually solemn Master Ishu would display such favoritism. Everyone envied it, especially Jiao Lu, who played the role of a caretaker for the two of them daily. Jiao Lu, it's not that I have no intention of gifting you anything. To be honest, I cannot comprehend the profound intricacies of this scripture. Can you? Ishu sighed wearily. The reason he had secluded himself here was to quiet his mind and delve into the depths of the scripture in his hands. Yet, after years of diligent practice, he could recite the text flawlessly but still failed to grasp its essence. Thus, he chose to offer this scripture to Xian, stating that it was precious, indeed, but acknowledging that he could not cultivate it himself, ensuring its teachings would not be disseminated lightly. Xian, come forth and receive your gift. The enthusiasm of the four-eyed disciple did not wane. Xian's talent was exceedingly formidable. Who knows, in a few years, he might comprehend this Buddhist doctrine. Therefore, he felt no apprehension. Upon hearing the call, Yixian reluctantly stepped forward, and upon seeing the scripture in Qing's hands, he was genuinely taken aback. Wasn't this the 5 directions Buddha heart mantra he had painstakingly cultivated in the simulator for years? Just the sight of it made him feel nauseated. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yixian hastily declined. Master, this scripture is entirely in Sanskrit. If you give it to me, I won't be able to understand it. I appreciate the sentiment, but such a valuable scripture should remain with you. No sooner had he spoken than Ishu could react. The four-eyed disciple swiftly snatched the scripture from his hands, urging, Don't worry, Xian. You may not understand Sanskrit, but this old fellow does. Old fellow, you have nothing better to do, so teach my Xian how to read this confounded Sanskrit. Fearful that Ishu might change his mind, the four-eyed disciple pulled both Yixian and Ishu together, insisting they must teach. It's worth a try, Xian. Look at the expression of your master. If I don't teach you today, I fear I might not get out of the store. Ishu replied gently, casting a mildly irritated glance at the four-eyed disciple. Yixian could only nod slightly and, with a sense of resignation, took a seat. He certainly could not reveal that he had already mastered the 5 directions Buddha heart mantra to a consummate level the previous night. Who would believe such a claim? In the current situation, we can only observe the 2 old masters and speculate how they might act next. Xian, this Sanskrit is not particularly difficult. Just read along with me. He began to recite the mantra, Nishtha, Aja, Milichu, Paridra, Riya, Lingjili. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by the 2 gazes. Old man, I warn you in advance, do not misread. If my little Xian fails to learn, I will be a thorn in your side for life. Although aware of Ishu's true nature, they feared that this fellow might harbor selfish intentions and squander Xian's precious time. Xian, ignore him. Just read along with me. Ishu urged, promptly resuming the recitation of the earlier incantation. Yixian felt somewhat helpless. Having already attained the state of an arhat, he could condense a profound aura of Buddhist light merely by silently contemplating the Dharma. However, this reading proved to be a rather challenging endeavor. He kindly inquired, Master Ishu, how is your heart? Ishu, Simu, Jala, Ching. The previously expectant crowd was suddenly left in a state of confusion. What kind of question is that, Xian? I have practiced for decades, worshipping and reciting daily. My heart is undoubtedly in perfect condition. Please, continue reading. Yixian nodded slightly, then you must hold on. Chapter 43, Master Ancestor. Go and confront the Buddha. While the crowd remained bewildered, the intricate mantra flowed from Yixian's lips. As the incantation took effect, Waves of energy surged from within him, gently caressing the faces of the onlookers like a soft breeze. Soon after, golden light emerged. Streams of Buddhist radiance descended from above, enveloping Yi Xian entirely, disregarding the physical structure of the room. In that instant, everything fell silent. The sounds of cicadas and flowing streams outside the venue vanished. Only the resonant hum of the Buddhist light echoed in the hearts of the gathered souls. Jiala, Simu, Qingqing, and the others, while not versed in the intricacies of Buddhist teachings, were not ignorant. They could clearly perceive that something extraordinary was unfolding. They gazed in astonishment, their eyes filled with fear and disbelief, fixated on Yi Xian, who was shrouded in golden light. They then turned their attention to Yishio, seeking answers. At that moment, Yishio's mind was overwhelmed, buzzing from the resonance of the Buddhist light. He was entirely entranced, oblivious to the scriptures he held slipping into the water below, his eyes reflecting a profound awe. Despite his decades of diligent practice and devotion to the Buddha, he could only summon a faint glimmer of Buddhist light, which was invisible to the naked eye. In contrast, Yi Xian radiated a blinding brilliance, an astonishing 99 streams of Buddhist light. How could this be possible? Even if Xiao Xian is a naturally gifted practitioner of Buddhism, it is utterly implausible for him to attain enlightenment in such a brief span of time. The teachings of Buddhism are indeed profound and authentic. To truly comprehend them, one must diligently study and renounce all desires. Xiao Xian is merely a fledgling youth, at the cusp of a transformative age, making such an achievement inconceivable. Furthermore, this scripture is unique to this place. Xiao Xian cannot learn it elsewhere. The notion of 99 rays of Buddhist light is fundamentally unscientific. It blatantly contradicts the scientific principles of our Buddha. Hence, there exists but one possibility. That is, Xiao Xian is undoubtedly a reincarnation of a certain Buddha, here on earth to undergo trials. Upon this realization, Master Ishio immediately knelt down with a thud, clasping his hands in earnest prayer, humbly beseeching, Buddha has descended to the mortal realm. I, your disciple, am blind to the truth. Please forgive me, O Buddha. See you. Qingqing, Jiala. Everyone was left in utter bewilderment. Master Ishio is a monastic, not prone to frivolous speech. Moreover, he would never dare jest about the Buddha. Could it truly be? However, Siyu remained skeptical. While he hoped his apprentice could master a Buddhist art to combat demons, he certainly did not wish for him to be associated with the Buddhist sect. He promptly questioned, Old fool, do not speak such nonsense. My Xiao Xian is clearly a disciple of the Tao. How could he possibly be a reincarnation of your Buddha? Only those who are reincarnated from the Buddha possess such abilities. Qingqing, do not just stand there, quickly pay your respects. Yishio urged hastily. Qingqing hurriedly knelt, her eyes still reflecting shock. Observing this, Yixian quickly retracted the Buddhist light. He genuinely did not anticipate Master Yishio's imagination to be so vivid. Yet, in this age of decline, not only has the Tao faded, but the Buddha's teachings have also languished for a millennium without a peerless monk emerging. It is precisely because Master Ishio has never encountered the true Buddha that he could conceive of such a realm. Master Ishio, please rise quickly. If I were truly a reincarnation of the Buddha, I would naturally be aware of it. As for the Buddhist light, it may simply be a sign of my affinity with the Buddha. Yixian urgently persuaded. He had no desire for a multifaceted identity. Seeing that Master Ishio remained unwilling to rise, Yixian pinched Siyu. Yes, indeed. My Xiao Xian is by no means one of your Buddhist disciples. You should cease this folly. You may find it hard to believe. But Xiao Xian merely glanced at my thunder palm and not only learned it, but also mastered it to perfection. You should hasten back and inquire with your Buddha. Siyu exclaimed, forcefully ushering both Ishio and Qingqing out of the room. After finally persuading Uncle Jiu to allow Xiao Xian to emerge, it had barely been a few days before he was labeled a disciple of the Buddhist sect. Uncle Jiu would certainly blame him. The revered ancestors of the monastic realm must surely be unable to bear witness to such events, likely emerging from the underworld to whisk themselves away. Jiala, I implore you. As long as Xiao Xian remains here, do not allow that old man Ishio to enter without my consent. Did you hear me? For eyes, still apprehensive, hastily arranged for Jiala to guard the entrance. As for himself, having endured today's tumult, he rushed towards the portrait of his ancestor in his chamber, determined to fortify his resolve. Little junior brother, no wonder Qingqing gazes at you with such fixation. I had no idea you possessed such prowess. Might you teach your senior brother a few moves? I wish to showcase my own talents. After all these years of cultivation, All I have mastered is the art of enduring blows, yet I have learned nothing substantial. Little junior brother, I beg of you." Seeing his master depart, Jiao eagerly approached, his words and demeanor brimming with fervent supplication. Yi Xian did not decline. After all, they were fellow disciples, and sharing a few teachings would not be amiss. However, Jiao's innate talent was hardly superior to Qiuxing's, leaving him uncertain of what to impart. It was only when he observed Jiao excitedly standing outside with a magnificent sword exclusive to Four Eyes that inspiration struck him. Under Yi Xian's guidance, Jiao diligently practiced in the courtyard. As he trained, he did not forget to praise Yi Xian. "Little junior brother, this sword technique of yours is truly formidable. The first move, soaring through the air, delivers a decisive strike to the demon, silencing it. The second move employs spiritual energy for protection against retaliation, while the third sweeps in a circle, inflicting secondary damage upon the demon, and finally, a single strike annihilates it. Truly impressive." Yi Xian found himself at a loss for words amidst such exaggerated flattery. As night fell, another bewildering occurrence transpired. From the adjacent courtyard came the sound of Ishio's incessant mutterings. "Buddha, are you asleep? I have something to share with you. This news may seem implausible, but that old man Four Eyes' disciple can condense 99 rays of Buddha light. If he is indeed your reincarnation, please blink. I would risk my life to ensure your comfort." Not only him. Four Eyes began to chime in as well. "Ancestor, how can you sleep at a time like this? You must have faith. I have something to tell you. Shaoxian can condense 99 rays of Buddha light. Could this not be your teaching? If you were to be taken by the Buddhist sect, it would be your oversight. Perhaps you could leverage your connections to dissuade the Buddhists from pursuing Shaoxian? Ancestor, did you hear me? Do not be afraid. You must seize the opportunity to confront the Buddha." Chapter 44. The Golden Coffin Passes, Ominous Signs. As the stars shift and the sun and moon alternate, the past few days have been remarkably tranquil. Jiao has been diligently practicing his swordsmanship, leaving everyone somewhat dazed, with no moments of respite. As for Ishio and Simumu, their days are consumed solely by meals and sleep, with the remainder spent in communion with the Buddha and their ancestors. "Brother Yi, I have made some mung bean cakes. Please have a taste," called out the pure-looking Qingqing, as she approached with a plate of delicacies, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "Let me have one too. Let me have one," Jiao exclaimed, setting down his grand sword, wiping his sweaty palms against his attire as he rushed over. His eyes were fixated on the mung bean cakes, yet his thoughts were entirely captivated by Qingqing. After all, at around 20 years of age, he was in the throes of youthful exuberance, and given Qingqing's beauty, she would stand out even in a bustling metropolis. Naturally, Jiao found himself smitten. "These aren't meant for you," Qingqing protested, swiftly cradling the mung bean cakes to her chest as she stepped back a few paces. "Let us share them." Yu Xian nodded slightly in agreement. "Then you should have just a little. This batch is specially made for Brother Yi. So you are merely sharing in my good fortune." Qingqing handed a piece to Jiao and placed the remainder before Yi Xian. For reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by youthful hormones, she appeared nervous, her delicate hands trembling slightly. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am fortunate," Jiao exclaimed, swallowing a piece of the mung bean cake and turning away to continue his sword practice, sweet on the tongue yet bitter in his heart. Just the previous night, Qingqing had awakened him in the middle of the night, requesting him to teach her the recipe for mung bean cakes. Despite the exhaustion from a day of sword training, he had persevered through the discomfort, dedicating an entire night to explaining the recipe. What a twist of fate. In the end, I bask in the glory of my junior disciple. This junior disciple, with his handsome looks, composed demeanor, unparalleled skills, and boundless wisdom, is a perfect man endowed with a multitude of virtues. Is it truly so surprising? I, Jiao, have accompanied you for so long, investing my entire youth in this endeavor. Jiao, why do you seem so unhappy? Qingqing inquired with concern, noticing his furrowed brow as he practiced his sword. Although she had spent much time with Jiao, she had always regarded him as a friend and was oblivious to the inner turmoil he was experiencing. "I am not unhappy," he replied. "Oh, that is good to hear. Then after your sword practice tonight, you can teach me how to prepare breakfast. I wish to make him a meal tomorrow." "Ah, no. You nearly burned your hand making the mung bean cakes today. I shall make breakfast tomorrow." Jiao forced a smile, instinctively continuing to inquire, should his portion be spicy? Yi Xian? Oh my goodness, how deeply affectionate is Jiao. Were it not for the system's non-transferable constraints, he would surely wish to bestow some of this woman's fortunate fate upon Jiao. However, Yixian had no time to indulge in the antics of the two before him. The simulator's lengthy cool-down had left it dormant for an extensive period, yet it had just experienced a momentary refresh. Could it be that another malevolent entity has emerged? Yixian murmured softly, a sense of inexplicable anticipation stirring within him. Meanwhile, to the north of the dojo, amidst the mountain paths and rural roads, a procession of individuals clad in varied attire bore a ceremonial sedan chair and dragged a golden coffin, advancing with deliberation. Surrounding the coffin were 4 youths dressed in gray robes, each bearing a wooden sword, while several guards adorned in the military garb of a bygone era, armed with blades, formed an outer perimeter. Seated within the sedan was a child of noble bearing, elegantly attired yet youthful in visage, attended by a powdered eunuch who gestured with delicately arched fingers. At the forefront stood a middle-aged Taoist priest, clad in an orange robe, radiating an aura of righteousness. His keen gaze swept over the surrounding flora and fauna, imbued with earnestness, as he remained vigilant against any potential mishaps. "Master, we have exhausted the glutinous rice," exclaimed a young Taoist, guarding the coffin, hastily stepping forward with an expression rife with concern. After all, the remains within the coffin belonged to a former royal, whose body was not only infused with the aura of the dragon, but had also been stained with the blood of many during their lifetime, harboring immense resentment. Furthermore, there were already signs of potential reanimation. This was the most perilous task they had undertaken since embarking on their spiritual journey. Do not fret too much. A mere 10 miles ahead lies the dojo of your Shu, the Four Eyes. We shall take a detour to procure some supplies, the middle-aged Taoist said, his brow furrowed with apprehension. Should the corpse within the coffin undergo a transformation, it would spell disaster, not only for them, but potentially unleashing chaos upon the common folk. With this thought in mind, he hastily approached the sedan and respectfully suggested to the 10-year-old noble, "Your Highness, the glutinous rice I prepared has been nearly depleted. To ensure our journey remains safe, it would be prudent to take a detour and replenish our supplies at my senior brother's dojo." Very well. Although the child appeared innocent, accustomed to being treated with deference, his speech carried an air of haughty superiority. Just as he finished speaking, a figure known as Wu, the steward of the Inyang, waved a handkerchief and began to grumble. "You Han dog servants are just so troublesome. Hurry up. If we miss our appointed time, I shall see to it that you lose your heads." The middle-aged Taoist could only shake his head in resignation. Though the dynasty had fallen, these individuals, despite their diminished power, were still formidable, much like the elite guardians surrounding the coffin. Engaging in conflict with them would be unwise. If the coffin were to be disturbed, it would indeed be a grave mistake. Without further contemplation, he led the group towards the temple. Master, Uncle Jiu has arrived." Amidst the bustling crowd, Jiala quickly spotted Jiu, promptly abandoning his sword to rush forward. "Uncle, what brings you here? Wow, have you struck it rich recently? You're carrying such a large piece of gold." After enveloping Jiu in a hearty embrace, Jiala's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the coffin. All right. That is a coffin. Hurry and fetch me the glutinous rice. We must continue our journey, Jiu said with a hint of exasperation. At the mention of glutinous rice, Jiala immediately became composed. A flicker of trepidation crossed his gaze as he regarded the coffin, for as a cultivator, he understood that glutinous rice was used to restrain the undead. Soon, Jiu exchanged pleasantries with Simu and the others. Even Master Ishu joined in, eager to partake in the gathering, for this temple was rather remote, and it could be months before another visitor arrived. "Oh, could this young man be your newly accepted disciple?" After the cordial exchange, Jiu's attention fell upon the ethereal Yixian. As a practitioner of the Tao, he had studied physiognomy, and upon seeing Yixian, he perceived that the youth possessed the countenance of stars and the aura of the Tao, embodying the essence of a true cultivator, a rare and exceptional talent. If I had a disciple like Xiaoxian, I would surely smile in my grave. This is Yixian, the esteemed disciple of Brother Imei, Simu introduced with a sigh. "I thought it impossible that you could have such fortune," Jiu concurred. Chapter 45. Does Nie Xiaoqian have emotional depth? Yixian clasped his hands in greeting. Disciple Yixian, greetings to Uncle Jiu. In his recollection, Jiu was a man of integrity, known for his prowess in peak competitions, a righteous and honorable Taoist. "Uncle, I was unaware of your presence here. I have not prepared any gifts for our meeting. Please do not take offense at this token," Jiu said, retrieving several silver dollars from his robe. Although Yixian had already amassed a modest fortune and was not in need of money, he graciously accepted the offering. After all, Cultivators place great importance on etiquette and propriety. To refuse would be to appear petty. Thank you, Uncle. Yi Xian inclined his head slightly. Uncle, you seem rather biased. When we first met, why didn't you give me a red envelope? Jiala complained somewhat petulantly. Is that so? How could I forget? Qianhe sighed with a faint smile. Just then, the steward Wu began to scold. I asked you to procure glutinous rice, not to reminisce. If you waste time, I'll have your head. Do you hear me? Hurry, let us be on our way. The irritable Simon was immediately displeased. In this day and age, the imperial dynasty's fortunes have waned, and he could not tolerate these duplicitous individuals, nor their audacious arrogance. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to administer a lesson. However, he was swiftly halted by Qianhe. Why would you take such a frivolous job? Simon asked in confusion. Qianhe sighed heavily. There is no choice. The rewards are simply too tempting. Even a Taoist needs to eat. Besides, in these chaotic times, earning a decent living is indeed challenging. I have 4 disciples to support, and expenses are naturally considerable. Even with lofty aspirations, one must bow down for a mere handful of rice. Just as Simon was about to offer Qianhe a piece of gold to refuse such work for that kind of person, he recalled that he had given all his hard-earned gold to Xiaoxian, rendering himself quite impoverished. He quickly altered his words. Next time there's a big job, remember to bring your senior brother. Qianhe? Without further ado, Qianhe returned to the group to prepare for their journey. Meanwhile, Ishio and Simon noticed the black ink markings and talismans sealing the golden coffin. The copper-cornered golden coffin was ensnared in an ink line, having hunted demons for many years. They naturally understood that such a formation likely concealed a great terror. Ishio hastily advised Qianhe, at this hour when the yang energy is at its peak, you should remove the tent above to allow the yang to enter the coffin and dispel some of the corpse energy. Indeed, junior brother, I observed the celestial phenomena last night. Today is a cloudless day, so you should take down the tent. Simon echoed the reminder. As brothers from the Maoshan sect, they mutually cared for one another, wishing to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Qianhe nodded, signaling Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei to remove the tent. However, knowing the unfolding events, Yeshuan realized it was impossible to let Qianhe and the others stay overnight with that ominous figure present, and quickly intervened. Uncle Master, given the current season, the winds and clouds are unpredictable. You should not remove the tent. Your Uncle Master has observed the celestial signs, so do not worry, Xiaoxian. Qianhe replied with a smile. But as soon as he finished speaking, Simon quickly stopped Qianhe. He had intended to lecture Xiaoxian, but upon reflection, he recognized that his disciple's understanding of the Tao and techniques surpassed his own. Perhaps even his ability to observe the heavens was superior. He abruptly changed his stance. Let us heed Xiaoxian's advice. It's best to keep the tent intact. Yes, indeed, we must not remove it. Ishio seemed to have come to a similar realization, urging them to reconsider. Qianhe, Dong, Nan, Shi, and Bei. The group was utterly bewildered. They were unaware of Master Ishio's character, but they knew Simon's temper all too well. In such moments, if the juniors dared to interject, they would undoubtedly face his wrath. Yet, why were they not only refraining from chastising Yeshuan, but also placing such weight on his words? Master Uncle, you should keep this talisman on you, just in case. Yixian produced several talismans he had drawn himself. He feared that Qianhe and the others might meet a tragic fate at the hands of the zombies, just as in the story. Did you draw this thunder talisman? Qianhe asked, somewhat astonished. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he did not take it seriously. This talisman was of a high grade. Even he, in his current state, could not master it. So how could a novice like Xiaoxian, who had only been practicing for a month, possibly manage it? He accepted it as a token of goodwill. Under the persistent urging of Steward Wu, Qianhe no longer lingered and hurriedly led his group into the mountains south of the temple. As dusk fell, after finishing his meal, Yixian remained anxious about the safety of Master Uncle Qianhe and his disciples. After all, they were all fellow disciples. And considering his good relationship with his own master, along with a few silver dollars as a token of meeting, he felt a sense of responsibility. Though Yixian was not a great sage, he would never allow his beloved master uncle to perish at the hands of zombies. He swiftly utilized the character card to summon Nye Xiaoqian, who possessed a certain ghostly prowess. With a swish, a gentle breeze swept through, and the beautiful Nye Xiaoqian, with her bright eyes and graceful demeanor, descended gracefully before Yixian, her gaze tinged with a hint of affection. After all, she had been following the charming Yixian for quite some time. and her feelings had already shifted. "Master, what commands do you have?" she asked softly. Yi Xian nodded slightly and instructed, "Follow Master Uncle Jiu and report to me immediately if anything unusual occurs." "Understood. However, I have not received the nourishment of yang energy for quite a while, and my strength has somewhat diminished. To ensure the efficiency of this operation, I hope Master might grant me a kiss to replenish some yang energy," Nia Shaoqian said, placing her hands on her waist and pouting, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Yi Xian was taken aback. He had assumed that the beings provided by the system were emotionless automatons. How could Nia Shaoqian exhibit such rich emotional nuances? Nonetheless, he did sense that Nia Shaoqian's condition was indeed not quite right. Spirits belonged to the realm of the underworld, and prolonged exposure to the world of the living required the sustenance of yang energy. Ghosts like Nia Shaoqian needed more yang energy than ordinary people. "Make it quick. I do not favor unnecessary embellishments." Yi Xian tightly shut his eyes, sitting in place with an air of reluctance. Nevertheless, releasing some yang energy was beneficial for him at this moment. After all, the human body thrives on the balance of yin and yang. Due to the rapid increase in his strength recently, the yang energy within him had already reached its peak state. If he did not release some, he would soon feel the need to alleviate the buildup himself. The yang energy began to flow forth. Yi Xian also felt a sudden relaxation coursing through his meridians. However, what did this gesture of sticking out the tongue signify? "I shall attend to it at once. Should any heresy arise, I shall promptly inform my master." Nia Shaoqian's face flushed crimson as she made a playful grimace before transforming into a wisp of azure smoke and vanishing in an instant. Yi Xian chose not to dwell on it further and turned his gaze to the simulator. At this moment, the cooldown period for the 3 simulation opportunities had concluded. Chapter 46. Thunder encircles the coffin. The royal zombie emerges. Yet, Yi Xian found himself devoid of the inclination to simulate. If Nia Shaoqian were to send word of a zombie mutation, he would need to hasten to her aid. If all remained safe, then he would devise a plan thereafter. Meanwhile, to the south of the Taoist temple on a rural path, He was leading his team forward. Originally, they intended to rest at sunset. But having wasted some time along the way, they were compelled to press on under the cover of night. "Master, the weather today is indeed as fourth Uncle Jiu described. Clear skies as far as the eye can see. Just look at the stars sparkling now. Indeed, had we known, we ought to have taken down the tent to disperse the lingering corpse aura." Some grumbled from the southeast and northwest. If they could have dissipated some of the corpse energy during the day, they would not have to worry so much at night about potential zombie mutations, allowing them a peaceful rest. After all, traveling by day and remaining on edge by night was truly exhausting. Just as he was about to respond, a resounding thunderclap echoed, illuminating the dim sky momentarily before darkness reclaimed its dominion. The fierce winds howled. Looking up, they beheld the once radiant starry sky being engulfed by swirling dark clouds. The brilliance of the stars dimmed in an instant, and the pristine moonlight that had graced the earth gradually vanished. A sudden downpour had indeed materialized, just as the junior disciple had foretold. He had only recently begun his cultivation, yet his ability to discern the changes in the nebulae surpassed even fourth Uncle Jiu, who was renowned as the weather oracle of Maoshan. The others from the southeast and northwest were momentarily struck dumb. They had yet to learn such divination techniques to observe the nebulae, and they understood that mastering such arts would take at least a decade or more. Yet, from their earlier conversation, they discovered that junior disciple Yu Xian had only entered the path for a mere month. How could he have acquired such knowledge of observing the winds and clouds in such a brief span? The four of them wore expressions of astonishment, their eyes betraying an unmistakable reverence. He was equally astonished, but there was no time for further reflection. If the torrential rain washed away the ink lines and dampened the talismans, without the suppression of both, the corpse energy could easily erupt. He hurried forward to urge, "Manager Wu, we cannot continue on. We must quickly set up the tents. We cannot allow the storm to wash over the coffin." "What are you barking about?" Manager Wu retorted, his face contorted in disdain. One hand waved a handkerchief, while the other rested on the waist, urging with a torrent of curses, "You Han slave. Why aren't you pitching the tent? What are you standing there for? Do you expect me, the overseer, to do it myself?" Qianhe, rendered speechless with indignation, pointed at the guards clad in military attire and implored, "Then command them to assist us. The heavy rain is imminent." He understood well that these lifeless guards would not lend a hand without explicit orders from their master. "Oh dear, I absolutely insist that you Han slave set it up." If my young lord gets drenched, I shall see to it that you lose your head." The overseer, with an air of arrogance, stood defiantly, hands on hips, as if daring anyone to challenge him. The spirited youths of the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, upon hearing such threats directed at their master, surged forward, their eyes ablaze with fury, ready to rend the overseer to pieces. Yet China halted them, recognizing the necessity of maintaining composure for the greater good. He would not stoop to verbal sparring with such a loathsome figure. Southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, move swiftly. With a commanding tone, Qianhe issued his order. The four youths, more obedient than Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, promptly sprang into action, dismounting from their carts to retrieve the tent-pitching supplies. At that moment, pea-sized raindrops began to fall, sporadic yet ominous, as fierce winds whipped about. Fortunately, the canopy atop the golden coffin provided a temporary reprieve from the elements. The five companions, seasoned in battling demons together, moved with practiced precision, their figures darting to and fro as ropes flew through the air. Before long, a tent large enough to accommodate 10 people stood erect amidst the thicket. "Quickly, we must retreat the coffin inside," Qianhe urged, observing the rain-soaked earth turning treacherously slick. The four nodded in unison, surrounding the coffin, exerting all their strength, gritting their teeth, and the coffin began to budge. However, just as they reached the entrance of the tent, a few guards obstructed their path. Before the five could utter a word, the overseer, escorting the young lord into the tent, emerged with his loathsome demeanor and chastised, "What's the matter? Do you think the corpse in the coffin is more important than the living young lord? After sitting in that palanquin all day, isn't it a simple matter for you to pitch another tent? A bunch of worthless slaves, incapable of even discerning the appropriate decorum." Having served as a slave all his life, he knew better than anyone that the deceased were not worthy of reverence. It was the living master who deserved his servitude. Even Qianhe, typically of the most placid temperament, found it increasingly difficult to suppress the flames of his anger. Yet he understood. These individuals are utterly oblivious to the terror of the undead. No amount of persuasive speech can alter the misguided thoughts of this oblivious overseer. From every direction, a single call from Qianhe reverberates. The five disciples hastily depart from the golden coffin, preparing to erect a tent. Yet, at that very moment, a tempest brews. Rain pours torrentially, and leaves swirl chaotically. Before anyone can react, a bolt of crimson lightning descends from the ominous clouds, crashing violently upon the golden coffin, instantly reducing the tent to mere rubble. Thunder encircles the coffin. The temperature in the air rises abruptly, and the falling raindrops evaporate instantaneously. Even the damp yellow earth surrounding the coffin emits a charred scent. How could you fail to safeguard the coffin properly? The overseer berates loudly, striding over to inspect whether the coffin has encountered any mishap. However, upon nearing, a muffled sound emanates from within the golden coffin. Boom. Immediately afterward, a withered, brownish hand astonishingly lifts the coffin lid, slowly extending along the edge, enveloped in a dense aura of decay. My heavens! It's alive! It's alive! It's alive! The overseer trembles, his pale face contorting in fear, not daring to move, scrambling toward the tent in a frantic rush. He does not forget to chastise Qianhe and the others. "You foolish Taoists, what are you still doing standing there?" Accustomed to a life of luxury in the palace, even in the face of danger, he had always exhibited an arrogant demeanor. At this moment, Qianhe has already taken action. His brow furrows in concern. This coffin, crafted from pure gold and fine iron, weighs several thousand pounds, with the lid alone weighing 1,000. The zombie can actually raise the coffin with one hand. This indicates just how formidable its strength truly is. Qianhe tightens his brow, his feet stirring with vigor, executing a mid-air flip, and strikes with a powerful kick. The Maoshan 1,000 gene weight. With a resounding boom, it lands upon the coffin lid. The immense force instantly seals the coffin tightly. Qianhe retrieves a corpse-restraining talisman from his robe. But just then, an unfathomably terrifying force surges from beneath his feet. Chapter 47, A Rampage. Qianhe Daoist. Danger. A thunderous sound reverberates. The terrifying power from within the coffin transmits immediately to the lid. Qianhe's footing falters, and he is sent flying back by the weighty coffin. Years of diligent cultivation in the southeast, his skills far surpassing those of Wen Tai and Qiusheng, the four disciples, witnessing the peril, rush forth. They quickly position themselves to the east, west, south, and north, surrounding Qianhe. With a unified effort, they shout. Veins bulge on their foreheads as they channel their strength. managing to redirect the coffin, which was about to crash down, sending it hurtling aside. Master, Master, are you all right? Are you injured? They inquire with great concern. Just then, the suffocating stench of decay seeped forth from the coffin, enveloping the golden sarcophagus in an instant. With a deafening roar from the undead, the torrential rain abruptly ceased. The birds and beasts of the forest erupted into terrified cries. Almost immediately, the dense miasma was drawn back into the coffin by an overwhelming force. With a resounding thud, a figure, shrouded in the essence of death, emerged abruptly atop the coffin. Clad in official garb, its visage was gaunt, limbs as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of chilling dread, with fangs resembling the lethal teeth of a wild tiger, glistening with a faint, cold light at the corners of its mouth. This zombie had an insatiable thirst for the blood of its kin. The young prince within the tent was none other than its own flesh and blood. Sensing the primal connection, its crimson eyes flickered with sudden intensity. Abruptly, it spun around, its eyeballs fixated on the tent with an unyielding stare. The air thickened with the swirling miasma, an icy dread descended. Quick, stop it! The steward, paralyzed by terror, struggled to maintain his composure. Yet, driven by a protective instinct, he hastily commanded several guards nearby to confront the undead. The guards nodded in unison, unsheathing their silver blades, their eyes gleaming with a chilling resolve. Seasoned warriors from the battlefield, they were undeterred by such malevolent entities. Exchanging glances, they raised their steel blades and charged toward the zombie with remarkable speed. With a flurry of steel glinting in the dim light, their weapons struck at the creature's vital points: the heart, the neck, the head. Surprisingly, aside from a few resonant clangs, the blades seemed to shatter upon contact, as if they were but tofu. The guards recoiled in shock, fear flickering in their eyes, only to realize that the zombie's iron-like claws were already descending upon them. In an instant, one guard was torn asunder by the monstrous force. The zombie, holding aloft the head filled with sheer terror, wasted no time in bringing it to its lips, feasting upon the blood gushing from the severed neck. The remaining guards were engulfed by a wave of dread. As they attempted to flee, the iron claws pierced through their chests, ensnaring them, while the zombie's fangs plunged mercilessly into their throats. As their life essence drained away, their bodies began to take on a ghastly hue, yet their vitality surged, transforming them toward the realm of the undead. Quick, fetch the binding ropes, Qianhe exclaimed, his voice trembling with anxiety. After a brief moment of respite, he discerned that this zombie had been invigorated by lightning, its miasma morphing, evolving into an invulnerable copper-skinned corpse. Form the formation, he commanded, witnessing his disciples readying themselves for the impending confrontation. Qianhe hastily urged, realizing that with her current pinnacle strength, she stood no chance against the bronze-armored corpse, and her only hope of restraining it lay in the assistance of her disciples. Together, they arranged a formation, channeling the powers of the Yin-Yang Bagua and the 5 elements to limit the zombie's movements. Without hesitation, they positioned themselves in the 4 cardinal directions. Having followed Qianhe for many years, despite their overwhelming fear, they were not the sort to shy away from danger. They were prepared to sacrifice their lives in the battle against evil. The 4 leaped into the air, their ropes intertwining as they joined Qianhe in establishing the 5 elements binding formation. Each of the 5 occupied a position corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while also aligning themselves with the 8 trigrams, Qian, Kan, Jin, Jin, Sun, Li, Kuan, and Dui, continuously moving within the formation. The formation was set. The corpse binding ropes, activated by their spiritual energy, rang out with a melodious chime. To their ears, the sound was sweet, yet to the malevolent entity, it pierced with a heart-wrenching agony. Though the zombie felt no pain, the formation's power eroded its corpse energy, inflicting immense suffering. For a time, the corpse energy dissipated and the zombie thrashed about, unable to break free from the formation. Quick, bring someone out to help, Qianhe shouted towards the tent. Inside, several guards protecting the young prince were all experts from the royal court, though they might not know how to combat evil spirits. Qianhe had prepared a peach-wood sword wrapped in talismans. All she needed was for someone to help plunge it into the zombie's chest. Even if it could not slay the creature, it would significantly weaken its power. Come on, you bunch of foul Taoists. You're here to combat these malevolent beings. So hurry up and resolve this, or I shall sever your heads. Seeing the zombie unable to break the formation, Wu Guancher breathed a sigh of relief. his previous fears dissipating as he crowed like a rooster. That accursed Inyang person. Qianhe cursed internally, envisioning Wu Guanshi suffering 1,000 cuts. Yet, in this dire moment, she had no choice but to risk passing the corpse-binding ropes to her disciples. Although the formation remained intact, the absence of Qianhe's seasoned presence diminished its power significantly. Allowing the zombie to regain its malevolent energy, Qianhe could no longer afford to hesitate. The golden light enhancement technique enveloped the talisman-imbued wooden sword in a brilliant golden glow. Stepping onto the binding ropes, she aimed directly for the zombie's vital point. With a thunderous crash, the sword met the corpse. The golden light fused with the corpse energy. But in the blink of an eye, the sword could not withstand the terrifying force and shattered. Still in shock, Qianhe found herself suddenly confronted by the zombie's sweeping arms. Bang! Another dull thud resonated as pain shot through her abdomen, and she was sent flying backward, crashing to the ground. The robe tore apart, and his skin was lacerated by iron claws, as the oppressive aura of death surged like writhing worms, relentlessly corrupting his very essence. The condition of the four, representing the 4 cardinal directions, was scarcely better. Bereft of Qianhe's support, they were utterly incapable of suppressing the miasma emanating from the zombie. And the binding ropes for the corpse shattered instantaneously. The skirmish with the undead was brief, yet they fell like weightless iron, crashing to the ground around them. Bones splintered, and blood gushed forth, their faces contorted in extreme agony. Yet the zombie was no fool. In the midst of the fray, it severed several of their blood vessels, allowing its miasma to infiltrate at a terrifying speed. Quickly, use spiritual energy to protect your heart, Qianhe urged. Should the poison of the corpse reach their hearts, not even a deity could save them. The 4, well aware of the stakes, endured the searing pain and summoned their spiritual energy to safeguard their vital organs. With a ferocious roar, the zombie raised its arms high. Its crimson eyes flared once more. Chapter 48. Never forget why we fight. Without the binding ropes and the corpse-suppressing bell, the miasma surrounding the royal zombie spread like a dense fog, an icy terror enveloping the entire forest. The beasts that had roared in the wilds felt the weight of this overwhelming pressure, falling silent as if dead. The wounded representatives of the 4 directions, having vanquished demons for years, were witnessing such a horrifying zombie for the first time. To claim they were unafraid would be disingenuous, for even Taoists are but human, especially considering their years of practice were few. Had Wen Kai Chiosing been present, he would have fled in an instant. At the peak of their tension, sensing the call of their bloodline, the zombie's gaze fixated upon the tent. With a sudden bend of its legs, it lunged forward. Oh dear. Why not attack those wretched Taoists instead? Quickly, protect the young prince. Steward Wu trembled, rushing back into the tent and shouting. As his words fell, the 4 elite guards surrounding the young prince, wielding peculiar weapons, burst forth from the tent, leaping into action, perfectly coordinated. Their strikes landed upon the royal zombie. Although they failed to wound it, their years of martial training lent them strength far surpassing that of ordinary men, driving the royal zombie back several meters. The attempt to drain the bloodline was thwarted, igniting the zombie's fury, as its miasma swiftly spread toward the guards. These elite defenders were far beyond the previous hapless foes. Soaring through the air with agility, they closed in on the royal zombie. As skilled practitioners, they had honed techniques designed for lethal efficiency, targeting the zombie's vital points with their lethal weapons. It is said that the stranger the weapon, the swifter the demise. Among them, too, just as they were about to confront the zombie, its silver claws seized the neck of one of them. The other 2 were immediately hurled away by the sheer force of terror. The royal zombie did not hesitate to sink its fangs into its victims, and in mere moments, their bodies began to evolve towards the undead. In the next instant, the royal zombie discarded the 2 and charged into the tent. Soon, the shouts of the steward and the young prince echoed from within. He stabbed me from behind. Quickly, protect the young prince. You 2 worthless fools. Stop the zombie. It's just a zombie. Let go of me. I shall slay it with a single sword strike. Young prince, run. It actually bit the young prince. Quickly, take me away from here. The sounds of battle and screams filled the tent. The last 2 elite guards of the inner court fought desperately to hold back the royal zombie, enduring as its iron claws tore through their flesh like tofu. Refusing to relent. Attack. We cannot let the zombie escape from here. Qianhe gritted her teeth, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Although she had yet to counteract the zombie's poison, she was resolute. They must not allow the royal zombie to take even a single step away from this spot. It had already drained the essence of several individuals and would undoubtedly grow stronger. Dongnan, Shibei, and the others, despite the excruciating pain, charged forward with their swords. But they were blocked by the transformed minions and the two elite guards who had also become zombies. The fight erupted fiercely, yet Dongnan and Shibei, heavily wounded, struggled against the formidable foes who were even stronger in their undead form. Qianhe, who had initially aimed to rush into the tent to stop the royal zombie, quickly joined the fray upon witnessing the dire situation. Swords clashed and blades flashed, piercing through undead flesh. Blood and decay flowed chaotically. However, with the addition of the two more zombie guards, Qianhe and her disciples found it increasingly difficult to gain the upper hand, forced to retreat under relentless assault. Suddenly, the royal zombie lunged towards Dongnan and Shibei. Realizing the peril, Qianhe instinctively drew the purple thunder talisman given to her by Yi Xian. As she unleashed the talisman, crackling thunder enveloped the paper, the sound of wrathful lightning resonating in everyone's ears. Whoosh! The talisman struck the zombie's body with a thunderous boom. The force of the lightning erupted, sending the royal zombie flying several meters away. Upon landing, a fist-sized crater appeared in its body. The remaining zombies were also momentarily stunned by the power of the lightning. Dongnan and Shibei, Qianhe. The five disciples were momentarily dumbfounded. Was that purple thunder talisman not a gift from little Xian? How could it possess such formidable power? Earlier, Qianhe's wooden sword, covered in talismans, had not even scratched the zombie. Yet little Xian's talisman, is it merely a single strike that could blast a zombie, as solid as iron, into a gaping pit? This is undeniably somewhat unscientific. Moreover, the ink upon the talisman remains wet. It is altogether impossible that it is a treasured heirloom or a gift from Master Jiu de Shaoxian. How is it that my junior apprentice is capable of inscribing such a talisman? He has only embarked on the path for a mere month. How can this be possible? The four, east, south, west, and north, in utter astonishment, inquired, their eyes brimming with disbelief and horror. They have each devoted no less than 8 years to their cultivation. Yet the talismans they can currently draw are only capable of suppressing the level of walking corpses. In comparison, they seem little more than worthless. What of your talismans? Though Qianhe was inwardly astounded, he understood the gravity of the situation and realized that hesitation was no longer an option. Just moments ago, they had been drenched by rain. Mine too. Damn it. Had I known my junior's talisman was so formidable, I would have kept it close to my heart. East, south, west, and north were expressions of regret. When talismans encounter water, the ink dissolves, the spiritual resonance fades, rendering it as indistinguishable as a blank sheet of paper. Just then, the royal zombie let out a furious roar, and the remaining zombies, as if receiving a command, trembled and instantly overcame their fear of lightning, launching another assault. Without the enhancement of talismans, the 5 of them, master and disciples alike, had been driven to the brink of despair, retreating step by step. They resolved to slay as many as they could before choosing to perish alongside their master. It is I who have brought this upon you. Qianhe lamented helplessly. If they do not take their own lives, once the zombie poison infiltrates their bodies, they will inevitably transform into zombies, wreaking havoc upon the world. Furthermore, Brother Simu's sanctum lies not far away. He truly did not wish to involve Simu or the newly initiated Yuxian in this turmoil. If Shaoxian were to perish because of this, Qianhe would have no face to meet his master or the ancestors of Maoshan in the afterlife. Rest assured, master, before the zombie poison takes hold, we shall certainly take our own lives. You need not blame yourself. It is our fortune to accompany you in vanquishing demons. East, south, west, and north exchanged glances filled with determination, instinctively positioning themselves around Qianhe, wishing to offer their master a path to survival. Kill. With a single command from Qianhe, the others, their brows furrowed, charged forward with the resolve of those prepared for death. Yet, just as they moved, a familiar voice resonated behind them. Never forget why we fight. Long live the Taoist ancestors of the 3 pure ones. As the words fell, a colossal sword descended from the heavens, cleaving a zombie in two with a single strike. Following this, a figure wielding the giant sword, without hesitation, spun amidst the horde of corpses at an astonishing speed, leaving those present utterly bewildered as to the identity of this individual. Chapter 49. If you do not wish to die, you would send the junior apprentice to the 4. Could that giant sword belong to Uncle Simu? It is indeed Master Simu who has come to our aid. Yet, this swordsmanship seems uncharacteristic of the Mao Mountain style. exhibiting an overwhelming dominance that grants no opportunity to these zombies. The surroundings brighten with the presence of the immense peachwood sword, a rarity in the realm of cultivation. Possessed solely by Master Simu, as others lack such peculiarities. I never imagined that Master Simu had already attained such a formidable mastery of the sword technique. This swordsmanship, infused within the colossal sword, unleashes a power that transcends all the sword techniques of Mao Mountain. Qianhe is left astonished. He had always regarded Master Simu's colossal sword as rather trivial, yet now he realizes that his perspective was too narrow. Such an imposing sword technique is a sight he has never witnessed before. After a few exclamations of admiration from the 5 disciples, their gazes fixate on the battle. They observe as several zombies, faced with the whirling giant sword, are utterly powerless to defend themselves, unable to find an opening to counterattack, and can only endure the relentless assault of the massive blade. Before long, 2 zombies, once mere lackeys, are cleaved asunder by the giant sword. Moreover, the powerful zombies transformed from the elite of the inner sanctum are directly swept away. Fear not, my disciples. I am here to rescue you. After a dizzying spin, Jiala declares. This real combat experience has immensely deepened his admiration for Yi Xian. Previously, he struggled against just 1 or 2 zombies. But now, with the support of this sword technique, he resembles a veritable war god. No corpse can withstand him. However, before he could fully adjust to the dizziness from the rapid rotations, he finds himself somewhat incapacitated. Jiala, how could it possibly be you? Qianhe and the others expressed their astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief. In their memories, Jiala's prowess was inferior to that of the others, yet now, under the influence of this sword technique, his strength seems to rival that of Master Simu, which defies logic. How can it not be me? This sword technique was taught to me by my junior disciple. Isn't it impressive? Jiala exclaims, sensing their confusion. My junior disciple. Qianhe and the others are taken aback once more. It truly baffles them that a person who has only been on the path for a mere month could not only draw the purple thunder talisman but also comprehend such a domineering sword technique. Surely, their little junior disciple cannot be the reincarnation of their ancestral master. No, even if he were, it would be impossible for him to be this monstrous. What are you doing here alone? Hurry and leave. Qianhe, regaining his composure, urges, not wishing for Jiala to accompany them to their doom. I'm not alone. My junior disciple is right behind you. Jiala points behind them to clarify. Xiaoxian, Jiala, you really should not have brought him. Quickly take Xiaoxian away. As Qianhe and the others turned around, they discovered Yi Xian, clad in white, standing silently behind them. The incident involving Jiala had occurred, and they could only feel remorse towards Simu. However, if such a prodigy as Xiaoxian were to face misfortune, they, as his mentors, would become the sinners of the entire Maoshan sect and the broader realm of cultivation. Uncle Master, do not worry, everything is fine. Yi Xian reassured them. Upon receiving news from Ye Xiaoqian, he had hurriedly brought Jiala along, leaving Simu and Ishio behind out of concern for a potential zombie attack on the dojo. Xiaoxian, be cautious of what lies behind you. Just as Qianhe was about to urge them to flee, he suddenly noticed a ghostly figure in red materializing behind Yi Xian and rushed toward them. Uncle Master, do not panic. This is a friend of mine. Yi Xian clarified. While the rules of Maoshan disapproved of nurturing spirits, forming a friendship with a benevolent ghost was permissible. Indeed, I am the master's girlfriend. Nie Xiaoqian chimed in from behind Yi Xian. Qianhe, the others from the 4 directions, and Jiala were all left bewildered by the implications of this so-called master and what kind of girlfriend a ghost could be. Leave those corpses to you. Fearing that the group would grasp the situation, Yi Xian promptly commanded Nie Xiaoqian, whose strength as a red-clad ghost rivaled that of a peak human master. Although the zombies were transformed from formidable palace experts, their power merely matched that of the peak of the undead. Had Qianhe not been injured, his mastery would have easily subdued them. Nie Xiaoqian was no exception. A ghost at the level of red attire could manifest her attacks into physical form. Yes. Nie Xiaoqian's soft, youthful face grew serious as she unleashed the ghostly energy from within her. In the next instant, she surged forward. Her crimson sleeves, infused with ghostly energy, transformed into 2 red steel blades, slicing through the air with a sharp sound. The greatest advantage of the red-clad ghost was her incredible speed. Being a millennia-old spirit, Nie Xiaoqian had long since mastered her combat techniques, enabling her to appear behind her enemies without detection. In an instant, she vanished. Reappearing behind the 2 zombies transformed from palace experts, her red sleeves piercing through their chests, siphoning away their malevolent energy. Swish! With another sweep of her sleeves, the corpses were severed, leaving only the heads to roll on the ground, their dark energy wholly consumed. Everyone gasped in astonishment. After years of cultivation, they had never witnessed such decisiveness from a spirit, and notably, she continuously absorbed the malevolent energy without displaying a hint of malice herself. What exactly was Xiao Xian's girlfriend? Could she possibly be a deity? This thought crossed the minds of the onlookers, for only a divine being would remain untainted by any trace of malevolence. Just then Nie Xiaoqian has already launched an assault on the royal zombie. The copper-armored corpse, comparable to a Taoist in the Earth Master realm, has consumed a significant amount of blood, even draining some from its close kin, greatly enhancing its strength compared to before. Should it succeed in refining all the blood within, its power would undoubtedly reach that of a copper-armored general or even a copper-armored king. Not even 3 or 4 of Uncle Jiu could subdue it. The red sleeve met the corpse and was instantly shattered by an overwhelming force. Nie Xiaoqian was hurled backward, her eyes filled with terror. She truly did not anticipate that the strength of the zombie before her would utterly dominate her. Now it's my turn. Jia Li's moment of nausea froze. Witnessing Nie Xiaoqian's defeat, he raised his colossal sword to unleash a flurry of skills upon the royal zombie. There was no choice today. He had become addicted to showing off. He sought to astonish his fellow disciples and redeem his reputation, which had become akin to that of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. Beast, I shall bring you down, Jia Li style. Here comes the flying sword. Jia Li, retreat immediately. Jia Li, that is at least a copper-armored corpse. What are you thinking? Qian He and the others repeatedly called out to stop him. Damn, so it's a copper-armored grandpa. Master Uncle. Why didn't you say so sooner? Jia Li made a hasty 180 and hurriedly retreated. Everyone harbors a desire to show off. But a wish to court death is inadmissible. He knew his own limits. Little junior brother, the next challenge is yours. Returning to safety, Jia Lu placed all his hopes upon Yi Xian, Qianhe, southeast, northwest. The group exchanged incredulous glances at Jia Lu, their eyes brimming with disdain. Goodness, you don't wish to die, yet you push the little junior brother forward? Chapter 50. Do not watch Xiao Xian's battle. It could be fatal. Their astonishment was not unfounded. Although Yi Xian is a prodigy of cultivation and has comprehended such a domineering sword technique, he has only entered the Tao for a month. Just look at his delicate skin. He likely hasn't even learned any martial arts, let alone engaging in battle with a zombie. Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? Xiao Xian, do not heed that scoundrel Jia Lu's nonsense. Quickly retreat. Master Uncle will fend off this beast for you. Indeed, little junior brother, you are the future hope of our Maoshan, and must not meet with any mishap. Even if we are reduced to dust today, we shall protect you. Qian He and the others, filled with concern, attempted to encircle Yi Xian. It's all right, Master Uncle. Just leave it to me. Yi Xian, undeterred by their objections, advanced calmly. He understood well that the royal zombie had not attacked for a while, not out of foolishness, but rather was refining the essence of blood within. At present, its aura was already nearing that of a copper-armored general. If allowed to continue refining, it likely wouldn't be long before it evolved into a copper-armored king. As the time approaches, the situation grows increasingly precarious. Yi Xian finds it perplexing why the strength of this royal zombie far exceeds what is depicted in the narrative. It is indeed quite absurd. Wait, shouldn't the most outrageous individual in this world be none other than himself, the time traveler? With this thought, everything suddenly makes sense. Observing the white-clad youth slowly advancing, the royal zombie also felt an overwhelming pressure, letting out a low, threatening growl. Yet, it noticed that the gaze of the white-clad youth remained as tranquil as still waters. His steps neither hurried nor slow. The royal zombie could no longer maintain its composure. After all, its purpose as a zombie was to instill fear and terror, to make people tremble at its name. Yet, these individuals treated it with utter disdain. Zombies, too, possess dignity. With a fierce roar, its body trembled violently, and a dense aura of death surged forth like twin arms, dashing towards its target. Master, quickly close your eyes. The ensuing scene is not fit for your eyes. As the battle was about to commence, Jia Lu recalled his master's admonition before leaving. Once Xiao Xian makes a move, his uncle and the others must close their eyes. He hurriedly positioned himself in front of Qian He and his disciples, shouting out, "Abominable creature, keep your distance." What do you mean by that? If Xiao Xian suffers even the slightest injury, I will confront the fiendish entity myself. Do you think you can foresee Xiao Xian's tragic demise? Qianhe, enduring the agony within, forcefully pushed Jia Lu aside. Even a person with such a good temperament as he could no longer contain his wrath. Had it not been for the corpse poison raging through his meridians, he would never allow Xiao Xian to proceed. Realizing he could not hold back, Jia Lu chose to abandon his efforts. Master, if you recognize your own flaws, do not blame me for reminding you. Even if he were to try, he alone cannot fend off these 5 pairs of eyes. Humph. The 5 disciples simultaneously cast disdainful glances at Jia Lu, while Qianhe did not forget to urge. Xiao Xian, quickly evade. This zombie has already transformed into a corpse general, and its deathly aura can materialize. Hurry and avoid it. Yet, regardless of their shouts, as he faced the approaching sea of deathly energy, Yixian showed no intention of retreating, silently reciting the 5 directions tranquility mantra. In the next moment, radiant Buddhist light enveloped Yixian, resembling a golden Vajra Arhat. The deathly energy, which threatened to rend the earth and bend wood, was instantaneously dispersed, like a dense fog, leaving no harm in its wake. The blinding golden radiance gradually spread, transforming the night into a brilliant day. Causing the onlookers to shield their eyes and steal glances at the battlefield, their expressions filled with astonishment. Deep within, disbelief surged. How could this be possible? The aura emanating from Xiao Xian's body was on par with that of my master. This is incorrect. The spiritual power and aura within Xiao Xian far surpass mine. Despite him having only practiced for a mere month, how can he contain such an abundance of spiritual energy? Exclaimed Qianhe, visibly astonished. To speak of anything else would be superfluous. The sheer intensity of that spiritual energy had already rendered their minds in a state of tumult. Master Uncle, I implore you. It would be wise to refrain from watching any further. Jiala cautioned once more. Xiao Xian had yet to make a move, yet their jaws hung agape, their mental fortitude nearly crumbling under the strain of observation. Silence. Qianhe admonished, her eyes brimming with both anticipation and concern. Within the battleground, after dispersing the corpse aura, Yixian continued to advance with relentless determination. The royal zombie remained composed, akin to a climactic showdown between masters in a martial arts drama, both seeking a decisive blow. Step by step, they moved with the grace of predators, akin to demons. Though the royal zombie possessed considerable spiritual awareness, it was no match for a normal human. Soon, it succumbed to the temptation of human blood. With a swift extension of its claws and a flash of its fangs, it lunged toward Yixian. In that fleeting moment of its leap into the air, a terrifying surge of lightning power erupted from Yixian's hands. The speed of this copper-armored zombie exceeded that of an ordinary person, and if Yixian were to activate the Thunder Fruit ability prematurely, given that he had only unlocked 10% of its potential, he might miss his mark. Yet, once this creature leapt into the air, its trajectory became fixed. And with Yixian's seasoned skill in predicting movements from years of gaming, coupled with their proximity, it would be nothing short of miraculous if he were to miss. With a crackling sound, the fury of the thunder erupted. The blinding lightning surged and roiled within Yixian's grasp. Although the copper-armored zombie was far more formidable than its iron-armored counterpart, Yixian held unwavering confidence that it would suffice to bring it down. With a low growl, he declared, 10,000 volts Thunder Dragon. With a swift motion, the lightning coalesced into a dragon that surged toward the attacking royal zombie. The heat wave emanating from the Thunder Dragon scorched the ground beneath it, turning the rain-soaked flora to ashes in an instant. The lightning struck the corpse, and the scent of charred flesh filled the air as the royal zombie, ensnared by the tendrils of electricity, convulsed mid-air. With a thunderous explosion, the zombie was sent hurtling back, crashing to the ground and burying itself in the earth. When it finally rose again, its arms lay shattered from the Thunder Dragon's assault, and it was in a pitiful state. Indeed, it was clear that this was not of the same caliber as the iron-armored zombie. Yixian murmured to himself. For while zombies generally feared lightning, this royal zombie had been invigorated by it, its body having undergone a refinement by the very lightning it once dreaded, resulting in a significant resistance. Although the royal zombie had not perished, its keen intellect was overwhelmed by terror, and its fighting spirit was completely extinguished. The creature's eyes, filled with horror and astonishment, involuntarily retreated backward. In the blink of an eye, the royal zombie seemed to come to a realization and fled into the forest at full speed. Qianhe? Dongnan? Shibei? Jiala? The group was momentarily stunned by the spectacle. A thunder dragon. A single strike shattered the bronze-armored corpse's limbs, while leaving itself unscathed? Is this truly the youngest disciple of Mao Shan, a Taoist who has only been cultivating for a mere month? Is this even a human being? Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, struggling to conceive a rational explanation for the occurrence. They even suspected it might be an illusion before death. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Upon confirming the reality, their hearts trembled, and their gazes turned hollow and feeble. Wishing to flee, Yu Xian furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly, eager to pursue his advantage. But at that moment, a shout from Jiala interrupted him. "Little junior brother, don't chase after it. Don't chase. Master, Uncle, and the 4 senior brothers are in grave danger." Chapter 51. Is this what you call corpse controlling technique? On the brink of death, Yi Xian turned back to see Qianhe and his 4 disciples sprawled on the ground, their veins swollen and pressing against their skin, resembling a grayish-blue web of blood. Their limbs had also changed color, and their eyes were filled with a blood-red hue. "Shaoxian, you must come and take a look. I warned them not to watch your battle, and now their hearts have collapsed, succumbing to the corpse poison. Before long, they may transform into zombies." Jiala's eyes brimmed with tears of urgency. Previously, upon witnessing that terrifying lightning, Qianhe and his disciples had trembled in unison, their expressions frozen in shock, collapsing to the ground and convulsing continuously. Moreover, as cultivators, Jiala understood that if Master Uncle Qianhe and the others transformed into zombies, even divine beings would be powerless to save them. Yi Xian instantly regained his composure. His foremost objective for this visit was to rescue Master Uncle Qianhe and the 4 senior brothers of Dongnan and Shibei. Without further ado, he hurried towards Qianhe and his disciples. With deft precision, he used his fingers like a sword to tap on their various acupoints, sealing the flow of blood energy to suppress the encroaching corpse poison. You pursue the royal zombie. After sealing their meridians, Yu Xian's gaze fell upon Nie Shaoqian. Although her strength was inferior to that of the royal zombie, her speed could still be advantageous for tracking it down. "Yes, master," Nie Shaoqian nodded, transforming into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing into the forest. At that moment, a tearful Jiala had somehow procured a rope, binding Dongnan and his companion to himself, determined to carry them back. "I have already told you not to look, yet you refuse to listen. Now, it seems we cannot return. Master, please awaken. You have yet to present me with a token of your affection. You cannot simply perish like this. Oh, little junior brother, do not just stand there. We must hasten to return Master to the temple for treatment. Hopefully, there is still a way." Yi Xian shook his head in resignation. He understood the urgency of transporting Master Qianhe and the others back, yet he was acutely aware that such a method of conveyance was fraught with peril, and they might meet their demise en route. With a whisper of urgency, Yi Xian intoned, "As the law commands." The next moment, the fallen zombies twitched as if infused with life, rising to their feet, their limbs writhing momentarily before reverting to their original forms. "Oh no, little junior brother, run. The zombies are alive. The zombies are alive." Upon witnessing this, Jiala felt a tightening in his chest and began to shout frantically. "It is the corpse-driving technique." Yu Xian replied with a sense of inevitability. In the past, when the four-eyed one had urged him to learn it, he had already perfectly replicated it using his Sharingan. It was no wonder that Master Simu treated Jiala with such care. This ancestral skill was not something one could take lightly. Even the most gentle of masters would wield a small whip for education. "Corpse-driving technique," Jiala exclaimed, watching in astonishment as the zombies methodically lifted the brothers from the northwest as well as Master Qianhe, carrying them toward the golden coffin. He was momentarily taken aback. Logically, his master was the foremost practitioner of corpse driving in Mao Shan. Even in the realm of cultivation, such talent was exceedingly rare. Yet, the preparation for driving corpses was no trivial matter. One must apply talismans to the zombies' foreheads and utilize corpse-restraining lamps for illumination to achieve the desired effect. However, Yi Xian merely gestured with his hands and recited incantations. But why did these zombies appear as though they had been reborn? Obediently transporting Master Qianhe and the others into the golden coffin for transport, just as Jiala was overwhelmed with confusion. The other 2 corpses had already placed the southeastern brethren into the golden coffin. With the corpses carrying the golden coffin, they hurriedly followed Yu Xian and the astonished Jiala toward the temple. Throughout the journey, Jiala persistently pleaded with his junior brother to impart the corpse-driving technique to him. Previously, he had been reluctant to learn it, but now, realizing he could turn these corpses into his subordinates, his perspective had dramatically shifted. Time swiftly passed. As they hurried along, the distance from the mountain forest to the temple was not great, and soon Yixin and the others arrived. Damn it, these corpses dare to pursue me. A rare prodigy of Maoshan for a millennium. How audacious. These corpses actually dare to carry a coffin while chasing after the reincarnation of the golden cicada of the Buddhist sect. Yixin, Jiala, quickly step aside. I, the Buddha, am about to unleash a massacre. The four-eyed one and Ishio stood guard at the temple. Upon witnessing the undead behind Jiala and Yeshuan, a surge of fury engulfed him, and he immediately assumed a combat stance. Master, this is my junior disciple, controlled by the corpse-repelling technique. They are not here to harm us. Jiala exclaimed anxiously, swiftly intervening. What technique? They queried in unison, astonishment etched upon their faces. The corpse-repelling technique. Jiala responded. Repelling what? What is this corpse technique? Master. It is indeed the corpse-repelling technique. Jiala was genuinely perplexed. His urgency prompted him to scold them. As soon as his words fell, a sharp slap from Simon struck his face. Wretched disciple, how could I possibly be unaware of the corpse-repelling technique? I have devoted my entire life to mastering it. How could you have learned it in such a short time, to wield such power? I have toiled for 20 years to master this art. 20 years. Do you comprehend what I have endured during this time? And yet, you surpassed me in mere days? Simon's spirit seemed to be struck by lightning, his resolve crumbling, leaving him frozen in place, unresponsive to any call. Master Ishio, quickly assist us in tending to Uncle Jiu and the four senior brothers. Yeshuan urged without a moment's hesitation. In no time, they transported Jiu and the others back to their quarters. Simon and Ishio took their pulses, assessing the severity of the corpse poison. The poison has penetrated their hearts. Even a deity could not save their lives. Ishio's countenance darkened, his voice trembling. Having dealt with zombies before, he understood that once the poison infiltrated the heart, it would disrupt the body's 5 elements. Once they faded, the soul would scatter. According to the historical annals of Maoshan, a millennium ago, there existed a medicinal elixir capable of purifying marrow and revitalizing blood. However, the art of concocting the marrow-cleansing elixir has long been lost. Not even within Maoshan, nor anywhere in the realm of cultivation, is anyone knowledgeable of it. Typically frivolous, Simon now displayed a depth of anguish unparalleled by anyone else in the face of life and death. He collapsed to the ground, weeping alongside Jiala. For he and Qianha had grown up together in Maoshan, their bond akin to that of brothers. He could feign strength if Qianha perished. But the torment of witnessing his junior brother slowly succumb to death, while feeling utterly powerless, was unbearable. Uncle, prepare the alchemical furnace. Chapter 52. The lethal poison? Poison to death? Yeshuan, Simimu, and Jiala exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a tapestry of disbelief. What a jest! The art of alchemy from Maoshan had long since faded, with only fragments of its once complete texts remaining. Even the most skilled alchemists within the sect could merely concoct rudimentary elixirs. The Shisue Dan was a legendary potion. Even a millennium ago, when the art of alchemy flourished, few could master its creation. Moreover, the scarcity of spiritual energy had rendered many celestial herbs and medicines extinct, a pivotal reason for the decline of alchemy. No matter how adept an alchemist, the absence of medicinal herbs rendered one utterly ineffectual. Shaxian, cease this jest, Simimu implored, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I understand your urgency to aid your master, but the crafting of elixirs is no trivial endeavor. It entails countless rehearsals behind each formulation. As someone who has never attempted alchemy, even with prodigious talent, you cannot hope to create the Shisue Dan. Master Uncle has urged me to try. Jiala, prepare the alchemical furnace. We must employ fierce flames to purify the impurities. Yeshuan declared, urgency permeating his tone. I shall consult the texts. Time is of the essence. Lives are at stake. Without pausing for elaboration, he hurried back to his chamber and activated the simulation system. Previously, within the realm of fantasy, he had acquired a tome on alchemy. The method for crafting the Shisue Dan was already etched in Yeshuan's mind, yet alchemy was a demanding craft, without the foundational skills. Mere possession of a manual would yield no elixirs. Thus, he placed all his hopes upon the simulator. The simulator possessed a feature he had yet to utilize, the option to expend a simulation opportunity to designate the learning of a particular skill. Exchange to learn the specified skill of alchemy, Yeshuan murmured. Ding, is the host certain of the exchange? If successful, the probability of death in subsequent simulations will significantly increase. Indeed, this was the very reason Yeshuan had refrained from employing this function before. The previous probabilities had already led to such bizarre demises. Why increase the odds? Yet, He had no alternative. Confirm exchange. Ding. Congratulations, host. The exchange was successful. Entering the realm of fantasy now. You were born in a small border town, a place that has enjoyed continuous victories over the years. However, due to your family's esteemed lineage as alchemists, your status is elevated above that of many practitioners. From the moment of your birth, you have lived a life free from want. An alchemical family, indeed. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Even a minor family in this fantastical realm possesses alchemical skills that are unparalleled in the current world of spiritual wonders. Surely, the system is not misleading me. With such a splendid beginning, even if fate were to claim me early, there is still much to learn. In an instant, Yi Xian felt a surge of confusion. But as he observed the unfolding narrative, anxiety washed over him. The reason your family's sect is situated at the border is due to its decline over the past century. Unable to compete elsewhere. Upon discovering your rare alchemical talent, your father resolved to send you to a family friend named Yao Chun to learn the art of alchemy. This esteemed figure's techniques are exceptionally unique, prompting your father to fear that his own methods might misguide you. Thus, before the age of 6, he only allowed you to memorize the properties of various herbs. He did not even dare to teach you the simplest alchemical techniques. By the time you turn 8, the border is engulfed in fierce warfare, with armies clashing mercilessly and many powerful warriors joining the fray. Consequently, your family finds itself in dire straits. Yi Xian thought to himself, goodness, this truly doubles the likelihood of death. Otherwise, how could I be in an alchemical family and yet have learned not a single method of concocting a potion by the age of 8? I would trade a decade of my lifespan to ensure I do not perish here. Hope surged within him, but worry gnawed at his heart. If he were to die here, it would be certain that he would learn nothing further. Before long, your family becomes embroiled in the battlefield, and your father sacrifices everything, utilizing every means possible to finally send you to the esteemed alchemist on Ling Mountain. Many of the herbs here are completely unfamiliar to you. The alchemist is exceedingly kind, intent on imparting all his knowledge to you. Eventually, he recalls your background as a child of an alchemical family, recognizing your extensive knowledge and innate strength surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Thus, he sends you alone into the mountains to gather herbs, promising to teach you in exchange for what you collect. With joy, you set off with your basket. Upon entering Ling Mountain, you are captivated by a plant radiating a vibrant green light. Eagerly, you reach out to pluck it, only to discover that it is a spirit snake. You are struck by its venom, and you perish on the spot. Simulation complete. Rewards are being extracted. Mastery of herb attributes. Indeed, the system does not deceive me. A child born into an alchemical family, yet unable to recognize a snake. Yi Xian could only lament in exasperation, resorting to resurrection. Life and death hinge upon this singular moment. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, you awaken, astonishing the alchemical master who hastened to your side, leading him to mistakenly believe that you are a rare embodiment of calamity in this fantastical realm. Following a year of teaching you the art of alchemy, he discovers that your calamity body seems not to have been fully awakened, prompting him to embark on a quest to concoct a poison capable of unlocking your unique potential. For after all, the calamity body is impervious to all toxins. 2 weeks later, you ingest the first dose of poison. The master, indeed a master, has crafted a potion that is unmatched across the entirety of this mystical world. Upon consumption, you do not even have the chance to draw breath before succumbing to demise. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host, you have acquired basic alchemical techniques of the fantastical world. Ah, the calamity body. How impressive. To think I could be undone by my own master, though this must surely be a misunderstanding. Yi Xian chuckles bitterly. If this were a novel, the author must have surely been kicked in the head by a donkey. It would be aptly titled, I am the protagonist, and I died due to a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that despite the absurdity of the plot, I have obtained what I desired, the foundational alchemical techniques of this fantastical world. I am now capable of concocting the counterfeit cleansing elixir, which, while inferior to the authentic version that can alter one's constitution and eliminate impurities, still offers a semblance of transformation. Soon after extracting the reward, the basic alchemical techniques seamlessly integrate into Yi Xian's mind. He hesitates not, for previously, Simu had utilized spiritual energy to temporarily suppress the corpse poison within Qianhe, but the duration and efficacy of this intervention would surely be fleeting. Chapter 53. I am already dead, do not comfort me. Quickly, Yixian gathers various herbs from the dojo, a collection amassed over the years by Si Mu and Yi Xiu during their cultivation here, including some rare medicinal ingredients. Although they cannot compare to the spiritual herbs of the fantastical realm, they are sufficient for the creation of a counterfeit potion, as long as the medicinal properties align. Xiaoxian, the alchemical furnace is prepared. Observing the confidence in Yixian's eyes, Si Mu, though not overly optimistic, does not wish to extinguish the spark of hope within his young disciple's heart. Before long, the alchemical furnace is set up, enveloped in roaring flames. Yixian begins by harnessing the electric force in his hands to refine the essence of the various herbs, methodically adding them to the furnace in sequence. At times, he adjusts the temperature, and at others, he employs gentle electric currents to awaken the herb's spiritual essence. His movements are orderly and remarkably skilled, leaving Si Mu and Yi Xiu utterly mesmerized. The two individuals had naturally encountered some esteemed alchemists and observed the intricate process of pill refinement. These so-called masters, when concocting even the most rudimentary elixirs, required assistance. Some tended to the flames while others fetched the necessary herbs. However, in comparison to Xiaoxian, the contemporary alchemical masters of the cultivation realm appeared as mere jesters. It is crucial to note that Xiaoxian was crafting an immortal pill that had eluded achievement for a millennium. Whether or not it would succeed was secondary. Merely the fact that one individual could wield such dexterous techniques utterly dwarfed all alchemists in the realm. Xiaoxian was but 18 years old. His craftsmanship seemed as if honed over centuries. Such phenomena defy scientific explanation. Yi Xiu, filled with astonishment, spoke up, his eyes reflecting confusion and awe. Science. Those terms are ill-suited to describe my young apprentice. He cast a sidelong glance at the elder beside him and conjectured. Perhaps it is my ancestral master imparting knowledge through dreams. Otherwise, it truly defies logic. As their words faded, the furnace flames suddenly extinguished, and an overwhelmingly rich fragrance of herbs wafted forth from the cauldron, an exquisite aroma that was utterly enchanting. As the scent permeated the air, it entered the nostrils of Si Mu and the others, causing them to involuntarily close their eyes, greedily inhaling the delightful essence. In a fleeting moment, their pupils contracted, and their brows furrowed. Even with their eyes tightly shut, it was evident that their expressions were filled with astonishment. Once the medicinal essence entered their bodies, they instantly sensed their internal organs transitioning into an unparalleled state of ease, their previously taut meridians relaxing with exquisite comfort. Not only that, but as the fragrance infiltrated their very being, a profoundly mysterious energy began to devour the accumulated impurities that had lingered within for years. Akin to soaking in a celestial hot spring, leaving them utterly invigorated. The group, now wide-eyed with disbelief, surveyed themselves and found that they appeared to have shed years in an instant. The marks of time seemingly diminished. It worked. It truly worked. How can this be possible? This utterly obliterates the scientific theories of the cultivation realm. Si Mu and Yi Xiu exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their astonishment. Just the aroma alone held such miraculous effects. Consuming it would undoubtedly revive those like Qianhe from the brink of death. With this thought, the two found themselves staring blankly at the young man in white robes, a sense of reverence blossoming within their hearts. Is this my young apprentice? He is nothing short of a divine immortal. After all, Xiaoxian, on his very first attempt at pill refinement, had shattered a millennium's worth of history within the cultivation realm. Should this knowledge reach the ears of those who have toiled for years mastering alchemical arts, it was likely they would succumb on the spot. The two individuals stood in stunned silence, gazing at Yixian, their expressions seemingly conveying the message. At 18, a world-shattering revelation. However, Yixian had no time to squander with them. He quickly grasped the elixir and advanced towards Qianhe and the others. With a swift motion, the pill was ingested, and its mystical properties began to permeate the bodies of Qianhe and his disciples. The extraordinary potency surged through their vital organs and meridians, battling the sinister corpse poison within. This poison was peculiar, akin to a living entity. Once it entered the human body, it would voraciously consume the blood, transforming it into corpse poison. If it infiltrated the internal organs, it would seize control of the body and initiate a grotesque transformation. Thus, conventional remedies proved futile against it. As the medicinal energy flowed in, a dark, viscous liquid began to seep from the 7 orifices of Qianhe and his disciples, an overwhelming stench instantly filling the air. Their ashen complexions gradually brightened as vitality surged back into their meridians. Si Mu, Yi Xiu, and Jiala, who had been standing by, dared not breathe a word, fearful of disturbing Yi Xian's concentration. All right, the corpse poison has been entirely expelled, Yi Xian exclaimed, observing the revival of Qianhe and his disciples, and he sighed with relief. Is it truly this simple? Simo uttered in astonishment. According to the records of Maoshan, a millennium ago, an individual afflicted by the corpse poison had taken an entire year and consumed 9 pills to eradicate it completely. The fact that Xiao Xian could concoct such a pill was already an unprecedented achievement. He could hardly believe that a single elixir could wholly cure someone afflicted at the heart by corpse poison. Yi Xian nodded and stepped aside, while the incredulous Simo and Ishio hurried forward to assess the situation. As they approached, Qianhe, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly sprang up, bewilderedly examining his own body. I feel no pain at all. It seems I have died. Ishio, Simo, Jiala. The group stood in utter disbelief, thoroughly confounded by the spectacle before them. Junior brother, Simo called out softly, attempting to bring Qianhe back to his senses. Yet, as Qianhe turned to face him, his eyes glistened with tears, filled with profound remorse, and he embraced his senior brother tightly. Brother, how is it that you too have come to the underworld? It appears you have also fallen victim to that zombie. It is my fault for failing to stop it. I never anticipated that I would bring you down with me. Please do not blame me. In our next life, I shall serve you as a loyal beast. Simo? Ishio? Jiala? Good heavens! They were utterly bewildered. For a moment, they all thought they were trapped in an illusion, or perhaps, as Qianhe suggested, they had indeed perished. Instinctively, they pinched themselves, only to realize that they had been led astray by Qianhe's delusion. Siyu gently patted Qianhe and explained, Junior brother, I do not blame you. You are alive, and so am I. Ha ha ha, there is no need to comfort me, senior brother. I have already succumbed to the poison of the dead. Even if the ancestor of our ancestors were to come, they could not save me. We should hasten to report to the underworld and not trouble the Grim Reapers. Upon seeing that Qianhe had truly returned to his former self, Siyu's good-natured demeanor vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, he pushed Qianhe away and summoned all his strength to deliver a resounding slap. The sound echoed like thunder. The pain was excruciating, akin to having one's bones shattered. This intense sensation jolted Qianhe back to reality, and he looked around in astonishment. It is impossible for me to be alive. How can this be? It defies logic. Chapter 54. Little Xian takes a seat. Master Uncle, allow me to bow before you. Seeing Qianhe still lost in his delusions, Siyu's bone-crushing palm struck again. The burning pain immediately brought Qianhe to a state of calmness. He stared blankly at his surroundings, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Jiala, take action. Noticing that Qianhe was still in a daze, Siyu exchanged a glance with Jiala. The bond between master and disciple was evident, as they understood each other's intentions without the need for words. They simultaneously approached the still unconscious Dong Nangsabe. 4 stinging slaps landed upon Dong Nangsabe's face, followed by 4 anguished cries. This is absurd. I merely fell victim to corpse poison, while Xiaodong and the others have suffered broken bones. Why unleash such cruelty upon my disciple? Senior brother, you have gone too far. Jiala, brace yourself for a beating. Qianhe hurriedly intervened, feeling a deep sense of guilt for his disciple, who had just faced a life-and-death battle. Why didn't you say so earlier? Indeed, Master Uncle. Why did you not mention it sooner? Siyu and Jiala, despite their faces betraying guilt, maintained an air of indifference in their words. Qianhe, Yishuan, Ishio. The others could not help but exchange glances, thinking, truly, you two share an uncanny understanding. Master, have we perhaps already entered the underworld? Why does my entire body feel so comfortable, devoid of any pain, as if I were soaking in a hot spring? Is there a warm version of hell? Dong Nangsabe looked on in confusion, their gazes fixed upon Qianhe, seeking answers. Qianhe, only just coming to terms with the situation. He quickly understood the puzzlement of Dong Nangsabe. With a swift motion, he raised his hand. His robe billowed. The bright red handprints, resembling burns from a branding iron, appeared on Dong Nangsabe's faces. Siyu, Jiala, Yishuan, Ishio. The 4 were momentarily stunned, realizing the force behind the strikes was no small matter. Soon, the 5 masters and disciples accepted their reality, yet they were met with further astonishment. To think that one could expel the corpse poison from my very organs without leaving a trace. Just who is my senior brother? I must express my utmost reverence. Indeed. Master Uncle, not only have you expelled our corporeal toxins, but you have also restored our fractured bones and sinews. Such is the grace of a celestial being among us. We are truly indebted. We must bow in gratitude, failing to prostrate ourselves before the immortal, especially when our group of 5 disciples has been granted such a reprieve, would render us utterly unworthy of the human experience. Gratitude shone in the eyes of the 5 disciples, who, after years of cultivation, recognized that their return from the brink of death was nothing short of miraculous. No one but an immortal could achieve such a feat. Master Uncle, let it be. Your recovery is what matters most. As the royal undead have yet to be vanquished, we should perhaps postpone our expressions of gratitude towards the immortal, Yi Xian earnestly advised. As a disciple, he felt compelled to offer his master uncle and fellow disciples a graceful exit, for it would be unthinkable to accept their veneration in such a manner. You do not comprehend, Xiao Xian. Qian He shook his head, then turned with intensity towards Simu. Brother, do tell us. Who is this immortal and what methods were employed to revive us? Is there truly an immortal? Simu, oblivious to the notion of offering a graceful retreat, recounted the events with unreserved detail, his heart trembling with the recollection, yet unable to restrain his urge to speak. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Qian He and the 5 disciples grew increasingly vacant. Their previously flushed complexions faded, leaving their gazes hollow. It was evident. They had fainted due to witnessing Xiao Xian's battle, their resolve shattered, meridians in disarray, their vital energies in turmoil. To think, Xiao Xian, who had only recently embarked on his path of cultivation, managed to concoct the long-lost cleansing elixir on his inaugural attempt. Moreover, its potency exceeded all historical accounts. Who could withstand such a revelation? In that moment, the disciples' resolve crumbled once more, their bodies trembling, rendered speechless by astonishment. Simu, experienced in fortifying one's resolve, quickly retrieved a portrait of their revered ancestor from his belongings, urging Jialu to join him in hastily pulling it out. Do not hold it in. Speak to our ancestor. It is better to express it than to bottle it up. The consequences could be dire. Yu Xian, one moment, please. Soon. Qian He and the other 4 began to chant praises to their ancestor, continuing until their throats grew parched. Only then did they pause, preparing to rest. After all, the royal undead had yet to be eradicated, and they needed to replenish their spiritual energy to unite in their efforts for the morrow's assault. Yet Jialu felt something was amiss. He whispered, I recall someone mentioning the need to prostrate before the immortal. Perhaps I misheard. Should we not rest? Qian He. Southeast and northwest? The 5 disciples were momentarily bewildered. To kneel before the youngest disciple of Mao Shan was not a matter of pride, but a breach of decorum. Such is the way of those who cultivate the Tao. They place immense importance on lineage, especially considering their shared affiliation with Xiaoxian. However, the words have been spoken. Those who are meant to kneel must indeed kneel. The 5 disciples exchanged glances, and Qianhe resolutely declared, Xiaoxian shall remain here. The rest of you may leave. Soon, the room echoed with Yi Xian's resigned voice, Uncle Master. Senior brothers, there is truly no need for this. Please let me go. No, those who are meant to kneel must kneel. Xiaoxian, sit down. Consider it a request from your Uncle Master. Please accept this bow. Qianhe said earnestly. The others chimed in. During the bowing, we regard you solely as our savior. Xiaoxian, it is of no consequence. Please accept this bow from your senior brother. Uncle Master, please, not like this. Truly not like this. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Xian felt utterly paralyzed. Returning to his quarters, as he lay down, Nia Xiaoqian suddenly appeared before him. Master, I have infused my aura into the royal zombie's body. But due to the considerable energy expenditure, I had to return. Nia Xiaoqian said apologetically. Yi Xian nodded, it's all right. As long as I know it hasn't escaped too far. Furthermore, according to the unfolding narrative, the royal zombie will eventually find its way to the dojo. Master, during the next battle, you must exercise caution. That zombie continuously feeds on beast blood in the mountains and forests, and with the refining of its own bloodline. Its strength is rapidly increasing. Nia Xiaoqian warned with concern. Yi Xian slightly inclined his head and stored her back into the spatial ring. Although living beings cannot be stored, spirits can linger within. Fortunately, the royal zombie has only consumed a small portion of the bloodline. Had it completely drained the young prince's blood, its strength would have surged to an entirely new level, transforming into a silver-armored corpse capable of absorbing moonlight essence. All is subject to fate. Yi Xian sighed. He harbored no fondness for those who bring calamity to their nation and hand it over to foreigners for slaughter. to expect him to become a sage. Rushing to rescue the young prince and manager Wu? That is utterly impossible. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, a brilliant light shone before Yi Xian. The presence of the royal zombie had drastically heightened the danger level, and the simulation count was reset once more, this time threefold. Indeed, before a great battle, there are always rewards. Extracting World. Chapter 55. They merely wish to survive. What is wrong with that? Currently extracting world. Congratulations to the host for extracting Beast Taming World. In this realm, demon beasts roam freely, occupying a substantial portion of the world, while humans can only strive to survive. However, after thousands of years of evolution, a faction of beast tamers has emerged within the human realm, capable of controlling demon beasts in battle. With this power, humanity can finally stand against the demon beasts. Yet, it remains a mere stalemate. The beast taming world. Yi Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, for in this world, talent dictated everything. Lacking the innate gift of a beast master, one could only aspire to a life of honorable labor, toiling endlessly for others. Moreover, among 10 individuals, only one could secure a contract with a beast. Most crucially, if the beast lacked combat attributes, one could hardly hope to thrive. Generating scenario. You were born into an ordinary family, leading a mundane life during primary school, and remained unremarkable throughout middle school. Until high school, you were still an ordinary person. Upon graduating from university, you finally reconciled with your fate. Since you were not destined for great wealth, you would settle for a simple life of marrying and raising children. After entering the workforce, you considered pursuing romance, but found no one who truly understood you. You opted for online dating. On the internet, you encountered a kind-hearted, understanding girl who never compared you to others' boyfriends and would apologize first after any quarrels. Her replies were instantaneous, and she always considered your feelings. Not only did she forego a bride price, but she also promised a dowry of 200,000 yuan. During festivals, she would surprise you with gifts, new graphics cards, game consoles, figurines, and more. Finally, you mustered the courage to embark on a journey to meet her in person. Goodness, could this be a science fiction film? Although Yi Xian anticipated that this simulation would yield no rewards, he found the experience rather intriguing. The train arrived at the station. You entered the hotel, only to be ambushed by several thugs who swiftly relieved you of your kidneys. You died. Simulation concluded. I knew it. Such a girl could not possibly exist in this world. Yi Xian shook his head in resignation. He continued the simulation. Generating scenario. You were born into a humble family, your parents being proud workers who never held high hopes for you. It was only at the age of 5 that your Beast Master talent was discovered. Once you entered the Beast Master Academy, your grades consistently ranked at the top. In combat strategy examinations, you outperformed all your peers. You successfully earned the reputation of being the best among others' children. Many junior and senior students gazed at you with admiration. Your name resonated throughout the Beastmaster Academy. Yi Xian? This feels somewhat off. Why is everything proceeding so smoothly? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the system, sensing my imminent battle, is preparing to grant me a shortcut to enhance my strength? At this thought, Yi Xian could not suppress his excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to say his eyes sparkled as he once again focused intently on the simulator. After 3 years of enrollment, the time came to sign a contract with a beast. Everyone held great expectations for you, and you felt the same, as you had grown accustomed to being adored. As you observed your classmates, the contracted beasts they had acquired appeared to be utterly worthless, and a sense of pride flickered once more in your eyes. Finally, it was your turn. All your peers began to speculate that you would undoubtedly contract a formidable combat beast, at the very least a creature of higher rank. From that moment on, you would be specially recruited by the Beastmaster University and ascend to the pinnacle of your life. At last, your essence was completely absorbed, and the beast egg radiated brilliance. With a crack, the egg shattered, revealing a small chick with its head held high. The level assessment deemed it the most inferior of beasts. Months passed, and your chick grew, yet summer vacation approached, leaving you uncertain about how to face your parents upon returning home. Ultimately, in a state of despair, you opted to fabricate a tale. You claimed to have contracted a flame phoenix of considerable rank, explaining that such a precious beast was kept at the school, tended to by dedicated personnel for nourishment and combat skill training. Upon hearing this, your father was overjoyed and immediately enveloped you in a warm embrace. The following morning, he entered your room carrying a steaming basin, a gentle smile on his face, exclaiming, "Here comes the chicken soup." You trembled, instinctively shouting, That is my beast. The lie crumbled, and unable to withstand your parents' disapproving gazes, you chose to take your own life. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an animal card, a chicken, pending unlock. Yu Xian thought to himself. Indeed, the system lacks compassion. Yet, he was not inclined to change worlds. For the rewards drawn were the contracted beasts. If he attempted again, perhaps he might contract a beast with combat attributes. That would be an absolute gain. He resolved to continue the simulation. You were born an orphan, utterly alone, with no fixed abode, wandering the world as your home. However, the greatest struggle was not mere survival but the cruelty of humanity. No matter where you ventured, you faced relentless bullying, with no one to care for your welfare. One fateful day, you collapsed on the street, only to be unceremoniously discarded by the authorities at a mass grave. When you regained consciousness, you found yourself surrounded by scattered bones, with a creature resembling a wild wolf, its back adorned with long, protruding spikes, devouring the lingering essence of the deceased. Its eyes glowed crimson, and its entire being radiated a palpable malevolence. Fear gripped you, and you fled, but the creature pursued you relentlessly, soon blocking your path. Yet, instead of harming you, it began to toy with you. In your confusion, you eventually realized that this was a beast that had mistakenly wandered into the human realm from another world. After years of companionship, the beast forged a contract with you. As you prepared to enter the human world together, eager to make your mark, you found yourselves ensnared by a multitude of powerful adversaries who, citing the creature as a foreign monstrosity, conspired to eradicate both of you. Simulation concluded. Li Xian was truly at a loss for words. Having exhausted 3 opportunities, he found nothing that sparked even a flicker of excitement. It was utterly disheartening. Each experience seemed more grim than the last. The first time, he met his demise through the treachery of love. The second time, he succumbed to the pressures imposed by his parents. And the third time, he was outright defeated by society. What family does not have a child? They merely wish to survive. What sin have they committed? Hurry up and extract the rewards. Li Xian urged helplessly. Extraction in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a pup card of the Kiss Beast with 10% hound bloodline. It can nurture bloodline density by devouring corpse energy. What a delight. A hound. It actually possesses the bloodline of a hound. Li Xian shuddered with excitement. The hound is a divine beast from ancient legends. If he could cultivate this creature, he would possess a pet capable of cataclysmic destruction. This reward is undoubtedly a worthwhile investment. This simulation truly has its merits. Li Xian couldn't help but sigh with appreciation. Chapter 56. The Royal Zombie Reappears. The Realm of the Corpse King. As the stars shifted, the following evening, For Eyes and his companions, including Qian He, prepared to venture into the mountains in search of corpses. After all, zombies fear sunlight, concealing themselves during the day. Thus, the optimal time for corpse hunting is when the sun begins to set. The previous night, the royal zombie had already ascended to the rank of copper-armored corpse general. If left unchecked, with its formidable strength, it could annihilate a village of 100 people overnight. And the efficiency of copper-armored corpse poison in transforming the living into the undead far surpasses that of iron-armored corpses. It is easy to imagine that even cultivators like Qian He, who have practiced for decades, would not withstand such a threat. If ignored, within a month, an entire town could devolve into a paradise for zombies. Jialu, have you prepared everything? Four Eyes donned his peachwood sword, gazing at the numerous bags carried by his disciple with a satisfied expression. After all, during this time, Jialu had transformed remarkably, appearing increasingly distant from Wen Kai and Qiusheng. Such dedication. Master, I have everything ready. Here are the rations for tomorrow morning, and this is for noon. I haven't forgotten the evening provisions either. Jialu beamed as he proudly showcased his burdens. Goodness, you've forgotten to bring essentials. Upon hearing this, Four Eyes nearly fainted with exasperation, reaching out to reprimand him. However, Li Xian intervened. Uncle Master, searching for corpses is exceedingly perilous. We should instead wait and observe. The mountainous terrain is intricate and complex. As night falls, the group would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. None could ascertain the current prowess of the royal zombie. Wait and observe. Four Eyes and the others were left bewildered. Although the royal zombie possesses limited intelligence, it certainly would not be foolish enough to invade a gathering of Taoists. I instructed Xiao Qian to track the royal zombie and the young prince. The steward Wu is leading that child towards our dojo. With a blood relation, I cannot believe the royal undead will not make an appearance. Everyone, let us prepare some formations in advance, Yushin explained. Such certainty indicates he has already grasped the whereabouts of the royal undead. Yet, it should not be stated too explicitly, for the hearts of our two uncles and several senior brothers have just been solidified. If this were to be revealed, it might plunge them into a state of stupor. Xiaoxian speaks wisely. Preparing the formations in advance would certainly ensnare the undead. Qianhe wholeheartedly concurred. He also recalled that Steward Wu and the young prince fled last night. However, at this moment, the expressions of Qianhe and his disciples bore no semblance of a desire to rescue them. Had Steward Wu or the young prince given even a single order for assistance last night, they might have subdued the undead. Yet those cold-hearted individuals watched as the 5 of them nearly perished at the hands of the undead. Although cultivators regard the salvation of sentient beings as their duty, they are by no means pure saints. How could they risk their lives again to save such cold-blooded and malevolent beings? Xiaoxian, do not blame your uncle for his words. Although Xiaoqian is merely a female ghost and not an evil entity, prolonged interaction between those in the realms of yin and yang can lead to misfortune. You must remain aware of this. Qianhe expressed his concern. While Xiaoxian possesses great strength and acts with considerable steadiness, as an uncle, there are certain matters that must be addressed. Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware. Yushin nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Qianhe's words, while devoid of error, did not apply to Nye Xiaoqian, for she was bestowed by the system, and her negative influences have completely dissipated. Not only can they coexist, but even sharing a bed would pose no detriment. A female ghost. Xiaoxian, you actually keep a female ghost? Simimu exclaimed in surprise, a hint of reproach evident in his gaze. According to the teachings of Mishan, one must not nurture evil entities nor utilize them to enhance combat prowess, for prolonged association with such beings can affect one's mental state. Many a Taoist has strayed down an irretrievable path due to this. Uncle Qianhe, I have a mystical mirror here that contains something wonderful. I shall show it to you when I have the time. Noticing Simimu's reproachful expression, Yushin leaned closer to Qianhe and whispered with a mischievous grin. Wonderful things. Qianhe questioned, puzzled. Simimu was taken aback, quickly beginning to lecture. I say, Qianhe, what of it if Xiaoxian keeps a female ghost with his strength? Senior brother Ime said it is permissible. The ancestral master said it is permissible. Goodness, you've raised a ruckus. Qianhe. Goodness. This truly left him at a loss. Just as he was about to voice a question, he was pushed away by Simimu and scolded, directed to set up the formations. As night fell, a sudden stir arose in the mountains and forests. Birds took flight in alarm, and the sounds of wild beasts echoed through the air. A dense and sinister aura of death permeated the air, causing the anxious crowd to cast admiring glances at Yushin, their eyes brimming with awe. How remarkable! Has this young man truly encountered the undead on multiple occasions? Just then, a figure dashed forth from the forest, a frantic Mr. Wu, who had fled the previous night. His garments were tattered and he appeared utterly disheveled, clutching the small prince, whose skin had turned a ghastly shade of purple-gray. Help! Help! The zombies are closing in on us. You worthless Han dogs, come and save us at once. If not, I shall take your lives. Mr. Wu shouted in desperation. To him, these Taoist priests seemed perpetually beneath him, believing that such threats would compel obedience. Then come and slay us, retorted the furious Simu, showing no inclination to offer assistance. Why should they aid this wretch, only to disgust themselves? Ah, my Buddha's compassion. If you do not save me, then do not expect salvation. Yushin clasped his hands together, a slight furrow forming on his brow. The Buddhist principle of saving lives does not discriminate between the virtuous and the vile. Although Yixing himself felt reluctant to help, as a disciple of the Buddha, he could not act against his teachings. He promptly approached Mr. Wu, but as he drew near, the small prince, now resembling a venomous serpent, lunged at him with bared fangs aimed directly at his throat. Goodness! The little prince! Mr. Wu, having been knocked to the ground, trembled in fear as he recoiled. He had not anticipated that the small prince had already transformed into a zombie. Before Yixing could gather his wits, Simu, who was close behind, swiftly threw a corpse-restraining talisman, pressing it onto the prince's forehead. With a resounding thud, the zombie collapsed, rendered motionless. In truth, Simu had already discerned the prince's transformation. And knowing that Mr. Wu had been infected with corpse poison, he refrained from intervening to allow this old fool to face some consequences. What shall we do with this child? Yixing pondered aloud. Show compassion, and perhaps he might remain by your side, allowing for the possibility of his redemption. Simu suggested with a sidelong glance. Ba. Indeed, the Buddha embodies compassion, Yixing declared, standing firm. While drawing a peach-wood sword from within his robes and plunging it into the small zombie's chest, Simu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this old fellow would act with even greater ferocity than himself. Just then, the trees in the mountain trembled violently. With a thunderous crash, a terrifying figure landed before the fleeing Mr. Wu. It was the royal zombie. Its severed arms had fully regenerated. And after feasting on the blood of wild beasts the previous night, coupled with the complete refinement of its own essence, its power had ascended to that of a copper-armored corpse king. The suffocating aura of death enveloped the surroundings, thickening to a near-tangible essence. The disturbed stones, upon contact with the inky black miasma, were instantly reduced to dust. The pallid eyes of the royal zombie fixated on the wretched servant before it, brimming with profound hatred and resentment. Had it not been for this abominable creature last night, it would have already drained its bloodline kin, achieving a transformation into a silver-armored zombie without enduring the humiliation of losing its limbs. Recalling this, the royal zombie could no longer contain its fury. It unleashed a thunderous roar towards the servant. The sound waves sliced through the air, rendering the servant's head into a mist of bone and brain matter, scattering grotesquely in the atmosphere. The stench was unbearable. Lo and behold, a zombie king. How terrifying. The trio, Qianhe, Simu, and Ishio, muttered in alarm, hastily retreating into the protective formation they had set up. Yet, the royal zombie remained undeterred, its gaze fixated upon Yi Xian, its fangs suddenly bared, eyes filled with relentless malice. Chapter 57. Master Uncle, while it's indeed impressive, it seems we cannot kill the zombie. The dense resentment and deathly aura rolled forth like black water from the feet of the royal zombie. Wherever it passed, flora withered and the earth turned dark, as if all life would be extinguished upon contact with the miasma. Witnessing this scene, Qianhe, Simu, and Ishio felt a chill creep down their spines. Despite their decades of cultivation, this was their first encounter with a copper-armored zombie king, a creature of such formidable power that it seemed to have vanished from existence for decades. Even with their exceptional mental fortitude from years of battling demons, their confidence faltered in the face of such a monstrosity. Gratitude filled their eyes as they looked towards Yi Xian, realizing that without his timely warning, they would have recklessly plunged into the woods searching for corpses, and without the formation's protection, it would have surely led to their demise. Master Uncle, you all should retreat. Allow me to handle this. Yi Xian nodded slightly, a rare calmness surfacing in his tranquil gaze. Although the copper-armored zombie and the zombie king differed by but a syllable, their strengths were worlds apart. The historical records of Maoshan chronicled numerous instances of copper-armored zombie kings annihilating silver-armored zombies. It was evident how terrifying the royal zombie, infused with dragon energy and awakened by thunder, truly was. Despite Qianhe and the others having cultivated for decades, they remained mere mortals. As a fellow disciple who had always looked after them, Yi Xian was determined not to let them perish in vain. What do you mean by that? Indeed, Xiao Xian. What are you saying? We old folks are here. How can we allow you to take such risks? With the formation in place, you should remain here and observe how your master uncle deals with this vile creature. If I were to let my Buddhist sect's Jinshan fall into peril, how could I ever face the Buddha again? Qianhe and the others exclaimed. In that moment, Ishio was taken aback, his robe fluttering as his brow furrowed tightly, determination shining in his eyes. As the saying goes, a tree lives by its bark, and a man lives by his face. The three of them, though not particularly renowned in the current realm of spirits and illusions, were indeed figures of some stature. If Xiao Xian were to charge forward, how could they, as elder practitioners, stand by and watch without consequence? Such an act would surely be the subject of gossip for ages. Moreover, how could they reconcile such an act with their own consciences? Today, I shall act on behalf of the Buddha and uphold justice. With that, Ishio wrapped the prayer beads around his arm, his fist clenched as he let out a mighty roar and charged forward. Qianhe and Simu hesitated for a moment, but soon grabbed their prepared combat packs and followed closely behind, as they faced the oncoming trio of elder practitioners. The royal zombie showed no sign of fear. Instead, it bent its legs and raised its arms, launching itself forward with ferocity, a dark wave of corpse energy swirling behind it. Elder, you hold it off head-on while Qianhe and I seek out its weaknesses from behind, Ishio exclaimed. realizing the audacity of their plan, but there was no time for objections. He quickly swung the prayer beads in his hand like a whip, silently reciting the Buddhist scriptures, channeling the light of the Buddha into the ancient beads that had been passed down for millennia. Demonic creature, receive my 5-strike Buddhist bead whip. With the first strike, your entire body shall tremble. With the second, your heart shall quake. With the third, your limbs shall break. With the fourth, you will kneel and beg for mercy. And with the fifth, you shall be shattered to pieces. Xiu moved with agility. It was not uncommon for disciples of the Buddhist sect to possess martial skills. The beads in his hand radiated a faint glow as they struck the royal zombie's form. These beads were relics of a revered monk from 1,000 years ago, now imbued with the essence of a millennium's worth of offerings, rendering them a spiritual treasure. Were they to strike an ordinary demon, the consequences would vary from anguished cries to a deluge of corpse water. For those of lesser strength, they would be directly transcended by the Buddha. However, when this extraordinary treasure struck the royal zombie, it was akin to striking iron against flint. Loud cracks echoed as sparks flew. Yet, for the zombie, whose body was as solid as fallen iron, it inflicted no genuine harm. With a resounding thud, the royal zombie shuddered, dust rising beneath its feet. Its iron grip shot out, swiftly seizing the prayer beads that Xiu wielded. With a sharp crack, the royal zombie exerted its strength, instantly snapping the beads, scattering them across the ground and dimming their once vibrant glow. You dare to destroy a monk's sacred artifact? How unprincipled of you! Xiu exclaimed. Heartbroken at the loss of his most precious possession, his expression one of desperation, yet his body instinctively retreated. Simu, how are you two faring? All is well. All is well. This is undoubtedly sufficient for him to quench his thirst. With a hearty laugh, Simu gazed at the zombie's back, plastered with the corpse-breaking talismans. Feeling immensely satisfied. Though the weaknesses were elusive, he ensured to cover its entire body, confident that by sheer chance he would hit a mark. Soon after, Qianhe and Simu exchanged glances and swiftly retreated. Thanks to the presence of the corpse-breaking talismans, the malevolent energy emanating from the royal zombie was suppressed, making it arduous for it to pursue the trio. It could only tremble, attempting to shake off the talismans affixed to its back. However, the zombie's body was rigid. Its hands could hardly reach its back, let alone dislodge the talismans. Master, you truly are remarkable. Such cunning strategies, only you could conceive them. Within the entire realm of cultivation, none can rival your ingenuity. Jia Lu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. Yet, such flattery earned him a cold glare from Simu. What a jest! Who would describe their master using such insidious terms? It felt akin to a nefarious sect. Sensing the admonition in Simu's eyes, Jia Lu hastily retreated to the side, refraining from uttering another word. Let us act. Simu and Qianhe exchanged a knowing glance, simultaneously forming hand seals and silently invoking their spells. Streams of profound energy began to activate the talismans. In an instant, a brilliant surge of spiritual power erupted from behind the royal zombie. Spiritual energy and corpse energy are inherently antagonistic, and to unleash it upon the royal entity brought it immense discomfort and agony. Gather the might of myriad forces, summon the flames of countless talismans. The corpse talisman shall counteract, shattering its 6 meridians. Qianhe and Simu shouted in unison. The next moment, the spiritual energy coalescing behind the royal zombie instantly transformed into vibrant azure flames. Boom! The flames rapidly spread, engulfing the zombie's dark form, gradually erasing it from existence. Yet, the onlookers remained vigilant. Until the flames dissipated, none dared to believe that the royal zombie had truly vanished. Yet gradually, as the flames waned, anticipation filled their gazes. As cultivators, they understood that the extinguishment of the talisman flames signified the diminishing of the malevolent aura. Otherwise, the flames would continue to burn. Xiaoxian, not bad, right? The truth is revealed. I can no longer feign modesty. This is the true extent of my prowess. Before they could fully assess the situation, Simu eagerly began to boast. Naturally, as an elder with decades of cultivation experience, being consistently astonished by a junior who had only just embarked on the path for a little over a month was an unbearable sensation. It had been quite some time since Simu had the opportunity to take the lead, and he was eager to showcase it. Uncle, while it's great to boast, it seems you haven't quite managed to eliminate the zombie. Yixian remarked helplessly, pointing ahead. Chapter 58. Why are the ancestors' pectorals so exaggerated? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Simu confidently waved his hand, but when he turned to look, he was utterly stunned. Before him, as the flames dissipated, stood a shadowy figure shrouded in thick smoke, its body marred by numerous wounds, with a pair of ghostly white eyes seemingly suspended in midair. The figure glared fiercely at the crowd, its chilling gaze sending a shiver down their spines, leaving them in utter astonishment. The power of hundreds of talismans had failed to inflict a fatal wound on this royal zombie. It was evident that the royal zombie before them was far more terrifying than they had ever imagined. Qianhe, activate the formation. I shall summon the ancestor, Simu said earnestly. Given the current situation, a reckless charge would surely lead to death at the hands of the zombie, endangering everyone present, though usually frivolous. Simu remained remarkably composed in this life-and-death scenario, understanding that he must reveal all his trump cards to see if they could engage in battle. Very well. East, south, west, north, activate the formation. Qianhe commanded. The 4 figures behind him swiftly darted out, positioning themselves according to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Drawing their peachwood swords, they chanted incantations. The 5 elements coexist. Life and death belong to the 6 paths. All that does not belong to the 6 paths shall be slain. Maoshan, corpse suppression formation, commence. With the incantation concluded, they plunged their peachwood swords into the ground, activating the preset corpse-suppressing ropes and the multiple talismans upon them, forming a star shape that encircled the royal zombie. Surrounding them, 5 blue walls of spiritual energy rose, imprisoning the creature within. I shall lend you my strength. A sea owl sat cross-legged, palms together, murmuring Buddhist chants, infusing the formation with faint rays of Buddhist light. The Maoshan corpse suppression formation, a technique passed down for a millennium, was designed to suppress zombies that could not be slain by combined efforts, trapping them in place and gradually weakening their corpse energy. However, this formation demanded immense mental fortitude. To entirely exhaust the royal zombie's corpse energy would require a grueling 49 days. If no one replaced the exhausted Qianhe and the others, the formation would be rendered ineffective, merely serving to waste time. Nevertheless, Simu possessed a unique skill to summon the ancestor. As long as they could keep the royal zombie contained within the formation, once Simu completed the ritual, they would surely be able to vanquish it. The Maoshan ancestor had been a paramount figure a millennium ago, reigning supreme in an era overrun by demons, recognized as the highest-ranking heavenly master in the realm of cultivation. It is truly a scene of divine beings among mortals. Although the 4-eyed master could only summon a fragment of divine consciousness, it is undeniably sufficient. Junior brother, come quickly and enjoy some sunflower seeds. The ones I just warmed are still fresh and warm. Jiala retrieved a handful of steaming seeds from his pocket and placed them directly in Yixian's hands. Yixian looked utterly perplexed. He had previously thought Jiala was slightly better than Wakai and Qiuxing, but now it appeared that Jiala had entirely surpassed them. Was this a reckless invitation to disaster? Senior brother, are you not afraid that Uncle Simon might slap you across the face when he sees this? Yixian questioned, bewildered. Do you think I fear him? What a joke. Jiala puffed out his chest, a newfound confidence surging within him, having played the part of the arrogant one. He quickly hushed and explained, actually, it was my master who instructed me to do this. He doesn't want you to intervene. He hopes you will watch closely as he effortlessly deals with the minor zombie. Yixian was left speechless. However, since there was a way to handle the royal zombies, he was too lazy to intervene. Enjoying sunflower seeds while witnessing the grand spectacle was far more appealing. Why must he personally engage in battle? With this thought in mind, Yixian relaxed and began to crack the seeds, his gaze fixed on the formation. One must admit, the power of the formation is indeed beyond the capacity of any single individual. Even the royal zombie, with its immense strength possibly exceeding thousands of pounds, could only flail about blindly within the formation like a rat with its eyes covered, unable to escape. Just then, heavy footsteps resonated from the dojo behind them. The sound was like thunder. The wooden floorboards creaked ominously. Emerging was the 4-eyed master, his muscles bulging as if inflated, resembling a small mountain. Slowly advancing, with tightly sealed lips, a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped his fists, radiating an overwhelming presence. It is the Grandmaster, the Grandmaster. Uncle Simon has succeeded. We must hold on. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone in the 4 cardinal directions felt a surge of excitement, their previously frantic hearts instantly calming, replaced by a fervor in their eyes. Let us endure for a little longer. We must not falter, Qianhe urged. Yixian could not help but feel a spark of hope. Indeed, the Grandmaster of Maoshan was formidable, as even a mere fragment of his consciousness exuded the aura of a peak Earth Master. It was hard to imagine that if he were to manifest in his true form, the sheer essence of his Taoist rhythm and spiritual power would likely be enough to intimidate the royal zombies. Boom, boom, boom. As the Grandmaster approached, upon seeing the royal zombie within the formation, he immediately understood why his disciples had summoned him. Once a powerful being, facing the copper-armored zombie king was hardly a concern. He curiously turned his gaze towards Yi Xian, his eyes filled with intense astonishment. Junior brother, who exactly is this venerable ancestor? Why are his pectoral muscles so exaggerated? Is he not a woman? Jia Lu, munching on sunflower seeds, stared at the venerable ancestor before him, a look of bewilderment on his face. Qianhe, Yixiao, Dong, Ninshi Bei. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was left dumbfounded, their expressions filled with disbelief. They involuntarily sealed their lips, fearing they might burst into laughter. Goodness! Were it not for the fact that the person Jia Lu referred to was indeed the venerable ancestor, they would have undoubtedly succumbed to laughter. The venerable ancestor, nearly losing his composure due to Jia Li's remarks, hurriedly covered his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment, terrified of revealing his amusement. Regaining his composure, he reached out, intending to reprimand Jia Lu. Yi Xian quickly interjected, "Venerable ancestor, our priority now is to eliminate the zombies. Your grievances will surely be avenged by fourth uncle." Humph. The venerable ancestor snorted, leaping into the formation without hesitation, directly launching a punch at the royal zombie. The copper-armored corpse king stood at the pinnacle of Earth Masters. In terms of rank, the royal zombie was not far behind the venerable ancestor, yet this realm represented the limits of strength. While the latter's true form was akin to that of a celestial being, the disparity in their foundations was not trivial. With a resounding bang, the punch struck the royal zombie's left shoulder, causing it to cave in, and its entire body crashed onto the formation. The venerable ancestor did not pause, leisurely striding forward. The royal zombie, unwilling to be outdone, twisted its body, dense corpse energy coalescing around its injured shoulder, beginning to mend itself. Simultaneously, it launched an attack against the venerable ancestor. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of their fists echoed like thunder, a torrential downpour of blows. Within the formation, the two engaged in a fierce exchange. Although the venerable ancestor suppressed the royal zombie, he found it challenging to defeat it outright, given its body was as resilient as meteorite iron. Just then, the fearless Jia Lu spoke up again, causing a shiver to run through everyone present. Chapter 59, Xian, you should take over as this venerable ancestor. This venerable ancestor is not up to the task, after all this time. He hasn't even managed to send the royal zombie flying. He is not as good as our junior brother, Jia Lu stated earnestly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Jia Lu in disbelief. It is worth noting that the Maoshan venerable ancestors were esteemed figures, even in the underworld. They were prominent individuals who commanded respect. No one would dare to slight them. Goodness, one could hardly imagine that Jia Lu, this young lad, would express such disdain. Jia Li's words seemed to carry weight. How could the venerable ancestor, after relentlessly battling the zombie, be outshone by Shao Xian's single strike? Observing the expressions of those around him, the ancestor's fury ignited. He had intended to deliver a profound lesson to the so-called genius that everyone incessantly praised. Yet he never anticipated such a complete defeat. The reason for his cautious approach, marked by strategic advances and retreats, was solely to protect his own vital essence. During his possession of Si Mu's body, he could not afford the slightest blemish upon its exterior. Even the smallest pebble beneath his feet was to be evaded. Otherwise, a leakage of spiritual energy could spell disaster, instantly shattering his power. With this in mind, his gaze turned frigid. He glared fiercely at the royal zombie before him, his expression exuding an almost murderous intent, terrifying in its intensity. No longer could he heed the so-called vital essence. His fists, as heavy as boulders, began to strike with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, bang. The royal zombie found itself unable to defend against the relentless assault, resorting to wildly flailing its claw-like hands in desperation. In that moment, the chaos of their battle resembled that of children fighting, devoid of any semblance of order or technique. The spectators were momentarily transfixed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, this was the formidable presence the ancestor was meant to embody. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Amidst the fierce clash, The ancestor's fist forcefully collided with the royal zombie's steel-like claws, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, visibly escaping in waves. The ancestor's once bulging pectorals began to deflate, his formidable aura dissipating entirely. The beleaguered royal zombie, having endured so much, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. Though its spiritual insight was limited, it could discern that this muscular individual had faltered in his power. The royal zombie, momentarily stunned, seized the opportunity and unleashed its immense strength, swinging its powerful arms with ferocity. With a resounding thud, the ancestor's body was sent crashing to the ground. Akin to a deflated balloon, the loss of spiritual energy, compounded by the devastating blow, rendered him incapable of rising to confront the threat. As the royal zombie advanced slowly, Jianhe and the others grew frantic, eager to intervene. However, any attempt to move would cause the formation to collapse, rendering their previous efforts futile. Thus, they found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. "Ancestor, if you are unable, step aside and let Shaoxian take over," Jialo urged. After all they had endured, he held unwavering faith in his junior disciple's prowess. "Jialo, silence yourself," Jianhe admonished sharply. The royal zombie's strength had indeed escalated significantly. Even if they all perish in battle, he cannot allow the future of Maoshan to fall into the hands of the undead. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a figure clad in white robes stood before the ancestral master, gazing placidly at the oncoming royal zombie. "Shaoxian, retreat. Oh, deathless monk, you are the hope of our Buddhist lineage. Allow this humble monk to take on this challenge." Jianhe hurriedly interjected. The ancestral master, closest to Yixian, sprang to his feet, intent on protecting him. His consciousness might be scattered without consequence, but if the hope for Maoshan were to be harmed before him, he would be a sinner. "Ancestral master, please hold my sunflower seeds." Yixian turned and offered the seeds in his hand to the recently risen master, his demeanor unfazed. The ancestral master was momentarily taken aback. Before him, the young man in white began to stride toward the royal zombie. A faint power of thunder and lightning manifesting beneath his feet, his left fist expanding at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, his left arm had taken on a robust humanoid form, entwined with purple-black lightning, crackling ominously. The ancestral master, Jianhe, Ishio, the four directions. Everyone was left dumbfounded, astonishment etched across their faces. After years of cultivation, while they may not have mastered every technique, they possessed at least a rudimentary understanding of most. What was Shaoxian's technique called? Jianhe looked at the ancestral master in confusion, questioning, "Master, is this technique one you taught Shaoxian?" The ancestral master was momentarily stunned, his eyes responding, "No, when did I ever teach Shaoxian any technique? This is my first encounter with him." Boom. Upon receiving that reply, Jianhe's heart shattered. If Shaoxian's technique was not taught by the ancestral master, could it be that he comprehended it through Maoshan's secret arts on his own? Even if he were a prodigy, able to grasp such techniques, this was simply too unfathomable. It was not just Jianhe and his disciples whose hearts were in turmoil. Even the well-versed ancestral master was bewildered. Some individuals are born with the talent for cultivation, capable of comprehending various extraordinary techniques through sheer aptitude, completing in a short time what others might take a lifetime to achieve. Yet he simply could not fathom how, in this age of diminishing spiritual practice, this young disciple had managed to reach such a level of mastery. No wonder that wretched Lin Jiu keeps muttering about wanting to crush me on the beach. This child before me has already accomplished that. Fortunately, Shaoxian was born later. Had he arrived earlier, the position of the Maoshan ancestral master would surely have been his. Just as everyone was engulfed in disbelief, an even more astonishing event unfolded. They beheld Yixian's speed suddenly intensified beneath his feet. He raised his colossal, thunderous fist, striking directly at the oncoming royal zombie. The collision of fists erupted with a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. Spiritual power dissipated, lightning intertwined. The blinding radiance compelled the onlookers to shut their eyes tightly, while the overwhelming force instantaneously tore apart the entire formation. Squinting to see, the royal zombie's arms were shattered, and its entire torso appeared distorted. Its once proud zombie fangs had already drifted into the air. With a crack, they were shattered into debris by the lightning. Yixian furrowed his brow, once more channeling the power of lightning to deliver a decisive blow. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated. The royal zombie could no longer withstand the assault, its form sent flying backward. The essence of its corpse was shattered by this horrific strike. and waves of dense corpse energy surged forth from its body. At this moment, terror filled the royal zombie's eyes. It could not comprehend how, despite having reached the status of a copper-armored corpse king, its body seemingly indestructible, it could not withstand even a single strike from the youth in white before it. It was not just the zombie that was bewildered. Qianha, along with the ancestral master and others, stood agape, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. A mere human, with a single punch capable of shattering the copper-armored corpse king, resembled a celestial demon descending upon the earth, truly a divine presence among mortals. Just as the crowd was struck with awe, the royal zombie, its essence shattered, felt its fighting spirit dissipate, rising to flee in desperation. Yixian nodded slightly, his gaze sharp as lightning. He had already spared the royal zombie once. How could he let it escape a second time? Chapter 60. The Paper Crane Seeks Help. Trouble at the Ancestral Hall. The royal zombie, with its essence shattered, was now at the end of its strength, without fresh blood to nourish it for an extended period. It would gradually perish. Master Uncle, take care of the ancestral master, Yixian urged, fearing that Qianha and the others might pursue. With that, he dashed into the forest shrouded in darkness. The underbrush was thick and chaotic. The royal zombie, possessing a keen sense, was filled with dread as it fled in a near-manic state. Fear is an instinctual response ingrained in the very essence of life. Just then, a vengeful spirit clad in red appeared ahead, blocking the royal zombie's path. The armless royal zombie, in a fit of rage, charged forward in a frenzied attempt to shatter the spirit's essence with its body. But in the next moment, its ankle was ensnared by a gaping maw. Turning to look, it beheld a creature resembling a demonic wolf, dragging it by one leg, its needle-like fangs piercing through muscles as tough as meteorite. And the corpse energy surged toward its mouth. Soon, the royal zombie's pallid eyes lost their glimmer. With a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground. The sound of tearing muscles and shattering bones echoed through the air. Master, the beast's teeth are truly formidable, exclaimed Nie Xiaoqian. Floating in midair as she observed the kissing beast devouring the corpse's essence and tearing into the royal zombie's body. Despite her thousands of years in the mortal realm, she had never witnessed such a ferocious creature. Yixian nodded slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The royal zombie, known as the copper-armored corpse king, possessed a body as resilient as fine iron, yet the kissing beast tore into it with the same ferocity as a wild wolf devouring its prey, an impressive feat indeed. This left Yixian quite satisfied. Although the kissing beast should not be easily revealed, nurturing it could serve as an excellent option for handling matters that required discretion. Soon, the kissing beast finished its meal. As Yixian prepared to depart, he was met with Nie Xiaoqian's complaints from behind. Master, it has eaten its fill. Isn't it my turn now? With her hands on her hips and a slight pout, she gazed at him with a mixture of pride and a hint of grievance. The young energy, is it? Feel free to absorb it. Yixian, in a magnanimous mood, decided to allow Nie Xiaoqian to absorb more energy to enhance her cultivation, as it ultimately served to strengthen his own hand. Master, that is not the young energy I am referring to. Nie Xiaoqian's face flushed, her gaze unwavering. Yixian was taken aback and admonished her. Good heavens, I considered you a friend, yet you dare harbor such thoughts. With that, he hastily summoned Nie Xiaoqian back into his ring. Had it not been for the risk posed by Qianha and the others, he might have truly faced dire consequences today. After all, Nie Xiaoqian was a stunning beauty, and any serious man would find it hard to resist her alluring words. Upon returning to the dojo, Qianha and the others rushed forward to inspect Yixian, their expressions filled with concern for their little disciple, anxious to ensure he had suffered no harm. Master Uncle, I'm fine, Yixian replied with exasperation. That's good to hear. But did the zombie escape? Qianha inquired with concern. No, I have dealt with it, Yixian reassured them. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. He feigned exhaustion, stretching his limbs. However, upon confirming the zombie's demise, Qianha and the others stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the white-clad youth as he nonchalantly departed. The weight of their shattered expectations hit them all at once. They were genuinely baffled by the true extent of Yixian's strength. It was known that even a fragment of their ancestors' consciousness possessed peak Earth master capabilities. Yet it had been unable to vanquish the royal zombie. How long had Yixian been cultivating? Judging by his aura, he seemed to be merely at the pinnacle of human master, yet his combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. With bare hands, the copper-armored corpse king was vanquished. Is this even human? At that moment, as Qianhe and his disciples, along with Ishio, wrestled with their inner astonishment, Simu finally regained his composure. Observing the surroundings and noting that no one was harmed, he immediately realized that the zombie had been slain. Dusting off his clothes, he eagerly approached Qianhe and the others, inquiring, "How was it? The scene of me battling the zombie must have been quite impressive, right? Did Xiaoxian find himself in awe of my prowess? Is he starting to admire me?" Simu was immensely anxious. After all, it was a rare opportunity to show off. If he failed to impress Xiaoxian, it would feel as though he had wasted the moment. However, after much questioning, both Qianhe and Ishio merely cast him a glance, completely unresponsive. "Master." The ancestral master was of no assistance whatsoever and even managed to crack all of Xiaoxian's sunflower seeds, Qianhe recounted, quickly narrating the events of the earlier battle. Before long, Simu found himself sharing the same dazed state as Qianhe, standing still with expressions filled with shock and disbelief. Internally, he even grumbled, his resentful gaze seemingly lamenting, "I finally had my moment to shine, and that unreliable ancestral master allowed me to fail so utterly. How infuriating." As time passed, the comfortable days slipped away easily. Recently, Yi Xian was constantly pursued by Qingqing during the day, indulging in this and that, playing with various diversions. Yet, come nightfall, he faced the jealousy of Nie Xiaoqian. "I suspect that Qingqing has ulterior motives towards our master. We should leave this place quickly. None of the women outside are trustworthy." In truth, if the master wished to marry another woman, that would be acceptable, but he must not forget about Xiaoqian. However, the most exasperating situation for Yi Xian was unfolding at that very moment. He beheld Simu, Qianhe, and Ishio standing opposed to one another, each exuding an intimidating presence, glaring at each other as if viewing former comrades as enemies. "Listen here, each of you, do not set your sights on Xiaoxian. He is someone I brought from Brother Imei, and he is to remain by my side. If you are too idle, I might just gift you Jia Lu, senior brother." "What nonsense is this? Jia Lu is a person, not an object to be given away," one retorted. "I propose you help me take care of a certain someone for a while Xiaoxian and I explore the outside world." "Jia Lu?" Southeast and northwest. The 5 bystanders, witnessing the 2 masters bickering, were genuinely at a loss. Simu and Qianhe showed no signs of yielding. It was understandable. After all, as Taoists who had cultivated for decades, who among them had not faced hardships in this mystical realm? Who wouldn't want to showcase such an exceptionally talented disciple like Xiaoxian in the realm of fantasy, although he was merely a second-hand prodigy? When the phrase "Xiaoxian is my disciple" was uttered to others, it would indeed bring honor to their roles as uncles. Alas, I, a humble monk, can only offer my counsel to you all. After several days of observation, I have concluded that Xiaoxian is akin to the golden cicada of my Buddhist sect. None shall take him away. With a smile on his face, Ikkyu spoke with a tone of utmost seriousness, unwavering even in the face of threats from the 2 elder Taoists. After all, should he succeed in recruiting such a remarkably gifted individual as Xiaoxian into the Buddhist fold, Ikkyu's merits could potentially surpass those of the Tang monk's quest for scriptures, achieving a state of perfect virtue. Alas, when will they ever compete for my attention? Jiala remarked enviously. It is the same across all directions. Ever since the incident with the royal zombies concluded, the 5 of them seemed to have turned transparent in the eyes of Qian, He, and Simu, standing before them without receiving a single inquiry. It is truly disheartening. At that moment, a paper crane flew from afar, gently landing in Simu's hand. The paper crane conveyed a message. It was a technique employed by disciples of Mao Shan to communicate over vast distances, capable of transmitting messages across thousands of miles. But if intercepted, it would instantly turn to ashes. However, despite its convenience, this technique should not be misused unless in dire circumstances. In the past, while studying at Mao Shan, Jiu had harbored secret affections for Uncle Jiu and used this method to send love letters at night, only to be discovered by the master and punished with a month of wall-facing. As the paper crane landed in hand, Simu and Qian, he promptly ceased their debate. The 2 immediately furrowed their brows and slowly unfolded the paper talisman, silently reading its contents. When Kai Xing, the gates of hell are wide open. Hundreds of ghosts are escaping. Swift assistance is required. Soon after, they finished reading the message, which conveyed that during the Ghost Festival, the gates of hell would open, allowing countless spirits to enter the theater to watch performances. Yet, when Kai Sheng became entranced by a female ghost and, using talismans, defeated the ghostly enforcer guarding the spirits, resulting in a chaotic escape of numerous ghosts. The situation is urgent, prompting Uncle Jiu to employ this technique to summon his fellow disciples to collectively resolve the predicament swiftly. These two rascals, they are either causing trouble or on the brink of it. Had Xiaoxian shown even a modicum of prudence, such a calamitous incident could have been avoided. This time, I shall undoubtedly strip them of their skins, Simu declared with fierce indignation. Were it not for Uncle Jiu's position in the underworld and the esteemed status of the Maoshan ancestors in the realm of the dead, the release of the 100 ghosts to assault the ghostly enforcers would be sufficient to condemn Wen Kai and Qiu Xing to hell, enduring a century of severe punishment. The reputation of Maoshan has been utterly tarnished. Alas, while the trouble they caused may still be salvaged, the position of senior brother Yi Mei as the leader is now perilously at stake. Given the character of the eldest brother, he will undoubtedly exploit this incident for his own gain, and thus, senior brother Yi Mei's years of effort may all come to naught. He furrowed his brow, letting out a long sigh. In the present day, the most prominent candidates for the position of sect leader are none other than the esteemed Jusu and the formidable Shijian. The latter possesses a thunder spirit body, enabling him to cultivate at a pace several times faster than that of an ordinary individual. Coupled with his early entry into the path of cultivation, his prowess far surpasses that of Jusu. However, Shijian's domineering personality starkly contrasts with the gentle demeanor of Jusu, thus granting them both a legitimate claim to contend for the position of sect leader. Yet, due to the turmoil instigated by Wen Kai, Qiu Xing, Jusu, as their master, must inevitably bear the consequences. It is imperative that the leadership does not fall into the hands of Shijian, for such a fate would spell disaster for Maoshan. With a resolute glare and clenched fists, Jusu reduced the paper crane in his grasp to ashes. He has always been at odds with the ruthless Shijian, consistently addressing him by name. Shu, we must depart post-haste. Given my master's temperament, he would only resort to extreme measures if absolutely necessary. Yi Xian urged. As a disciple, he cannot turn a blind eye to his master's plight. Moreover, Jusu has treated him with kindness, which, while not a debt of gratitude, certainly constitutes a bond of loyalty. Yi Xian refuses to be a thankless wolf. Xiaoxian speaks wisely. Since Shijian has called for help, it indicates that the situation is far more intricate than we initially presumed. We shall set out today? Qianhe insisted. Thus, the group hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to assist the Qian family with utmost urgency. Chapter 61. I refuse to believe you dare to lay a finger on me. Go ahead, try it. With Jusu in distress, the group naturally could not remain idle. They set off under the cover of night towards Rinjiaten. For spirits are restless and time is of the essence. The longer they delay, the more strenuous their efforts will become. Moreover, in this era of inadequate transportation, the most expedient means for ordinary folk is horseback. However, for cultivators like Simu, their agility far surpasses that of a mere horse, enabling them to traverse the forest far more swiftly than any steed confined to the main road. As day turned to night and the stars shifted in the heavens, after several days of relentless travel, the group finally arrived at the shadowy Rinjiaten as dusk descended. The calamity wrought by Wen Kai, Qiu Xing was no trifling matter. Gazing skyward, they beheld the ominous gathering of malevolent energy manifesting as dense, dark clouds, while the doors of every household in Rinjiaten remained firmly shut, adorned with talismans. Qianhe's brow furrowed with concern, an unsettling dread gripped her heart. It would be fortunate if no lives were lost, but should such a tragedy occur, how could the underworld possibly spare Wen Kai, Qiu Xing and his accomplices? These two are courting death. Simu grumbled, his eyes betraying his worry. After years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a potent concentration of malevolent energy and resentment. A preliminary estimate suggested that there were hundreds of spirits merely lingering within Rinjiaten, not to mention those that had already escaped the area. No wonder his senior brother was so anxious. Yi Xian nodded slightly, his expression grave and brows knitted in concern. The situation is far more severe than portrayed in the narrative. According to the news brought by Nie Xiaoqian, among the escaped spirits, there are some exceptionally powerful entities, century-old vengeful spirits clad in red. At that moment, from the heart of Rinjia town, which had previously succumbed to darkness, a brilliant radiance emerged, accompanied by fluctuations of spiritual energy, intermittently paired with the anguished wails of the spirits. It seems that fellow disciples have already begun to take action. We must hasten to their aid. Sensing the familiar power of the incantation, Qianhe offered a reminder, swiftly leading everyone toward the source of the magical disturbance. Soon, the group arrived at the location where the sinister aura gathered. There, several Taoist priests in yellow robes wielded ghost-catching artifacts, maneuvering around the spirits while chanting incantations. With each utterance, the wandering souls were ensnared by the magical energy. As members of the Maoshan sect, they worked in perfect harmony, rapidly drawing dozens of spirits into their artifacts. However, amidst the battle, one individual stood out as an anomaly. Clad in a black and white robe, sporting long whiskers and flowing white hair tied in a crown, with fierce black eyebrows slanting into his temples, he bore an expression of menace. He moved among the spirits, exuding none of the refined demeanor expected of a practitioner of the Tao. This was Shi Jian, the sworn rival of Mao Shan's eldest disciple. Known for his innate thunderous spirit and mastery of two formidable mountain-defending spells, his thunderous fist technique and the wood song technique had both reached an advanced level, making him one of the few in the cultivation world capable of rivaling others in the art of thunder. With fists like probing dragons, he unleashed strikes that crackled with electricity, each blow causing two souls to dissipate into wisps of smoke. This extreme method incited discontent among his fellow disciples. They were practitioners of the Tao, not mere thugs or bandits. Such indiscriminate slaughter was wholly unacceptable. Moreover, the majority of these spirits were but wandering souls, not truly guilty of heinous acts. Even the wicked spirits deserved judgment from the underworld and should not be subjected to Shi Jian's reckless rampage. Yet within the sect, save for the master, it was often the eldest disciple who commanded respect. The others were well aware of Shi Jian's temperament, and no one wished to incur his wrath. They could only hasten their efforts to capture the spirits. However, Jiu could no longer bear to witness the unfolding chaos. This predicament arose from his own disciples. And if blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Wertai and Jiushin. The spirits should not be faulted for their plight. Shi Jian's use of lightning to attack undoubtedly shattered these spirits, obliterating any chance for them to be reborn as humans. Jiu contemplated intervening, but alas, he found himself ensnared by multiple spirits, unable to break free and reach the scene. At that moment, he caught sight of those familiar figures, and his eyes instantly brightened. He hastily called out, "Simon Qianhe, quickly stop the senior brother." Upon hearing this, Qianhe and Simon had no time for further contemplation. They leaped forward, rushing into the throng of spirits, positioning themselves before Shi Jian. Qianhe urgently implored, "Senior brother, these souls have committed no wrongdoing. Even if they had erred, they have already been listed in the underworld, leaving no room for our judgment. Continuing this hunt will only exacerbate the situation. Whoever dares to tarnish the reputation of Mao Shan shall not escape my wrath. If you two seek to obstruct me today, do not blame my thunderous fist for its lack of discretion." Shi Jian's eyes twitched, filled with a chilling intensity. The lightning crackling around his fists emitted a menacing sound, revealing no intention of retreat. Qianhe needed no further words. "Senior brother, if you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame your junior for taking action." Simon assumed an aggressive stance, his eyes blazing with anger. He knew all too well the character of the senior brother before him. If it were any other disciple, Shi Jian would surely prefer to minimize the issue, avoiding unnecessary trouble and keeping matters contained. Yet, these atrocities were perpetrated by Wen Keiqiashing. His brutal slaughter of the spirits was merely an attempt to humiliate Jiu, possibly even stripping him of his position in the underworld. Since you two refuse to yield, do not hold your senior brother accountable? Shi Jian threatened. His black and white robes billowed as he slowly advanced. Utilizing lightning against fellow disciples was a grave taboo in Mao Shan. If you have the courage, then strike me with your lightning and see what happens. Simon puffed out his chest, exuding an air of arrogance. Though Shi Jian was ruthless in his methods, he typically played the role of the good-natured elder brother. He genuinely believed that with so many fellow disciples present, the confused Shi Jian would never unleash such deadly lightning upon himself. However, no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a bolt of lightning erupted from Shi Jian's fists, striking forth in an instant. Simon, Qianhe, Jiu. All the disciples of Mao Shan gasped in astonishment, their expressions rife with disbelief. The speed of the lightning was beyond human comprehension. Even Simon, with years of cultivation, could not evade it. In the next moment, two bolts of lightning entwined around him, crackling ominously. Although Shi Jian had held back, the force of the lightning was far beyond the capacity of the human body to withstand. Simon fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably, his hair standing on end as he incredulously cursed, "You actually went through with it." Upon hearing this, Qianhe disregarded their camaraderie among fellow disciples. Armed with a peachwood sword, he lunged forward in an instant. The others from all directions joined the fray as well. Chapter 62. You claim this immortal is your disciple? The four cardinal directions converged, their minds unable to fathom the complexities of the situation, and they harbored no fondness for the esteemed elder before them. With resolute expressions, the atmosphere grew tense, as the trembling onlookers observed how Shi would navigate this predicament. Senior brother, please cease this, it is truly unnecessary. Qianhe implored once more, hoping to buy time for his fellow disciples to subdue the other spirits. Humph. How dare you challenge me? The lesson is mine to impart, and it does not concern you. Shijian's gaze was electric, showing no signs of retreat. Before Qianhe and his disciples could intervene, Jiao charged forward wielding his great sword, embodying the depth of a disciple's loyalty. Witnessing his master being wronged stirred a fierce reluctance within him. Electrocute my master? I shall retaliate. Jiao, fall back, shouted Simyamu, incapacitated on the ground. Fully aware of Shijian's ruthlessly cruel methods, while he knew Shijian would not take Jiao's life, the lightning strike could severely injure Jiao's meridians, potentially crippling his future in cultivation. At that moment, Shijian had already gathered the power of lightning in his fists, aimed squarely at Jiao. The latter's cultivation was several levels beneath Shijian's, making evasion impossible. As the lightning crackled, Jiao trembled, his scalp tingling as he braced himself to withstand the impending strike. In the blink of an eye, a youth clad in white unexpectedly positioned himself between them, calmly extending a hand to meet the oncoming thunderous fist. With a thunderous crash, lightning coiled around him, illuminating the scene. Concern etched across the faces of all present. For while Shijian's strike was not at full strength, no ordinary person could withstand it physically. Even an experienced practitioner like Simyamu found himself incapacitated on the ground. There was no way the young man could endure it without risking his life. Shijian, if you harm my disciple in the slightest, I will not rest until you are dealt with, declared Simyamu, his voice unwavering. You old fool, should anything happen to Shaoxian, I vow to duel you to the death. To strike at a junior, what face do you have left to call yourself an elder? Witnessing this, Jusu, Simyamu, and Qianhe erupted in outrage. While others may not have grasped Xiaoshuan's talent, the three had come to experience it firsthand. Although Shijian was the elder brother, he could not be equated to Yi Xian, regardless of how many lives he was willing to wager. In an instant, as their reprimands echoed, the other disciples of Maoshan began to harbor disdain for Shijian. To unleash malice upon spirits could be deemed as merciless and devoid of compassion, but to turn against the younger generation was an act of utter immorality, unworthy of a Maoshan disciple. Even those among the Maoshan disciples who had previously sided with Shijian fell silent in this moment. All eyes were fixated on the figure amidst the tempest of lightning, filled with apprehension. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before them. The youth, clad in white, trembled as the serpentine bolts of electricity coiled around him, flowing smoothly back towards his outstretched hand. In a mere moment, they coalesced into a radiant sphere of lightning. As he gently clenched his fist, the electric energy dissipated like wisps of smoke. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd stood in stunned silence, struggling to believe their own eyes. Overwhelmed with incredulity, it is well known that lightning-based techniques possess the most formidable offensive power in the realm of Taoist arts. No practitioner of other elemental disciplines could hope to contend with a master of lightning. Even Shijian, endowed with a lightning affinity, dared not recklessly manipulate the lightning for fear of being consumed by his own power. Yet, this young man not only withstood the lightning-infused punch of the elder disciple from Maoshan, but emerged unscathed. Most astonishingly, the lightning unleashed by Shijian, upon reaching the young man's hand, behaved like a docile pet snake, obediently under his control. This must be a fabrication. It is inconceivable that, given 20 years, this youth could achieve such mastery. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief, only to find the reality unchanged. The young man stood there, serene, with an inscrutable expression in his eyes, exuding an aura of mystique. Even Shijian felt a chill run down his spine. As someone who practiced lightning techniques, he understood the terror of such power all too well. In a moment of bewilderment, Shijian inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the disciple Yi Xian, under the tutelage of Yimei," the youth replied calmly. "Yimei, the same Yimei frequently mentioned by my master these past few days. The novice who has only been cultivating for 2 months?" Upon hearing this, those who had just met Yi Xian were engulfed in a tempest of shock. How could a mere 2-month disciple withstand Shijian's lightning-infused punch? Such a claim would seem absurd even to a dog. It must be noted that Shi Jian, a practitioner of the lightning affinity, cultivated at a pace tenfold that of an ordinary individual and had been honing his skills for nearly 50 years. The chasm between their abilities was unfathomable. To claim oneself a celestial being come to experience life is one thing, but to assert being a disciple of Yi was a far more bitter pill to swallow. Could such an extraordinary talent truly exist in this world? They too yearned for such prodigious disciples. 10 or even 8 would suffice, and they would willingly trade their lives for it. In an instant, the gazes of the elder disciples were filled with envy and a hint of resentment as they looked upon their master, lamenting. What virtuous deed did that cursed Lin Jiu perform in his past life to encounter such a disciple? Aware of the envy swirling in the eyes of his peers, Shi Jian could only feel the weight of their scrutiny. In an instant, Uncle Jiu's heart swelled with joy, secretly reveling in his triumph. Just a few days prior, they had spoken ill of him, lamenting the sins of his past life, and now, encountering the prodigious talents of Wakai and Qiuxing, would they not be consumed by envy? His head held high, pride radiated from his eyes, akin to a peacock displaying its magnificent feathers. There was no denying it. Due to the antics of his 2 mischievous disciples, he had been unable to hold his head up for days. But now, the skies were clearing for him. Lin Jiu. Peace would soon return to the ancestral hall. Observing the shock etched on Shi Jian's face, Yi Xian feigned politeness, saying, Master Uncle, I kindly ask you to spare these spirits and cease your actions. Surely, you wouldn't be so petty? Were it anyone else, Yi Xian would have swiftly dealt a blow. However, Shi Jian was a revered master of Maoshan, backed by numerous disciples. To act against him would only incite internal strife. So it was imperative to maintain the moral high ground. Once Shi Jian became a figure of disdain among the crowd, he would be dealt with accordingly. Let today's events conclude here. This is a remedy for lightning injuries. Please take it promptly. Shi Jian huffed disdainfully, retrieving a vial of medicine from his robes and tossing it towards Yi Xian. His actions were not driven by concern for Yi Xian's well-being, but rather to salvage his own reputation as a leading figure of Maoshan. It would be utterly disgraceful to have failed to harm a mere junior. Such news would surely invite ridicule from all corners of the world. Thus, it was merely an effort to save face. Shi Jian, let us depart. Tomorrow, those who are meant to arrive will do so. We must gather at the ancestral hall to discuss the matters regarding the other spirits, Shi Jian commanded, his robe billowing as he called for his disciple. But upon turning, he was taken aback. His once handsome disciple now bore a swollen visage, marred with bruises of purple and green. What on earth happened? Shi Jian exclaimed. Before Shi Zhao could respond, Jiala hurriedly interjected, Master Uncle, please do not be angry. He attempted to ambush our young Xian to avenge you. We, in our haste, may have struck a bit too hard. Here, apply this, Honghua oil. Hurry back and treat him, lest he be disfigured. Dong An, Shibei, and others nodded earnestly in agreement. Yes, Master Brother. I just saw Shi Zhao preparing an ambush. Such young men lack martial ethics. Indeed. He must be educated. As the saying goes, the words of an honest person can infuriate. With Qianha's remarks, Shi Jian found himself at a loss for words, forced to support Shi Zhao as they stumbled away. Soon, the rest of the Maoshan disciples, having subdued the wandering spirits nearby, also retreated to rest. They dared not linger, fearing they might unwittingly engage in a fierce rivalry for disciples with Uncle Jiu, for his students were undeniably remarkable. Compared to young Xian, they paled in comparison. In their hearts, the so-called beloved disciples had increasingly become eyesores. They even contemplated returning to deliver a sound thrashing to their own apprentices, questioning whether they were deliberately feigning ignorance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Uncle Jiu and the others returned to the ancestral hall. Upon entering, they overheard the conversation between Wenkai and Qiuxing. Wenkai, we have truly landed ourselves in serious trouble this time. I believe it would be wise for us to find an opportunity to slip away. If the master inquires, we can simply say we do not wish to burden him. Excellent idea. I can already sense that the master has little desire for us anymore. It would be better for us to take the initiative to leave. Qianhe, Simumu, Uncle Jiu, Dongnan, Shibei, and Jiala. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the group darkened. Goodness. These two were constantly contemplating a retreat. Everyone had worked tirelessly to arrive here, and while they were busy cleaning up after them, the two were already plotting their departure. Brother, you have worked hard these past days. I shall take care of the following matters with Brother Simumu. Even the good-natured Qianhe could not restrain himself any longer, drawing his peachwood sword and charging in alongside Simumu. Soon, Sounds of flesh tearing and the pleas for mercy from Wenkai and Qiuxing echoed from within. However, no one felt pity for them. Having ambushed the ghostly envoy and released so many spirits, enduring such punishment was a mere light reprieve for the two of them. As the lesson concluded, everyone gathered in the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu, with a heavy heart, remarked, "Alas, there remains a significant number of ghosts yet to be recaptured. And we have incurred the displeasure of the senior brother. The ensuing matters will surely become more troublesome. Do not worry, brother. All the brothers who can come will arrive tomorrow." Qianhe offered words of comfort. Yet, he understood that if the senior brother intervened, it would be challenging for Wenkai and Qiuxing to escape unscathed, and even Uncle Jiu would not be exempt from the consequences. Let us hope for the best. Uncle Jiu sighed. Thereafter, everyone returned to their quarters to rest. Sounds of Uncle Jiu's astonished exclamation soon reverberated through the rooms. What? How can Xiaoxian unleash such formidable lightning? What is this sudden enlightenment of Buddhist teachings? Is Xiaoxian truly superior to our ancestral master? How can one defeat the copper-armored corpse king with mere physical strength? Breath gradually weakening. Qianhe, I only intended to relay matters one by one to brother, yet you blurted everything out at once. Who can bear such a shock? Stop scolding, stop scolding. Quickly bring the heart-rescuing pill. Listening to these words, Yi Xian felt utterly speechless, yet he had no time to dwell on it. Due to the escape of the spirits, the cool-down time for the simulator had also refreshed. Chapter 63. A Martial Arts World. I shall become a dragon knight. Looking at the three opportunities displayed before him, Yi Xian had no thoughts of sleep and quickly activated the simulation. Extracting from the world now. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the martial arts world. Shall we proceed with the simulation? The martial arts world. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. The timeline of the martial arts world stretches back thousands of years, marking an era when various martial arts flourished in their most formidable form, far surpassing the so-called Bagua palm techniques of today. Techniques such as the 18 dragons subduing palms, 9 yang divine skill, and the golden bell cover and iron shirt possessed the terrifying capability to withstand an army of thousands. As Yi Xian eagerly anticipated the unfolding of events, he mused that even joining a random sect and acquiring some of their martial skills would undoubtedly be a profitable endeavor. Generating visuals now. You were born into an ordinary family during the Song dynasty. Due to the turmoil of the Jianghu and the ever-watchful gaze of the Jin people upon the Central Plains, your mother believes it is best for you to live a simple and unremarkable life, just like everyone else. However, your father has always harbored dreams of gallivanting through the Jianghu as a chivalrous hero. Yet, his mediocre talents and the burdens of life have weighed him down, leading him to desire that you fulfill his aspirations. Thus, from the moment you became aware, while other children toiled in the fields with their parents, you dedicated yourself to mastering the basics of swordplay. By the age of 7, you were already capable of wielding your sword 1,000 times each day. At 8, your prodigious talent in martial arts manifested further, allowing you to increase your daily practice to 1,001 strokes. Yi Xian pondered, what a remarkable pace of cultivation. It seems even working in the fields would be more practical. At least one could gain some real exercise. By 9, you had again surpassed your limits, managing 1,002 strokes daily. Your father finally realized that this could not continue. He planned to send you to a prestigious sect for training. Yet, many sects had stringent requirements for disciples, and your family's financial situation hindered your father's aspirations for you to achieve greatness. After numerous setbacks, your father, somewhat driven to madness, contemplated sending you to notorious sects known for their ill repute, such as the evil cult, the Five Poisons sect, or a sect led by those in suspenders. You were terrified. I absolutely refused, rolling on the ground and wailing. At that moment, a Taoist priest passed by. After listening to your father's plight, he offered to take you to the Chuanjin sect to learn martial arts and Taoist principles. Your father was overjoyed. He even threatened you, saying that if you failed to succeed, he would break your legs. Before long, your diligent efforts at the Chuanjin sect bore fruit, and after a year, you successfully became an inner disciple, with the sect assigning you a master. When you reported to your new master and laid eyes upon him, a shiver ran down your spine. It was none other than the Dragon Knight, Yin Jiping. The days that followed unfolded much like you had envisioned. Yin Jiping took you on travels, regaling you with tales of grandeur, but essentially imparted no actual skills, for reasons unknown. The proud and haughty Yin Jiping was not well received wherever he went, and you endured considerable hardship as a result, just as you were contemplating leaving your master. In the secluded valley of the Zhongnan Mountains, you encountered the ethereal and resplendent Xilongnu, adorned in a flowing white garment akin to a celestial being. Your master, an ardent admirer of Xilongnu, approached her with eager intent. However, to your dismay, you discovered that she had been incapacitated, unable to move or utter a word. At that moment, your master, harboring ulterior motives, instructed you to keep your distance, claiming he wished to share a secret with her. Trusting his words, you turned away. Yet, as you ventured a short distance, you were astonished to realize that the whispered secret was nothing but the act of disrobing. In disbelief, you crouched in the underbrush, witnessing the audacious actions of the detestable Injiping. Bitterness coursed through you as you clenched your teeth. Xilongnu was the goddess of your heart. Drawing your sword, you stealthily approached, and just as Injiping was about to proceed, you thrust your blade through his heart. Gazing upon Xilongnu, veiled in white silk, your heart raced uncontrollably, and you found yourself swallowing hard, your mind in a state of disarray. Ah, what a moment! Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Though the chance to claim a reward from this simulation had slipped away, the prospect of becoming a dragon knight felt like a worthy endeavor. Trembling, you addressed Xilongnu, exclaiming that her beauty was to blame for your resolve to be the first dragon knight. With that, you commenced your act. As the saying goes, one may indulge in vice before the act, but become saintly thereafter. Overwhelmed with guilt after the deed, you took your sword and committed seppuku before Xilongnu, seeking atonement through your demise. Simulation concluded. Congratulations, host, you have attained the title of Dragon Knight. Sighing deeply, Yi Xian found his heart awash with indescribable emotions. As he prepared for the next world extraction, he had no intention of resurrecting. Such a fate would only lead to death at the hands of the Chuanjian sect. Should he survive Xilongnu, he was wary of inheriting the misfortunes of his previous experience in the martial world. Extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the underworld world. The underworld world? Yi Xian felt somewhat bemused. However, the power dynamics there surpassed those of the martial realm significantly. Moreover, during the last simulation, he had acquired the soul-locking technique and had the assistance of Nie Shaoqian, who had been laboring diligently. Most importantly, the chaos caused by Wen Keqiashing was intricately linked to the underworld. If he could secure a substantial reward within, he might swiftly resolve the turmoil. Commencing simulation, Yi Xian murmured calmly. Visuals being generated. Due to your commendable lineage, you found yourself in the underworld, quickly ascending to the role of a minor ghostly envoy. Although the position was modest, it was undoubtedly a coveted and secure occupation that would elicit envy from other spectral beings. However, after many years of toil, you realize that your path in the officialdom is becoming increasingly arduous, as you lack the innate talent for cultivating mystical arts and your strength remains stagnant, compounded by a background that is not sufficiently formidable. One day, the King of Hell summons you to attend to certain matters. Yet, after years of navigating the complexities of human relationships, you excel in your duties, and in a fit of flattery, you proclaim to the king, you are far superior to the other kings. The next to ascend to the throne of the Ghost Emperor will undoubtedly be you, and I stake my life on it. Upon hearing your extravagant praise, the King of Hell is immensely pleased and promotes you without hesitation. In an instant, enlightenment dawns upon you. Henceforth, you abandon the pursuit of capturing and interrogating ghosts, eschewing those so-called accomplishments. Instead, you languidly linger by the king's side, incessantly showering him with compliments, never daring to utter a single disparaging word. Years pass, and despite having captured not a single ghost, you ascend the ranks with remarkable ease. Your official status has risen to the level of the 4 great judges, and with the king's backing, few dare to speak ill of you, for in the underworld, strength reigns supreme, and rank is paramount. Most importantly, your vision is remarkably far-sighted. You generously share various benefits with others, thereby not only elevating your official position, but also enhancing your prestige within the underworld. Astonishingly, how is this possible? Yi Xian is genuinely taken aback that someone who accomplishes nothing can attain such a high status. Indeed, the realm of officialdom is not a matter of bloodshed, but rather of human relationships. Without further contemplation, Yi Xian eagerly continues to read. After all, having reached such an esteemed position, even if he does not study mystical arts, merely acquiring a few treasures for himself would be a considerable gain. Soon, a tremendous opportunity arises. The Northern Ghost Emperor seeks talent, and you flatter him to the utmost, finally seizing this chance. Upon arriving at the Imperial Palace, Your rank is not inferior to others, yet with your silver tongue, you manage to delight the Northern Ghost Emperor immensely. As the saying goes, to fully capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Each day, you concoct various delicacies to tantalize him, and after a century of relentless devotion, you earn the Northern Ghost Emperor's trust. Aware of your meager abilities and fearful of any mishaps, he entrusts you with his personal imperial decree. With this decree in hand, you are regarded as if the Northern Ghost Emperor himself were present. Henceforth, even the 10 Yama Kings treat you with utmost courtesy, and other ghostly officials prostrate themselves before you in reverence. Yet, human greed knows no bounds. You seek to curry favor with the highest authority in the underworld, the Emperor of Fengdu, and thus prepare lavish gifts worth millions of Fengdu coins. However, the journey is not only long but fraught with peril. As fearsome beasts roam the underworld, lacking awareness, yet recognizing only strength, you brandish the imperial decree for protection, but it proves utterly ineffective. A generation of the underworld's formidable verbal warriors has thus fallen. Is this fellow foolish? Can one attain such a position merely through words, yet remain oblivious to the necessity of surrounding oneself with guardians? Is he truly so naive? Yi Xian was instantly struck dumb after such a fortuitous simulation. To meet such an absurd demise, even in death, could he not, akin to the previous simulation, gather some formidable allies? Last time it was Nie Xiaoqian. This time perhaps some formidable figures like the Ox-Head and Horseface, or the Black and White Impermanence would not be excessive, would it? Simulation concluded. Rewards are being drawn. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained the Northern Ghost Emperor's imperial decree. To behold this decree is akin to encountering the Ghost Emperor. Even the King of Hell and his ghostly minions shall bow in reverence. Ah, splendid. Yi Xian gazed at the token entwined with pure, chilling energy in his hand, and his eyes sparkled with realization. How could he have nearly forgotten this token? The rules of the simulator stipulate that one cannot acquire status, official positions, power, or wealth. Only tangible items or skills may be obtained. Yet, this token in hand seems to fill that void. Instantly, the method of utilizing the imperial decree flooded Yi Xian's mind. With the decree, the ghostly minions appear. Yi Xian could hardly contain his excitement as he endeavored to test it. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of energy erupted from the ground, an oppressive chill enveloping the area in a layer of frost. Soon, the energy transformed into several spirits clad in official garb, drifting through the air, their pallid faces adorned with 2 crimson circles. Brandishing ghost-repelling whips, their hollow eyes reflected deep resentment. Which audacious child dares to summon us? Surely, he seeks to court death. Upon confirming that the summoner was the youth before them, the ghostly minions' tempers flared. This night was already their busiest time, and being summoned here without completing their tasks would lead to punishment. I merely wished to see if this incantation could summon ghostly minions. Yi Xian reassured them, filled with joy. The summoning technique contained within the imperial decree proved far more effective than he had anticipated. You might have heard the saying, summoning ghosts is easy, but sending them away is a different matter altogether. The ghostly minions, armed with their whips, were eager to teach this careless youth a lesson. Naturally, they were beings of great reverence. Even those with established positions in the underworld, like the Taoist Lingio, would need to present silver notes to summon them. How could they tolerate such treatment from this mere boy? Just as the angry, ghostly minions encircled Yi Xian, a clear, melodious voice suddenly startled them. Chapter 64. When Kai Qiuxing, being expelled from the sect is one thing, but how is it that no one made an effort to retain me? A token, entwined with an exceedingly pure essence of energy, fell to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon sighting this token, several ghostly enforcers froze in place, their eyes betraying a profound fear. Having navigated the treacherous realms of the underworld for many years, they recognized the token as an imperial decree, imbued with the unmistakable and pristine aura of the Northern Ghost Emperor. Oh dear, how careless of me to drop it, Yishuan exclaimed, hastily retrieving the imperial decree and tucking it into his bosom. In an instant, the dazed ghostly enforcers knelt before him, fervently pleading, "We, mere spirits, were unaware of your esteemed presence and spoke words of defiance towards you. We implore your mercy, Great One. Spare our lives, and we shall willingly accept any other punishment you deem fit. We are but blind spirits, lacking wisdom, and seek your forgiveness." Though they were unaware of the origin of this young man's decree, they understood that to witness the imperial token was tantamount to beholding the emperor himself. They dared not inquire further, fearing that even a single question could seal their fates. After all, their lives rested upon the whim of this young man. "Fear not, rise," Yeshuan reassured them, embodying the principle that ignorance should not be punished. He dismissed the ghostly enforcers, allowing them to depart unscathed. Indeed, this encounter had yielded an exceptional reward. Although his current prowess permitted him to summon only a handful of ghostly enforcers, as his strength grew, conjuring the 4 great judges would soon be within his grasp. At that time, would the underworld not operate under his command? A smile played upon Yeshuan's lips as he contemplated the prospect of acquiring more such treasures in future simulations. After all, who would prefer the turmoil of confrontation when they could rely on the influence of such artifacts? Every society recognizes the importance of human relationships and the nuances of social etiquette. As the sun set the following day, the disciples of Mao Shan gathered at the ancestral hall. After departing from their master, the disciples, much like Uncle Jiu, sought out human congregations to establish their own sanctuaries, for as Taoists, they too must rely on the sustenance provided by the living. Thus, upon receiving word, they hastened from distant corners of the realm. Along the way, some encountered fleeing spirits, which they promptly captured. Alas, they had managed to seize scarcely 200, leaving them far short of the 500 ghostly enforcers they sought. After greeting everyone, Uncle Jiu studied the wine jars containing the captured spirits in the ancestral hall and sighed deeply. Had the spirits escaped recently, it would have mattered little. With so many brothers, we could have gathered them all back within a single night. Yet, 6 days have passed, and some of the more cunning spirits have undoubtedly fled to unknown territories. "Fear not, elder brother," one disciple consoled. "Let us await the arrival of our eldest brother to devise a strategy together." Indeed, our eldest brother's powers rank just below that of our master. He surely possesses a solution. Indeed, there exists no specter that the esteemed senior brother cannot conquer. Among the recently arrived disciples, there are those who fervently support Shi, viewing him as the next leader of the sect. Naturally, they seize this opportunity to boast. "Senior brother is here." A resounding voice instantly silenced the bustling crowd. There appeared Shi and Shishakuan, entering through the grand entrance of the ancestral hall, one following closely behind the other. The throng parted, creating a lengthy aisle for them to traverse. Having suffered a setback the previous night, Shi initially intended to maintain a low profile. However, upon witnessing his fellow disciples gathered in support, their faces adorned with expressions of eager flattery, he felt invigorated. Even Shishakuan, despite his still swollen visage, flicked aside his long, slanted bangs and strode forward with the confident gait of a blue rose, closely trailing behind. The glances exchanged between the two were rife with resentment. Those aware of last night's events recognized that both were undoubtedly seeking retribution today. "Be seated," Shi commanded as he strode towards the head of the discussion table. As his words resonated, the multitude of disciples took their places. Shi commenced his reckoning. The catalyst for this affair is evident to all. It has inflicted significant damage upon the reputation of our Maoshan sect. Consequently, someone must bear the responsibility for this transgression. Thus, in my capacity as senior brother, I have decided to expel Wenkai and Qiuxing from Maoshan. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in uproar, though they quickly regained their composure. Shijian's decision was not deemed excessive, for the principal culprits were indeed Wenkai and Qiuxing. As the saying goes, every family has its rules, and every sect its regulations. If no punishment were to be meted out to these two, how could Maoshan enforce discipline among its other disciples? Even Joshu could only cast a helpless glance at Wenkai and Qiuxing. His eyes filled with disappointment as he remarked, "Senior brother speaks the truth. I, Lin Jiu, harbor no grievances regarding this matter." No sooner had he finished speaking than Wenkai and Qiuxing began hurling insults. Some of these Taoists present appear to uphold virtue. Yet behind the scenes, they engage in petty misdeeds. "Wenkai, do you know whom I am referring to?" "I certainly do. It seems he sports 2 prominent whiskers and dons a black and white Taoist robe. As far as I know, his disciples are also notorious for their unscrupulous antics." Shijian, Shishakuan. Both were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances that spoke volumes. Anyone with a modicum of sense would realize that the miscreants Wenkai and Qiuxing referred to were, in fact, themselves. Shishakuan promptly rolled up his sleeves, adopting a menacing demeanor as if ready to eliminate the two before him. Hey, what are you doing? We are no longer disciples of Maoshan. Can't we engage in a bit of casual banter? Besides, we are merely critiquing those who indulge in petty thievery. If you are so impulsive, Do you mean to imply that you are one of them? If we are to fight, be prepared for us to turn the tables on you. Wen Kai and Qiuxing exhibited no fear whatsoever. If they were disciples of the Maoshan sect, they would still be subject to constraints. However, they have now become free individuals, completely liberated in their freedom of speech. Simo silently gave a thumbs up to Wen Kai and Qiuxing. In truth, everyone had long been aware of Shi Shaojian's penchant for underhanded dealings, yet without concrete evidence, they could not condemn him. At that moment, with a face full of anger, Shi Jian spoke again. Wen Kai and Qiuxing are indeed guilty, but I assume, Shidi-ime, you cannot escape the blame of negligent supervision. Therefore, by the command of the elder brother, I hereby decree that you shall never take on disciples in this lifetime. All your students must be dismissed. With these words, Shi Jian stood resolutely. By ensuring that Lin Jiu lost his prodigious disciple, Yi Xian, he aimed to eliminate any hindrance to his claim for the position of sect leader. That was his true intention. As for Wen Kai and Qiuxing, what did they matter? His genuine desire was to dismiss Yi Xian and keep those two troublemakers, Wen Kai and Qiuxing, close to Lin Jiu. Such a course of action was the safest. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet crowd erupted in an uproar. Those Maoshan disciples who had witnessed Yi Xian's talent urged him to reconsider. Elder brother, this cannot be allowed. Xiao Xian's talents are unparalleled in the entire realm of cultivation. If he is let go and falls into the hands of another sect, it would be a great loss for Maoshan. Indeed, while Shidi-ime bears the responsibility of negligent supervision, it is not right to decree that he may never take on disciples. For a cultivator, what difference is this from severing someone's lineage? This matter must not proceed as proposed, the crowd urged fervently. On one hand, it was due to Jiu-Shu's kind nature, which had left a favorable impression on everyone. And on the other hand, they genuinely did not wish to see Yi Xian depart. This would sever the future hope of Maoshan. You should not act with such ruthlessness. Whether Shidi-ime may take on disciples is not for you to decide. Yes, there are masters and elders within the sect. You are merely the elder brother. And it is certainly beyond your authority to make such a decision. Dare you dismiss Xiao Xian? Do you not fear that the ancestor will appear tonight and shatter your head? Simo Qianhe could no longer contain himself. It was evident to all that Shi Jian was merely concerned about competing with Jiu-Shu for the position of sect leader. His ambition was clear as day. The two were cursing and appeared ready to engage in a brawl. Brother, you may expel Wen Kai and Qiuxing if you wish, and I would accept that. But as for Xiao Xian, I will not let him go, no matter what, unless you also expel me from the sect. Concerning Yi Xian, Jiu-Shu, who was typically easy to talk to, suddenly slammed the table and stood up, an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy erupting from within him, transforming into a tempest that swept through the room. Countless Dao robes fluttered with a resounding rustle. Wen Kai and Qiuxing were instantly taken aback. Good heavens! Was this not a blatant case of double standards? Though they were at fault initially, when cast out from their sect, not a single individual expressed an ounce of sympathy. Even a simple wish for a safe journey would have sufficed. Look again, this pertains to Xiao Xian. Each person seems eager to leap with glee. Is it truly necessary? Is it truly necessary? At the very least, allow us to depart in peace. Is that too much to ask? Wen Kai and Qiuxing instantly donned a mask of anguish, involuntarily humming to themselves, a person as remarkable as I should have shown brilliantly throughout life. How is it that after more than 20 years, I still face the scorn of the masses? The pair silently prepared to leave this heart-wrenching place. Yet at that moment, the sun sank, and the moonlight began to cascade. A chilling gust surged from the depths of the earth, swiftly transforming into several ghostly figures clad in official attire. Floating in the air, their pallid faces bore two crimson circles, wielding ghost-catching whips, their eyes hollow, and expressions filled with sorrow. In an instant, Wen Kai and Qiuxing were startled into retreat. All eyes turned to them in unison. Now it was the 7th day. How had your ghost-catching efforts fared? The leading ghostly official, with a face full of complaints, spoke. Although his cultivation was inferior to that of some Taoist practitioners present, as a ghostly official backed by the underworld, he held no fear. Not even of the disciples of Maoshan. After all, it was they who had erred first. Today, the personnel have finally assembled. In a few days, we shall provide you with an account. Jiu-Shu hastily retracted his spiritual energy, stepping forward to explain, subsequently producing some ghostly currency from his robes and placing it into the hands of several ghostly officials. There was no alternative, given the convenience of printing money. It was only logical to utilize it. 7 days is the limit. I hope you are aware of the gravity of the situation. If those above hold you accountable, no amount of money will suffice. By tomorrow, before darkness falls, I must return with all the ghosts. The ghostly officials, having received the money, softened their tone. Yet the given deadline remained unchanged. There was no alternative. To speak candidly, they too were unfortunate laborers. They had already extended considerable courtesy to Jiu. Maoshan has exerted its utmost effort in ghost catching. You ghostly officials should not be unreasonable. Even with a day's time, it is impossible for us to capture all the ghosts without rest. I hope you will, for my sake, grant us a few more days. At this moment, Shi Jian stepped forward, determined to showcase his prowess before the crowd. Now was the perfect opportunity to undermine Jiu, and he was eager to display his strength. However, the ghostly officials merely laughed derisively. Do you think you deserve any face? Their regard for Jiu was purely motivated by monetary gain. Who was Shi Jian? After all, you. Shi Jian, having failed to impress, seethed with frustration, yet found himself at a loss for words. Just then, a figure clad in white robes approached slowly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he assured, "Rest assured, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. I shall capture all the spirits for you tonight." As his words lingered in the air, a wave of astonishment washed over the faces of those present. All eyes fixated on the speaker, Yi Xian. Chapter 65. What nonsense is this? Is little Xian truly a celestial being? Even the likes of Si Mu and Qian, he could not fathom Yi Xian's intentions. Presently, hundreds of spirits had long departed from Rinjia town. To suggest capturing them was akin to chasing shadows, for some of the more formidable spirits were already leagues away. Not even the most venerable ancestors would dare utter such claims, for human strength is finite, and the art of sorcery has its limitations. Even with a grand assembly of 100 to form a spirit-capturing formation, the reach could scarcely extend beyond 100 miles. In this era of waning Taoism, there was a single practitioner capable of traversing the clouds within the entire realm of cultivation. How could little Xian dare to make such a bold declaration? Such fanciful delusions and braggadocio. It seems Lin Jiu has truly failed as a mentor. Perhaps it is for the best that he ceases to take on disciples henceforth. Before anyone could respond, Shi Jian erupted into laughter, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. It was preposterous to think that even if they were to venture 1,000 miles, capturing a single spirit might prove to be an all-day endeavor. This is the practice of Taoism, not the pursuit of immortality. Such boasts are not made lightly. The ghostly emissaries regarded Yi Xian with expressions of surprise, but chose to remain silent. Their mission today was unequivocal. They would capture all the spirits, no matter the cost. Their master had imparted a lesson. Should I fail, I shall heed your words, withdraw from the sect, and my master shall take no more apprentices. Yet if I succeed, you must retract all your statements, and Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng shall remain at Maoshan. Yi Xian spoke with remarkable calmness. Seeing the resolve in his disciple's eyes, Jiu chose to place his faith in him. Even if little Xian were to falter, he too would depart from Maoshan. With this thought in mind, Jiu echoed, "Let it be as little Xian has said." Upon hearing this, a collective sense of regret swept over the crowd. In their minds, they envisioned the departure of two prodigies from Maoshan, and though they yearned to dissuade them, they understood that Brother Yi's decision was immutable. At that moment, Simu and Qian he solidified their resolve. Should little Xian leave Maoshan, they too would take their disciples and depart, refusing to sink to Shi Jian's level. Little Xian, there is no need for such drastic measures. It is our fault. Upon hearing little Xian's concern for them, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were immediately moved to tears, their eyes brimming with gratitude. Yi Xian sought to comfort the two, but just then, Shi Jian burst into laughter. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Regardless of the outcome, I, Shi Jian, shall never go back on my word." In his heart, Yi Xian's words were not intended to burden himself, but rather to eliminate all obstacles in his path to becoming the sect leader. Lin Jiu's few disciples were, in fact, inherently adversarial to their master, assisting him instead. "Child, I advise you to refrain from uttering such reckless boasts. You must understand that even we, as dedicated ghost messengers, cannot capture all the spirits in a single night," the leading ghost messenger cautioned. After all, having received a substantial sum from Uncle Jiu, he certainly did not wish to be placed in an exceedingly awkward position. "Then tell me, how many ghost messengers would be required to capture all the spirits?" Yi Xian inquired earnestly. "To correspond 1 to 1. At least 300 to 400 ghost messengers would be necessary. Moreover, their abilities must not be too low. They should possess a minimum speed of traveling 1,000 miles by night. The chief ghost messenger instinctively replied. These ghost messengers could traverse the underworld at night, appearing at their designated locations, and those of greater strength could even cover 10,000 miles. Oh, then 500 should suffice. Yixian murmured. He then instructed Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng, and Uncle Jiu, please step back a little to avoid being crowded later. Wen Kai? Qiu Sheng? Uncle Jiu? The trio of master and disciples wore perplexed expressions, utterly bewildered by what Xiao Xian was planning. However, out of trust, they swiftly retreated. Shi Jian remained composed, standing in place, eager to see what this young man would conjure. At this moment, the disciples of Mao Shan were filled with astonishment and could not help but discuss among themselves. What on earth does he intend to do? What was that about 500 ghost messengers? I can understand a young person boasting, but this is bordering on drunken babble. Indeed, if he manages to capture all the spirits today, I shall kneel before him. Everyone chimed in. This was not entirely their fault. After all, they were all cultivators and each possessed their own sense of rationality. Even if one were extraordinarily gifted, there should be a semblance of scientific reasoning. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Simu and Qin he recalled past incidents and realized that Xiao Xian never spoke idly. Every word he uttered had manifested into reality. Both felt a sudden jolt and hurriedly pulled their disciples back. Jialu, confused, asked, Master, what are you doing? Quickly step back. Xiao Xian is about to show off. Qian he urged. Everyone looked on with puzzled expressions, as if to say, it's one thing for Simu to be frivolous. But why is Qian he acting this way, even if he were to show off? What kind of upheaval could a child who had only just begun his journey 2 months ago possibly create? Was it truly necessary to retreat so far? The crowd adopted a watchful demeanor, their gazes fixed upon the figure clad in white robes. The imperial decree has been issued, and the ghostly emissaries emerge. Yixian silently recites the incantation, channeling the power of the Ghost Emperor's token nestled within his grasp. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of dark energy surges from his feet into the earth below. Beneath him, a thin sheen of frost spreads like delicate spider silk. Even the ghostly emissaries present are momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with astonishment, as they distinctly sense that this chilling presence surpasses the frigid aura of the 9 nether springs of the underworld, more penetrating than anything they have encountered. As bewilderment washes over the faces of all present, the skies abruptly darken, thick clouds gathering ominously, obscuring the pale moonlight in an instant. Waves of sinister energy surge forth from all directions, crashing in like a monstrous tide. In this realm, the oppressive atmosphere thickens, the cold is palpable. As if one is plunged into a frozen abyss, frost begins to crystallize upon the ground. Soon, the dark clouds descend gradually. The onlookers feel as though a tremendous weight presses upon their chests, rendering them breathless. In the realm of mortals, the balance of yin and yang is essential. When the forces of darkness overpower the light, those who thrive on the latter will inevitably suffer the consequences. It is no wonder that even these cultivators find it challenging to withstand the encroaching darkness, an indication of the sheer terror it embodies. Had they been ordinary folk, they would have long since fainted from the overwhelming dread. Just as fear grips their hearts and they contemplate fleeing, it is already too late. The clouds expand instantaneously, solidifying into a tangible form. 500 ghostly emissaries, clad in their distinctive attire and emanating an aura of chilling darkness, appear, their faces ashen, wielding ghostly whips. With a resounding thud, the legion of emissaries descends. Clad in black, they land with the force of a tidal wave, sweeping through the surroundings with unrelenting momentum. They not only encircle those who previously doubted Yixian, but also fill every crevice of the ancestral hall. In that instant, those trapped within the circle of ghostly emissaries feel as if they have been cast into a century-old ice cellar, their hairs standing on end, enveloped in profound discomfort. It is entirely natural for ordinary individuals to feel exceedingly uneasy when ensnared by spirits, and one can scarcely imagine the terror of being surrounded by 500 ghostly emissaries. Upon landing, the emissaries wear expressions of confusion, glancing left and right, searching for the one who summoned them. After a prolonged search, they find no sign of any significant figure from the underworld. Just as one is about to voice their frustration, they overhear several emissaries from the previous night conversing in ghostly tongues, urgently advising, do not speak recklessly. Kneel down quickly. That esteemed master possesses the Ghost Emperor's token. At the mere mention of the Ghost Emperor's token, the assembled emissaries seem struck by lightning. A shiver runs through their bodies, and the accusatory glances in their eyes are swiftly replaced by trepidation and reverence as they hastily kneel, not daring to raise their heads. In that moment, silence envelopes the entire ancestral hall, as the white-clad youth, kneeling before over 500 ghostly emissaries, gazed upon them with disbelief and utter astonishment. One could only wonder at the absurdity of such a scene. 500 ghostly officials? Could it be that they were summoned by the young man, Xiaoxian? It seemed implausible, impossible. Even during the time of the revered founder of Maoshan, such authority was never wielded. A mere 2 months into his journey of cultivation, Xiaoxian could not possibly achieve this. Although they were not of the underworld, as practitioners of the path, they were well aware of the rules governing the nether realm. Each corner of the mortal world was under the jurisdiction of specific ghostly officials. Even the judges of the underworld lacked the power to mobilize such a vast number of ghostly emissaries without a significant cause, as such an action would disrupt the delicate balance between yin and yang. The only plausible explanation for this gathering of ghostly officials was that they had come to confront Maoshan for failing to timely return the spirits that had been released. The individual they were kneeling before must surely be a figure of considerable stature, hidden within the cosmos. As this realization dawned upon the crowd, fear etched itself upon their faces. Setting aside the question of whether they dared to confront the ghostly officials, even if they did, the combined strength of their group might still fall short against 500 ghostly emissaries. Standing alongside Yuxian, Shijian shared similar sentiments. For no rational person could believe that one who had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation could possess such formidable influence. Even the backlash from the negative energy brought forth by 500 ghostly officials would be beyond his capacity to withstand. With this thought, the joy that had adorned Shijian's face was swiftly replaced by panic. He implored, "There is no need for such measures. For Maoshan shall certainly offer an explanation to the underworld. I kindly request that everyone return to whence they came." The ghostly officials remained silent, kneeling before him. For in the presence of the bearer of the Ghost Emperor's token, they felt as insignificant as ants. With no words exchanged, they would not dare to speak out of turn, even if they possessed tenfold the audacity. Yuxian, undeterred, slowly addressed them. "I kindly ask you all to bring the escaped spirits here without delay. The sooner, the better. Let us make haste." Though he held the Ghost Emperor's decree, granting him absolute authority over these emissaries, Yuxian chose not to act with arrogance. On one hand, respect must be mutual. If these ghostly officials were to kneel before him, he could not afford to be cold and unyielding, for that would strip away any semblance of humanity, rendering him no different from those petty individuals who wield trivial power. On the other hand, many of his Maoshan elders were present, and to place himself above the ghostly officials would only deepen any misunderstandings. Obey the command. Upon receiving the order, the 500 ghostly emissaries did not dare to delay. In their hearts, they were solely focused on pleasing the one who held the Ghost Emperor's decree, and they would not dare entertain thoughts of defiance. If they could ingratiate themselves, who knew? They might even ascend several ranks, achieving in a moment what would otherwise require centuries of toil. 500 ghostly messengers soared into the sky, departing at an astonishing speed, scattering in all directions. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace, leaving the crowd from Maoshan in a state of bewilderment, staring blankly at the figure in white robes, their eyes filled with horror. They were rendered speechless for a long time. Goodness, they could hardly fathom that 500 emissaries from the underworld would heed the command of a cultivator, showing such reverence as if encountering the king of hell. This defied all logic. Who exactly was Xiaoxian, and how did he possess such extraordinary capabilities? Could it be that he had secured a position in the netherworld? Impossible. Currently, in the realm of cultivation, there was only Uncle Jiu who had obtained a position in the underworld with a living body. And even if he had, he could never command 500 ghostly messengers. Was he perhaps a reincarnated celestial being? This was utterly unfathomable. What on earth had Xiaoxian experienced? Even Uncle Jiu appeared perplexed, hastily turning to ask Simu. Chapter 66, A Few Fists Costing 10 Years of Life. Goodness, after less than a month with me, you expect me to know? Simu wore an expression as if he were speaking in a foreign tongue. They found Xiaoxian increasingly enigmatic. The myriad techniques were baffling enough. What did it mean to command ghostly messengers? Previously, the ancestral master claimed he had not taught him. Simu was somewhat skeptical. For no matter how high one's innate talent, without a guide, Achieving remarkable feats is exceedingly difficult. Yet now he believed it. Undoubtedly. Even if the Maoshan ancestral master thrived in the underworld, he was merely a figure of judgment. Look at those little ghosts. Their reaction to Xiao Xian was akin to that of encountering the king of hell. In that moment, Si Mu and the fellow disciples from Maoshan stood frozen. Their fragile resolve shattered like tofu crushed by a merciless hand. With a soft crunch, it lay in pieces. This reaction was entirely normal, as they were earnest cultivators. Witnessing a disciple who had only been initiated for 2 months display such celestial prowess would leave any master in disbelief. I plan to follow Xiao Xian from now on. Even if offered the position of Maoshan's leader, I would decline. To serve Xiao Xian, to toil like a beast, is truly an honor beyond our reach. When Kai and Qiuxing were astute enough to recognize the situation. After all, the two had been thoroughly schooled by the ghostly messengers, who had become a psychological shadow for them. Observing this, their admiration for Xiao Xian multiplied exponentially. Yu, standing right at the forefront, Shi Jian gazed in astonishment at Yi Xian, yearning for answers from him. Yet, Yi Xian paid him no mind. As time passed alongside their astonishment, the stars shifted in alignment. The pale morning sun gradually illuminates the landscape as it rises from behind the mountains. Yet, the crowd displays no hint of fatigue, after all. A grand spectacle unfolds before their eyes, a true cinematic masterpiece. Who could possibly find rest? Soon, a chilling wind sweeps in, accompanied by several ghostly figures wielding long soul-binding chains that descend upon the ancestral hall. At the other end of these chains, countless spirits are tethered, their expressions twisted in anguish, desperately struggling but utterly unable to escape their binds. All the spirits have been recaptured. However, a number of them remain unaccounted for, likely having fallen victim to foul play. The lead ghostly envoy kneels upon the ground, trembling as he speaks, his eyes filled with palpable terror. With the absence of just one spirit, they could manage to provide a report, but with more than 10 missing, it becomes challenging to justify to the underworld. If only the individual holding the imperial decree were to say otherwise, they might use that as an excuse to account for the situation. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's expression shifts dramatically. Those spirits perished at the hands of his thunderous fists. He initially intended to create some trouble for Jiu, but he never anticipated the underworld's scrutiny would be so stringent. This transgression, though not trivial, is not overly severe, yet it will undoubtedly impact his lifespan. Realizing this, Shi Jian quickly turns to Yi Xian, his gaze pleading. His little junior disciple possesses a formidable reputation. If he could utter a word, the matter could be resolved. Do not fear, uncle. After all, there is your junior disciple here. Yi Xian reassures, patting Shi Jian on the shoulder. Thank you, junior disciple. I truly appreciate your assistance. Shi Jian responds hastily, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Cough, cough. These spirits were all slain by my master uncle's thunderous fists, obliterating them beyond salvation. They deserve a proper accounting. Yi Xian exhales deeply, lamenting earnestly. Shi Jian, Jiu, ghostly envoy. At this revelation, all present are left bewildered, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. Just a moment ago, he assured his uncle not to worry, and now he is selling him out. Yi Xian remains composed, devoid of any guilt. After all, Shi Jian consistently opposes him. Once or twice might be tolerable, but time and again, even if Yi Xian were a great sage, he could not swallow such indignation. What of their brotherhood? What of his uncle? What of any pleas for mercy? Anyone who dares to cross Yi Xian repeatedly shall not be spared. My subordinate understands and will report this to our superiors, recommending the revocation of Shi Jian's 5-year lifespan as punishment. The ghostly envoy tentatively states, he is uncertain if this esteemed individual truly intends to bring harm to his master. 5 years. The crowd could not help but draw a sharp breath, silently mourning for the nearly 60-year-old Shi Jian for a moment. How many 5-year spans does one encounter in a lifetime? Goodness. A few lightning-fast punches had seemingly robbed him of 5 years of life. However, no one felt sympathy for Shi Jian. That day, many of his fellow disciples watched as Qianhe, Sima, and others earnestly tried to persuade him. But he paid them no heed. It could only be said that he was courting his own misfortune. Regaining his composure, Shi Jian, trembling with rage, pointed a shaking finger at Yi Xian, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I have already stated, with my presence, you need not worry, master uncle. These specters are utterly oblivious. Let me teach them a lesson. Yi Xian smiled, hastily patting Shi Jian's chest to prevent him from meeting an untimely end. Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Yi Xian with profound gratitude. "Dear Junior, please do not be angry. It was merely my voice that was too loud." He continued, "To not impose a punishment would be improper. Let it be just 1 year then." Though Shi Jian was cold-blooded, he was not devoid of human sentiment. Since his junior, Xiao Xian, was prepared to plead on his behalf, he naturally chose to yield a little. Yi Xian nodded in agreement and then turned to the specters, loudly rebuking them. "Did you hear that? He is my beloved master uncle and a brother to us all. My master uncle himself has declared that 1 ghost equates to 1 year of life. Look at his grand disposition. He has opened the heavens. Why do you lack such awareness in your duties?" After some calculation, he added, "Considering the more than 10 ghosts, let's count it as 10 years of life." The crowd was left in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. They truly believed that Shi Jian himself had declared that 1 ghost corresponded to 1 year. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Xian cheerfully addressed Shi Jian, saying, "Master uncle, I have acted according to your wishes, so there is no need for gratitude." He then dismissed the specters to prevent any further mishaps. Once arrangements were made, before anyone could process the events, Yi Xian summoned Wen Kai and Xiao Sheng to head to the town for some leisure, leaving the others dumbfounded and at a loss for words. In the 67th chapter, it becomes evident that a practitioner of the Tao possesses such unconventional methods of flirting. Why is this so? Shi Jian, with nowhere to vent his frustration, howled to the heavens, trembling with rage, his eyes bloodshot as if he were about to descend into madness. His fists crackled with terrifying lightning. Like a madman, he struck wildly at his surroundings, creating numerous fist-sized craters upon impact. Not a single person dared to intervene, instead enveloping themselves in protective spiritual energy, standing aside in fear of advancing further. Before this, Shi Jian was regarded as the foremost figure of Maoshan. The lightning unleashed during his moments of madness was potent enough to severely injure ordinary practitioners like them. Even those disciples who had previously flattered Shi Jian swiftly recognized the changing tides of fate and ceased their sycophancy. Master, I implore you, please don't do this. Awaken. I am Jianer." Shi Xiaojian hurriedly rushed forward, embracing Shi Jian tightly and calling out incessantly. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that stirred something within Shi Jian, who suddenly regained a semblance of clarity. Staring blankly at Shi Xiaojian, he muttered in a fit of rage, "Jianer, let us depart. We must leave." With those words, the two cast a resolute glance at the surrounding onlookers, having firmly decided to seek vengeance. No matter the circumstances, as master and disciple, they would ensure that the people of the Righteous Hall would not have it easy. Observing their disheveled exit, the crowd could only shake their heads in resignation. From a rational perspective, it was difficult to place blame on Yi Xian, setting aside the fact that everyone had pleaded with Shi Jian that night. The mere act of Shi Jian employing the thunderclap fist against Yi Xian and his intent to expel Yi Xian and Uncle Jiu from their sect today was sufficient to ignite a desire for revenge in Yi Xian. Moreover, given that Yi Xian commanded numerous spirits and had spared Shi Jian's life, it was indeed an act of extraordinary leniency. In summary, all of this was a consequence of their own making. "Brothers, I have many matters to attend to at my own sect, so I will take my leave," one disciple announced. "I have recently taken on a business deal and cannot afford to delay." Many fellow disciples departed in succession, while they claimed to have matters at their own sects. The truth was they wished to avoid entangling themselves in the conflict between Yi Mei and the two brothers Shi Jian. However, there were those supportive of Uncle Jiu who chose to remain, such as the still-shocked Qian He and Si Mu, along with their disciples who had already followed Yi Xian to indulge in revelries. Indeed, a sect is a gathering place for talent, akin to a small society where such struggles for power and influence naturally arise. As the sun rose high in the sky, Yi Xian, accompanied by Wen Kai, Xiao Sheng, and peers from all directions, strolled through Rinjia town. In this era, due to inconvenient transportation, villages were often far apart, making towns the bustling epicenters of trade among various villages, far exceeding modern understandings of what a town might be. The group meandered through the market, taking in the vibrant surroundings, creating a lively atmosphere. Before long, the vendors at the market recognized Yi Xian and rushed forward, eager to present their wares as gifts. "Xiao Xian, this is Uncle Wang's heartfelt gesture. You must graciously accept it. Last time, when Uncle Wang came to the charity house to deliver gifts to you, you were nowhere to be found. I feared that Wen Kai and Qiuxing might have taken it for themselves. Quickly, take it. Xiao Xian, Last time you helped eliminate the zombies in Rinjia town, and Lu didn't T have the chance to express her gratitude. I was concerned that Wen Kai and Qiuxing might secretly take it away, so I've been waiting for your return. A throng of merchants surged forward, not waiting for Yi Xian to speak, and promptly stuffed the items into his arms. Yi Xian ceased to refuse. One must not be excessively aloof, for it might extinguish the warmth of others' goodwill. Yet, he was not one to take advantage of others. From his pocket, he retrieved several talismans he had drawn himself, bestowing them upon the villagers. Thank you, Xiaoxian. These local specialties of mine are hardly worthy of your crafted talismans. This is money, you must accept it, or I shall feel guilty. Indeed, you must accept this money. The crowd was well aware that Xiaoxian's talismans were priceless, and they hastily pulled out all the money they had to offer in return. Naturally, Yi Xian declined the money. Wen Kai and Qiuxing immediately felt distressed. Xiaoxian, that is genuine gold and silver, not to be compared with the trinkets we possess. As their words faded, Jala interjected with a query. Do you know why you two are regarded as nothing more than rats in the eyes of others? Wen Kai? Qiuxing. Because you two are indeed like street rats, unworthy of sympathy. With that, Jala dashed away. The group engaged in playful banter, reveling in their mirth. Moments later, the jovial laughter of the group abruptly ceased as they stood frozen, gazing into the distance. There, a woman clad in a pink dress, exquisitely beautiful, appeared like a celestial being. Accompanying her was another lady, adorned in semi-Western attire, with a ponytail and delicate features. The group was instantly captivated. Southeast, northwest, and Jala instinctively straightened their attire, halting their playful antics, each transforming into a gentleman among successful men, fearful that the two ladies might overlook them. They began to engage in grand discussions. Brothers from Southeast and Northwest, I sense great potential in this market. Why don't we invest some money and acquire it? Brother Jala is right. This market indeed has prospects. We should find ways to acquire it. I also wish to invest here, perhaps to build a tavern of sorts, making it convenient for us to enjoy life. Their conversation, though somewhat louder than usual, was remarkably sophisticated. Wow, it can be done this way? I'm completely impressed. This display left Wen Kai and Qiuxing dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that cultivators could devise such charming strategies. In a moment of reflection, the two concluded that had they been the beautiful women, they would undoubtedly have been enchanted by such rhetoric. Yet, after all this time, Jia Lu and the others from the southeast, southwest, and northwest soon realized that the two celestial beings across from them were completely indifferent to their presence. What an astonishing turn of events! How could they not win the attention of these ladies? Jala quickly inquired. Given that Wen Kai and Qiuxing hailed from Rinjia town and were likely to possess more knowledge about these enchanting sisters, save your efforts. Even if you had the funds to purchase from the marketplace, they would not spare you a glance. Wen Kai and Qiuxing lamented. If these ladies were anyone else, they might not have possessed such confidence, but they were well acquainted with the woman before them, Rin Tingting. The other, it seemed, was her cousin, Rin Juju. According to Wen Kai's understanding, Rin Juju was from the affluent Rinjia town next door and had recently returned from studying abroad. What chance did mere mortals like Jia Lu and the others stand against such illustrious company? Just as Jia Lu and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, the two ladies approached them with smiles. Xiaoxian, Xiaoxian. Chapter 68. Captain Wei, you must bring Yi Xian to justice. Upon hearing this affectionate call, Jia Lu and the others suddenly realized why their usual charms had failed to sway these two divine beings. It was evident that they were already taken. However, what was this disheartened expression on Xiaoxian's face? Was it possible that even such ethereal beauties failed to pique his interest? Before long, Rin Tingting introduced her cousin Rin Juju to Yi Xian. Given Yi Xian's affinity for the fairer sex, Rin Juju felt an inexplicable attraction to the gentleman in the white robe upon their first meeting. Xiaoxian, a new restaurant has opened in town, renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Allow me to take you there. I can also help you pick out a few new outfits. Come on, let's go. Before Yi Xian could respond, the two sisters took him by either arm and whisked him away, leaving Wen Kai and the other brothers seething with jealousy. They were all of the same age, with the same number of legs and arms. Yet why did the two celestial ladies not even spare them a glance? Xiaoxian, you should at least leave one of them for your brothers. Wen Kai complained with a furrowed brow. I truly do not wish to seek out Widow Wang. Jiala quickly offered a word of comfort. Mature up. There is no need to let your negative emotions be known to everyone. Yet, he soon lamented with a voice tinged with sorrow, the girl I have secretly admired for so long Qingqing, is constantly proclaiming her desire to marry the junior brother. It is time to accept reality. The three forlorn souls, resembling heartbroken children, linked arms and trudged toward the tavern across the way, steeped in melancholy. With a melody lingering on his lips, he mused about the shifting scenes, yet she remained ever present in his thoughts. All traces of her were buried deep, leaving behind only a relentless yearning in the places she once graced. Despite the torment, they made no complaints about Xiaoxian. After all, the disparities among the group were vast, and they would rather endure a lifetime of solitude than witness their beloved goddess uniting with another. Furthermore, Xiaoxian showed no inclination to acknowledge their goddess. Their affections were unreciprocated. What grounds did they have to complain about Xiaoxian? They could only blame their own inadequacies. After a long day of shopping, Yixian lay exhausted on his bed, gazing at some gifts scattered across the room, reflecting on the day's events. Some of these gifts were insistent purchases from the sisters Rin Zhuzhu and Rin Tingting, while others were offerings from the owner of a newly opened tavern in Rinjia town, who, upon hearing of Yixian's exploits, had graciously presented them. This was quite ordinary. The tavern owner, being an outsider, understood that to establish oneself in a new locale, mere quality goods and competitive pricing would not suffice for longevity. One must pay homage to the local dignitaries, which essentially meant presenting gifts to those of high esteem in the area. However, after encountering the tavern owner's daughter the previous day, Yixian recalled certain narratives, particularly that of Shi Shaojian, who was enamored by her beauty and intended to employ a sinister technique to claim her for himself. Alas, having accepted their gifts, he felt compelled to assist the tavern owner in some manner while also dealing with Shi Shaojian. With a heavy sigh, Yixian prepared to drift into slumber when a crimson figure emerged from his ring, clad in red, resembling a graceful phoenix. Nie Shaoqian, who typically exuded an air of authority, now resembled an irate kitten, glaring at Yixian with a gaze laden with unspoken grievances. Humph, you spent the day with others, and now come home to sleep? Do you wish to cast me aside? Seeing Yixian silent, Nie Shaoqian knelt beside the bed and furiously burrowed into his blankets. What are you doing? Yixian exclaimed in surprise, puzzled by her actions. I don't care. You were with those two little vixens today. I need to check on you to see if you've been sharing your affections with them. If you've given them one portion, you must give me two. With that, Nie Shaoqian took action without the slightest hesitation. Yixian could only stare in bewilderment. As the night wore on, he remained sleepless, for if not for his profound understanding of the Tao, he would have been unable to withstand the advances of this red-clad specter. Just as he stretched languidly, Uncle Jiu and Simu entered, bearing a nourishing soup and breakfast they had prepared early that morning, their faces beaming with delight. Shaoxian, you seem a bit weary lately. You should take better care of yourself. Yixian could only respond with astonishment. Please, do not misconstrue the situation. Alas, Shaoxian, what words are you uttering? We are not monks of any sect. Humanity is divided into male and female, and the world is governed by the principles of yin and yang, a truth established since antiquity. You, with your excessive yang energy, must learn to relax. Only then will it benefit your well-being, Uncle Jiu and Simu hurriedly elucidated. Indeed, for those who cultivate the Tao, the equilibrium of yin and yang is paramount. Whether one is overly yang or deficient in yin, it is ultimately detrimental. Furthermore, although Nie Shaoqian is a vengeful spirit clad in red, her yin energy is pure, devoid of the malevolence typical of ordinary ghosts, making it advantageous for Shaoxian to spend time in her presence. Enough of this. By the way, where have my fellow disciples, Wenkai and Qiuxing, gone so early in the morning? Yixian promptly shifted the topic. Ah, right. Qiuxing has gone home to visit his family, while Wenkai has gone to discuss business with Boss Qian at the tavern. Once you finish eating, you should go and pay a visit. Help Boss Qian decide on an auspicious date for his needs. Uncle Jiu quickly added. Yesterday, when Boss Qian presented gifts to Shaoxian, he mentioned that his tavern had been somewhat unsettled lately and wished for Uncle Jiu to select a favorable date for a ritual. However, Uncle Jiu has been preoccupied with printing ghost money for the underworld and has not had the time to attend. Thinking of Wakai's foolish demeanor, Uncle Jiu felt a wave of concern. Very well, Yixian replied, hastily departing from the ancestral hall. As for breakfast, have you ever encountered a proper young man who indulges in breakfast? The sun was already high when Yixian arrived at Boss Qian's tavern. As he ascended the stairs, he overheard Wencai's irate voice. Why are you stealing my business? This deposit is given to me by Boss Qian. Bring it to me at once, he exclaimed, covering his reddened face. It was evident that he had received a resounding slap. The individual opposite him was none other than Shi Shaojian. Tossing a bag of coins in his hand with utter disdain, he remarked, "You claim to be a practitioner of the Tao, yet you cannot even defend yourself. Boss Qian tossed the deposit to you, and you couldn't catch it. This business is now mine." There was a mocking glint in Shi Shaojian's eyes, as he had come specifically to provoke Wen Kai, whom he perceived as a fool. It was no idle matter. Not only had they lost face, but their master had also suffered a decade of lifespan in vain. This grudge would not be easily forgotten. You, are you not afraid that my Xiao Xian will knock your teeth out?" Wen Kai shouted fiercely. Yet, lacking martial prowess, he dared not approach Shi Shaojian. It must be said that the latter's talent stands unparalleled among his peers in Maoshan, excelling in martial arts. Wen Kai would not dare confront him alone, and even with Qiusheng, they might not stand a chance against Shi Shaojian. "Oh, do you truly believe I would fear him? If he were here today, I would take him on as well. Do you believe me?" Shi Shaojian wore an expression of arrogance, yet his eyes betrayed not a shred of confidence. It was mere boastfulness to claim that such an extraordinary individual could withstand his master's thunderous fist. Enraged, Wen Kai struggled to find his voice, his face flushed with indignation. He was about to turn away when a hand patted his shoulder. "Senior brother, who did this to you?" Upon seeing the person before him, Wen Cai's demeanor transformed instantly, and he declared with fervor, "It was him. It was him. He not only snatched our business but also assaulted me." "Oh, how did he strike you?" "Return the favor tenfold," Yi Xian replied calmly. Bolstered by his support, Wen Kai rushed forward without hesitation, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Shi Shaojian's face. "What are you doing here?" Shi Shaojian covered his face, too shocked to retaliate, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had assumed that only Wen Kai had come, which was why he had dared to act. "I heard you were going to hit me, so I came," Shi Shaojian exclaimed, bewildered, before he could gather his thoughts. Yi Xian's fist collided with his face. In this era, it was not one of barbarism. Laws imposed constraints. Thus, Yi Xian would not be foolish enough to kill Shi Shaojian in front of so many witnesses, yet he certainly would not spare him the pain. Soon, the restaurant echoed with Shi Shaojian's anguished cries and the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Bang! "Oh, you dare strike me. I am your senior brother." Bang! "Oh, junior brother Xian, for the sake of our shared sect, please stop." Bang! "Oh, brother Xian, I was wrong. Please stop, I was wrong. I'll return the money." Bang! "Master Yi, please, no more. I'll kneel and apologize." Shi Shaojian pleaded, kneeling and begging for mercy. His fighting prowess was indeed remarkable among his peers. But against Yi Xian, whose physique had been enhanced through systematic rewards, he was utterly outmatched. Let alone retaliate. He didn't even have a chance to defend himself. "I am a reasonable person. Had you spoken like this sooner, I would have ceased my actions. Fortunately, I held back and did not injure you." Seeing his sincere pleas for mercy, Yi Xian finally relented, adopting a gentle tone, as if genuinely reasoning with him. "Reasoning? You call this reasoning?" Shi Shaojian cursed inwardly. His handsome face had swollen into a grotesque shape, his eyes squinting into mere slits, though he longed to eliminate the man before him. His fists were insufficient, and his tone softened. "You have a sense of propriety. I was momentarily foolish, and I sincerely apologize. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to at home." With that, he departed. Shi Shaojian squeezed through the crowd, his face adorned with a pig's head, hastily making his exit. Xiao Xian was truly impressive just now. "Is it not natural that my fiancé is the most handsome in the world?" At that moment, Ren Zhuzhu and Ren Tingting made their way through the throng, nestling beside Yi Xian with expressions of admiration. "What brings you here?" Yi Xian inquired with a hint of exasperation. "My cousin invited us to dinner, which is why we came," Ren Tingting explained. The cousin she referred to was none other than the renowned genius of the Ren family, Captain Away of the security team. Away? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, it had indeed been quite a while since he last encountered that brilliant mind. Just as he was scanning the crowd for Away's figure, a familiar voice emerged from behind. "Brother Away, you must take charge. In broad daylight, he has reduced me to this state, completely disregarding your authority as the captain of the security team." Shi Shaojian lamented, not forgetting to produce a bag of silver dollars as a bribe. He understood well that in the current political landscape, without monetary persuasion, nothing would be accomplished. "Rest assured, I will definitely advocate for you," Away assured, shaking the bag of silver dollars in his hand, feeling its substantial weight, which immediately invigorated him. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to encircle everyone. Yes, it's him, Shi Shaojian exclaimed, pushing through the crowd and glaring furiously at the white-clad youth wedged between Ren Zhuzhu and Ren Tingting. Originally, he intended to seek his master at home, but upon encountering the security team at the entrance, he realized that they might be far more useful than his master in this situation. Chapter 69, Shi Shaojian. Enough, enough. I wish to die. After all, cultivators are not zombies. When faced with firearms, they are not much different from ordinary people. Moreover, his master had arranged for him to create conflict with the people from the charity house during this period. When the time was ripe, he would find a way to eliminate Yuxian and the others. Wouldn't it be easier to deal with Yuxian if he were confined in a jail cell? Thus, Shi Shaojian spared no expense in bribing away, as the bag of silver dollars contained several large denomination notes. Who dares to act on my territory? Away bellowed, following Shi Shaojian's accusatory finger. Upon realizing it was Yuxian, his tone abruptly shifted. He turned to question Shi Shaojian. Let me tell you, without evidence. Do not point fingers recklessly. Who can prove that Taoist Yuxian harmed you? Although Away appeared somewhat foolish, he was, in fact, quite astute. Not only did Shaoxian save his life, but he was also the hero of the entire Ren family town. He was too eager to curry favor to dare to cause trouble. The crowd present could all attest that it was indeed Yuxian who had reduced him to this state. Shi Shaojian spoke with unwavering conviction. Just moments ago, when he confronted Wakai, the entire restaurant had gathered around. When he was being attacked, even those outside the restaurant rushed in to witness the spectacle. There were numerous witnesses present. How can you say such nonsense? It is evident that you usurped Winsai's business and even resorted to violence against him. Truly, the villain accuses first. Indeed, we all witnessed it clearly. Do not slander without basis. How dare you frame Taoist Shaoxian? You deserve to be condemned. Captain Away, we can all testify. He is indeed the one who accuses first. The onlookers chimed in, their voices filled with indignation, all pointing fingers at Shi Shaojian. As bystanders, they had perceived the situation with clarity. It was Shi Shaojian who provoked the conflict, while Taoist Shaoxian showed him mercy. Yet he still dared to retaliate. The crowd could no longer stand by. Upon hearing this, Shi Shaojian was utterly bewildered. He had grossly underestimated Yuxian's standing in the eyes of the public. In a panic, he began to explain, Captain Away, it's not as they say. Please listen to my defense. Listen to my defense. What? To slander Taoist Shaoxian is one thing, but to dare to defend yourself? Brothers, seize him. Captain Away, with a powerful motion, signaled to several security personnel, who swiftly pounced upon him. A barrage of punches and kicks ensued, leaving Shi Shaojian dazed and confused. His gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Goodness! If he were not the biological son of Shi Jian, he might genuinely suspect that Shi Jian had orchestrated this conflict to lead him to his demise. Once the beating concluded, Shi Shaojian limped away hastily from this place of chaos. Before departing, he deliberately brushed past Ren Tingting, collecting a strand of her hair. He was resolute in his thoughts. This grudge must be avenged, and since he could not best Yuxian, he would employ another method to plunge him into suffering and despair. Yet he soon noticed a mysterious incantation surging into his consciousness. Taoist Yuxian, this rogue not only dared to bribe me, but also had the audacity to frame you. This is the money he just offered me as a bribe. Consider it a compensation for you. Away, with a broad smile, promptly thrust the pouch of money into Yuxian's hands. Seeing Yuxian's intent to refuse, the foolish Away pressed the gun to his own temple. Taoist Shaoxian, if you do not accept this, I shall end my own life. Yuxian felt somewhat helpless. Meanwhile, Wen Kai stood by in astonishment, his eyes filled with inexpressible envy. Goodness! Not only had the junior brother vented his anger and turned Shi Shaojian into a swollen mess, but he was also making money from it. If it were his own master, he would have likely been imprisoned by now. Away, wait for my instructions this evening. At that time, bring your men to the pig pen in the back courtyard of the Ren residence. Yuxian had long been wary of Shi Shaojian's intentions towards the daughter of the restaurant owner. However, he was taken aback when, due to his own circumstances, this individual unexpectedly shifted his focus onto Ren Tingting. Nevertheless, Yuxian had already thoroughly assessed Ren Tingting's situation and had even placed a veil of illusion over Shi Shaojian. Do not worry, Taoist Shaoxian. I shall not go anywhere today. I await your news, Awei said with a broad smile. Subsequently, Yuxian accompanied Ren Tingting and others to the Ren residence. Upon their arrival, Ren Fa hurriedly arranged a sumptuous feast for his beloved son-in-law. After all, he had invited Yuxian countless times, yet the latter had never graced him with his presence. now that Yu Xian had taken the initiative to visit. Ren Fa was overflowing with joy. In fact, during the meal, he began discussing how Yi Xian might take over the Ren family's business. Wen Kai, who usually prioritized food above all else, found himself unable to eat a single bite upon hearing such talk. While he genuinely felt happiness for his junior brother, the thought of Yi Xian inheriting the vast wealth of the Ren family was a blow more painful than death itself. As time passed, the moonlight gently illuminated the ground. Not far from the Ren residence, amidst a thicket, a figure stealthily scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before settling onto a large stone. It was none other than Shi Shaojian, whose face had been left bruised and swollen. Sitting upon the stone, he muttered to himself, Yi Xian, what skill is it to strike me? Tonight, I shall seize the two most important women in your life. With that, he produced the hair he had stealthily taken from Ren Tingting and Ren Juju earlier in the day, wrapping it within a yellow talisman. As he murmured incantations, the talisman ignited, releasing a bluish ethereal flame that dissipated into the cosmos. This dark sorcery, once ignited, would plunge the owner of the hair into a state of deep slumber, from which they could awaken only if the spell were broken. Otherwise, they would remain in eternal slumber. Shi Shaojian was evidently an experienced practitioner. He had sullied countless maidens with this technique, though most instances involved the invasion of souls. Some were direct physical assaults. Naturally, in his quest for revenge against Yi Xian, he intended to employ physical means against the Ren sisters this time. With the spell complete, Shi Shaojian strode forward with newfound confidence. Though Yi Xian had dealt him a severe beating, his agility was remarkable, and he was no stranger to scaling walls and entering premises unseen. He harbored no fear of arousing suspicion. Recently, he has developed a profound interest in Ren Tingting. He had already explored the situation. Due to the presence of the dog away, no one dared to harbor inappropriate thoughts about the Ren residence. Consequently, the guards within the estate were exceedingly relaxed. As soon as the hour of the rat struck, they all quietly drifted into deep slumber. Yi Xian, oh Yi Xian, tomorrow you shall witness the anguish of your beloved woman. Shi Shaojian let out a cold laugh, his figure vanishing into the thicket. In the back courtyard of the Ren residence, the inconvenience of transportation in this era rendered trade exceedingly difficult. Wealthy families like the Rens had a daily demand for meat, necessitating the employment of dedicated servants to tend to livestock. Away, along with the security team, hid in a discreet corner of the backyard with Wakai and Yi Xian, patiently awaiting their moment. Xiaoxian, who exactly are you waiting for? Wakai inquired, puzzled. Yes, Xiaoxian, it's already past the hour of the rat. Could someone really come here to steal pigs? Surely not. Away and Wakai voiced their confusion. They genuinely could not comprehend Yi Xian's intentions for gathering everyone here. Don't worry, soon you shall witness a splendid performance. I guarantee that you will never forget tonight as spectacle. Yi Xian chuckled, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 70. Wen Kai is a ruthless character, but Shi Shaojian is even more ruthless. Really, originally drowsy in his pajamas, Wen Kai suddenly brightened, transforming into a figure bursting with energy as if fueled by adrenaline. Away and the other security team members felt similarly invigorated. They were well aware of Xiao Xian's character. He was mature and composed. Even when confronting terrifying zombies, he maintained this demeanor. It was evident that whatever was about to unfold was immensely thrilling. The group's eyes sparkled with childlike anticipation for the festivities ahead. However, their expressions soon turned to concern. Shi Shaojian, why is he here? Wen Kai whispered, perplexed. Yi Xian signaled for silence. The group could only crouch low, stealthily observing the night, their eyes wide with astonishment. Shi Shaojian wore a lecherous grin, due to the illusion he wielded. He perceived this place as the main entrance to the Ren estate. He muttered to himself, Kiki, it seems Ren Tingting is sleeping with Ren Juju. It has been ages since the three of us have played together. Not to mention those two girls, they are as beautiful as celestial beings. Surely it is only I, Shi Shaojian, who is fortunate enough to experience such bliss. Ha ha. I am destined for enjoyment. With that, Shi Shaojian eagerly rolled up his sleeves and stepped into the pig pen. Yi Xian's illusion techniques had already reached a consummate level, capable of subconsciously altering visual perceptions, as well as easily modifying the senses of smell and touch. Thus, Shi Shaojian remained utterly oblivious. In his mind, the foul-smelling pigsty was, in fact, the boudoir of Ren Tingting and Ren Juju, exuding a faint fragrance of youthful femininity. Ah, he claimed he was about to indulge in pleasure? Surely not. It couldn't be. It was impossible. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene before them. Goodness, they found these perverts to be exceedingly depraved. Wen Kai, capture everything with the Xian Guang mirror, just in case Shi Shaojian tries to deny everything. Yi Xian, unable to bear the sight any longer, entrusted this arduous task to Wen Kai. His reluctance stemmed from a significant reason. After Nie Shaoqian had trailed Shi Jian and his son the previous night, she learned that the duo intended to eliminate her. Yi Xian had never been one to show mercy to his enemies. Rest assured, Xiao Xian, I will record everything clearly. The Xianguang mirror is too far from here. I will find an opportunity to move closer for a better view. Wen Kai took the Xianguang mirror and stealthily advanced into the night. Yi Xian? Away? Security team members? The crowd stared in astonishment, their expressions tinged with admiration. Goodness, they had previously underestimated Wen Kai. They had no idea he was a genuine tough character. Has Shi Shaojin entered? He has already gone in. I mean, has he also entered? Goodness, this was truly terrifying. The security team members engaged in hushed discussions, with some lacking the mental fortitude to even look. As time passed and the stars shifted with the moonlight, Shi Shaojin emerged. A look of satisfaction on his face. Just as he was about to leave, he was confronted by several guns. Shi Shaojin's expression changed dramatically, fear evident in his eyes. Upon recognizing Away of the security team, he hastily attempted to defend himself. Captain Away, please let me explain. It was your cousins who seduced me first. In this era that advocates love freedom, must you really block me with a gun? My cousins. Away's eyes widened in realization, and fury surged within him as he summoned the strength to deliver a resounding slap. At that moment, Yi Xian, concealed in the shadows, lifted the veil of illusion. My cousins, open your eyes and see clearly what lies within. Away drew his long gun and swung it towards Shi Shaojian's face. A now awakened Shi Shaojian gazed at the several slumbering pigs inside, his mind plunged into disbelief. The visceral reaction compelled him to retch. The overwhelming discomfort made him instantaneously comprehend that the security team had been lying in wait, and he had undoubtedly fallen victim to a cunning scheme. Rinjia Town is at odds with individuals from the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu possesses a kind-hearted disposition. As an elder, he would never stoop to such nefarious acts. Wen Kai and Xiaoxing are merely two imbeciles. Even if they wished to, they lack the capability. Thus, the sole culprit can only be Yi Xian. Upon this realization, Shi Shaojian erupted in a furious tirade. Yi Xian, Shi Shaojian, swear I shall not be human if I do not slay you. Once he finished his outburst, Shi Shaojian's demeanor shifted to one of reason, even feeling a semblance of gratitude towards Yi Xian for taking action. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise in prison due to the two sisters, Rin Tingting. Humph, what are pigs after all? I am more than willing to indulge. I shall compensate you whatever the cost. With that, he pulled a bag of silver coins from his pocket and tossed it to the ground. He intended to turn and leave, but was abruptly confronted by the irate Away. You think you can just drop the money and walk away? Life is not so simple. Away, having dealt with numerous perverts over the years, was genuinely astonished that there could exist such a twisted psyche. After all, they were merely pigs, not humans. What means do you possess to apprehend me? Shi Shaojian boldly declared, feigning indifference. What means? Though I cannot convict you for this despicable act, I can certainly parade you through the streets. Let the citizens of Rinjia Town witness what sort of deviant you truly are. Away retorted, gesturing for his subordinates to restrain Shi Shaojian. As the security team apprehended him, Shi Shaojian felt a pang of panic. You pervert, do not slander me. Those pigs were slain by my own hand. I shall merely pay for them. What need is there for a public shaming? Though flustered, his mind remained remarkably clear. If he insisted on his innocence, the crowd would likely remain skeptical. After all, who would believe that a handsome man of 8 feet tall could engage in such barbarity? Ah, stubborn fool. Surely you recognize this device. Shall I play it for you to jog your memory? Away chuckled sinisterly, producing a mystical lens from his pocket. Intuitively, Shi Shaojian stepped back a few paces, fearing the unstable pervert might shatter it in a fit of rage. Shi Shaojian? As a disciple of Mao Shan, he naturally recognized such a talisman. Suddenly, his mind reeled, and he felt utterly defeated. Though his body felt weak, his lips continued to curse vehemently. Damn you, Xian, I will surely kill you. I shall ensure you descend into the underworld, even if it costs me my life. At that moment, Yi Xian and Wen Kai emerged from the shadows. Appearing unaffected by the turmoil, they curiously inquired, Away, why do I seem to hear someone plotting my demise? Surely not, for I am but an honest man. How could I have such a vicious enemy? Away chuckled darkly. Young Daoist Xian, It seems the one intent on your death is none other than your senior brother. It should not be. Let me see. Yu Xian pretended to stride forward. Alas, Shi Shaojian, unable to face the world, kept his head lowered, refusing to raise it despite Yi Xian's incessant inquiries. Subsequently, Wei feigned an explanatory demeanor, recounting Shi Shaojian's previous misdeeds in meticulous detail, even specifying the time and actions with utmost clarity. To Shi Shaojian, these words felt akin to a knife slicing through his very insides, a needle piercing through his limbs. How terrifying. Fortunately, this person is not my senior brother. Otherwise, I would surely plead on his behalf, for one must not air family grievances. Yu Xian sighed. And after uttering these words, he turned around and departed with Wen Kai. Xiao Xian, Xiangu, Xianyi, do not leave. It's me. Please save my senior brother. You said that family shame should not be publicized. Despite Shi Shaojian's understanding that Yu Xian was toying with him as he did with their master, the thought of being paraded through the streets was more unbearable than death itself. He could only plead. Ah, senior brother, it truly is you. I knew it. Who else in this world could be so twisted? Yi Xian feigned astonishment and quickly retraced his steps. If I am paraded, it matters not for me. But do not let your reputation suffer. After all, I am your senior brother. Xiao Xian, you must save me. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Shi Shaojian clung to it, pleading earnestly. Ah, I have never had any shame. What about you, Wen Kai? Neither have I. Shi Shaojian? Yi Xian and Wen Kai Qiuxing's banter left Shi Shaojian utterly bewildered. Realizing he was being toyed with, his gaze turned icy as he threatened, if I am paraded, you all should prepare to collect my corpse. Ah, senior brother, please do not be agitated, whatever it is. Direct your wrath towards me and spare my master and Wen Kai. I shall help you plead. Yu Xian shuddered, displaying a facade of extreme fear. Yet a hint of terror flickered in his calm eyes. Quickly help me plead. As long as I am not paraded, I will do anything you ask. Even bow 3 times. Xiao Xian, senior brother, I implore you. In a state where his blood surged to his head, Shi Shaojian genuinely believed Yu Xian was frightened. His demeanor shifted abruptly. Senior brother, rest assured, I will go and plead for you. Yi Xian reassured him, then turned to Wei seriously, saying, if you are to parade, do not merely wander around Rinjia town. You might as well tour the surrounding towns for a grand performance. At that time, seek out several newspapers in the provincial capital for thorough coverage. Just ensure they do not label him as a Taoist of Maoshan. Anything else can be as derogatory as it wishes. Yes, yes, it is still our Shaoxian Taoist who is thorough in thought. Shi Shaojian? Observing the departing Yi Xian, Wei nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with admiration. It must be said that when it comes to tormenting criminals, he had never yielded to anyone. Yi Xian, the Taoist priest, had indeed left him utterly in awe. Yi Xian, I will kill you. I will not spare you even in death. All of you from the righteous manor shall perish at my hands. Stone Shaojian, engulfed in despair, trembled with rage. Yearning to rush forward and confront Yu Xian, yet he found himself bound by the manor security team, rendered completely immobile. Witnessing the frenzied Stone Shaojian, Wei hastily urged, preserve your strength. The photographers will arrive shortly. You should be spirited enough to take plenty of photographs for the newspapers. Otherwise, who would want to see such a dreary display? Stone Shaojian could only respond with a perplexed expression as the fury overwhelmed him, causing him to lose consciousness entirely. Chapter 71. The individual who bestowed the name Lin Fengjiao must undoubtedly be a woman, right, master? As the stars shifted and dawn broke, Wen Kai, who had been out causing a ruckus all day, finally returned to the righteous manor. As for Yi Xian, he had naturally been retained at the Ren residence. The esteemed Master Ren was indeed the finest prospective father-in-law in the world. He not only arranged Yu Xian's guest room adjacent to Rentingding's, but also dismissed all the nearby servants. Wen Kai was utterly vexed. To claim he was unhappy would be a falsehood. If it meant he could enjoy the same life as Xiao Xian, he would gladly endure a lifetime of hardship. Why have you only just arrived? Where is Xiao Xian? Upon seeing the troubled expression on Wen Cai's face, Uncle Jiu, who was practicing in the morning, promptly inquired, did you two sneak off to Miao Miao's place while I was away? Autumn Shang, who had returned last night, also began to question, fearing he might have missed something significant. Not at all. Yesterday, I accomplished a monumental task with my junior brother. Look at this mystical light mirror. As you observe, I shall recount the events of yesterday. Had it not been for Xiao Xian's intervention, I would have long since dispatched that detestable Stone Shaojian in the dining hall. Wen Kai produced the mystical light mirror, proudly boasting of his deeds. He then proceeded to narrate the entire sequence of events from the previous day, gazing into the mirror's scene. Uncle Jiu and Autumn Xing could not help but retch, hastily shutting it off. Good heavens! This stone Xiaojian has such peculiar tastes, one head was bad enough. But he went for two. Truly, a beast in human guise. Does he not consider the feelings of the pigs at all? After this, how will he ever face other pigs again? Autumn Xing lamented aloud. However, as the elder, Uncle Jiu merely sighed, his eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. Nevertheless, he concurred with Yuxian's actions. Had he not employed deception, the one suffering would have been an innocent young lady, undoubtedly facing dire consequences under contemporary laws. Individuals like Shi Xiaojian, habitual offenders, cannot be reformed merely through verbal persuasion. It is imperative to instill a lasting psychological impact to deter future transgressions. Reflecting on this, Uncle Jiu could not help but muse. One should learn from Xiaoxian's methods, sparing his life while attempting to amend his wicked ways. Master, do you mean that Shi Xiaojian should not die? Qiu Sheng inquired, perplexed. Well, he is but livestock. His crimes do not warrant death. Although Uncle Jiu cannot be considered a paragon of virtue, he is averse to witnessing self-destructive actions among his disciples. He understands the ruthlessness of the Shi father and son. Yet he still hopes they might turn back to the right path. No, I must voice my outrage for the pigs. Shi Xiaojian deserves to be torn to pieces. If he lives, how will those two pigs ever hold their heads high among their peers? Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Qiu Sheng wore an expression of indignation towards the perceived injustices of the world. Uncle Jiu, ever composed, lacked such grand aspirations. The moment he learned Shi Jian intended to expel him and Wenkai from their sect, he plotted a fitting revenge. Wenkai, quickly take the Shuangguang mirror and follow me. To do what? Four-eyed uncle and Qianhe uncle have returned to the temple to deal with matters. They haven't gone far. We must show them the extraordinary work contained within the Shuangguang mirror. With that, Wenkai and Qiuxing took off running. Given Four-eyed uncle's disposition, after viewing such footage, he would undoubtedly share it with the other disciples. Come back, you two. Uncle Jiu called out to stop them, but the pair had already vanished from sight. As the moon rose and set, the days passed swiftly without the disturbances caused by Shi Xiaojian. The ancestral hall enjoyed several peaceful days. Thus, the four disciples rose early one morning, finishing their tea before embarking on their morning practice. Armed with wooden swords, they executed the Mutai sword technique in unison. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden swords cut through the air, emitting a series of melodic sword sounds. Wow, Qiuxing, look at my swordsmanship. It seems I have finally matched the rhythm of a certain Taoist master. Puffed, matching him is no great feat. I am already on the verge of surpassing him. Ha ha. Truly the little junior brother. Wenkai and Qiusheng exchanged words brimming with confidence and astonishment. Under Yi Xian's guidance, their swordsmanship experienced a revelation, advancing at an astonishing pace. Their cultivation levels also saw significant breakthroughs within mere days. Just as Uncle Jiu was about to admonish the two, he found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing their exquisite swordplay. To him, it seemed that Wenkai and Qiusheng could potentially remain at this level for at least 5 years. After all, their innate talents were rather ordinary, and they could not possibly achieve remarkable breakthroughs. Furthermore, in this era of dwindling spiritual energy, the so-called opportunities were virtually non-existent. It would not be surprising if their cultivation stagnated for a decade, let alone 5 years. Uncle Jiu was truly perplexed, pondering the method through which Yi Xian had managed to transform two wayward disciples in such a brief span of days. For a moment, he contemplated seeking guidance from Yi Xian himself. After all, he had lingered in the early stages of becoming a celestial master for quite some time, and if he did not hasten his progress, he might forever remain estranged from the path of enlightenment. The journey of cultivation resembled an arduous ascent against a relentless current. The higher one climbed, the more formidable the challenges and dangers became. Hence, breaking through at a younger age would ensure greater safety. With this in mind, Uncle Jiu set aside his sword and approached Yi Xian with a smile. However, as the words formed on his lips, he found himself unable to speak. Really? In this world, what master would deign to consult a disciple? Moreover, he was a rare genius of Maoshan, seldom seen in a century. To seek counsel from a disciple who had only embarked on the path 2 months prior? The very thought would surely invite ridicule from his fellow cultivators. Most importantly, how would young Xian perceive him? In a moment of indecision, Uncle Jiu felt his face flush with embarrassment. Just as he steeled himself to speak, he was interrupted by Wenkai and Qiusheng, who whispered conspiratorially, "Young Xian, as the saying goes, a thief within the household is the hardest to guard against. You must be cautious. The millennium-old fine tea that Lord Ren sent to you has already been stealthily consumed by an unknown elder." Uncle Jiu was taken aback. The two had harbored resentment from the recent incident when Shi Jian had expelled them, and now they sought to retaliate. "That tea was a gift from my master," Yi Xian explained helplessly. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng were momentarily stunned, their expressions betraying disbelief. Their astonished gazes seemed to question, "Why on earth didn't Tia mention this sooner?" When they turned to look at Uncle Jiu, they found him already reaching for his peachwood sword, causing them to freeze in shock. Without a second thought, they bolted away. "Master, please don't misunderstand. The elder I spoke of is someone else entirely. It could be Uncle Simu or Uncle Qianhe. I would stake 10 years of Wen Kai's life to assure you it is not you." Wen Kai, unwilling to be outdone, added, Yes, master. Please remain calm. The thief I referred to was someone else. If I were speaking of you, autumn would certainly meet an untimely end." Yi Xian was utterly speechless. This was a classic case of inadvertently revealing too much. Truth be told, he often admired the audacity of Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. Although Uncle Jiu's strikes were not as merciless as those of Uncle Simu, they were nonetheless painful. Even if not grievous, they would surely leave their mark. Yet, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng remained as incorrigible as ever. "Master, please stop. It was Wen Kai who made me say that. I truly did not mean it, master. It was Qiu Sheng who urged me. If you must strike someone, let it be him." The two pleaded for mercy, their cries mingling with the relentless sound of sword meeting flesh. Suddenly, just as Jiu was immersed in the fervor of his task, a figure clad in black and white, radiating fury, appeared at the entrance of the ancestral hall. Those eyes, ablaze with wrath, resembled the fires of hell as they scrutinized the crowd. It was none other than the long-absent Shi Jian. "Who are you looking for?" Qiu Sheng, still reeling from his recent blows, asked with palpable disdain. "Lin Fengjiao." Shi Jian clenched his teeth, his fists tightened, exuding an air of confrontation. "Oh, in that case, it's of no concern. Our ancestral hall does not harbor anyone by the name of Lin Fengjiao. You may seek elsewhere," Wen Kai retorted, attempting to close the door. However, he was abruptly halted by the astonished Qiu Sheng. Jiu, ranked 9th in the Maoshan sect, was known as Lin Jiu, but his true name was, in fact, Lin Fengjiao. Unbeknownst to Wen Kai, Qiu Sheng hurriedly interjected, "Lin Fengjiao is a man." "A man?" Wen Kai was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Qiu Sheng, please do not jest. Where would you find a man with such a delicate name as Fengjiao? If such a fellow exists, I would mock him mercilessly." Asserting that his father lacked culture to bestow upon him such a feminine appellation. "Yi Xian? Jiu? Qiu Sheng?" The atmosphere abruptly froze. Qiu Sheng and Yi Xian exchanged urgent glances with Wen Kai, realizing that Jiu expression had darkened ominously. If Wen Kai continued, he might well be courting disaster. Cough. Cough. The two hastily coughed, signaling Wen Kai to cease his commentary. Yet Wen Kai remained oblivious, inquisitively asking, "Isn't this amusing? Why do you not laugh?" "Ah, never mind. You may not grasp this humor, but the master surely will. Master, if you can't hold back, do join me in laughter." Yi Xian? Qiu Sheng? Good heavens! Wen Kai was undoubtedly doomed. Jiu, with a thunderous countenance, stormed past Wen Kai, casting a fierce glare in his direction. He then approached the entrance, feigning calmness, and slowly addressed Shi Jian, "Senior brother, what brings you here?" Chapter 72. Slay the traitor, rescue the master. Wen Kai? He stood there, utterly bewildered. Even with a sluggish mind, he discerned that the Lin Fengjiao he had mocked for so long was none other than the Maoshan prodigy before him. Clad in a yellow robe, exuding righteousness, and imbued with a subtle aura of Tao. His own master? Wen Kai felt a jolt of realization. In an instant, my entire being softened, collapsing into Qiu Sheng's embrace. My eyes, filled with remorse, immediately fixed upon him, a silent interrogation of my soul. Why did you not restrain me? Why? Why? Do you truly wish to witness my beloved mentor pursue me with lethal intent? Qiu Sheng cast a fleeting glance, his eyes conveying a sense of helplessness that echoed our shared frustration. We have both lost our voices. Alas, we could not bring you back. Yi Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, he had no time to lament the predicament of Qiu Sheng and himself. His gaze turned to the imposing figure of Shi Jian at the doorway. There was no need for further contemplation. In recent days, Wei had taken Shi Jian on an extensive tour of the provincial capital, parading him about. As a father, Shi Jian, unable to locate his son, was naturally in a state of frantic anxiety. "Senior brother, what on earth is happening?" Seeing Shi Jian remain silent, Jiu Shu pressed further, inquiring about Shi Shaojian's whereabouts. While he could not ascertain his location, he was unperturbed by the possibility of Shi Jian seeking retribution against Shi Shaojian due to a Wei and his associates. After all, Shi Shaojian had committed numerous wrongs, and as the saying goes, if one fails to discipline their unruly child, the harsh realities of society will impose the necessary lessons. Moreover, little Xian had not suffered any life-threatening injuries. As a disciple of the Maoshan sect, Lin Fengjiao was not intimidated by the so-called troubles that the senior brother might bring. If matters escalated, he would not hesitate to inform the Maoshan sect's master. The transgressions committed by Shi Shaojin could have breached countless sect rules, sufficient to warrant his demise tenfold. "My disciple." Shi Jian's voice was frigid as he questioned, having sensed no trace of his son within the ancestral hall. "You say Shaojian? He has never set foot in the ancestral hall." Jiu Shu replied earnestly. Indeed, since the conclusion of that day's events, he had remained in the ancestral hall without venturing outside, and Shi Shaojian had not appeared. How could I have summoned him to the ancestral hall to create trouble? Since that day, he has not returned home, vanishing without a trace. If he is not in the ancestral hall, where else could he be? Shi Jian, filled with urgency, spoke with a hint of confusion. Despite the fact that Shi Shaojian was publicly acknowledged as his adopted disciple, he was, in truth, his illegitimate son, his only kin, his sole bloodline in this world. "Master Uncle, please do not wrongfully accuse us. The senior brother has never visited our ancestral hall. However, I did see in the newspaper today that he seems to be enjoying himself in the provincial capital." Yu Xian interjected earnestly. He then turned to head to his room, saying, "Master Uncle, wait a moment. I will fetch the newspaper for you." Before long, Yu Xian returned with the newspaper in hand. Shi Jian took it with skepticism, questioning, "Enjoying himself?" However, upon reading the information, he was utterly bewildered. A colossal headline dominated the page, "Shock. A man named Shi Shaojian has committed such acts with 2 sows overnight. Is it the moral decay or the annihilation of humanity?" Note, his master is Shi Jian. Looking at the detailed account of the events above, Shi Jian was utterly bewildered. He was aware that his son, Jian, frequently employed sinister arts to prey upon young maidens. Yet he could not fathom why he would stoop to such depths as to target a sow. Is this truly his child? Furthermore, he was perplexed as to why his own name was mentioned in the report. This must be orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Glancing at the timeline, he realized that his son had been paraded through the streets for days. Suddenly, Shi Jian's anger surged within him. With a swift motion, he tore the newspaper in two. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury, resembling a madman, exuding an aura of terror. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing that he was on the brink of a breakdown, Yi Xian quickly interjected, "Master Uncle, I firmly believe that someone has conspired against our senior brother. Today marks the day of his public humiliation in Rinjia town. We must depart swiftly to rescue him. Indeed, he has been wronged, he has been wronged." Shi Jian, seething with rage, turned and strode toward Rinjia town. Although he had a strong suspicion of who the culprit was, without evidence, he could not make unfounded accusations. "Yes, we shall vanquish the villain and save senior brother," Yi Xian echoed, following closely behind. Naturally, such a public spectacle was too intriguing to ignore. Moreover, the reason for sending away to lead them to the provincial capital was due to concerns that Shi Jian, driven by his own desires, might act recklessly and attempt to rescue Shi Shaojian directly, vanquish the villain, save senior brother. When Keqiashing, ever eager for excitement, joined in without hesitation. Uncle Jiu remained at the ancestral hall, observing the fervent pace of Yi Xian, and when Keqiashing trailing behind, Shi Jian began to feel a twinge of insecurity, even doubting whether he had misjudged the culprit. However, upon seeing the item in Yi Xian's arms, he was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What do you need the Shuangguang mirror for in order to rescue Shaojian?" Yi Xian instinctively replied, "Of course, to take photographs for documentation." Shi Jian exclaimed, No. What I meant was, I will use the Shuangguang mirror to capture the moment, to see who is gaping like a lotus during the parade. That person must surely be the villain." Upon hearing this response, Shi Jian ceased his inquiries and quickened his pace toward Rinjia town. After all, his son was in someone else's grasp, and should he arrive late, the suffering would only intensify. In Rinjia town, clang clang clang, a member of the security team paraded through the streets, striking a gong. With incessant calls, he urged, "Come quickly to the square, and behold the man who dares to lay hands on pigs. Remember to bring plenty of rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables. Seize this fleeting opportunity." Soon, the already modest Rinjia town was transformed into a bustling spectacle, with a throng of people filling the streets. As the crowd gathered, Wei commanded his subordinates to bring forth Shi Shaojian, who was confined within a cage. At that moment, Shi Shaojian had already endured extreme torment, his spirit utterly depleted, and the spark of survival extinguished from his eyes. Do you feel pity for him? Not in the slightest. Previously, he had employed dark sorcery to violate dozens of young maidens. In this era, societal norms surrounding marriage remained starkly traditional. A woman who had lost her virtue faced not only the inability to marry, but also the scorn of her parents and community. Many young women, in despair, chose to take their own lives. Thus, allowing someone like Shi Shaojian to simply perish would be a disservice. He must be made to experience profound suffering. The procession commenced. "Everyone, join in," roared Wei, as the cage containing Shi Shaojian was thrust into the midst of the crowd. Chapter 73. The Unraveling of Dark Sorcery. Immediately, the townsfolk hurled their eggs and vegetable scraps with fervor, as if they had long awaited this day. Those who would typically hesitate to part with eggs now threw them with reckless abandon. "Lu auntie, lend me a couple more eggs. I haven't had my fill yet." "Humph. I haven't had my fill either, so I shan't lend you any." "Hey, that person tossing rice is going a bit too far. With such a noble intent, why didn't you inform me sooner?" As the crowd's outcries intensified, the once pristine cage was reduced to a shambles, while Shi Shaojian remained frozen within, his expression vacant and despairing. He yearned for death, yet his limbs were bound, and a wooden bar was lodged in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue in a final act of defiance. "Haha, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. In less than half a month since I arrived in Rinjia town, I have forcibly claimed 3 or 4 women. Little Hua from the East Village has a birthmark on her left hip, doesn't she? And Shui from Urshian Bridge, who refuses to undress even while sleeping, wears a red belly band, doesn't she?" At last, Shi Shaojian could no longer bear the torment. He unleashed a furious confession of his crimes, hoping to incite the crowd and hasten his demise. Previously, he had held on to a faint hope that his master would rescue him, but now he simply wished for death. His words indeed ignited the wrath of many. A throng of people surged forward, eager to uncover the fate of the lecherous scoundrel. Even Wei, with an air of indignation, seized a wooden stick and charged forth in a frenzy, cursing vehemently, "Damn it! I had plans to marry Xiaocui. Today, I shall undoubtedly kill you." The scene instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, a few individuals stood quietly to the side. "Master, why is it that our senior brother's mentality is so fragile? If he does not confess his crimes, I might still devise a way to rescue him. But now, attempting to save him could incite public outrage." Yi Xian gazed at the stunned Shijian beside him, earnestly inquiring, while pulling up his sleeves, appearing ready to rush in. Shijian's lips twitched as his whiskers quivered. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian hurriedly interrupted. "Wenkai, stop filming over there. The master is about to speak. Focus on him." "Oh." Wenkai quickly adjusted the enchanted mirror in his hand. Shijian thought to himself. He truly wished to crush these two before him, but all his thoughts were consumed by the need to save his son. Regret weighed heavily on him. Had he known events would unfold in such a manner, he would have certainly prevented Shijian from engaging in such vile acts. Casting aside his thoughts, Shijian suddenly bent his legs and leaped into the air. In this era of dwindling magic, a sorcerer of Shijian's profound capabilities, while unable to fly, could certainly hover for a few seconds or leap several meters with a forceful push. Bang! The black and white robes landed atop the wooden cage. Faint sparks of lightning spread from the robes in all directions. Though Shijian dared not harm the common folk, he could not bear to witness his son suffer such indignity. Crackle! The thunder roared. The crowd was jolted by the electric surge, instinctively retreating. "Everyone, quiet down. This young man is my disciple, and I shall undoubtedly provide an explanation," Shijian declared with fierce authority. The crackling electricity enveloped him, becoming increasingly formidable, deterring anyone from approaching. Even the wooden cage beneath him could not withstand such overwhelming force. Shattering instantly, bang! Shijian hurriedly supported his pitiful son, Shaojian. "Awaken quickly. Your master has arrived." "Master." Upon hearing the call, Shijian abruptly regained consciousness. Yet his eyes reflected the same desire for death as before, exclaiming desperately, "Hurry and kill me, please. I beg you, in my life." Don't speak nonsense, my dear. I will find a way. You must hold on. In a state of panic, witnessing his son's fervent wish for death, Shi Jian was at a loss. Just as he intended to scoop up Shishaishin and flee, countless citizens obstructed his path. It was clear their profound father-son bond was a matter of their own. The heinous acts committed by Shi Jian indeed concern everyone. Is he pitiable? Can he compare his plight to that of the innocent girls who took their own lives without reason, or to the parents who witnessed their daughters perish before their very eyes? Let us not be overly agitated. This traitor, allow me to take him back. Once the truth of this matter is thoroughly investigated, I shall certainly provide everyone with an explanation. Shi Jian pleaded with words that trembled. However, the electric force accumulated in his clenched fists remained poised to take Shi Jian away. At that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. The seemingly lifeless Shi Jian suddenly rose, grasping a broken wooden stick beside him, and without hesitation plunged it into his own chest. His eyes betrayed no hint of pain. Instead, they reflected a profound sense of release. After enduring such humiliation, even the coldest of hearts would struggle to find the courage to live on. Jinner. Observing his son on the brink of death, Shi Jian swiftly turned, collapsing to the ground to embrace him tightly. Shi Jian coughed up warm blood and, trembling, uttered, "Avenge me, help me take revenge." As those words escaped his lips, his limbs lost all strength, crashing down, devoid of life. Witnessing his son die before him, Shi Jian's already tormented heart transformed, his eyes blazing crimson as he howled towards the heavens. Dark energy surged from within him, manifesting as black lightning that coiled around his being. The fierce wind whipped his long white hair, and tears of blood erupted from his eyes, rendering him a figure of unparalleled terror, akin to a demon emerging from the depths of hell after centuries of battle. Boom, boom, boom. With the crack of thunder, Shi Jian's grief propelled his power to unprecedented heights. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, hastily fled the scene. "Xian, what shall we do? Should we intervene now to rid the world of this menace?" When Kai declared with conviction, "Let us depart. What is destined to return will inevitably come back. What is not destined will never arrive." Yi Xian replied calmly, turning to leave. Shi Jian had reaped what he sowed. His death held no regret. However, Shi Jian was different. While he had succumbed to madness, he had yet to commit irredeemable acts. Yi Xian was not one to kill indiscriminately. The debts of vengeance had already been settled, and there was no need to deliver a fatal blow to Shi Jian. Moreover, even should punishment be warranted, his master was still present, leaving no room for personal decisions. Such was the code. This era did not permit the senseless taking of life. However, should Shi Jian dare seek vengeance, Yi Xian would not hesitate to respond with equal force. As the stars shifted, the hour of the night had arrived. At Shi Jian's residence, in the center of the formation, he sat cross-legged, his entire being entwined with dark lightning, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Before him lay a pitch-black corpse, sprawled out as if ravaged by 100 poisons. Upon closer inspection, it was difficult to discern that it was Shi Jian. With an incantation of sinister magic, the copper corpse murmured incantations, and 2 bolts of lightning surged from his hands, striking the ceiling in an instant. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued as the lightning pierced through the roof. A dense malevolent energy, drawn by the formation, coalesced into a beam of chilling light, mingling with the lightning power in Shi Jian's hands, descending upon the lifeless body. Bang! With a thunderous sound, the blackened form trembled violently, and an abundance of hair erupted forth at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the corpse, now covered in black hair, stood upright with sudden ferocity. Revenge. Chapter 74. New character card, 7 Little Brats. As his words fell, Shi Jian produced several blood talismans, murmuring an incantation. Blood talismans rise, 10,000 corpses arise. Swish, swish, swish. The blood talismans soared into the heavens, illuminated by the moonlight, casting a faint bloody glow that hinted at a dreadful aura. Yet, Shi Jian's actions did not waver. His lips twitched, and from the space between his whiskers, rich black mist surged forth, rising once again. Wandering ghosts, heed my call. Gather at the ancestral hall. Having completed the first 2 incantations, he approached the side altar, fingers poised like a sword, manipulating the paper figures upon a peculiar bagua diagram. As his blood dripped onto the foreheads of the paper figures, they were instantly tainted black, moving eerily upon the bagua. Clawing and gnashing, they appeared exceedingly terrifying. In truth, All methods of cultivation stem from a singular source, derived from the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. The same applies to sinister practices. The foundations of the righteous and the wicked are fundamentally alike, differing only by a single thought. A Taoist of Shi Shaojian's profound caliber, once ensnared by obsession, finds his so-called Tao transform into a form of wickedness. As Shi Shaojian exerted his control simultaneously in a derelict burial ground in Rinjia town, where an oppressive atmosphere of Yin energy prevailed. As the blood-red moonlight fell, dozens of coffins trembled ominously, and the heavy blood-colored light shattered the coffin lids. In that fleeting moment, swish, 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 dozens of figures clad in official garb, with skin of a ghastly gray and decaying flesh, suddenly leaped from their coffins. Driven by the call of the bloodlight, they became exceedingly bloodthirsty. Their previously bottomless, pitch-black eyes, now permeated with bloodlight, radiated a chilling glow that instilled dread. Hiss. The low, guttural roars of dozens echoed throughout the forest, as if summoning something. As the sound waned, a copper coffin enveloped in an intense aura of death burst forth. With a resounding crash, the coffin lid was violently torn apart by a bloodied hand. All the zombies instinctively bowed their heads, as if preparing to welcome their king. In the next moment, accompanied by a suffocating miasma of decay, an exceedingly terrifying figure emerged from the coffin, its body drenched in blood, revealing its frequent indulgence in the consumption of life essence. Those eerie, blood-tinted, emerald-green eyes were exceptionally unsettling. Even the zombies instinctively parted to create a pathway for it. Soon, with the Corpse King's thunderous roar issuing commands, dozens of figures marched in unison towards the ancestral cemetery. The sound of their steps echoed like thunderous drums, enveloping the entire forest in a deathly silence, causing all other beasts to fall silent. Following the departure of the zombies, nearly 100 specters surged forth from the surrounding woods, each possessing the cultivation of malevolent spirits. Their eyes glimmered with a faint crimson light, as if their very consciousness was being manipulated by an unseen force. Under the sparse moonlight, the snoring emanating from the ancestral cemetery was loud enough to drown out the frantic croaking of the solitary frogs outside, belonging to Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. Meanwhile, Jiu knelt before the ancestral master, appearing both furious and yet filled with joy. Master, you should still be awake at this hour. Tell me, who truly committed the sins in the past, you or I? How could I possibly encounter such fools as Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng, if not for the good deeds I performed in my previous life, leading me to such a disciple as Xiao Xian? Subduing the ghostly envoy and releasing 100 spirits would not be so simple. But that is not the main concern. There is something that has troubled me for quite some time. Why are there so many ghostly envoys able to command such a multitude of spirits? Even with your extensive experience in the underworld, I doubt you possess such authority. Is it possible that the upper realms have secretly granted Xiao Xian some position of power? Perhaps a rank that surpasses even yours in commanding hundreds of ghostly envoys. Truly, the younger generation has surpassed the older, leaving you in the dust of the underworld. Jiu lamented repeatedly, his eyes filled with an indescribable pride, as if to boast, "Look at the disciple I, Lin Jiu, have taught, master. You must admit that I am remarkable." Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing a portrait to flutter away. Just as it reached the doorway, Jiu forcefully yanked it back. "Master, escaping this time will not be so easy. There is still something I have yet to mention." With that, Jiu rehung the portrait on the wall, grumbling as he began to scold, "Master, I must ask, have you been up to no good in the underworld? To have taken Shi Jian as a disciple of Mao Shan, not only does he indulge his students in heinous acts, but he also attempted to rob a legal execution site, nearly harming innocent people. The esteemed reputation of Mao Shan, upheld for so many years, was nearly tarnished by him. Rest assured, revered master, I will not harbor any personal bias in the punishment of Wen Tai and Xiuxing. They have already become my outer disciples, and whether they receive my true teachings in the future will depend solely on their performance. Furthermore, I had not yet finished my words when the image of the revered master was consumed by the flickering candlelight. It was as if it had been doused in gasoline, bursting into ashes with a resounding crack. Witnessing this scene, Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Logically, the material of such an image should be crafted from specialized fireproof substances. Even if ignited by candlelight, it should not burn so rapidly. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was wide awake, having entered the long-anticipated simulation state. However, the previous 2 simulations had truly bewildered him. He had traversed into a world where sheep battled wolves, only to meet his demise as a wolf cub at the hands of a sheep. On another occasion, it was even more absurd. He found himself in a matriarchal world where males were subjugated, utterly drained of vitality. Congratulations, host, you have drawn. Gourd World. Gourd World. What manner of realm is this? Yi Xian was genuinely puzzled. In his previous life, he had been somewhat of a seasoned recluse, familiar with all sorts of peculiar worlds, yet he had never heard of Gourd World. Could it be a realm where one could download various classic masterpieces through Gourd Hero? Simulation. Simulation. Yi Xian was quite expectant. The rewards were inconsequential. The emphasis lay in acquiring new knowledge, generating visuals. Ding. You are born in a vast mountain. However, curiously, your parents have vanished from the world ever since they entered the mountain to gather firewood, never to return. Thus, you have survived alone through self-taught means until the age of 8. Finally, unable to bear the solitude any longer, you ceased living merely to survive, fervently training your physique. Each day, you wielded a firewood knife, relentlessly honing your skills, because you yearned to venture deeper into the forest to uncover the reason behind your parents' disappearance. By the time you reached 18, you felt your self-created sword techniques were sufficient. With provisions and various supplies prepared, you entered the forest. In the wilderness, there are numerous jackals, wolves, and leopards, yet they cannot withstand more than 3 moves against your self-developed sword techniques before meeting their end. Huh? Why does the narrative feel so peculiar? Yi Xian found it rather perplexing. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at the character generated this time, who indeed possessed extraordinary willpower. Surviving alone in this silent mountain until the age of 18, without a distorted mindset or depression, was truly remarkable. Moreover, the ability to vanquish so many jackals, wolves, and leopards through one's own insights into swordsmanship was enough to prove that this individual was not merely a product of the mundane, but rather someone who could transform in the face of adversity. There is potential, indeed. Let us continue. Yi Xian's gaze returned to the simulator once more. After wandering alone in the forest for half a month, you finally reached the heart of the woods, becoming acutely vigilant. Soon, you discerned a cry for help not far away. You suspected it might be your parents and rushed forward without hesitation. However, upon nearing the source, you were taken aback. A large toad wielding a machete was pursuing a talking pangolin. The pangolin, recognizing you, hurriedly ran towards you, crying out for assistance. Without a second thought, you engaged in a fierce battle with the machete-wielding toad for an entire day and night, ultimately slaying it. Injured, you were forced to retreat to your dwelling. And in gratitude, the talking pangolin left you a seed. It promised that when the seed bore fruit, you would learn the truth behind your parents' demise. You planted the seed without hesitation, tending to it meticulously each day. Yet, it appeared to have lost its capacity to grow, and after 10 years, it had yet to sprout. The pangolin advised you not to despair, and finally, after 60 long years, the seed blossomed and bore 7 gourds. As you cared for them, one day while fertilizing, you heard a chorus of voices emerging from the 7 gourds. Grandfather, grandfather, I am Irwa, I am Sanwa, I am Siwa. What a revelation! It was the world of the Calabash brothers. You suddenly understood. From their words, you learned that within this forest resided a couple of demons, the very perpetrators of your parents' murder. Without further hesitation, you charged into the woods with your machete. However, due to your old age and frailty, having forgotten to bring food, you succumbed to starvation within. Simulation concluded. Rewards are being extracted. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new character card, the 7 Calabash Brothers. Just as you were about to voice your thoughts, you quickly fell silent upon witnessing the reward. Those little ones possessed extraordinary powers. Water Baby, Fire Baby, and Strong Baby, among others, were no ordinary beings. As you contemplated summoning them, a red figure floated down to your bedside. It was Nie Xiaoqian, who hurriedly exclaimed, Master. Shi Jian has gathered dozens of zombies and hundreds of ghosts, heading towards the ancestral hall. Inform Wenkai and Qiuxing. You remained remarkably calm. You had previously dispatched Nie Xiaoqian to track Shi Jian. The reason for not eliminating him before had now changed. Chapter 75, Dead Master, Undying Apprentice. Shi Jian actually dared to seek revenge. His disciple committed such vile acts, and yet he still had the audacity to retaliate. Wenkai and Qiuxing armed themselves, declaring, if he dares to lay a finger on Xiaoxian, I will change the name of Maoshan Linjiu from now on. Today, Shi Jian shall not step 1 foot into my ancestral hall. Upon receiving the news relayed by Nie Xiaoqian, Uncle Jiu executed a swift maneuver. Propelling himself forward with a flourish of his robe, grasping the golden sword from the table, and charged into the courtyard with fervor. His brows furrowed tightly, eyes ablaze with intense fury. The matter concerning Shi Shaojian could warrant his immediate execution, given their shared lineage as disciples. The only reason for his inaction was the lingering compassion for Shi Jian, who was the eldest brother. The demise of Shi Shaojian would rid the world of a menace and cleanse the sect of its scourge. As the eldest disciple of Mao Shan, how could he neglect his responsibilities and dare to seek vengeance at the ancestral hall? Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Wenkai, Jiu, hasten your efforts and gather our weapons. Today, he shall learn the might of the people of the ancestral hall. Prepared and anxious, Uncle Jiu urged them on. The master is coming. Today, I shall make Shi Jian weep for his mother. Indeed, let him experience the swordsmanship that Wenkai has just refined. Little junior brother, remain here at the ancestral hall. This time, you need not intervene. Wenkai and Qiushin were also fully armed. Since their powers had significantly increased, they had grown exceedingly confident. Though they understood they were no match for Shi Jian, with their master present, they could still gain an advantage through ambush. Thus, the trio, brimming with vigor, forcefully kicked open the grand door. Bang! The wooden door splintered, and the trio stood, exuding an imposing aura. Door, I need to call my lawyer. Did you not clarify how many men Shi Jian brought with him? Yu Xian inquired, glancing quizzically at Nie Shaoqian. I shall find out now, Nie Shaoqian exclaimed, startled, and hastily flew out of the courtyard. Soon after, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the darkness. In the next moment, the three rushed in, visibly flustered. Qiushing, hurry. Close the door quickly, we must prepare. Uncle Jiu spoke hurriedly, his expression tinged with anxiety. Of course, if it were just Shi Jian, the three of us could easily contend with him using a simple formation. But who could have anticipated that Shi Jian had succumbed to the path of evil? He not only brought dozens of zombies but also nearly 100 fierce ghosts, along with Shi Shaojian, now transformed into a hare zombie. Their combat prowess, even with four-eyed Qianhe present, we would be utterly outmatched. Master, the door is gone. Wenkai and Qiushing exclaimed in panic, their earlier confidence evaporating at the thought of dozens of zombies surging into the ancestral hall, filling them with dread. You two wretched disciples. Who told you to kick the door down? Uncle Jiu scolded angrily. Wenkai? Qiushing? The two individuals were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, it was clearly you who delivered the most forceful kick, yet the blame has been thrust upon me and Wenkai and Qiushing. It appears we have not been expelled from Mao Shan merely to serve as scapegoats. Master, do not worry. Yi Xian offered a comforting remark. He could indeed understand Uncle Jiu. After all, Shi Jian's prowess was formidable, compounded by the multitude of zombies and allies at his disposal. To claim one was unafraid would be disingenuous. Afraid? How could I possibly be afraid? Uncle Jiu retorted, revealing his determination. He could not allow his young disciple to perceive any semblance of fear, for that would be utterly disgraceful. Initially, he aimed to hastily escort Yi Xian away, but for the sake of his own dignity, he resolved to confront Shi Jian. Moreover, should he neglect Shi Jian, who had succumbed to the path of evil, the devastation he could wreak in Rinjiao town would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the innocent populace. Wenkai, Qiushing, gather the necessary items to set up the formation. Xiao Xian, find an opportunity to escape this place swiftly. Uncle Jiu instructed. Wenkai and Qiushing exchanged bewildered glances, unable to articulate their strange feelings. What are you still standing there for? Uncle Jiu scolded, prompting Wenkai and Qiushing to rush back to the ancestral hall to prepare the required materials for the formation. Fortunately, the layout of the ancestral hall had been meticulously arranged by Uncle Jiu. Although it appeared haphazard and chaotic, it was, in truth, aligned with the stars of the Big Dipper, naturally forming a formidable array. All that was needed was to place offerings of candles and incense at specific locations within the hall, connect them with a chalk line, and continuously burn the corpse-restraining talismans at the center of the formation to establish a protective barrier for the hall. This array had originally been devised by Uncle Jiu to suppress the corpses stored within the ancestral hall, as most of the bodies harbored peculiar and unspeakable secrets. Little did he anticipate that it would serve to counter Shi Jian today. Swiftly, the formation was erected. He had initially intended to scatter some glutinous rice across the courtyard floor. But alas, the only remaining rice had been taken home by Qiushing during a family visit. Shaoxian, why are you still dawdling? Quickly escape this place. Inform Qianhe and the others to come and assist. After setting up the formation, Uncle Jiu noticed Yi Xian still lingering without any intention of departure. prompting him to urge him urgently. "Junior brother, you must leave. If I were to perish, when you visit my grave, please offer several paper-crafted beauties, and write upon them, 'Eternally devoted,' lest I fear being forgotten. I want that too." Master seems to have never had a woman. He feels shy to voice it. "Don't forget him, Yixian." Uncle Jiu. Observing the sorrowful expressions of Wen Kai and Qiuxing, the atmosphere fell into an uneasy silence. However, this time, Uncle Jiu did not rebuke them. The battle ahead was fraught with peril. Wen Kai and Qiuxing, his wayward disciples, had not experienced a life of ease under his tutelage. It seemed hardly a tragedy to offer them some beautiful women in the afterlife. "Please, do not urge me to leave. I shall not abandon you," Yixian declared calmly. Uncle Jiu and the others had always shown him kindness, treating him as a half-relative in this world. The thought of abandoning them to flee was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Shijian was clearly targeting him. He felt compelled to confront Shijian personally. "Haha, you think you can escape? Let me tell you. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down." Before anyone could respond, a chilling laugh echoed from outside. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly Shijian. With a thunderous crash, 2 bolts of blinding lightning erupted from the darkness, shattering the earthen walls of the ancestral hall into fragments. Emerging from the shadows was a figure shrouded in an ominous aura, advancing slowly towards them. Behind him trailed countless silhouettes, a suffocating blend of corpse and ghostly energy that chilled the air around them. In the pitch-black night, one could only discern the multitude of crimson eyes flickering behind Shijian. "Master, if you repent now, I will intercede on your behalf before our teacher. Please stand down." Witnessing Shijian's frenzied demeanor, Uncle Jiu felt a pang of sympathy. "Stand down? Your disciple has slain my only bloodline. You expect me to relent?" Shijian sneered coldly, his eyes devoid of humanity. "You weave lies from thin air, fabricating accusations against my dear Xiaoxian. Furthermore, he deserved his fate. If not him, then who? I spit. The fact that I did not personally end his life is a regret I shall carry forever." Wen Kai and Qiuxing erupted in fury, launching into a heated exchange of insults. "Humph, I hope you both have plenty to say after death," Shijian retorted with a cold chuckle. With a flourish of his robe, dozens of zombies and nearly 100 vengeful spirits surged forth like a swarm of bees, led by the monstrous Shijian. Wen Kai and Qiuxing, instantly intimidated, cowered behind Uncle Jiu. "Master, I leave the rest to you." Uncle Jiu, taken aback, muttered, "What a situation, dead master, living disciples." He had intended to negotiate with Shijian to buy some time, but was instead provoked by his 2 unruly disciples. "Shijian, come forth." Uncle Jiu ceased his attempts at persuasion. The profound essence of Tao surged forth suddenly, infusing the formation with power. With a resonant hum, the Big Dipper formation flickered to life. With the radiant light of spiritual energy, "We shall keep the encroaching zombies and ghosts at bay." "Ha ha ha, you wouldn't dare to kill us, would you? They cannot breach this barrier. Henceforth, let us not engage in idle boasts. Indeed, if you possess the audacity, come and shatter this formation. Look at your son, trembling all over. Perhaps it would be best to bathe him and lay him to rest. The formation is complete." Wen Kai Qiuxing felt a surge of confidence, wearing a mischievous expression, eager to provoke Shijian to the brink of fury. "Crackle, break for me." In a fit of desperation, Shijian resorted to burning his essence, wagering his very life. He unleashed 2 terrifying bolts of lightning. The electricity collided with the formation, wrapping around it and producing a series of thunderous roars. Snap! Following that, a crisp sound resonated, causing the previously arrogant Wen Kai Qiuxing to turn pale. "Master, the formation has been breached. You must act swiftly." Jiu, as the saying goes, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. He had resolutely decided that if he survived this ordeal, he would certainly expel these 2 foolish disciples from the ancestral hall. Otherwise, they would inevitably lead him to his doom. Without further contemplation, Jiu deftly grasped a talisman in his left hand and a sword in his right, dashing forth with remarkable speed. Though he feared defeat, as a cultivator, he was prepared to face death in the presence of malevolent beings. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As an early-stage Earth Master, Jiu unleashed his Tao rhythm. Weaving through the throngs of corpses and spirits, his sword illuminated by the moonlight, exceptionally resplendent. With several thrusts, he felled numerous ghosts and a zombie in an instant. Yet at that moment, the blood-soaked Corpse King and the hair-clad zombie transformed from Shijian surged through the horde, charging directly at Jiu. Boom. The combined force of the two corpses struck, instantly sending Jiu Shu reeling back amidst the chaos. There was no escaping this. The Corpse King was an iron-armored corpse, and Shi Jian's transformation was akin to a copper-armored corpse. How could Jiu Shu possibly withstand such an onslaught? He staggered backward, supported by Uncle Jiu. Master, I have a plan. Should I share it? Speak. The best strategy among the 36 is to retreat. Otherwise, we should find an opportunity to escape. Indeed, indeed. As long as we remain, there will be no shortage of corpses to contend with. We should hasten our departure. Uncle Jiu suggested. They both had an exceptionally clear perspective on the overall situation. In the face of such a battlefield, even sacrificing their lives would be futile. Humph. Jiu Shu snorted coldly and charged once more. He realized that relying on these two disciples was a futile endeavor. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when he beheld the figure in white standing resolutely ahead, calmly stating, Master, step back. I shall handle what comes next. Xiaoxian, do not act recklessly. You are no match for them. Retreat at once. Uncle Jiu was acutely aware of the terror that Shi Jian embodied. Although Xiaoxian possessed an extraordinary talent, he lacked the profound essence of the Tao and the battle-hardened experience accrued over the years. Faced with such a disadvantageous situation, one could easily meet their demise. Fear not, master. The paper talismans shall manifest at my command. As the words fell, Yixian cast several paper talismans, igniting them in an instant. Upon touching the ground, they transformed into children adorned in vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, each wearing a gourd upon their heads, chattering incessantly. These were the previously summoned Calabash brothers. The purpose of summoning them with talismanic fire was merely a ruse, creating an illusion of Taoist magic for all to behold. Then, Yixian focused once more, conjuring forth the beast of kissing, the 7th brother. Along with a creature and Nie Xiaoqian, stood at the forefront, effectively barricading Yixian and the horde of zombies. Shi Jian, Uncle Jiu, Uncle Jiu. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their expressions painted with astonishment. As practitioners of the Tao, they readily recognized this technique, which involved invoking spirits through paper talismans. Without an exceptionally high level of Taoist essence, mastering such a skill was utterly impossible. How could Xiaoxian have achieved this? Even Shi Jian felt a twinge of apprehension. Despite the seemingly innocent appearance of these children, a single punch could extinguish 7 lives. Yet, the technique of invoking spirits was no mere fade. Within each child resided a fragment of divine consciousness from celestial beings. Just as the astonishment lingered in the air, the innocent voices of the children shattered the tension. Grandpa, it's Grandpa. Grandpa, you called us out. What do you need us for? The 7 Calabash brothers surrounded Yixian, chattering incessantly. Uncle Jiu, Uncle Jiu, Shi Jian. In an instant, the crowd's composure crumbled. Originally believing that Yixian had summoned 7 deities, they were now baffled by the children calling him Grandpa. This was clearly a gathering of mischievous little ones. Ha ha. Summoning a band of playful children to thwart me. How utterly amusing. Shi Jian erupted in laughter. In the next moment, he commanded dozens of zombies and nearly 100 ghosts to launch an assault. However, at that very instant, Yixian produced the Ghost Emperor's order. A pure, chilling aura of Yin energy surged forth, akin to a frigid tide. Nearly 100 fiery ghosts trembled, their crimson eyes suddenly filled with clarity. The overwhelming Yin energy emanating from the Emperor's order instilled fear even in the ghostly emissaries of the underworld. These spirits were predominantly fierce ghosts. Comparable to sorcerers, how could they withstand such force? Like a small serpent encountering a divine dragon. The pressure not only broke Shi Jian's control but also drove them to attack him directly. Shi Jian was momentarily stunned. Without time to ponder, he swiftly coalesced lightning in his fists, his black and white Taoist robes swirling through the air as bolts of lightning surged forth. Zzz. Lightning pierced through the ghostly specters. Shi Jian, originally at the mid-stage of Earth Master cultivation, had augmented his prowess through nefarious sorcery, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of Earth Master. Coupled with the Thunderclap Fist, which was specifically designed to counter malevolent entities, the spirit stood utterly defenseless. Within mere moments, they were obliterated, their souls dissipating into oblivion. Just as he prepared to mock Yixian's ineptitude, the combat unfolding within the arena left Shi Jian utterly flabbergasted. Before him stood 7 diminutive figures, each adorned with a gourd atop their heads, exhibiting extraordinary skills. The eldest, clad in crimson, instantly transformed into a towering figure of 5 meters, crushing a zombie with a single hand until it was nothing but remnants. The second, donned in orange, possessed the divine faculties of keen sight and acute hearing, perched upon the shoulders of the eldest while deftly directing his brothers amidst the fray. The third, in yellow, boasted a head of copper and arms of iron, standing resolutely against the zombie king, impervious to its potent attacks. The fourth, dressed in green, wielded the ability to breathe fire. Torrents of flame erupted from his mouth, incinerating several zombies that dared approach. The fifth, clad in azure, commanded the power to spray water, ensnaring ferocious zombies with streams that rendered them helpless. The sixth possessed the gift of invisibility, while the seventh, with a magical gourd capable of absorbing demons, worked in tandem with the sixth, weaving through the throngs of zombies. Occasionally, the controlled zombies were drawn into the gourd's embrace. Witnessing this spectacle, Shi Jian's expression froze. His assembled army of the undead was being effortlessly outmatched by mere children. Was this scientifically plausible? Not only he, but even the venerable Wu and Qiu Sheng were left in stunned disbelief. What a revelation! Were these truly mere toddlers summoned to the fray? Their ability to breathe fire and control water was far more formidable than even the celestial youths above. Moreover, they exhibited no divine power whatsoever. This indicated that little Xian was not merely invoking spirits through paper talismans. The most outrageous revelation was that these children referred to little Xian as their grandfather. A silent exchange of astonishment passed between Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng. Wen Kai remarked, "Dare I say, they are indeed little Xian's grandchildren?" Qiu Sheng replied incredulously, "Does this imply that our combat prowess pales in comparison to that of little Xian's grandchildren?" Wen Kai lamented, "Is there no justice in this world?" Then, even more absurdity unfolded. In the heart of the battlefield, the Kiss Beast and the hairy zombie engaged in a fierce clash, neither yielding an inch. It is imperative to note that the hairy zombie's strength rivaled that of the copper-armored corpse, comparable to a Taoist at the early stage of Earthmaster, equivalent to a figure such as Uncle Jiu. With a thunderous roar, the Kiss Beast unleashed its vitality, igniting its blood and propelling itself forward with lightning speed to tear into the hairy zombie. The creature transformed by Shi Shaojian, the hairless zombie, was equally relentless, charging forward with unwavering determination, arms raised high. The momentum of both adversaries suggested that within a single clash, a victor would be determined. With a resounding crash, the beast and the zombie collided fiercely, generating an immense shockwave that sent dust soaring into the heavens. As the dust settled, the onlookers beheld a scene that left them utterly astounded. They observed that the positions of the beast and the zombie had shifted, yet the seemingly iron-like arms of the hairless zombie had vanished. Turning to look, they saw the creature, now prone on the ground, its claws gripping the zombie's arms, gnawing at them as one would a bone. Shi Jian, Jiu Shu, the two seasoned Taoists, well aware of the hairless zombie's terrifying nature, were momentarily rendered speechless. It is essential to understand that the most fearsome aspect of a zombie lies in its physical form. As one ascends in cultivation, the body becomes increasingly rigid. Faced with the hairless zombie, even their most formidable sword strikes, honed over years of practice, would be incapable of severing its arms. Yet, here was a creature summoned by Xiao Xian, akin to a dog, that had effortlessly bitten through them, and it was still chewing. "Master, what does this hairless zombie represent for a Taoist?" Wen Kai inquired, perplexed. "Early stage of the Earthmaster." Jiu Shu responded, astonished. Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng suddenly grasped the implication, their previous embarrassment dissipating, replaced by a sly smile. There was no denying it. They had been intimidated by Xiao Xian's grandson earlier. Wen Kai, in hindsight, "It seems we are not weak after all." Qiu Sheng, "Indeed, we may not measure up to Xiao Xian's dog, but our master is even inferior to that dog." Wen Kai, "This comparison makes it seem as though we are stronger than our master." Jiu Shu, upon overhearing the exchange between the two wayward disciples, he contemplated intervening to reprimand them but was compelled to relent. After all, Wen Kai and Qiu Sheng spoke the truth. Having cultivated for decades, he never imagined he would be overshadowed by a mere dog owned by Xiao Xian.